Audiobook title Leveling Up an Artillery Fantasy Empire, Chapter 01 to 586 and original title How I Built the Strongest Artillery Empire, Chapter 01 to 586 and Part 03. Metal containers filled with iron shot were pushed into the muzzles with ramrods. Seeing this, the orcs seemed to sense danger. Their eyes turned bloodshot as they instinctively roared and accelerated their charge. The enemy's vanguard had already close to within 300 tar. This was exactly the distance where canister shot those shells like giant honeycomb briquettes exerted their maximum power. Fire! Boom, 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 boom. The elves covered their long ears to prevent them from being injured by the massive explosions. All cannons fired simultaneously, and those roaring, charging orcs were instantly turned into piles of scattered meat paste. The wild orcs let out screams like pigs being stuck with knives, rolling one by one in pools of blood sprayed by their companions. Their dream of putting humans on the dinner table turned into shrill screams and a blood-colored nightmare. The orcs were riddled with holes, yet until the very last moment, they still didn't know what had happened. Ultimately, they could only collapse blankly into a vast swamp of flesh and blood. The charging cries that were originally full of battle intent turned into wails of misery in just an instant. Musketeers, prepare to fire! Although the momentum of the charge was broken and their speed had slowed, the orcs still did not drop their battle axes. It seemed they were indeed different from humans in some respects. One could only call it a certain degree of ignorance as Bliss Isaac looked back and saw the pikemen holding long spears, and the musketeers equipped with rifles and muskets, all standing ready. Hundreds of muzzles were aimed at the enemy, their bores loaded with Lawrence bullets and lead balls. This was not the loose Spanish tercios composed of various allies from before, but a true Spanish tercios formed of well-trained Blackwood Territory soldiers. This time, it was going to display its formidable power in the magical beast forest, injecting something into the world tree. The infantry formation known as the Spanish tercios once made the Spanish army the strongest in Europe. No matter which direction the enemy attacked from, they would be met with the ruthless strikes of pikes and bullets. Reminds you of the old days, doesn't it, Knight Miller? Isaac asked as he flipped onto his horse. Back then, they seemed to use only pikemen and musketeers in a simple linear advance, didn't they? Knight Miller looked at the orcs surging in like a tide and said with a pale face, "Now is not the time for reminiscing about the past. There's no need to be this afraid." Upon hearing Isaac's summons, the Centaur heavy cavalry and the fury-filled elf rangers immediately began to form up. Isaac fed a piece of brown sugar to his warhorse, Sable. It immediately perked up and began pawing at the ground incessantly. Effie, if you spot any shaman priests during the charge, take them out with your sniper rifle. And Perse, cut the fuses of the chain-shot bombs in half. When the orcs slammed into the pike square, they would use their mobility to flank the orcs' rear, striking their backs like a heavy hammer. Fire! Ban! 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 Rat-tat-tat! Hundreds of bullets whistled out, and the burly orcs in the front row of the formation were riddled with bloody holes, crashing to the ground while still in their charging stance. The smoke from the musketeers' fire spread as the pikemen marched forward in unison, leveling their pikes to form a forest of spears resembling a hedgehog. Pikes ready. Multiple pike squares coordinated like gears to meet the enemy. The pikemen possessed formidable defensive power thanks to their dense pikes and armor comparable to heavy infantry, while the experienced musketeers skillfully used breech-loading rifles to reload quickly. They were different from the Western Army. They were the elite of the elite, the army of the Blackwood Territory. Wag, I'll tear you to pieces. For our fallen brothers, perhaps because of the heavy losses sustained along the way, the orcs' eyes were bloodshot with rage, and they all charged forward frantically now. Isaac watched the orcs who, just like last time, recklessly charged into the pike square only to be impaled. He then ordered the cavalry to move out. Charge! Warriors of the West! Kill them all! Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Rumble! The impact of the combined force of man and horse shook the earth. Because the orcs were numerous and very tenacious, the battle lasted for nearly half a day. But the wood elves showed no sign of fatigue, for the flames of vengeance burned in their hearts. Use the spirits to ensnare those fleeing orcs. I want to wipe them all out. Yes, understood. Effie's voice was filled with excitement. They finally had the chance to completely annihilate these loathsome orcs right here. Clatter! The cavalry charged again, trampling a large group of orcs under their hooves. Before the Blackwood Territory army, they were like a disorganized rabble, completely unable to withstand a single blow. This might have been just an ordinary victory, but for Effie and the other elves, it held special significance. Previously, the fear of orcs had been deeply etched in their hearts. Finally, this day has finally come. To avenge their fallen kin and reclaim the hope of the world tree, it was right before their eyes. Just then, Effie spotted an orc struggling to crawl up on the corpse-strewn battlefield, and her shoulders trembled slightly. That orc was exceptionally tall, wielding a large club entwined with blue mana. Seeing that club, Effie recalled the painful memories of her family being murdered. She involuntarily clenched her fists, her nails digging deep into her palms. Lord, please let me finish that orc with my own hands. As the battle drew to a close, Effie saw Isaac pointing his revolver pistol at the orc warlord and hurriedly pleaded. Isaac seemed to sense her urgency. He nodded and left the orc warlord to her. Huff huff. From the moment she saw the orc warlord, Effie's heart was filled with complex emotions. She still remembered when they were leading their people in flight. That orc had been behind them, slaughtering her kin while letting out bone-chilling sneers. He could even catch incoming arrows with his bear huns. But now, Effie held a ranger-specific rifle crafted by Isaac himself. This powerful weapon could make any enemy fall obediently. "It's over, you demon." Effie's green eyes narrowed into slits. Between the front and rear sights appeared the head of the orc warlord she so hated. She held her breath and injected the power of wind spirits into the sniper bullet snugly fitted within the hexagonal barrel. The orc warlord, who had fought them countless times, seemed to recognize her as well. His face twisted as he tried to say something. Bah! But his words were cut short before they could be uttered. This time, it wasn't an arrow that pierced the sky, but a silver trail led by lead. Whack! A dull sound like a bursting watermelon rang out, as the orc warlord's brain matter splattered everywhere. His massive body crashed to the ground, blood geysering from the gaping hole in his face. Finally, revenge was complete. Effie hugged the white smoke-emitting Claire rifle tightly with both arms, her face showing an expression of relief yet mixed with myriad emotions. Complex feelings swirled within her, and the elf rangers who had charged with her shared the same expression. Then someone patted her on the shoulder. "A beautiful shot, Effie." Isaac praised her as usual, a faint smile on his face. But Effie didn't truly feel at peace until she felt Isaac's encouragement and his hand touching her body. At the same time, she smiled because she had found comfort from a human much younger than herself. Thank you. Without him, they could never have achieved this on their own. Shouldering the heavy responsibility of protecting the few remaining members of her tribe, Effie had felt physically and mentally exhausted. But after meeting him, she could finally breathe and felt a sense of spiritual fulfillment. This human lord was still very young, but perhaps he could be someone they could rely on. Effie looked at him, thinking silently to herself. "It's nothing, I'm just telling the truth. By the way, are you alright? Your face looks a bit flushed." Isaac raised his visor and asked with concern. Asterisk. The highly threatening wild orcs were finally completely wiped out. Now the olive trees, rubber trees, and saltpeter production sites were all safe. They had only a few wounded from the battle with the orcs, and under the treatment of Igni and the priests, they recovered quickly. Then they immediately headed to the village where the wood elves used to live, to claim the spoils of war that the victors deserved. However, their village seemed to have been burned by a great fire and was almost reduced to ruins. The wood elves' expressions turned sad, but they soon discovered something and became excited once again. "Lord, look, it's the world tree." In the center of the village, a massive tree stood tall as if supporting the sky itself. Even the all-consuming fire could not destroy this tree. Just how tall was it? Isaac looked up for a long time. Oh, this! It looked like a normal tree, with a thick trunk and lush foliage, appearing green and vibrant at a glance. Isaac looked at the legendary world tree and couldn't help but mutter among the elves, "No matter how I look at it, it's just a big tree." "It is not," Shafei immediately retorted upon hearing his whisper. "But it had neither golden flowers nor fruit, nor was it as majestic as the legend said. It really was just a very large tree. It didn't feel like anything special, even though they had secured it. When would those fruits and such ever be useful? Well, it's probably because it was only recently transplanted. I'm not entirely sure, but I think if we wait about 10 years or so, it should be able to bear fruit." Hearing an elf's answer, Isaac was momentarily speechless. 10 years is considered soon? In 10 years, his children would probably be old enough to run errands. The sense of time for these long-lived races was truly strange, but at least that tree sap, which was said to cure all ailments, should be harvestable now. With it, Isaac could subvert the nation. No, save a life. Isaac was feeling satisfied with this small gain when suddenly the goddess's message appeared before his eyes again. Quest trigger. The goddess's divine power embraces all things in harmonious coexistence. Inject life force into the world tree. Incomplete. Divine anomalies and the gift of the world tree. Quest trigger. The goddess's divine power embraces all things, fostering harmonious coexistence. Inject vitality into the world tree. Incomplete. Isaac stared blankly at the message. Inject vitality into the world tree? Although he didn't quite understand what it meant, since it was the goddess's instruction, he would follow it. After all, the things the goddess asked him to do had never led him astray. "Igni, come here for a moment," Isaac called out, and Priestess Igni, who was curiously observing her surroundings, immediately ran over. Upon hearing Isaac's request, she unhesitatingly channeled the holy power bestowed by the goddess into Isaac's hand temporarily. "It won't suddenly shatter like a magic tool, will it?" Isaac was suddenly a bit worried. Lately, the goddess's power had a tendency to break things. Carefully, he patted the trunk of the world tree with his palm, which radiated an indescribable aura. Swish! Almost instantly, the white holy power climbed the tree like rapidly growing vines, and the world tree began to change color, much like a maple tree putting on its new autumn coat. The next moment, before everyone's eyes, the world tree bloomed with golden flowers and bore heavy clusters of fruit. The wood elves, who had been watching Isaac's actions with curiosity, were all dumbfounded and stood frozen at this miraculous sight. What did you do?" Shafei asked in surprise, and while the other elves didn't speak, they looked at him with the same expression. "I don't know either." Isaac truly had no idea what had happened. He looked up at the cloudless, vast blue sky. "Goddess, what exactly are you trying to do?" The midday sun scorched the earth. Inside the Duchess's office, King Freya Venades looked at the mountain of petitions and let out a long sigh. Reuniting the oppressed and fragmented demon tribes was a good thing, but the discrimination and conflicts caused by racial differences continue to trigger new problems. For instance, this blood-sucking incident involving the vampire tribe. How can they suck the blood of their own subjects? Are they leeches? The petition stated that the vampires were not only squeezing the commoners for their sweat and toil, but were also directly drinking their blood. It seemed that relying solely on harsh laws was already making it difficult to restrain them. Moreover, the troubles brought by these racial differences were not just on paper, they had manifested right before her eyes. And then we had an intense exchange of looks and bold physical contact, but the apostle's mental barrier is indeed not that easy to break through, Duchess. Listening to the succubus Chamber of Commerce president recount her heroic deeds of trying to seduce another apostle in someone else's territory, Freya couldn't help but run a hand through her long silver hair with a bitter smile. Did she not know that the deity behind her was watching all of this? So I failed again in the end. That's actually for the best. The dark elf Duchess finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although this Chamber of Commerce president was loyal and highly capable, she occasionally made these kinds of headache-inducing moves. Should she take this opportunity to give her a good lecture? However, her charm abilities did occasionally work wonders when dealing with male business partners. By the way, I also acquired 20 barrels of table salt at a very good price. Well, like right now, she had actually managed to acquire such a high-value trade commodity at such a favorable price. Did you successfully seduce him? No, he was as unresponsive as a block of wood. I just think he seems to have mastered a method for mass-producing salt. Plus, his territory hasn't established trade relations with the Western continent yet, so we should be able to make a lot of money. Freya nodded slowly as she listened to the report from Azazel, the president of the Ducal Chamber of Commerce. Had he discovered some kind of rock salt mine? Whether it was defeating the powerful Holy Saxon Imperial Army or the miraculous baby boom occurring everywhere, incredible things were always happening in his territory. Duchess, what do you think of that carriage? Will it sell well? That thing is indeed very comfortable. The fatigue of travel is greatly reduced, and the craftsmanship is fine with high-level enchantments. Hearing the picky Duchess praise the carriage, the succubus seemed to catch the scent of money, and her tail began to wag excitedly. Carriages were high-value trade goods. If they could be sold to the kingdom of Kantia or the Dragonman kingdom, where travel was inconvenient due to their tails, they would surely make a fortune. Right, it seems the centaur tribe has joined the Blackwood territory. What? Are you talking about those centaurs who fled to the magical beast forest? Yes, I got the news from merchants and the bats. It said they played a decisive role in the war against the Empire, utterly routing the Imperial Knights and mage units. Freya's eyes widened in surprise, then she tilted her head in confusion and said, wait, when did they become so strong? To be able to contend with the Empire's knights and mages? Centaurs were naturally excellent cavalry and certainly held an advantage against infantry, but she remembered that the centaur's strength shouldn't have been enough to oppose the core forces of the Empire. Well, I'm not entirely sure. I only heard they've become a combat force highly valued by Count Blackwood. It seemed those female warriors who left her, along with their kin, were doing quite well under the protection of the new apostle. Perse, Tamar, Freya silently murmured their names. They had once fought side by side under the same banner, galloping across the battlefield. Ugh! Suddenly, Freya felt a strange sensation invade her mind, and she couldn't help but let out a groan. Seeing this, Azazel immediately fluttered her wings and floated to her side. Are you alright, Duchess? Is a deity trying to convey a message to you? Freya waved her hand to show she was fine, then began to analyze the source of that feeling. That sensation was completely different from the way the god of law contacted her. She had a premonition that this seemed related to the elves. I just find it a bit strange. She felt that the void in her heart, filled by her deity, was aching faintly today. Asterisk. Damn, the chapters were posted wrong. Let's put two together. Wow, what is this? The world tree has bloomed. Although Shafe was an elf, she was young after all, so she quickly recovered from her shock. She ran around the world tree excitedly, innocently asking the other elves if the world tree was always like this. Meanwhile, the elder elves, whether the clan leader or the elders, were still immersed in shock and completely speechless. What's wrong? Didn't you say the world tree would bloom and bear fruit? Didn't you say we just had to wait 10 years? Isaac asked in confusion, seeing their strange reactions. Wasn't it just using the goddess's power to make the world tree bloom and bear fruit early? Was there a need to be so surprised? He casually plucked a golden fruit hanging from a branch. He didn't know what was inside, but it felt very plump, somewhat like the feeling of harvesting grapes he used to grow. Lo Lord. But that was referring to the time it takes for a single fruit to ripen. Effie stared blankly at Isaac's palm, where the embers of the goddess's power still lingered. Ah, I see. So she had been talking about the time for one fruit to ripen. Isaac looked at this world tree, covered in flowers and fruit like a massive orchard, and couldn't help but feel a bit awkward. No wonder they were so surprised. If the world tree could naturally bear this much fruit, wouldn't every wood elf be able to control high-level spirits? Lord, how exactly did you do it? Effie had leaned in close to him at some point, her green eyes sparkling with curiosity as she asked. The other elves also looked over, all wearing the same expression. What did he do? Isaac thought for a moment, then looked at them and pointed to the sky. My goddess helped me. She shared her divine power and vitality with the world tree. This was simply a miracle. Priestess Igni immediately puffed out her chest with pride. She had participated in this miracle, after all. Effie, representing all the wood elves, asked in confusion. We are truly grateful, but why would she share such powerful energy with our world tree? They were neither humans nor followers of the goddess. Why would the goddess help them so much? Effie, don't you remember? We discussed this when we first met. The wood elves had lost their homes twice due to the invasions of the high elves and wild orcs. When Isaac reached out to these drifting elves in the name of the goddess, they had also asked him why he was helping them. So, my answer is still the same, because my goddess possesses a great love that embraces you. Isaac still remembered the surprised expressions of the elves when he publicly announced this to his subjects. Personally, he thought this might be a hint from the goddess, foreshadowing the arrival of a powerful enemy they needed to face together. But the rescued elves had a different interpretation. We lost the deity we believed in long ago. She is actually willing to embrace us? She is so merciful. The elves' faces showed expressions of relief, as if the void in their hearts had been filled by something. Even though the forest villages they once lived in were burned down, not a trace of sadness could be seen on their faces because they had found a new home. Although they didn't originally believe in this goddess, under the shine of the sunlight, the barriers in their hearts finally melted. Our bodies have settled in Blackwood. Now is she going to accept our souls as well? Shafe stood to the side, wiping her nose as she asked. The goddess was not only going to accept their bodies, but their souls too? Isaac shrugged. To be honest, he didn't have that intention, but if they were willing to believe in the Elysian faith, he wouldn't stop them. In that case, the elves could escape the awkward status of being neither outsiders nor their own people. They could truly integrate into the Blackwood territory. Indeed, nothing united hearts better than religion. It could transcend the boundaries of race and species. Isaac was just marveling at the goddess's wisdom when suddenly creak, a long branch extended from the tangle of leaves and boughs, reaching toward him. The tree seemed to possess a will of its own, extending a branch toward him like reaching out an arm. Truly one strange encounter after another. Every time he just got used to one situation, a new one would arise. Especially when dealing with other races, he always encountered all sorts of incredible things. That branch didn't seem to just be approaching him. It bloomed a silver bud before him, looking as if it would blossom at any moment. The bud suddenly burst open like popcorn, its petals shimmering with a silver light. The giant tree seemed to be saying to him, "For you." Isaac immediately looked at the elves. The elves once again showed surprised expressions, though it seemed nothing could truly surprise them anymore. "Lord, quick, catch it!" Effie shouted loudly, as if Isaac hesitated any longer, she would grab his hand and force him to take it. Isaac was stunned for a moment, but still reached out and caught the bud. After the bud landed in his palm, the branch slowly retracted as if it had completed its task. Only then did Isaac truly change his view of it. This tree was really alive. "Effie, what is this? Could it be eaten directly, like the other fruits?" But Effie's answer was completely beyond his expectations. "Though it's hard to believe the world tree seems to have given you an elf." Isaac stared blankly at the bud lying quietly in his palm. The petals were filled with magic and a vibrant life force. It seemed the world tree had given him quite a grand gift. The news that the Holy Saxon Empire had actually lost to a royal army of the Hyde Kingdom spread across the continent as if it had grown wings. This shocking defeat not only shook the empire, but also affected the situation of the surrounding kingdoms. An old man sat in a garden, stroking his white beard and shaking his head with a sigh. His hair was entirely white, as was his snow-white beard, and he wore light clothing as if ready for a stroll at any moment. But his eyes flashed with a sharp light. "How is that madman Joseph doing?" the old man asked the knight who had come to report, inquiring about the current state of the culprit behind this war. "Grandmaster, thanks to that magic tool called escape, he managed to save his life, but the atmosphere in the imperial family is currently very tense. He deserves it." Everyone just turned a blind eye to the filthy things he did for immediate profit. The old man called the Grandmaster couldn't help but sneer upon hearing the rumors about the imperial family from the knight. Then he asked about his upright and kind, but recently seemingly muddled, prize pupil. She was captured in the war. The old man's eyes widened instantly upon hearing this, his face filled with disbelief. He had sent such a powerful army, and their defeat was already hard enough to accept. But now even a sword saint had been captured? And it was his student who possessed such a talent for swordsmanship. That's impossible. Are you sure you're not mistaken? It's absolutely certain. The old man wore an indescribable expression. He thought of his foolish student. "Sigh, I told her long ago not to go messing around with that madman." Should he have told her all about the Saxon prince's shameful dealings earlier? Now that things had reached this point, the old man could only keep sighing. Was it Count Arnold? Though not quite on his level, Count Arnold was also an experienced and highly skilled swordsman, one of the few recognized by him. No, she was captured by Count Blackwood. She should still be in his territory now. The old man frowned immediately upon hearing the knight's report. What kind of person is this Count Blackwood? Is he a powerful swordsman?" The knight lowered his head and slightly wiped the cold sweat from his face as he answered. He is a magician. Could he be a great magician of the 6th rank or higher?" "No, he's said to be a 2nd rank magician. At most 3rd rank." "What? This?" The old man felt like he completely couldn't understand. What was wrong with the world now? Or rather, What exactly had happened on the battlefield? The old man looked up at the sky with a bitter smile. Prepare the ransom. We must redeem her from that inexplicable place. Yes, I'll send someone to negotiate right away. The old man thought for a moment and suddenly shook his head. No need. I'll go myself with the ransom. What? But it's too dangerous right now. Who can harm me? I'll just go myself. I'm still a bit uneasy. With the Imperial Army defeated and his Sword Saint student captured, the old man could no longer sit still. He had to go see for himself just what kind of person this magician was, who could defeat and capture his most promising disciple experiment. One of the middle chapters was posted incorrectly, so I have merged it with the previous one. Every time Isaac set out on an expedition, he would return with a great deal of spoils. Perhaps that was why the commoners welcomed him so enthusiastically. This time was no exception. They brought back a massive number of orc corpses, which could be used to produce fertilizer and potions. In addition, there was the shimmering world tree sap, golden glowing fruits, and a strange, unbloomed flower bud. Petals fluttered through the air during the triumphal ceremony, making for a truly lively scene. The vassals also came out to celebrate the victory. Some of the more astute among them immediately noticed that the way the elves looked at Isaac had changed subtly, leading them to cast meaningful glances his way. In any case, from then on, the warehouse of the Lord's castle began to pile up with a large quantity of evolution fruits. Of course, Isaac didn't intend to leave them in the warehouse forever. He decided to find someone to act as a guinea pig to test the effects of these fruits first. Thus he eventually chose the mermaid, Raja. At this time, Raja was at the soda ash factory in Albrum, where construction was in full swing. This was the same place she had almost accidentally mentioned in front of Azazel last time. The factory utilized the leveling process, where sulfuric acid and salt were mixed and roasted at high temperatures over 900 degrees to produce sodium sulfate. Then the sodium sulfate was mixed with limestone and heated to produce sodium carbonate soda ash. Various reaction chambers, evaporation dishes, and pipes were being constructed inside the factory. The production of high-quality glass and soap required large amounts of sodium carbonate. But previously, the raw material was produced by burning a ton of seaweed to obtain a small handful of sodium carbonate. Consequently, even though this production method had long been known on Earth, it wasn't widely used due to the chronic shortage of fats and sodium carbonate. In other words, it was expensive and a monopoly of the upper class. This situation persisted until the emergence of the leveling process. But I don't understand why you need me. In the middle of the factory under construction, Raja asked in confusion. She was likely trying to suggest that this kind of land-based work, which she neither understood nor wanted to do, should be given to other slaves. No. Hydrochloric acid is produced during the manufacturing process. Is that stuff dangerous? Yeah, you could say it's very dangerous. Isaac nodded. Was hydrochloric acid dangerous? Of course it was. It was something that could kill a person instantly. But you should be able to handle it, right? You can control water without touching it, and you can even control water vapor, can't you? I suppose I can? Although her answer lacked confidence, Isaac currently had no better candidate than her. To ensure production safety, the elves working in their territory needed to increase their power. Isaac smiled smugly and pulled a golden fruit from his robes. Raja was immediately drawn to the crystal-like object that radiated a mysterious aura. Huh, what is this? Despite her curiosity, the former pirate was full of suspicion toward the fruit he produced. This is a pure gift. Isaac poked her cheek, telling her not to be suspicious and to hurry up and eat it. Eventually, under his repeated persuasion, Raja reluctantly stuffed the fruit into her mouth. Crunch. She took a bite, and the next moment, her eyes widened. Whoosh! Isaac raised an eyebrow. This should be considered the power of the spirits, right? It was neither mana nor holy power, but a strange power that began to surge within her body. Her clothes and blue hair fluttered violently. That power seemed to carry moisture as it began to converge toward a single point. Flash. A flash of light went by, and the water spirit underwent a change, accompanied by the sound of splashing water. Oh my god. What is this? My spirit has turned into a water nymph. Did you see that? Raja seemed to have ascended to a new realm, and she jumped around excitedly on the spot. Isaac stroked his chin and nodded silently. It seemed the experiment was a success. This thing really worked. Wow, so, what did you give me to eat? Something very precious, so your service time has been automatically extended. Although Isaac had never actually calculated her service time, Raja seemed to care deeply about what he had said before, that he would set her free if she worked hard. What? That's so unfair. Then spit it out. The move was made and couldn't be undone. Besides, the item wasn't absorbed through digestion, so she couldn't spit it out now even if she wanted to. This is fraud, but your spirit has become stronger. Aren't you happy? Oh well, that's true. Raja nodded reluctantly. I knew you'd agree. Then it's settled. No, I didn't agree at all. Raja jumped up again, protesting Isaac's prank. Isaac couldn't help but laugh as he watched her. At that moment, the water nymph that had been floating beside her flew toward him with a shy smile. He had previously engaged in wordless communication with this spirit as well. Isaac was about to wave to her when he suddenly realized something, and his movements jerked to a halt. So much had happened during this time, and it had all felt so natural that he hadn't even noticed. Why can I see spirits? A thriving scene. Isaac snapped back to his senses only to find a translucent water spirit with the appearance of a mature woman staring intently at him. What on earth was going on? Isaac stood frozen as if he had seen a ghost, and the tiny spirit was the first to speak, asking, "Writing this, I hope readers remember our domain name. Find Taiwan novels on Taiwan novel website. All the excitement is there. Can you see me?" Isaac nodded. He had always hoped to see a spirit with his own eyes, and he never expected it to come true today. Was it because of the world tree's influence? Or perhaps because of that silver flower bud that had yet to bloom? It seems so. "You are Reg's spirit, a water naiad, aren't you?" The water naiad flew into Isaac's palm and performed an elegant lady's curtsy. Her appearance was actually quite similar to Raj's. "Hello, I have just evolved into a water naiad. Please take good care of my master." She really was a polite spirit. He had heard before that spirits were very shy and fond of pranks, but this high-ranking spirit appeared exceptionally mature and steady. "You've worked hard accompanying her all this time. I hope you'll continue to work hard for the territory in the future. Thank you for your understanding. Being involved in such miraculous work is quite interesting to me as well. Ha ha ha. That's good to hear." Some people avoid land-based work like the plague. Isaac and the water spirit quickly became acquainted, chatting enthusiastically. Raja listened from the side with a complex expression until she finally couldn't help but speak out. "Hey, I'm right here. My ears are long and I can hear everything perfectly clearly." "I know." Raja twitched her ears in dissatisfaction. It seemed she was still brooding over Isaac handing the spirit power injector to her. Last time, he had seen with his own eyes how Raja pushed all the work onto the spirit. "Anyway, once the soda ash factory is built, I'll have to trouble you again. Also, keep an eye on your master's mouth." Last time she almost let something slip in front of Azazel. Hearing Isaac's request, the water spirit glanced at Raja and then said, "She is indeed a bit loose-lipped. I will do my best to watch over her, master of my master. Ha ha ha. Thank you for your cooperation. With you around, I can rest easy. You flatter me." What a polite spirit, unlike certain people. Raja watched them chatting as if no one else were there and couldn't help but smile bitterly. "Hey, I'm right here. Why are you asking the spirit? And water naiad, why are you like this too?" "Tusk, because you're too unreliable." Who told her to always cause trouble and fail to build up any trust? Isaac ignored Raja's protests and turned to head to his next destination. On the vast, sun-drenched plains, experimental intensive agriculture was being carried out on the large-scale farmlands of the Blackwood territory. Wood elves, who controlled plant spirits, were planting beets and cotton alongside farmers. It was a wondrous sight. Beautiful blonde-haired, blue-eyed elves wearing straw hats working in the fields. This was the Blackwood territory. "Is the work progressing smoothly?" Isaac walked up and asked. The elves and farmers working hard all greeted him warmly when they saw him. "Lord Apostle, you've come?" The agricultural half-elves who were plowing the fields gathered around, and Luddy greeted Isaac on their behalf. Since the world tree bloomed, the number of elves calling Isaac Apostle had gradually increased. Occasionally, Isaac would see in the eyes of some elves a kind of awe that wasn't worldly, but mixed with religious faith. "You've come to see us again. You care so much about even ordinary farm work." The farmers and elves are all full of motivation. These words were somewhat hard for Isaac to believe. "Heh, what full of motivation? They probably just feel like they're being inspected by a commander." "Ah, what?" Luddy and the other elves tilted their heads in confusion. "Nothing." Isaac had only said it casually, but seeing their innocent expressions, it seemed his arrival really did boost their morale. It was truly incredible. If it were him, he would definitely feel as annoyed as if a homeroom teacher were checking the dorms every day. "By the way, Luddy, what's with those fences?" Isaac pointed to the beet plantation, where fences higher than those around the cotton plantation were erected. "Had some wild beasts invaded. The pests in the vicinity should have been cleared out periodically." "Ah, because the centaur huntresses are always sneaking here to steal beets. The refined sugar in the warehouse is heavily guarded and they can't get in, so..." Hearing this unexpected answer, Isaac couldn't help but smack his forehead. In a sense, they really were like pests. During wartime, they were the most reliable comrades in arms, but in times of peace, they occasionally caused some trouble. With the Henton Duchy having so many strong-willed different races, Duke Freya must have quite a headache. "I will personally warn them to stop doing this." Honestly, sugar was already being mass-produced now. They could get rations just by applying formally. Why did they still have to steal? Did they derive some kind of predatory pleasure from stealing crops? Anyway, is the cotton cultivation going well? Spring was coming to an end and the hot summer was approaching. Isaac asked, pointing toward the snow-white cotton fields. Under the catalyst of the plant spirits, the cotton had already bloomed. "Yes, we followed your instructions for topping, and the variety improvements made through the spirits last year have shown good results. They have now adapted to the climate of the eastern continent and can bloom normally." Just as Luddy said, the white cotton flowers stretched endlessly across the direct-managed fields, forming a beautiful sight. Looking at this scene, Isaac felt very gratified. Professional knowledge, the popularization of fertilizers, a powerful centralized government, a steady stream of refugee labor, and the vast open spaces brought by reclaiming new land, these special conditions combined to create this magnificent spectacle. Watching the farmers perform large-scale labor on these neatly planned fields, Isaac felt like he was Stalin running a collective farm. Of course, their territory symbols weren't a sickle and hammer, but a sword and axe. "If I changed it to a sickle and hammer, I'd be afraid the platform would censor this book. Furthermore, he encouraged competition between different regions and provided differentiated rewards based on working hours and results, so the pitfalls of Red Terror shouldn't occur. Whoa, Horosho. Isaac sighed. Mass production is truly wonderful, as he casually picked a blooming cotton flower. Plant spirits could precisely identify superior genetic traits, and combined with their catalytic abilities, the speed of variety improvement was truly startling. Well done. After the flowers wither, the balls will form. You remember the subsequent work rate, Luddy? Yes, you said that once the balls ripen, they will split open to reveal white lint. We have already prepared for the harvest. Different varieties of cotton have slightly different ripening times, but it takes about a month from flowering to the balls fully maturing. The spirits were indeed very serious, responsible, and meticulous. These hardworking people deserved corresponding rewards. Isaac took a few fruits of the world tree from his pocket and handed them over. You've worked hard. This is a reward for your diligent work. Ah, this is. It was impossible for the wood elves not to recognize this fruit. Although there were only 5, they clapped their hands in surprise and joy, showing pure smiles. These elves had originally thought these precious fruits would only be awarded to those in important positions like the elf rangers. They never expected to receive them as well, and were immediately grinning from ear to ear. Planting flora is what we have always done. Can we really accept such a precious gift? Lord Apostle, thank you. This is truly a great blessing. The battlefield wasn't the only front line. They were the territory's granary and the vanguards of the commercial front line. They were all heroes of the territory. Considering their value, this level of upfront investment was only natural. Contributing to the country doesn't necessarily require shedding blood on the battlefield. I hope you continue to work hard and contribute your strength to the territory's development. I'll be going now. It seemed Isaac's affirmation of their work deeply encouraged them. Isaac bid farewell to the agricultural half-elves, who expressed they would give their all until their dying breath, and set off once more for the plains near the Lord's castle, where intense military training was taking place. Sylvie, rumble, dust billowed in the air. The Blackwood Territory's cavalry was the territory's sturdy shield as well as its sharpness spear tip. Between them, the elf rangers shuttled back and forth, holding carbines and clare rifles. As always, they practiced mounted archery alongside the centaurs. Effie, come here for a moment. Training stopped immediately upon Isaac's arrival, and the green-eyed Effie greeted him warmly. The elf rangers followed closely behind her. I have gifts for you. Seeing Isaac take out the golden fruits, the elves' eyes instantly lit up. The elves knew these fruits were limited in number. They took them while saying, "It is our honor," and scrambled to eat them. The elves' blonde hair fluttered in the wind. Just like with the merfolk, a powerful force surged from within their bodies. Whoosh! A gale whipped up by the wind spirit swept across the entire training ground. The centaurs looked around curiously, wondering what was happening. Once the dust settled, more powerful and mature wind spirits appeared one after another. Effie seemed to have obtained the first top-tier wind spirit in the territory, Sylph. Like Raj's spirit, Sylph's appearance closely resembled her master's. She looked like a miniature version of Effie and was very pleasing to the eye. How is it? Did the evolution succeed? Isaac asked, and Effie nodded excitedly. Sylph stood among the many wind spirits, her expression serious and her aura powerful, standing out like a crane among chickens. She truly lived up to being a top-tier spirit on the verge of evolving into an elf king. In the past, Isaac wouldn't have felt this atmosphere and would have only thought the wind was a bit strong, but now he could clearly see the spirit's form. It was a strange feeling, especially seeing the usually smiling Effie strike such a pose. It felt even more special. A palm-sized Effie could actually make so many expressions. The evolved Sylph cautiously climbed onto Isaac. She crawled onto his shoulder like a small insect and then unceremoniously occupied the back of his neck, as if it were her home. And she didn't seem to have any intention of leaving. Isaac looked bewildered, not knowing what was going on. But the elf rangers were accustomed to it, as if they had seen it many times before. It seemed this wasn't the first time this had happened. When Isaac moved, she would hang from his arm and swing back and forth, and sometimes she would climb to the top of his head and sit down. She would also fiddle with his hair from time to time. Isaac had always thought it was just an occasional strange breeze blowing by, though he didn't find it uncomfortable. He was curious about what exactly was happening. Effie, why is your spirit always like this? Did you tell her to do it? Hearing his question, Effie instead tilted her head in confusion. What are you talking about? Ah, right, he hadn't told her yet that he could see spirits. How awkward. I forgot to mention, after contacting the World Tree last time, I can now see spirits. So, what is she doing? Effie instantly froze as if turned to stone. Oh, Tilda. The other elf rangers immediately shifted their gaze over, observing Effie and Isaac's reactions with great interest. They didn't seem surprised at all that Isaac could see spirits. Seeing Effie speechless, Isaac had no choice but to turn and ask the wind spirit sitting on his shoulder, "Are you the spirit who has always fought alongside Effie? Thank you for all your hard work. But what are you doing on me right now?" Sylph dropped the majestic expression she had shown before the other spirits and looked at him with a beaming smile. She performed a crisp, standard military salute and then said, "You're welcome. The reason I do this is so that through emotional sharing, my master can gain indirect satisfaction." Snap. Perhaps because the supply of spirit power was cut off, the top-tier wind spirit suddenly vanished, as if she had been reverse summoned back. Isaac looked at Effie with a face full of confusion, hoping she could explain. Ha ha ha, you've misunderstood. Misunderstood what? Effie was flustered and incoherent, a far cry from her usual self. Spirits love playing pranks, so they occasionally say strange things. The other elf rangers also laughed awkwardly. Although Isaac had opened the door to a new world, he had also discovered the spirit that treated him like a pet to be snuggled at will, so being able to see was what mattered most. In any case, Effie's spirit had evolved into a top-tier spirit on the verge of becoming an elf king. Perhaps she could be used to improve the accuracy of the rifled cannons. If possible, she might even be able to perform sniping with solid shot. He would have to find an opportunity to try it out later. Con, do we not have gifts? Ponytail swayed slowly from side to side. Hurst Hammer and their companions all looked at Isaac with expectant eyes. They had seen the elves receive precious fruits and hoped to get some benefits too. Of course there are, it's the thing you love most. That was the sugar of the Blackwood territory. They were even willing to compete with Isaac's warhorse, Seber, to get it. Isaac pulled a bag of brown sugar from his coat, and they immediately cheered. Fortunately, their demands weren't high. With the mountains of sugar in the warehouse, as long as he didn't open the packaging, they were satisfied. Wait, let's get this straight first. Once you've eaten the sugar, don't go stealing beets anymore. Yes, we will certainly obey the Khan's orders. It seemed the beet fields would be safe from now on. In this way, Isaac increased the power of the spirits, strengthened the territory's might, and even stopped the intrusion of pests. The prosperous capital mayor. In the palace office, two core figures of the kingdom of Hyde were talking in low voices. Although I was full of self-doubt, I finally made it to this step. A voice full of emotion and excitement spoke. Princess Priscilla stroked her long purple hair, which was being carefully tended to by maids, and murmured to herself as she looked out the window at the palace busy with preparations for the upcoming coronation ceremony. Regent Passes smiled meaningfully from the side. You must be filled with many emotions. After all, unlike the other candidates, you were the one least favored to win. He showed a kind smile. Before Princess Priscilla had even put on the crown, the regent was already calling her Your Majesty and using honorifics. She couldn't help but shiver and say, Lord Regent, please be a bit more casual. I really can't stand it. Ha ha ha, you should slowly get used to it, but until the formal coronation, I shall do as you wish. The regent looked at the relieved princess, his eyes crinkling into slits as he laughed. He was very surprised that Princess Priscilla could achieve final victory in the brutal war of succession. But thinking about it the other way, it was precisely because of her personality that she could tame the Count Blackwood. Speaking of which, what do you plan to do about the investiture ceremony? There are quite a few people with expectations, or rather, with ulterior motives. Hearing the regent's question, Princess Priscilla silently looks toward the west. I will give everyone the rewards they deserve based on their contributions. All lords will be treated fairly. Hearing her high-sounding answer, the regent shrugged nonchalantly. It seemed she didn't intend to use power and interests to win over the rivals who once supported her, or to suppress the southern and northern lords who once opposed her. But that wasn't what he wanted to ask. I'm not talking about those insignificant lords, but about Count Blackwood. Ah, how do you plan to treat him? Giving too much won't do, and giving too little won't do either. This will be the first and biggest problem you encounter after ascending the throne. Princess Priscilla also nodded. She didn't need him to tell her that this matter had already been giving her a headache. Was there a more difficult subject to deal with than him? He wasn't like other nobles and lords who flattered to gain more benefits, but this instead made him even harder to handle. I have already thought about it. Oh, what is it? The regent raised an eyebrow and asked curiously. The next queen slowly spoke. That is, Joseph, unwilling to accept defeat. My lord, is this also what you call the power of science? The dwarves of the territory asked in disbelief, as they looked at the suddenly strengthened fire spirit. No, this is the power of the world tree. A high-level fire spirit breathed out crimson flames. It seemed to want to express its gratitude to Isaac, flying back and forth and trying to dive into his arms. Seeing this, Isaac hurriedly waved his hands to stop it from approaching. He had seen with his own eyes the sight of it melting metal. The flames, which previously could barely heat metal, could now exceed the melting point of iron. Despite its harmless appearance, it was actually quite terrifying. The power of science refers to what you are currently manufacturing. Isaac pointed to the long gun barrels that were being wrapped with iron core rods and then forged and welded. To withstand immense pressure, the barrels used a composite and wound structure, with every component embodying the dwarves' exquisite craftsmanship. We are working hard to manufacture them under your urging, my lord, but for so many barrels to be just one weapon, I still cannot understand it. Tudlin pointed to the other 9 barrels that had already been completed. In a corner of the armory lay a pile of heavy barrels waiting for assembly. It would still take some time to manufacture the crank, feed mechanism, and transmission system, but at least the foundation for the multi-barreled manual machine gun had been laid. Once the parts are assembled, you will slowly understand, and once it's finished, we'll be able to solve the army's long-standing problem of insufficient manpower. He would use overwhelming firepower to compensate for the shortage of troops, Muzzleloading rifles could only fire 4 rounds per minute due to loading speed limitations, but the crank-operated Gatling machine gun they were building had a terrifying rate of fire of 400 rounds per minute. In other words, this weapon could provide firepower equivalent to 100 musketeers, although the barrel life might be shortened as a result, as long as they used brass casings along with blank rounds to clean out gunpowder residue, and barbed wire to restrict enemy movement. Even if the enemy comes surging like a tide, we can wipe them all out. Just like in a certain samurai movie, the enemy would be easily eliminated like autumn leaves swept by the wind, using cannons and phalanxes to drive the enemy into a narrow area, and then using multiple machine guns for crossfire, letting bullets pour down on the enemy's heads like rain. HMPH, fantasy world, just you wait and see, so concentrate all manpower and resources to build a prototype for me first. When the time comes, I will show you the power of a miracle. Todlin and Brumble, having experienced the power of Isaac's miracles firsthand, nodded silently and stood aside with their arms crossed. Even the fire spirit, who had just been refused a hug by Isaac, nodded. Fine, we will do our best for your miracle. But did you come here today just for this? Todlin asked, noticing the scabbard Isaac was carrying on his back. You're very observant. I have one more thing to ask of you. Shing! Isaac drew the sword from its scabbard, revealing a silver-white blade. He handed the sword captured from the battlefield to Todlin. The dwarf's eyes immediately widened in surprise. My goodness, this is actually made of pure mithril? Where did you get this? Well, it's a long story. This was the trophy he had obtained after defeating the Prince of the Holy Saxon Empire. Since it was the sword of a future emperor, it must be an imperial heirloom or a precious item from the treasury. But he didn't care about the sword's background. Can you melt this sword down and forge a new can opener? I want it to be even bigger. Although forging a full suit of armor might be difficult, a mace should be no problem, right? Todlin took the royal sword with both hands and nodded with an obsessed look in his eyes. Your obsession with maces is truly strange, but if you want it larger, I'll need to add about 10% steel. That way, I can preserve the mithril proportion as much as possible. It was said that all dwarves dreamed of forging mithril items by hand, and this sword made of pure mithril especially stimulated his creative desire. Todlin was now full of motivation. As long as it can block a sword saint's sword kai, it'll be fine. Is that okay? With this much mithril, it will definitely be fine. Okay, that's enough. The can opener Mark IV was about to be born, and this time it would be even more indestructible. Isaac believed that this time, his massive mace would crumple the enemy's armor like tin foil. Hehe, thank you very much, Prince Joseph. If they met again in the future, Isaac would return this sword to him. Of course, he would do so with all his might. Holy Saxon Empire, the first prince's palace. This place was once filled with ambitious clamoring. Even though the emperor had warned him not to act rashly, he hadn't cared at all, filled with blind confidence in himself. But now, the heavy shadow of defeat loomed over Prince Joseph and his vassals. He sat in the main seat with a livid face, listening to the news brought by the messenger. What did you say? That the high elves firmly deny it, saying those weapons are not their magic items. The knights, heavy cavalry, and mages he had spent huge sums of money to train had been completely wiped out on the battlefield. Those demonic weapons that spat fire and smoke to take their lives. Whenever Joseph thought of them, he would grit his teeth in anger and find it impossible to sleep. But now he was told those weapons weren't even the high elves' magic items. Then what on earth were they? Intelligence gathered from the eastern part of the kingdom indicates that Count Blackwood seems to have become an apostle of God. Now it seems those weapons are likely related to him. Damn it all. Joseph struck the armrest in a rage. If this were true, hadn't they been fighting against a completely different type of weapon? After hearing the news of the Empire's defeat, the High Elves proposed to provide us with more and cheaper magic items. No, that won't do, Your Highness. The last war has already consumed a massive amount of military funds. Marquis Gier interrupted the messenger. He was responsible for the actual operation of the army and knew the Empire's financial situation inside out. He knew clearly that the Empire was currently unable to wage another war. Marquis Gier, are we supposed to just obediently pay war reparations and accept defeat? But, Your Highness, Prince Joseph waved his hand impatiently. Even if we don't buy magic items, if those weapons that fire bullets and spit fire continue to be produced in the Hyde Kingdom, what do you think the future of the Empire will be? They didn't have these things a few years ago, did they? A rapidly rising new power and a traditional hegemonic state are destined to clash. History has always been this way, and so is the knowledge he learned from his imperial studies since childhood. We should have launched the attack when the Conqueror King fell. If it had been a few years earlier, the outcome might have been completely different, but back then, the old man sitting on the throne shouted for peace and resolutely refused to start a war. As a result, it turned out like this. Who would have thought that a count and apostle of God, exiled to the western border, could change the fate of two nations? Furthermore, the princess who defeated him was about to successfully ascend the throne, which made him even more furious. So we have no choice. Even if we know it's a trap, we have to jump in, Joseph said through gritted teeth. The situation was now the exact opposite of first Prince William's era. Now, he was the one caught on the High Elves' hook. How is the progress on the imitation and research of the magic items? The prince wanted to grasp at the last straw, and a vassal replied with a troubled face, "I'm sorry, we completely fail to understand the operating mechanism of those weapons. They don't even use mana, and the mages who tried to dismantle and modify them have all contracted various diseases. The Empire's power cannot analyze these weapons from the High Elves. Since they cannot produce them independently, they can only spend treasury funds to purchase them, then send an envoy to the High Elves." Prince Joseph clenched his fists and squeezed a sentence through his teeth. His golden eyes turned cold, and a certain emotion quietly grew in his heart. Although he made a mistake, he would not fall because of it. He would rise again along with the Empire. No matter the cost, he could not fail again. The birth of a new queen. Only the strongest and greatest person can sit upon the throne. According to the rules of the War of Succession that had thrown the Hyde Kingdom into turmoil, the strongest and greatest member of the royal family would be born in the West. Furthermore, she had repelled the invasion of the Holy Saxon Empire during the War of Succession, becoming the kingdom's light of hope. With the support of all the lords and the entire citizenry, the second queen in the history of the Hyde Kingdom was about to be crowned. Priscilla Aidenhart, are you willing to serve as the new master of the crown and do your utmost for the prosperity and dignity of the Hyde Kingdom? Regent Passis's sonorous voice echoed through the crowd. Princess Priscilla's purple eyes, symbolizing the Hyde royal family, sparkled like amethysts. "I am." She lowered her head and made a solemn vow under the witness of the crown and the regent. Dressed in a gold and white gown and draped in a cloak embroidered with the royal crest, she appeared sacred and inviolable. The central nobles could not help but gasp in admiration at her beautiful and moving figure. "Are you willing to repay the loyalty of your vassals and strive for the happiness of your people?" "I am." In front of many lords and nobles from all over the country, Princess Priscilla spoke with a firm tone, showing no trace of her former weakness. The Western lords who had supported her from the beginning all wore gratified smiles. Naturally, Isaac and his vassals could not help but smile as well. Beyond being happy for her, they were mostly delighted that their investment had yielded such a massive return. "Priscilla Aidenhart, I grant you this historic crown, and I hereby declare that the new queen of the Hyde Kingdom is born." The new queen was finally born. Everyone swallowed nervously as the crown, set with a massive gemstone, was placed upon Princess Priscilla's slightly petite head. Cheers and blessings resounded through the skies. "Punish the Empire, protect the kingdom. Long life Her Majesty Queen Priscilla." Wah! The ministers rose from their seats like a buzzing swarm of bees, cheering and leaping with joy. The palace bells rang out, announcing the birth of the new queen. Cheers also erupted outside the palace as flower petals danced through the air. "Her Majesty the Queen, long live, long live." The tolling of the bells announced the end of the long civil war and the arrival of a new era. Asterisk. After the coronation ceremony ended, a banquet was held to honor those who had rendered meritorious service. However, this banquet was a place where some rejoiced while others grieved. The palace banquet hall was magnificent and extremely luxurious. None of the food or drink provided to the nobles was ordinary. It was no wonder those expensive shoes and fountain pens sold so well. Although the old king had been muddled in his later years, the wealth he had accumulated through years of conquest was still quite considerable. "It's finally time for the investiture ceremony. Are you looking forward to it, my lord?" Looking at such a luxurious banquet, Isaac felt as though he could raise the prices in his shops even further. Isaac was assessing the kingdom's financial situation when he heard Knight Miller's words and said, "Looking forward to the investiture ceremony? I prefer to call this day Harvest Day." This kind of event was just like farming. You reap what you sow. They had planted many important seeds before, and now it was time to harvest. The surrounding nobles and lords all looked at them with envious eyes. They were about to receive a handsome reward. Their gazes were truly scorching. Recently, no matter where he went, he could hear rumors about himself. It seemed he had become a celebrity, especially the young ladies of similar age to him. They didn't seem to have given up, their eyes filled with persistence. Fortunately, the fourth princess followed him like a little bodyguard, never leaving his side, which kept those ladies from daring to approach easily. "By the way, Knight Miller, those ladies have been looking at me like that lately, so why aren't you nagging me to get married anymore?" Isaac looked at the middle-aged knight who was tasting some wine. In the past, he was always buzzing in Isaac's ear incessantly, saying things like he needed to hurry up and produce an heir. "Before, your status wasn't this high, so I urged you to marry. But now that your status is noble, you must choose a partner of equal standing. This cannot be a rush. Honestly, now it's become a matter of status." Isaac gave a wry smile. "What a hassle." "Yes, that is exactly the issue, Lord Duke Blackwood." Knight Miller deliberately emphasized the word duke. How did he know if Isaac would become a marquis or a duke? "I didn't expect you to learn how to flatter as well." "What good does flattering you do me? I'm just expressing my wishes." And that was true. Isaac nodded. There really weren't many people who could match a duke or a marquis, so it was no wonder Knight Miller found the advances of those ladies troublesome. But contrary to the knight's wishes, Isaac himself had zero interest in political marriages. By the way, speaking of flattery, I heard that after the coronation, many nobles and lords went to curry favor with the new queen. "Don't we need to go?" Knight Miller seemed a bit worried after hearing some rumors. "Don't worry, as long as the new queen isn't a fool, she'll definitely take care of us." "What if she doesn't take care of us?" "Haha, then what? We'll just rebel," Isaac said with a laugh. You're joking, right? 50-50, he had the strength, and the second princess no, Queen Priscilla, was well aware of that. Moreover, she wasn't the kind of woman to let flattery go to her head, and she had many trustworthy people around her. That was why he was so calm. It was his trust in her. She was smart and should be able to understand his meaning, and this was also a kind of pressure on her. Letting her handle it herself, this pressure would surely make her rack her brains. Just then, the doors to the banquet hall suddenly swung open. Ruler of the kingdom, conqueror of the empire, heir to the crown, Her Majesty Queen Priscilla Aidenheart has arrived. The guard shouted loudly, and the originally noisy crowd immediately fell silent and knelt one after another. They were greeting their new queen. In a solemn and dignified atmosphere, Queen Priscilla, dressed in a magnificent gown, walked into the banquet hall with elegant steps. Rewards. Countless eyes watched Priscilla's every move. Was this the sight the former king once saw? The gem-encrusted crown was too heavy for her small frame, and the royal robes made her feel constrained. Being the center of attention and surrounded by praise everywhere she went made her quite uncomfortable. But Priscilla believed this was a responsibility a queen must bear, so she straightened her back and tried to appear more majestic. Countess Brianna achieved great merits in the war against the empire. Therefore, I have decided to bestow upon her the following 3 territories along with the spoils of war, and invest her as a marquis. Oh! As the distribution of awards proceeded, the surrounding lords showed various reactions, some cheering, others sighing. Some sighed internally, while others struggled to suppress the urge to burst into laughter. Priscilla silently watched the nobles and lords surrounding her, each calculating their own schemes. The Western lords who had firmly supported her during the crisis, those who were guilty, but had fought alongside her against the empire, and the other lords of the kingdom whom she found irritating but ultimately had to control. Yet, the one who concerned her the most was Count Isaac. When she first met him in the royal palace, he was just a country lord who had recently inherited the title of Baron. Was he truly an apostle of God? The speed of development for him and his Blackwood territory was truly unbelievable. Just like the Dark Elf apostle who was about to become Duke Henton, and the Orc apostle who became the Orc warlord. The speed of development was simply unimaginable. What an incredible person. At this moment, he was actually using his younger sister, Princess Lily Roman IV, as a shield, keeping her by his side while ignoring her to chat with Night Miller. Crucially, Lily seemed unaware that she was being used, happily sticking close to Isaac, which made Priscilla feel a slight pang of sympathy for her. She was known to be very popular among men her age. It seems neither Lily nor I stand a chance. Feudal contracts were not as unbreakable as steel. Historically, powerful lords in the kingdom possessing strength rivaling the royal family would eventually harbor rebellious intentions. That is why Duke Parsis suggested she follow royal tradition and secure Count Isaac firmly to the royal chariot through a political marriage. But Priscilla considered it for a long time and concluded that the chance of success was too low, so she ultimately refused. To achieve such a marriage, Count Isaac would need to be fond of her, or at least show signs of coveting royal power. But he showed absolutely no such intention. The powerful nobles of the kingdom, eager to impress the new queen, tried to curry favor with flattery and sweet talk. Some even hinted at wanting to become her husband, yet he remained completely indifferent to all of it, focusing solely on the development of his territory. That makes me a little sad. She didn't expect to hear false praise from him, but she hadn't expected him to skip the investiture ceremony entirely. Did he trust her to handle everything, or was he simply indifferent to her? Priscilla kept thinking about how she could keep him in the kingdom, and finally, she made a decision. Although Duke Parsis strongly objected, she trusted her judgment regarding Count Isaac. He was not like those opportunistic fence-sitters. He was an upright person, and she believed he would repay honesty with loyalty. This was evident from his attitude when facing the threats of Prince Good and Prince Joseph, and when he helped her when she was isolated and helpless. He might be the only person who treated her the same way after she became queen. This was a comfort to the new queen whose status had changed. Her Majesty Queen Priscilla. The next person is Count Blackwood. Knight Ruger handed Priscilla a parchment filled with the achievements of the next person to be honored and rewarded. Priscilla looked at the densely written parchment, and the corner of her mouth curled up slightly. Count Blackwood, please step forward. A young man with black hair and black eyes walked steadily toward the queen and knelt on one knee. The scene immediately fell silent. Complex emotions, jealousy, fear, awe, and admiration rushed toward the count. But Count Isaac seemed unconcerned, waiting expressionlessly for the queen's next instruction. Priscilla was amused by his consistent attitude. She picked up the parchment filled with his achievements. His achievements were so numerous that she couldn't possibly finish listing them in one breath. Haha. I think everyone should know that this commendation might take a while. The Western lords, who had always supported her, exchanged knowing smiles upon hearing her words. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Sure enough, status can change a person. Priscilla, dressed in royal robes, looked even more majestic. She was now eloquently praising Isaac, who stood before her. After the last investiture ceremony, you continued to lead your unique cavalry unit, annihilating the Southern cavalry, cutting off our supply lines, and capturing Princess Evergreen, achieving immense military success. When she mentioned the merits gained from fighting the first princess's army, the southern lords who had been severely taught a lesson by Isaac felt as if they were reliving that nightmare and couldn't help but tremble slightly. The young queen took a deep breath and continued, you also rescued Princess Lily Roman IV at a critical moment and eliminated the imperial cavalry pursuing her, When the queen mentioned the rescue operation that took place in the north, Princess Lily was beaming and nodding constantly nearby. Finally, you severely damaged the Empire's knights and cavalry, routed their mage corps, and defeated Prince Joseph, directly having a decisive impact on the war situation. The Hyde royal family owes you a huge debt. Although the queen omitted many details, Isaac's achievements still caused the originally skeptical central nobles to chatter amongst themselves. My goodness, did I hear that right? Are those the achievements of just one lord? It sounds like the previous king has been resurrected. I had heard of his deeds before, but I thought the rumors were exaggerated. The vassals of Blackwood territory puffed out their chests upon hearing the nobles' praise, especially Effie and Knight Miller. As for Claire, because she had been handling internal affairs in the territory, she was not fully aware of the specific war situation, so she gasped in surprise on the spot. In order to repay you, I, Priscilla Edenhart, have decided to invest you as a duke. The queen's words caused everyone in the banquet hall to gasp. In this kingdom, the duke title is only granted to members of the royal family and founding heroes, so this investiture was completely different from his previous promotion from baron to count. Truly a meteoric rise, Duke Isaac. Marquis Arnold couldn't help but smile bitterly as he watched the scene. For your other astounding achievements, the deserved reward is. The queen suddenly paused and Isaac couldn't help but look up at her. He saw a hint of nervousness in her eyes. Duke Isaac, I have decided to give you the choice. You may tell me anything you wish for. Isaac didn't understand her meaning at first, but fortunately, the surrounding central nobles kindly explained it to him. Your Majesty, this. Even if he achieved great military success, this is too much. Perhaps you should decide. They all voiced their objections, and only then did Isaac understand what was happening. I can ask for anything? Yes. As long as it is within my authority, I will grant it. Blackstone. Yes. As long as it's within my power, I will grant your every wish. Watching Priscilla nod firmly, Isaac couldn't help but smile. She trusted him too much. What if he made an outrageous demand for half the kingdom? Was she willing to take such a risk just to keep him? If she refused his request, then this new queen would break her promise at the very beginning of her reign, and in front of all the nobles. In this aristocratic society where credibility and honor were paramount, this was not a good thing. Did she believe he wouldn't make an excessive demand? It was truly stressful. If it were any other monarch, they would definitely try to reduce his reward in every possible way to protect the interests of the royal family, which made him feel a little helpless. If she really did that, he could then justifiably ask for more. Of course, even so, he wouldn't be polite. Since you've said so, then I won't be modest. I want. At this moment, Goddess Iris's message suddenly appeared before his eyes. Mission trigger. Sometimes one must look further ahead. Consider it request incomplete. It seemed Goddess Iris knew he wouldn't be polite, which was why she reminded him not to go too far. Was she trying to make him maintain a good relationship with the queen? That wasn't bad. So Isaac held up 5 fingers in front of Her Majesty Queen Priscilla. I only have 5 fingers, so I will only make 5 requests. The queen and her vassals finally breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, the mission complete prompt also appeared. What do you want? Territory? Wealth? Royal treasures? He had already acquired wealth earlier, his share of the spoils, and his treasury was also filled with gold coins. So now he was striving for power that money couldn't buy. Please grant the Blackwood Merchant Guild the monopoly over the kingdom's sugar trade. Sugarcane was mainly produced in the western continent, so a large amount of silver flowed out of the country every year. He wanted to expand the Blackwood Merchant Guild and keep all this silver in the Blackwood territory. For the kingdom, buying sugar from him would be cheaper, so this deal was beneficial to both parties. Lord Isaac, why are you producing sugar? The queen's face was initially puzzled, but when she realized that the Blackwood territory had actually started producing sugar, she showed a surprised expression. Truly now you have both sugar and salt. Yes, this sugar was something he had worked hard to obtain. He cleared forests, fought magical beasts, and improved varieties to finally acquire this valuable trade commodity. He had put in a lot of effort for this day. Alright, I agree. Only you are allowed to sell sugar within the kingdom. What else? Her Majesty Queen Priscilla nodded. I hope you can designate the Elysian faith as the state religion. The queen's purple eyes once again showed surprise. It seemed she hadn't expected him to make such a request. And Her Majesty Queen Priscilla wasn't the only one surprised by his request. The Elysian faith has once again gained a foothold on the continent. Achievement points plus 5,000. The foundation of faith will be established in the heart of the kingdom. Achievement points plus 5,000. Goddess Iris seemed very pleased that Isaac had used one wish to elevate the Elysian faith to a state religion, and she continuously rewarded him with achievement points. From these 2 messages alone, Isaac could feel her excitement. State religion? You mean like the Healing Church and the Earth Church? Yes, I hope you can also list the Elysian faith as a state religion. In this world where gods truly existed and performed miracles, it was common to worship multiple deities, but the most numerous followers were those of state religions recognized and supported by the nation. Are you sure, Lord Isaac? Of course. The queen had originally thought he would make material or power-related demands, but she hadn't expected him to want to elevate the Elysian faith to a state religion, so she reconfirmed. Others might think it was nothing significant, but for the Elysian faith, it was an important milestone, especially considering the capabilities and spread speed of their order. The goddess's holy power possessed strong vitality, capable of healing diseases like the Healing Church, and they didn't charge expensive donations. Moreover, the land blessings occasionally performed by the Earth Church could be replaced by their fertilizers. In other words, they could quickly replace these two churches, and the more followers, the greater his influence as an apostle of God. The words of an apostle of God held irresistible power for believers. It was said that divine power was the nemesis of royal power. Isaac was well aware of this. I agree. I declare the Elysian faith as the state religion, and I will build a temple for you in the royal palace. Her Majesty Queen Priscilla had also received immense benefits from the goddess and her apostle, so she did not object. Thank you, Your Majesty. Thus, the Blackwood Merchant Guild and the Elysian Faith Order gained opportunities for rapid development in the kingdom. These were things difficult to achieve with money alone. Things were progressing smoothly. He hadn't expected her to let him make any requests he wanted. What are the remaining 3 territories? Her Majesty Queen Priscilla, you are finally making a normal request. She smiled and told him to state the territories he wanted. If possible, I would like Moroya territory and Aryan territory. The surrounding nobles all nodded, indicating that these 2 requests were reasonable. These 2 territories possessed large silver mines, fertile land, ports, large shipyards, and so on, rich in resources and with great potential. They were territories everyone dreamed of. What about the last one? It is? Isaac was about to state the last territory when Goddess Iris sent him a message again. Mission trigger. In the territory west of Aryan, you might find a useful black stone. Discover new things incomplete. Was this his reward for using one wish to elevate the Elysian faith to a state religion? Isaac's heart trembled as he saw this familiar mission message. What was this? He seemed to have seen a similar message when he discovered the saltbitter mine. The territory west of Aryan was Alkenia territory. Lastly, I want Alkenia territory. The lords and nobles gasped, not because his request was too outrageous, but because Alkenia territory was war-torn and only had abandoned mines, making it a worthless territory. The reconstruction costs were high, and other lords avoided it, but Isaac trusted his goddess. I agree, Lord Isaac, thank you. The queen seemed to think he was considering her, and she looked at Isaac with emotion. Duke, you always manage to surprise me every time you speak. Thank you for the compliment. Priscilla heard his reply, smiled, and then said, That's right, it's a compliment. I hope you continue to serve the kingdom. I will do my best. Do your best, huh? Her Majesty Queen Priscilla complained softly. Couldn't he say something nice? For Isaac, as long as the feudal contract remained valid and it was beneficial to him, he would serve the kingdom. Though this was limited in any case, he had something to do now. The goddess had already given him instructions. Noble banquets were endless. After the investiture ceremony, the ball began again. Isaac was too lazy to socialize, so he quietly left the banquet hall and headed to his newly acquired territory. This was a village in Alkenia territory. There was once an iron mine here that brought much wealth to the territory, but now it was abandoned and gradually forgotten. Broken minecarts and other traces of abandoned mines were everywhere. If he wasn't mistaken, the black stone the goddess mentioned should be here. Isaac brought his vassals to this abandoned mine. He was too hasty, not even notifying the territory's administrator. Lord, why are you in such a hurry? Your sudden departure seemed to displease Her Majesty the Queen. Knight Miller complained. I apologize, but I have my reasons for doing so. Hey, that child. Isaac had originally thought he would need to use earth spirits or inquire around to find the stone, but he had just arrived at the mine when he saw a child casually picking up a black stone and tossing it around. Who are you? What do you have in your hand? The child looked curiously at the unfamiliar uncle, then cautiously said, the old folks in the village call it firestone. It seemed his premonition was getting more accurate. The child continued to explain that the old folks in the village used this stone to make fire. On Earth, this stone was also often used to make fire, both in ancient and medieval times. It wasn't until it was combined with some external engine that it truly came to life. Where did you find it? The child pointed to the pitted mine. It seemed it was dug up incidentally while excavating other ores. Can I see it? The child was a little scared by the burning light in Isaac's eyes, and he quickly handed the stone to Isaac. Isaac touched the stone with his hand, and black powder stained his hand. He looked at this familiar stone, a surge of excitement in his heart. Lord, what is this exactly? Why are you so excited? What was this? This was a stone that could usher in a new era. Of course, only if it met someone who truly understood its value. The food of industry. Discover new things complete. Isaac looked at the suddenly appearing message prompt and continued. Also a symbol of modernization. Orcs attack. Although the vassals of the Blackwood territory thought they had grown accustomed to their lord's various eccentricities, they were still shocked this time. This great lord, who had been titled a duke, actually picked up a pickaxe and rushed into the mine shaft like a common miner. Lord Isaac, it's dangerous. Taiwan novel website is super convenient. Enjoy it anytime at 1.0. Sigh, I really have to hand it to you. Administrator Peter and Claire couldn't help but facepalm and sigh at his sudden actions. After a good while, the young lord finally emerged from the mineshaft. He was covered in coal dust and his expensive clothes were filthy, but his face was full of excitement. Look, this is a treasure, a treasure. He held a pile of black stones in his hands, happily showing them off. Brother, are you going crazy again? When will you ever grow up? Though he's much more sensible than before, still, isn't the direction of his sensibility a bit? All the vassals, led by Administrator Peter and Charles, shook their heads helplessly. He spent more time in the workshop than in his office, and he would even work the fields like a farmer to plant crops. Their lord had become increasingly strange after passing through his rebellious adolescence. Knight Miller, Lord Isaac is a duke now. Can't you do something about him? The vassals complained to Knight Miller one after another, but Knight Miller only shook his head helplessly. I suspect our lord will never be able to leave steel and soil behind in this lifetime. You might as well give up on that idea. Miller added, I've already given up. You should all give up early too. It'll make things easier for you. Even after becoming the hegemon of the West and a duke, he hadn't changed. In a certain sense, this could be considered a virtue. It's fine. I actually like him this way, Effie said with a smile. She was the only one who supported Isaac. Ever since reclaiming the world tree, she had been like this. The vassals looked at each other, not knowing what to say. Miss Effie, even if you fell in love with him at first sight, isn't this behavior a bit too strange? Hearing Claire suddenly use the phrase love at first sight, Effie was startled and quickly turned away. Oh, what are you saying? Haha, I'm just joking, Claire said with a laugh, but Effie remained flustered. This ranger captain, who had dominated the battlefield and killed a high-level magician with a sniper rifle, was actually flustered by a young girl's teasing. Knight Miller couldn't help but laugh as he watched them. Truly, would the Blackwood family welcome its first non-human member? Long-lived species can live for hundreds of years. If they really got married, the family tree would certainly become a mess. Perhaps now wasn't the time to worry about matching social status. Uncle. The child who had just handed the stones to Isaac tugged at Miller's sleeve. He had received a piece of bread after giving the stones to the Lord, and he was looking at Knight Miller and Isaac with curiosity. Who is he? He was curious about who this young man was, wearing such fine clothes yet jumping into a mineshaft without hesitation. Although it was just a child's innocent question, Isaac was the future lord of this village. Knight Miller, worried the boy might say something inappropriate, said solemnly, mind your words. He is the hegemon of the West, the most trusted person of Her Majesty Queen Priscilla, the future ruler of the Alkenya territory, and the noble Duke Blackwood. He felt that the word Duke rolled off the tongue quite nicely. The title itself commanded dignity. Whoosh! Oh, it's burning! This smell, this smoke, it must be bituminous coal. Haha! Isaac used magic to ignite the black stone, and then shouted with excitement as if he had discovered a new continent. High-carbon coke, steel and the steam engine, here I come. Knight Miller, watching his lord's manic behavior, decided to drop the word noble when introducing him in the future. I've heard of him. He's the one who drove away the Imperial Army. That's right, you're quite well informed. If he's so powerful, why did he come to our territory? We didn't have much to begin with, and now we have nothing at all. The child asked in confusion. Their territory had been left riddled with holes and devastated by the Imperial Army. Perhaps that was true before, but seeing the Lord's reaction, I think this village will be rebuilt. Every time the Lord discovered something new, he would get as excited as if possessed by a god, and he always found a use for his discoveries. In particular, the excitement he was showing now was exactly the same as when he first discovered the saltpeter mine. Therefore, Knight Miller believed that a large amount of manpower and capital would soon be invested in this territory. Does that mean we won't have to go hungry anymore? The child asked with anticipation while wolfing down the bread. Of course. In any territory he rules, everyone can eat their fill. As long as the Lord took action, any wheat field would see a bumper harvest. To grind the mountains of grain, windmills would spin day and night, and the smell of fragrant bread would always waft from the bakeries. These were sights he had never seen back when he served Baron Altar, so they left a deep impression on him. He had even once thought the Lord was an apostle of the goddess of harvest, rather than an apostle of the goddess of harmony. The sowing season is coming soon. Lord Isaac will bring plenty of wheat seeds and fertilizer to ensure a harvest here as well. Ah, is that the miracle where the entire earldom had a bumper harvest? I've only heard rumors. The child swallowed the last bite of bread and asked excitedly. It seemed the rumors had already reached this place. Exactly. Wow, can I tell the elders in the village? Haha, of course you can. Usually, the arrival of a new lord would make the subjects uneasy, but this child was now full of hope. Isaac's name had unknowingly spread throughout the kingdom, and finally, the boy ran back to the village happily. Uncle, I believe you. I'll tell everyone. Knight Miller watched the child's departing figure, his heart filled with emotion. The once impoverished Blackwood territory now possessed the power to feed the entire South. Lord Isaac would surely bring life back to this place. Unlike his son, Knight Hans, Knight Miller's loyalty to the Lord came not from faith, but from trust. A massive orc sat upon a throne constructed of stone and bone, his mouth twisted, revealing tusks like those of a wild boar. The orc warlord snorted with excitement as he listened to the shaman priest's suggestions. Humans are indeed foolish, Lord Ionka. We just watched from the side, and they started fighting among themselves. A large-scale war had broken out between the Holy Saxon Empire and the Kingdom of Hyde, and both sides had suffered heavy losses. The Kingdom of Hyde in particular, though victorious, had been left in a state of misery by the prolonged civil war. This was their chance to avenge the vanguard that had been sent as mercenaries last time. Just as the god Uri prophesied, our racial god has been watching over us. The orc warlord Ionka stood up from his throne in excitement. Both the empire and the kingdom had become weaker than ever before. Meanwhile, they had accumulated great power under the protection of the orc god, Urag. Under the god's blessing, their entire race had gained powerful reproductive capabilities and aggression. If they didn't release this power, they would collapse from within. Hahala. The time has come. Summon all the orcs. Red flames burned in the orc warlord's eyes as the violent power of the orc gods swept through the room. The great warriors of various tribes standing on either side raised their crude battle axes and let out deafening roars. Orc! Orc! A murderous war banquet had begun. Among the many massive battle axes, Lord Ionka's was particularly striking, enveloped in a red holy power. My god tells me, stain this continent red with our color. Warriors, kill every creature taller than a wagon wheel. Woohoo! Ionka! Ionka! The will of the racial god was not to be defied. In this tide of madness, only the orc shaman priest maintained his composure. He asked curiously, Lord Warlord, why spare the creatures shorter than a wagon wheel, so they can grow up and we can kill them then? My god tells me that if we kill all the food at once, where's the fun in that? Without enemies, the orcs could not enter the glorious Kahala. Thus, Ionka decided to leave some survivors to be killed later. In their eyes, enemies were a sustainable resource that needed to be conserved. Then what about the halflings, the nobles of the kingdom of Durat? They looked very similar to humans, but were very dexterous, and even as adults, they were very short. They were one of the few non-human races on the eastern continent. The orc warlord paused for a moment. He thought for a while, then impatiently raised his battle axe and shouted, Kill them all! Woo! The great warriors got the answer they wanted, and they shouted their warlord's name with even more fervor. They followed the orc warlord as he strode toward the battlefield, chanting the slogans of the kingdom of Kirk. Kill all humans, plunder all their gold, earn everything. Wahaha! The wild laughter echoed through the sky. The green tide began to surge. Completed, the scorching summer had finally passed and autumn had quietly arrived. A small incident on the other side of the continent caused a massive uproar in the Kanchi kingdom, where the beastmen gathered. What did you say? There's no sugar on the order? Yes, the kingdom of Hyde said they are no longer importing our sugar. The news that they could no longer earn silver coins from this newly wealthy kingdom of Hyde left them in shock. Because of the climate, sugarcane was mainly produced in the countries of the western continent, and since sugar was highly addictive, it was one of the few ways they could obtain large amounts of silver from the eastern continent. But now that path was blocked. I hope readers will remember our domain name, Taiwan Novel website, which is super convenient and accessible anytime at 1.0 Why? Did they all suddenly stop liking sweets? Exactly, sugar is very addictive. If it were just a matter of price, the import volume might decrease, but it wouldn't lead to a complete cessation of trade. The merchants racked their brains but couldn't think of a reason. In the end, they could only sigh helplessly. Damn it. Someone must be sabotaging us. The beastmen of the Kanchi kingdom believed someone had stolen their business, and they were all furious. This won't do. Go and see for yourselves. Find out exactly what happened. The kingdom's main source of income cannot be cut off like this. This is a major matter concerning the national treasury. Yes, a decrease in income would directly affect national power. The werewolves nodded and headed straight for the harbor, preparing to set sail for the kingdom of Hyde. They were going to find the person hindering their business and eliminate them. This was the secret to how the Kanchi kingdom had survived throughout its long history. Under the guidance of the goddess, Isaac had discovered bituminous coal with high caloric value and high combustion efficiency in the Okenya territory. They were originally going to the Moroya territory anyway, so they stopped by there along the way. It had once been Princess Evergreen's direct territory as well. There they discovered another silver mine. The reason the first princess was able to maintain such a large army was because of the income brought by this silver mine. But now it belonged to Isaac. He planned to use the method of extracting lead from magical stones to extract silver here. Silver is usually accompanied by a large amount of lead ore, so separating them is a difficult task. But since the invention of the amalgamation process, which easily separates silver and lead, the Potosi silver mine in Spain, originally considered unprofitable, began to produce silver in massive quantities, even causing inflation in Europe. Japan's Iwami Jinzen also became one of the world's 3 largest silver mines because of the introduction of lead-silver separation technology. Therefore, this silver mine would also bring him immense wealth. Then he visited the Aran territory, which possessed a large harbor and shipyard, making it an important trade hub. A medium-sized warship was being built when he visited, and it would become an important base for his expansion into the ocean. Finally, after completing a large circuit, he returned to the Blackwood territory. This is truly magnificent. He spoke as he looked at the road before him, as flat as a highway, constructed using the macadam roadbed method. This was a true road connecting the various territories of the West. People from all over had come to witness the completion of this unprecedentedly large-scale road. The road connected directly to the capital, Mare, allowing the Blackwood territory to shed its title of backwater. Looking at the road, everyone wore expressions of excitement. Besides him, who else would take the initiative to build such expensive, large-scale infrastructure? In this world, he was likely the only one who understood the importance and value of this road. Now was the time to harvest. Isaac summoned his courage and shouted loudly before the crowd. He wanted all roads in the west to lead to the Blackwood territory, just like Rome. Look, my dear people of the Blackwood territory, this is a miracle created by your collective efforts. The refugees who had migrated from elsewhere also looked moved. Though they were born elsewhere, they now had their own concrete houses and had become true people of the Blackwood territory. In the name of Goddess Iris, I declare that this black road, which is worthy of the history books, is officially completed. Isaac raised his platinum-colored mace, and light erupted from the tip. That light seemed to pierce through everyone's hearts, and cheers echoed through the clouds. Wow! You have completed a road capable of lasting 1,000 years. Achievement points plus 5,000. Isaac nodded with satisfaction at the message prompt before him. Indeed, the roads of Rome on Earth had been preserved until modern times. We are no longer a backwater. Blackwood, long live the Lord. Isaac's heart was filled with pride. This was a project he had begun planning as soon as he became the Lord. It had created numerous job opportunities and directly caused currency to circulate within the territory. They had excavated vast amounts of earth, piled countless stones, and built drainage ditches. Even 100 years after Isaac's death, this road would continue to be used. This was the future infrastructure of the Blackwood territory. The workers looked at the road connecting every corner of the territory to the capital with faces full of pride. For in the entire kingdom north, south, east, or west only they had such a road. Bring 'em the beer, bring 'em the roast meat. This is your reward for your hard work. Don't be shy. To celebrate this day, beer in the Blackwood territory flowed like a stream, and freshly baked bread and roast meat were brought in by the wagon load. The road turned into a sea of joy. People sat on the flat road, talking about this incredible achievement. Chafé and the elves. You've worked hard. Without you, this road would have taken at least several more years to complete. Chafé and the elves smiled happily upon hearing Isaac's praise. Their long ears twitched with excitement. Then can we rest for a while? Lord, I will prepare a separate victory banquet for you later. A banquet in the Blackwood territory never lacked delicious food. The elves all looked happy upon hearing this. But as the person in charge of the construction team, Chefé keenly realized Isaac hadn't given a clear answer yet. She asked again, "Wow Tilda, thank you. So, can we rest for a while? Haha, you've worked hard. I will give you a generous bonus later." Chefé's eyes immediately narrowed. Can we rest? Now you need to go to the Alkenia territory and build another road leading there. If even the Lord wasn't resting, how could they? It was all for the development of the territory. Isaac appeased them with bonuses and gourmet food, then walked toward the person best suited to utilize this road. This is truly amazing. This road is built so sturdily and has drainage ditches. It wouldn't even be damaged by a typhoon, would it? Miko, the head of the Blackwood Merchant Guild, asked while wagging her tail. Of course. Isaac nodded. This road was different from those that turned into mud as soon as it rained. They had dug through the permafrost layer, filled the roadbed with stones, and built drainage ditches, so it would remain intact even if it rained or snowed. Moreover, he had cooperated with the various lords of the West to patrol this road regularly, so most merchants would choose this path in the future. To protect their goods and improve transport efficiency, merchants would always choose the best road. Backward merchants would be eliminated on their own without needing anyone to manage them. And then what do you plan to do with this road? Isaac smiled at her question. This road could be used not only to quickly transport sugar, salt, and various seafood, but in this era, it had other important uses. Unlike the concept of public roads on Earth, here, roads naturally belong to the builder. I intend to first ban the Dario Merchant Guild from using this road. He had finally found a way to legally swallow the Dario Merchant Guild. They were about to lose their foothold in the West. You can call it a bicycle, an ultra-long-distance road, which even the central government of the kingdom failed to complete, had actually been finished by a mere lord. This news exploded across the kingdom like a thunderclap, causing a massive uproar throughout the empire. The royal family had grandiose visions for large-scale engineering projects, but lacked the funds and execution. The surrounding lords, meanwhile, were content to maintain the status quo, just getting by. For a long time, people's perception of roads was limited to nothing more than packed dirt paths. Only higher-ranking nobles, like Countess Brianna, who governed several territories, would bother to dig up a bit of soil and fill it with gravel to barely pave a path that resembled the rudimentary form of a road to connect their lands. Even then, once a heavy rain or typhoon passed through, or when winter arrived, these roads would become pitted and uneven, requiring constant maintenance. Paving roads cost a fortune, and maintaining them was also a significant expense. However, beyond the muddy and rugged paths everyone was used to, all-weather roads leading to the royal capital now stretched out like winding black dragons, remaining steadfast even under the weight of heavy cargo carriages. The reactions of merchants and residents were as intense as a volcanic eruption. The contribution of Queen Priscilla in this could not be underestimated. It was said that after the travel ban was lifted, Her Majesty the Queen personally visited the site to inspect the road named Blackwood Avenue, an act of great significance. Thanks to the Queen's endorsement, toll revenue came pouring in shortly after the road opened. Finance Officer Charles was so happy he couldn't stop smiling, as if he could already see mountains of gold coins. On Earth, the completion of highways often drives a rapid increase in surrounding real estate values. Here, the beneficiaries were the Western lords who provided supplies, labor, and opened up their lands for the road. Isaac remembered when the road's route was being planned. Some lords had even come to plead humbly just to have the road pass through their territory. The scene was somewhat reminiscent of pimping on Earth, except he wasn't exactly a government official. Regardless, with the completion of this road running through the heart of the West, the influence of the Blackwood territory had increased significantly, particularly those lords who profited and paid tolls to Isaac due to the smooth roads and surging logistics. they were as respectful and obedient as vassals toward Isaac's various patrol requirements and suggestions. Just like in ancient Rome, these flat roads could also serve as channels for rapid military advancement if necessary. Of course, Isaac hoped the day would never come when he would have to face the royal capital in battle. Finally, these flat roads could carry more than just carriages, oxen, and horses. For example, human-powered transportation. My lord, no matter how I look at it, the structure of this thing is vastly different from the carriages we've built before. May I ask what this should be called? Albarum and the carriage and wagon craftsman from Wright City, who had been summoned to the Lord's castle workshop, looked down at the design drawings Isaac had sketched and asked in confusion. To create a new mode of transportation that surpassed the leaf spring carriage, Isaac had also gathered skilled carpenters from various territories. Though it's a bit crude, you can call it a bicycle. It was a vehicle equipped with wheels that could effectively utilize human power for propulsion. It was also one of the many mechanical devices Isaac was fond of. Unlike bicycles on Earth, however, these wooden bicycles lacked a chain drive system connecting the pedals to the rear wheel. In fact, its method of propulsion was closer to a kick scooter where one pushes off the ground with their feet. Indeed, its prototype, the Draysine, was also known as a running machine. Even so, simply being able to roll wheels could greatly reduce physical exertion and improve travel efficiency. For example, a journey that originally took 3 hours could be reached in just 1 hour using this bicycle. This invention quickly spawned many similar products like the Dandy Horse, Hobby Horse, and Velocipede, spreading rapidly across Europe. Precisely because of the energy efficiency it brought, the invention of the wheel is ranked alongside fire and writing as one of humanity's 3 greatest inventions. While it certainly looks like some kind of rolling transport, it seems my lord hasn't designed a place to hitch horses or oxen. The carriage and wagon craftsmen gathered around the design on the parchment, looking at each other in complete bewilderment. This thing didn't have wheels on both sides like a carriage. Instead, it had one wheel in the front and one in the back, with a solitary seat in the middle. They truly couldn't understand how it was supposed to be used. Of course it doesn't need them. This thing relies entirely on the rider's own strength to move. This wooden bicycle would not only increase the rider's travel distance, efficiency, and speed, but also greatly promote logistics and transport. After all, this world also had peddlers similar to Earth's traveling salesmen, who spread throughout the land like the capillaries of commerce. If merchants with multiple pack horses and large wagons were the medieval version of heavy trucks, then these peddlers were the light vans delivering goods to the doorstep. Even if they didn't ride it, goods could be easily loaded onto the bicycle. Naturally, it could also serve as a means of transport for residents between territories and villages. What a strange and curious thing. Following the leaf springs and rubber tires from last time, Isaac had produced another oddity, drawing brief exclamations of wonder from the craftsmen in the workshop. Though it wasn't yet perfect, it was a fledgling invention after all. Being able to achieve this level was already quite good. Of course, if chains and pedals could be introduced to increase energy efficiency by nearly 60%, it would be even more perfect. Even without a chain, if a simple crank could be installed to convert vertical motion into rotational motion, adopting a Macmillan-style velocipede design would bring a revolutionary change to transportation. The problem was that, let alone chains, even manufacturing cranks required advanced metallurgical techniques and considerable cost. Stop staring at me. I'm very busy right now, so please stop tinkering with these strange things. My lord. Todlin, who was buried in the work of manufacturing the Gatling machine gun, seemed to sense Isaac's gaze. He narrowed his eyes and kept shaking his head. Isaac clicked his tongue. He hadn't even said anything yet. Why was this guy reacting like this? This fellow's intuition was indeed sharp. Anyway, I'm counting on you all. Many people are idle now that the road is finished, so gather some quick-witted ones and start mass production. Because it had no complex transmission system, the bicycle's structure was very simple. Combined with the relatively abundant cheap labor after the road's completion, they could use a division of labor approach to mass produce them like a factory. As travel speed and distance increased, the distance between territories would also be shortened. It was a good thing, but at the same time, it was something useless anywhere else. Even if it were copied, what would be the point? Without rubber, the roads would be full of potholes. Please rest assured, my lord, we swear in the name of the goddess that we will complete the task. Most of the craftsmen seemed to be devout believers. As they looked at the design drawings, they promised Isaac with high spirits. If only Todlen and Brombo could learn from their enthusiasm. What a vibrant scene, brothers. I'm sorry, I had a fever and slept all day yesterday. Very sorry. The master shocked. Since that's the case, Todlen, there's one more thing I'd like to ask of you. Damn it, my lord. Can't you just leave me alone? The dwarf, who was hammering a red-hot iron rod, shivered under Isaac's eager gaze. It seemed he had realized that whenever Isaac showed that look in his eyes, it meant he was about to develop some new contraption. But Todlen, this isn't just beneficial for me. It'll also help you achieve your dream. Todlen continued hammering while looking at Isaac skeptically, his face saying, "What kind of nonsense are you talking about?" Bromble, who had walked over at some point, also stopped his work and listened to their conversation with curiosity. Remember? That thing you made in front of the Dwarf King. That Dwarf King was likely the first person in this world to be injured by a steam engine explosion. How could I ever forget? That was the reason I was reduced to a slave sigh. If it weren't for bad luck, my design was clearly perfect. Tisket was clearly his imperfect design that caused the pipes or the boiler to explode. Isaac felt that characteristic dwarven stubbornness. They almost never wanted to admit their failures. Exactly. I want to use the turning point of your life, the power of steam, to build a real steam engine. It was both a massive stain that got him exiled from the kingdom and an invention he ultimately failed to complete. Really? Didn't you say before that it would take a long time? Is it possible now? The hammer that Toddlin had been swinging incessantly suddenly came to a halt. Isaac pulled out the black stone he always carried with him and nodded. Standing nearby, Brumbill also shouted in surprise, "Are you too crazy? That thing can actually be used? Isn't that just a lethal weapon disguised as an invention?" Presumably, other dwarves thought so too, which was why Toddlin was treated like an eccentric. But he wasn't just some freak dwarf who only delved into strange things. In fact, in Isaac's eyes, he was more like a pioneer. On Earth, it was precisely these capable and curious people who could continuously develop all sorts of new things. Whoosh! As if responding to Toddlin's excitement, the fire spirit suddenly spat out a burst of scorching flames. Unlike the other spirits, this fellow looked quite intimidating. "I'll do it." "No, please, you must let me do it. If I can't finish this thing, I'll regret it for the rest of my life." Toddlin's expression was like that of a master whose engineering soul had been ignited. "Good, I'm relieved to have you on board." The two of them gripped each other's hands tightly, while Brumbo watched with a dazed expression, completely unable to understand why they were so excited. "By the way, what can this thing actually do? It doesn't seem to have a clear purpose like a cannon or a firearm." Toddlin suddenly asked out of curiosity. It seemed that while he felt it could be built and realized it held infinite potential, he hadn't thought about its specific uses yet. "Haha. It can be used for anything. You'll see once you build it." This was no joke. The steam engine was the primary driver of the industrial age. It could be applied to any industry requiring mechanical power. If they could overcome air pressure issues, they could build steam-powered sailing ships or steam locomotives, bringing a direct revolution to transportation. Rifles, revolver pistols, mounted rangers, and then steam locomotives. With all that, the territory wouldn't just be the West in name only, but would truly resemble the scenes from a Western movie. Truly insane, but considering your past achievements, I have no choice but to believe you. So, where do we start? First, a boiler that can withstand the steam valves, pipes, and pistons. Isaac didn't plan on reaching the heavens in a single bound. This kind of external combustion engine required multiple explosions and repeated trials to finally reach a practical level. Initially, he planned to build a small experimental machine using easily processed bronze to verify the technology. It's a bit different from the steam engine you built before. Of course it'll be different. After all, this would be an external combustion engine similar to the Newcomen type. If he could eventually succeed in building a Watt-style steam engine, then not just this military factory, but all industries could gain mechanical power, including a large-scale logistics revolution. To achieve this goal, should he start preparing for the future and begin laying down railways now? Railway construction was a much longer-term project than road paving. It seemed he wouldn't have to worry about employment issues for a long time. While Isaac wasn't sure yet if he wanted to build railway guns or extend the tracks to the royal capital, he at least wanted to connect the various territories to achieve strong centralization. That way, even if he couldn't integrate all territories into a single living sphere, he could make them a community. Of course, the prerequisite for all this was being able to manufacture a technology verification boiler and pipes that could withstand 2 sides of pressure. But Isaac believed it wasn't entirely impossible. The finance officer is going to throw a fit again. Thinking of the finance officer's reaction during the road construction, Isaac couldn't help but laugh. Asterisk. One freight wagon after another followed in a continuous line, shuttling through the western region. Among them, the wagons fully loaded with golden yellow cargo were particularly eye-catching on the flat road. Leading the way was an elderly man with white hair and a youthful face, wearing an extraordinary mithril sword at his waist. He felt heartfelt admiration that this road, which rivaled the highest standards of the Holy Saxon Empire, actually stretched all the way to his destination, the Blackwood territory. What surprised him even more was that this road was reportedly not a national project, but was completed by Duke Blackwood alone. Truly incredible, especially when he set out. He saw teams of wagons bearing the emblem of the Blackwood Merchant Guild heading toward the royal capital in a grand procession. When he heard that the wagons were loaded with salt, salted seafood, and sugar, his mouth hung open in surprise. Setting aside the circulation of such a large amount of seafood in inland areas, the sugar alone was enough to prove the immense wealth of the Blackwood territory. I originally thought he was just an extremely lucky mage. After personally coming to the Hyde Kingdom, and seeing and hearing all this, he realized how skewed his previous intelligence had been. It seemed coming here in person was definitely the right choice. Of course, part of the reason was to personally teach that foolish disciple a lesson. On what grounds are you stopping me? I am a branch manager of the Dario Merchant Guild. Go and call Smith, the captain of the guards, immediately. A merchant at a territorial checkpoint was flying into a rage over the payment of a transit tax. However, it didn't seem to be just about the transit tax. Regardless of who you are, the Dario Merchant Guild is prohibited from using this road. Please take a detour. Nonsense. Do you know how long that detour is? I'll fall behind the competition. Who exactly gave such an order? Despite the branch managers clamoring to call for the guard captain, he knew the guard's face remained impassive, as if he had a much larger backer. This is the order of His Grace, Duke Blackwood. If you have an objection, you may take it up with the Duke himself. Hearing this answer, the branch manager's movements came to an abrupt halt, because the other party had mentioned the rising hegemon of the West, Duke Blackwood, who had even dared to repel the Crown Prince. Damn it, in the end, the branch manager could only curse and turn away dejectedly. Seeing this, the old man couldn't help but shake his head. What kind of mistake or foolish thing did this guild commit to offend that Duke Blackwood? Whatever the reason, this guild likely doesn't have much time left. Let's go. Yes, master. The old man expressed sympathy for the guild's bleak future and then continued toward the Blackwood territory with his wagons full of gold. The fourth ring and lightning strike. The autumn sun scorched the earth. On the training grounds of the Blackwood territory, two warriors clad in plate armor were clashing fiercely with their weapons. Clang! The two longswords collided, sending brilliant sparks flying. Damn it, swordsmanship really doesn't suit me, Isaac grumbled in a low voice as he watched his sword tip being deflected powerlessly. After all the trouble of melting down the Crown Prince's precious sword to make a mithril can opener, he ended up having to undergo swordsmanship training anyway. Of course, after facing off against the sword saint Knight Miller, he realized he truly lacked the skill and had requested the training himself. A true knight should use a sword, the middle-aged knight shouted between heavy breaths. Clang, crack, ugh, Knight Miller's blade flashed past Isaac's vision, and then slammed hard into the back of his head. The force was so great that stars danced before his eyes. Knight Miller, it feels like you're mixing personal feelings into your swordsmanship. Isaac felt he wasn't mistaken. Knight Miller seemed to be hitting him as hard as possible whenever he saw an opening. How could I not? The middle-aged knight roared righteously as his sword fell like rain. The sharpness of the blade continuously attacked Isaac's limbs. In front of Prince Good and the Crown Prince, I told you not to act recklessly, yet you insisted on causing trouble. Before, Knight Miller had just been caught between laughter and tears, but now it seemed his resentment had been building for a long time, performing that strange surgery with a dagger, making a high knight whittle iron. SHH, don't talk about that earlier stuff. Truly a disrespectful knight. Isaac parried the incoming blade and then slammed his shoulder hard into Knight Miller's waist. The middle-aged knight's burly frame shook violently. Oh, Khan truly possesses infinite strength. He must be a half-blood of the giant race. Seeing the high knight being knocked back, Effie and the others watching from the side, along with Perse's subordinates, let out a chorus of exclamations. After a bout of plate armor wrestling, Knight Miller used his strength, which was not inferior to a high knight's, to push Isaac away and spring to his feet. You only have brute strength. What does that matter? Only when strength and technique are combined can one become a true knight. Whoosh! Then I'll let you see my technique. The two swords clashed in the air once more. Isaac slid his blade downward, using the long crossguard like a hook to catch Knight Miller's blade. Then exerting all his strength and utilizing the principle of leverage, with a zing, he sent Knight Miller's longsword flying away. Where did you learn that from? Real combat is the best teacher. He had learned it from a certain high knight. He had just casually imitated it and hadn't expected it to actually work. If I may be blunt, that wasn't technique. You just flicked it away with brute force. It was just a trick. Knight Miller picked up his longsword and spoke in a low voice. What a stubborn fellow. As long as it's effective, it works. Great strength is a technique. Knight Miller. I cannot agree again. Swish! A blue sword light cut through the air. As if to demonstrate the true essence of swordsmanship, Knight Miller began to perform various fleshy techniques, using mana after images for feints, striking with the pommel like a blunt weapon, and even using every part of his body. He pushed Isaac into a corner without showing any mercy. Bam! Crack! Haha! It seems staying in the workshop for too long has made your reactions dull. I can't agree with that either. I gave up my specially made mace to fight you. If only he could use that physics wand, he could crush everything with mass and power. I'll say it again, a knight's true weapon is the sword, my lord. Damn it, I'm a mage. Crackle. To prove his point, Isaac poured fire, frost, and lightning magic toward Knight Miller. Though they were only low-level circle spells, with his immense mana, the continuous magical bombardment disrupted Knight Miller's vision and nerves. This is my technique, magical technique. Ice sphere. A long ice spike struck Knight Miller's face, shattering into countless shards of ice. Knight Miller's head snapped back violently. Isaac thought he heard curses coming from inside the helmet. Just then, Isaac suddenly heard a crack from his chest. He had been excitedly releasing magic until his mana was nearly exhausted, and then he suddenly stopped all movement. It was because he felt an abnormality in the mana circulation of his heart. Oh, what's wrong with you? Knight Miller, who had recovered, asked. Knight Miller, I think have reached the fourth circle. Knight Miller had a speechless look on his face, as if saying, isn't this a bit too sudden? But in truth, there had been omens. After the previous production turmoil and the baptism of holy power, he had felt some changes. It seemed that under the influence of the blooming tree of life, which contained divine authority, his fourth mana circle had finally formed. Even so, this method of enlightenment was far too casual. There was no breakthrough in a moment of crisis, nor any miraculous encounter. He had reached the fourth circle just by having a scrap in the backyard. Well, of course, it was also thanks to his constant consumption of mana stones. Congratulations! Thanks, I just thought of somewhere I need to go. After a brief moment of stunned silence, a surge of anticipation rose in Isaac's heart. He had finally reached the fourth circle. He could now be called a true mage, capable of using flight magic and genuine area of effect attack spells. Moreover, for him, this wasn't just an ordinary fourth circle. Where to? Why? Because a fourth circle mage can use lightning strike, Isaac said, pointing toward the cloudless sky. Knight Miller tilted his head in confusion. This was only natural. Even if one understood magic, it was hard to comprehend Isaac's line of thinking. Unlike explosion and other threatening area of effect spells, lightning strikes simply summoned a bolt of lightning from the sky. But he had a reason for doing this. Ever since extracting brine rich in magnesium, Isaac had been trying to obtain metallic magnesium through electrolysis. He had tried various methods using lightning magic, but all had ended in failure. Of course, he had expected this result. When releasing lightning magic, the crackling current could extend from his fingertips to over 10 meters away. Considering that air is a poor conductor and such an arc discharge requires 30,000 volts for every centimeter it travels, during the first invasion, the goblins on the walls were essentially struck by tens of millions of volts for over 10 seconds. But just like a certain yellow mouse in a manga, the enemies only trembled briefly. While the magnitude of the current is also important, this voltage was just too high. Therefore, Isaac believed this was less like real electricity and more like a manifestation of mana containing the attribute of lightning. This meant his grand plan to easily obtain nitrogen, ammonia, aluminum, and metallic magnesium through electrolysis had gone bankrupt. That was why he often grumbled at the sky, wondering why he couldn't take a shortcut. But the lightning strike spell among the fourth circle magic gave him hope. This was a magic that did not originate from the extremities of the body, but guided real lightning from the sky. Although the mana consumed was disproportionate to its power and compared to other spells, its attack range was narrow and its accuracy low, so few people used it. Even so, administrator, don't just watch, go to the workshop and get some coils, no, iron rods, copper, and rubber. Immediately. For Isaac, this was the key magic for manufacturing powerful magnets and generators. Permanent magnet, lightning. This discharge phenomenon containing hundreds of millions of volts and tens of thousands of amperes of current is immensely powerful yet unpredictable. Even on Earth, it is difficult for humanity's technological level to capture and utilize it. Writing this, I hope readers remember our domain name to find exciting Taiwan novels on the Taiwan Novel website. However, Isaac was currently in a world interwoven with myths and supernatural powers. Magic, a mysterious power capable of conjuring fire, freezing ice, and even making people fly, made everything possible. Therefore, Isaac decided to combine magic with science to attempt capturing the energy of lightning. At this moment, he was standing on a hillside, preparing to conduct his experiment. I thought you went somewhere else. Turns out you were secretly doing research again? A voice carrying a faint scent of lavender drifted over. Isaac looked in the direction of the sound, seeing that Effie had arrived beside him without him realizing. She tucked her hair behind her ear, her face exquisite and moving. The landing point of lightning was hard to predict, which is why he deliberately avoided others. You always managed to find me. Isaac sighed inwardly. As expected of an elf ranger, her tracking ability was truly top-notch. He actually wanted to have an elf of his own, but unfortunately, the flower bud, rumored to produce a special elf, had remained completely still. Didn't you previously melt copper into copper wire and gather a large amount of rubber? I guess you must be working on some new invention again. Is that so? It seemed she had seen him taking the insulator out of the warehouse and drawing the copper wire in the workshop. And you've rarely been alone recently, so I came over to check. Isaac's heart skipped a beat, staring at him when he was alone. That wasn't a good sign. He quickly inserted several long iron rods wrapped with copper wire forcefully into the ground, preparing to start his experiment immediately. What are you doing? Isaac mobilized the mysterious power within him, known as magic, fully operating the 4 magic circuits as he spoke. I'm going to create a powerful permanent magnet. It will allow us to obtain electricity effortlessly. As the magic activated, Isaac's mana was rapidly depleted. Even though he had been promoted to a rank 4 mage, and his mana capacity had greatly increased, the consumption of this spell remained enormous. Magnet? Doubt filled Effie's green eyes. Right, the people of this world do not engage in deep-sea navigation at all. When going out to sea, they only bring mages or magical items to determine direction. Although magnetite exists in this world, it is not widely used, and people have very limited knowledge of it, let alone the wood elf living in the forest. It's a lodestone, a big magnet. Fine. A magnet is an object with magnetism. It attracts magnets of opposite polarity and metals. You should be able to understand it this way. The principle of a generator is to utilize powerful magnets. Rotating a coil between 2 mutually repulsive magnets generates a change in the magnetic field, thereby producing an electric current. That is, generating electricity by cutting magnetic lines of force. Just a quick filler, Therefore, equipment like the turbines in power plants rotate at high speed. But the magnetic force of natural magnets is difficult to use for generating electricity, so the power of lightning is needed. These iron rods stuck in the ground will turn into powerful magnets after being struck by lightning containing immense energy. Wow, that's amazing. Why do they attract each other? Probably because they love each other. Isaac didn't have time to explain the complex principles now, so he just brushed her off casually. Haha, so that's how it is? Effie smiled slightly, thinking of something unknown. Then let's create a second fire. If the discovery of fire was a turning point in human history, then the advent of electricity is the turning point for modern civilization. The time and location of lightning strikes cannot be predicted, so people cannot utilize it effectively, but the situation is different now. Isaac mobilized the magic power within him and began chanting the spell. Lightning strike. Crack. Even in the daytime, Isaac saw a blinding flash of lightning appear in the sky. A deafening clap of thunder sounded, and the lightning accurately struck the iron rod stuck in the ground, causing sparks to fly everywhere instantly. Rumble. The sudden lightning strike stunned both Isaac and Effie. It actually succeeded. This is almost like a cannon exploding. Hearing it up close is truly frightening. It is. Isaac felt his mana being drained. Fortunately, he had prepared an iron rod as a lightning rod beforehand, or the mana would have been wasted. Furthermore, the accuracy rate of this spell was too low. No wonder other mages didn't use it. My lord, was it successful? Effie asked, looking curiously at the iron rods in front of her. Isaac shook his head and walked toward the iron rods struck by lightning. He still needed to test them to know if they had become magnets. He examined them briefly, and then directly picked up an iron rod that still held residual heat. Effie, hold this iron rod for me first. Isaac handed the iron rod to her and then picked up another one from the ground. Ouch! It's so hot, Tilda. Effie let out a cry of surprise immediately after reaching out her fair, tender hand to grip the iron rod. It's fine, there's no electricity on it now. Hold it and try pushing it toward me. Following his instructions, Effie pushed the iron rod in her hand toward the one in Isaac's hand. Suddenly, a repulsive force appeared, and the iron rod in Isaac's hand was pushed away without contact. Did you cast a spell on it? Effie asked in surprise. Haha, this isn't magic. This is the power of the magnet. This is magnetic repulsion. Utilizing this force to rotate a coil between the magnets can generate electric current. This doesn't feel good. Didn't you say they loved each other? That's simple. Turn the iron rod around and try again. Effie turned the iron rod as instructed and brought it closer again. Instantly, the two iron rods stuck tightly together and couldn't be pulled apart. This feels good, hee. They are embracing tightly, truly enviable. Yes. Although he didn't understand why she would envy magnets, Isaac looked satisfied at the two permanent magnets possessing powerful magnetic force. There are many ways to generate electricity, such as chemical power generation using sulfuric acid or a voltaic pile, and generators utilizing magnets. But sulfuric acid is an important strategic material, heavily used in muskets and other industrial production. Moreover, they only have one merfolk, making it difficult to increase sulfuric acid production in the short term. And the soda ash factory used to produce hydrochloric acid has not yet been built. Therefore, using magnets for power generation is the best choice right now. He now has the insulating material for wires, rubber, and also copper ore, so he can first build a small hydroelectric power station. Of course, generators produce alternating current, so he also needs equipment like diodes to convert the alternating current into direct current. But even so, as long as they overcome these difficulties, whether through magic or elves, they will be the first to step into modernization in this fantasy world. For a harmonious new world, keep going. Isaac silently cheered himself on, looking at the magnet in his hand. But Isaac and the finance officer were swamped with work, dealing with the construction budget and site selection for the small hydroelectric power station. Before he knew it, he had become a true level 4 mage. Previously, he could only watch with envy as enemies used various types of magic. Now he could use defensive magic shield and offensive magic explosion, finally becoming a qualified mage. Furthermore, a mage reaching this level could use a spell that ordinary people envied immensely: flight. Most mages on the battlefield were level 4 or higher, so they could all fly around, while he could only stand on the ground, which used to make him feel quite frustrated. After all, he was a mage. Never mind whether he held a mace or a gun, he had always considered himself a mage. Now he could finally fly too. Isaac stood on the training ground of the Blackwood Territories army, taking a deep breath as a myriad of emotions welled up in his heart. He, who was considered to have no magical talent, had actually reached the realm of a level 4 mage. 18 years old, a level 4 mage, his heart was filled with mixed emotions. He remembered that the past Isaac had always dreamed of becoming a level 4 mage. Being able to reach this realm at 18, aside from those mages hailed as geniuses, he could now be considered a minor genius himself. Although he relied on the goddess's vitality and divine power to constantly stimulate his magic circuits, and consumed mana stones worth dozens or even hundreds of gold coins like drinking water to make up for his lack of talent, how should he put it, who could say a pay-to-win whale wasn't a powerhouse? Isaac chuckled self-deprecatingly, then confidently chanted the incantation he once could only watch others use with envy: flight. The mana in his body was rapidly consumed and his feet left the ground. An indescribable force lifted him up. Whoa, holy crap. Not yet accustomed to this unfamiliar sensation, Isaac lost his balance as soon as he took off, and was pressed directly face down onto the ground by that force. This was truly a massive embarrassment. Han, are you alright? Oh Tilda, you fell quite hard. Perse and Tamar were training the new cavalry in the territory. Seeing Isaac's actions, they immediately gathered around, and for a moment, It was unclear if they were concerned or just enjoying the show. Cough, cough, what could possibly happen to me? Scatter, all of you, scatter. Isaac didn't have time for embarrassment as he scrambled up from the ground, calmly patting the dust off his head. The lightning strike he had been practicing lately always went smoothly. Why was flight so difficult? I didn't expect to succeed on the first try anyway. He had paid a huge price to become a level 4 mage. He had spent so much gold and downed so many potions. If he tripped up on this spell, he would truly be a failure. Isaac gritted his teeth inwardly. He would definitely master this spell and make it a part of his body, especially if he could use flight proficiently. He could step onto the can opener and carry a large number of chain shots into the sky, turning the ground into a sea of fire like a bomber. He would be the Air Force, the bomber. When necessary, he could even use his powerful strength and defense to charge into enemy formations. He alone would surround them all. Isaac felt his calves and arms. Under Ignis treatment, the wounds had healed, but small scars still remained. He injected mana into the scars, and runes shimmered with a faint light beneath his skin. With the expansion of his magic circuits, his mana capacity had also significantly increased, and the strength enhancement magic carved into his bones had been upgraded to 30 cylinders. If he added that even larger mace made of mithril, he might become a human cannonball. Flight. His feet left the ground again. He tried hard to maintain his balance. But thud, he fell again, just like the first time putting on skates and stepping onto the ice. His face and body were covered in dust. Even though you were Archon, what you just did was a bit embarrassing. Are you practicing some kind of wrestling technique? He was flying so low that in the eyes of others, he looked like a frog, jumping up and then quickly falling back to the ground. Enthusiasm was a good thing, but recklessness was not. It seemed he needed to go to the magic tower to find a magic teacher. Rather than working behind closed doors, it was better to find someone for guidance, and he also had to learn level 5 magic. Back when he was called a genius, he had only learned up to level 4 magic. Later, when his lack of talent was exposed, he simply gave up on magic. That was the darkest period of Isaac's life. Flight. So now he had to practice hard. Asterisk. During this time, for the development of the territory, Isaac had been truly busy, but for the next few weeks, he decided to spend time on himself until he could completely master level 4 magic. Especially after the last awakening, he found that constantly consuming mana helped improve his realm, so he began practicing magic frantically. For example, to produce the magnets needed for the generator, he tirelessly used Lightning Strike, a spell other mages avoided. Rumble. Dazzling lightning struck the ground. Practice makes perfect. Hitting the target the first time was just luck, and he often missed later, but as the number of practices increased, his accuracy improved rapidly. The accuracy of this spell was too low, but if this problem could be solved, it might have unexpected effects. Rumble. After practicing flight at the training ground, Isaac would go to the hillside and frantically blast iron rods with lightning like a thunder god. Powerful magnets were piled up around him. Usually, making permanent magnets required materials like rare earths or aluminum, which were hard to find in this medieval fantasy world, but now he could mass-produce them. Clap, clap, clap. Wow, a hit, another hit. Every time he came here to release lightning, Effie would follow him like a shadow. She really had nothing better to do. This is true magical engineering. Even in places where thunderclouds frequently appeared, setting up dozens of lightning rods in advance wouldn't necessarily yield 1 or 2 powerful permanent magnets. Looking at the mountain of magnets before him, Isaac felt that the magical engineering of the High Elves was nothing special. He wanted to show them the power of combining magic and science. He would use the basic element of this world mana, and the basic element of earth electricity. He would let the High Elves see what true magical engineering was. Just as he was rubbing his hands together, preparing to show his strength to the High Elves ZZZZT, perhaps because he had been releasing lightning non-stop for a week, the silver flower bud he always carried with him suddenly emitted a dazzling light and an indescribable power. What? Isaac hurriedly took the flower bud in his hand. It was trembling violently, and the light it emitted grew even more dazzling. He felt a strange power, a blend of the goddess's vitality and the world tree's spirit energy, mingling and gestating within it. This was certainly no ordinary spirit, so he didn't know what would emerge. Oh Lord, I feel an ominous flame flickering inside the flower bud. Just as Effie said, a terrifying flame flickered within the flower bud. Like lightning, that flame crackled just like the lightning from before, with blue sparks flying everywhere. Then the flower bud slowly bloomed, and a figure appeared before his eyes surrounded by a soft light pop. A tiny figure landed gracefully in Isaac's palm, its eyes slowly opening, blue electric currents flickering within them. Its eyes were slightly upturned, its lips thin, but its gaze was steady. It looked somewhat haughty. Lord, quick you hurry up. Effie seemed to have sensed something. She grabbed Isaac's arm and excitedly urged him to greet the spirit. This was a unique gift from the world tree in this world, extremely rare. Hello. Isaac lifted the spirit in his hand to eye level, curiously observing the little fellow. Is this the rare spirit the elves talked about? Did he finally have a spirit of his own? Hearing his greeting, the little spirit turned its head away haughtily. This is so frustrating. I crawled back to right after finishing my Roman 4 drip tonight, but I still didn't make it in time. Sigh, there's no way to watch them together. My life is so hard. Having a fever lately is really miserable. Oh, that Tsundir HMPH. I'm terrible at naming. Inside the barracks of the Lord of Blackwood's castle, a group of wood elves sat in small groups, carefully wiping the Clare rifles and revolver pistols in their hands. The topic of their conversation was, naturally, the slow progress of the relationship between their chief and the human lord. Are the chief and the lord getting along well? One wood elf asked while poking a long cleaning brush through the rifling of the barrel. Even with the cleaning rounds provided by the lord, some combustion residue would still remain in the bore. It seems the chief is listening to our advice and goes to the lord's place often. Lately, the chances for them to be alone together have increased too. Thinking about what the chief and the lord were actually doing on that hillside where lightning boomed, the elves were somewhat puzzled, but things were generally moving in a good direction. Suddenly, a wood elf with thick eyebrows and silver hair clearly questioned the chief's dull personality. But the chief wouldn't really just be going there to show her face, would she? This wasn't an impossible guess, causing the elves who were wiping their weapons to pause. Any normal elf should understand the meaning of that advice, but if it were the chief, she might really follow it literally. No way. Such a good opportunity. No way, the chief couldn't really be that dim. Just as a hint of unease rose in the elves' hearts, rumble, a sudden loud noise erupted like a bolt from the blue. A powerful surge of spirit energy rippled out from a distance, like a giant boulder thrown into a pond. What is this? Judging by the spirit energy fluctuation, it seems like a new spirit has descended. But this aura, I've never felt it before. The wood elves had never felt such a strange spirit energy fluctuation and pricked up their long ears in astonishment. There was no doubt that some spirit with a completely new attribute had descended into the material realm like a falling meteorite, and the only person they knew who could trigger such miracles in the Blackwood territory, such as making the world tree bloom, being gifted a flower bud, and so on, was one man. With thunder booming all day, I wondered what the Lord was doing. My goodness, the wood elves were completely awestruck by yet another of the Lord's amazing feats. It's over. I feel like our chief is going to be unworthy of the Lord, someone suddenly said, and the wood elves instantly fell into an awkward silence. The Lord's room in Blackwood territory was simply furnished. The frugal style of the previous lord could still be seen, and it had been continued by the current lord, Isaac. At this moment, a spirit as tiny as a doll stood on Isaac's rough palm, her cheeks puffed out in displeasure. Crackling electric arcs surrounded her, as if manifesting her current mood. Fortunately, Isaac, as her master, didn't seem to suffer any harm. Earlier on the hillside, Effie had told him in surprise that this was a spirit with a completely new attribute she had never seen before. Little thing, what kind of spirit are you exactly? Hearing the question, the spirit of unknown origin turned her head away just as before, letting out a soft snort of disdain. HMPH tilde. Although she looked tiny and cute, the spirit's attitude was quite arrogant. What is your name? Crackle. Isaac felt like he was dealing with a little wildcat. He tried to bring his other hand closer, and the electric arcs on the spirit pulsed more intensely, issuing a warning like fur standing on end. Of course, Isaac remained unharmed. I'll give you a fruit to eat, okay? Isaac said, pulling a golden fruit from his robe. Back in his village, he had used this trick to turn all the village dogs into his lackeys. HMPH. It seemed to work. A flicker of hesitation appeared on the spirit's originally haughty expression, but she soon shook her head, regained her composure, and snorted softly again. Was she the type that couldn't be communicated with? Isaac thought of the little mouse, Jijai, that he secretly kept in the Lord's room. That little fellow had eaten quite a few mana stones and had grown to the size of a chinchilla, but it could only make shy sounds, which was why he named it Jijai. In that case, you'll be called HMPH from now on. I don't want that. The spirit, who had been silent, finally couldn't help but speak up upon hearing Isaac's casual naming. Oh, so she can talk. But it's too late. You're HMPH now. You're the same kind as that Jijai over there. Isaac pointed to the mouse in the corner cage gnawing on grain. The spirit called HMPH sighed heavily in Isaac's palm, as if protesting the injustice of heaven. How could I be summoned by a human like this? Judging by her reaction, the summoning or contracting of this kind of spirit should be quite difficult. Indeed, from the aura she displayed upon appearing, she was no ordinary spirit. Was she some kind of royalty in the spirit realm? How was I, a noble lightning spirit, summoned by you? And by a human? Calling herself a lightning spirit, she still seemed unable to believe the fact that she had been summoned, and even less so that the summoner was a human. I see, a lightning spirit in myths and legends, gods who use lightning, like Zeus and Thor, have very high status, and most of them have quite peculiar personalities. Lately, I've had some things that required lightning, so I struck it about 100 times. You were probably affected by that, which is why you were summoned. Being able to ignore the massive mana consumption of lightning magic wasn't something just anyone could do. Only Isaac, with his enormous mana reserves, could manage it. He had bombarded the ground dozens of times this week. Thanks to that, even without fertilizer, that hillside had absorbed enough nitrogen that any crops planted there should grow very well. Combined with receiving the world tree's blessing, the ability to perceive spirits and spirit energy, and the flower bud as a summoning medium, all these factors together miraculously summoned the lightning spirit. Impossible. Striking lightning over 100 times? And would someone really do such a thing? It was no wonder she was so surprised. What normal person would use such an inefficient lightning spell and strike it so many times? Isaac had only unintentionally met the summoning conditions to collect materials for driving the generator. HMPH didn't seem to have recovered yet. She jumped from Isaac's palm onto the desk and walked back and forth, looking lost. She still seemed unable to accept reality. Suddenly, she stopped, her gaze falling on Isaac's experimental work. This is the power I control. How could you possibly get will? She pointed a trembling finger at a device on the table with a continuously rotating coil, her tone filled with unbelievable shock. It was just a simple AC generator made of magnets, a rotating shaft, and coils. A small model Isaac used for technical verification. But for something similar to her own power to appear on a human's desk was undoubtedly a huge shock to her. Grandmaster visits. Don't you like it? Though the structure is simple, this is where everything begins, Isaac said with a smile, looking at the simple generator on his desk. HMPH nodded eventually, albeit reluctantly. Though the amount is faint, I can feel an aura similar to my own. This isn't that fake lightning those human mages are so proud of. She seems to be referring to other types of lightning magic. Her expression seemed to soften a bit as well. Indeed, it was only a faint current, but it was authentic electricity. It seems you will be a rare and good partner for me in this world. HMPH, nonsense. Clearly, HMPH scoffed at Isaac's prediction. But in this world where magic and mystery prevailed and the discovery of actual electricity had been delayed, Isaac felt his prediction was very likely to come true. Crackle. Electric arcs continued to dance around HMPH. Seeing how she could manipulate lightning at will, a flicker of hope rose in Isaac's heart, and he asked, "You said you're a lightning spirit, so can you also control this faint lightning?" Hearing this question, HMPH put her hands on her hips and answered confidently, "Of course. Even if it's faint, I'm still a lightning spirit." Asking if I can control lightning, what a strange question of you. Then, can you control these currents with fluctuating polarities and voltages? For example, making them always flow in one direction? HMPH released crackling arcs of electricity again, puffed out her chest, and replied with full confidence, "Although I don't understand what you're saying, when it comes to lightning, I am omnipotent. Of course, the extent of what I can do still depends on your spiritual power." Isaac couldn't help but slap his thigh upon hearing HMPH's boastful declaration. What a pleasant surprise of an answer. The current generated by a magnet-driven generator was violent alternating current, which was a major drawback as it was difficult to use directly in this era. Isaac had been racking his brain over how to use capacitors and diodes to convert it into direct current. And now, the problem seemed to be solved. His exclusive little spirit had cleared the massive obstacle on his path to electrical civilization and electrolysis technology. Of course, as HMPH said, it ultimately depended on how much spiritual power he could achieve. Then let's walk the path ahead together, HMPH. Although there was still a long way to go, a wonderful new world was undoubtedly within reach. Isaac shamelessly pinched HMPH's tiny hand between his thumb and forefinger and shook it up and down, as if shaking hands. "Don't call me by that name." The noble lightning spirit released electric arcs again in protest. But as mentioned before, it was already too late. Isaac had taken a liking to the name. In truth, he didn't think he could come up with any other good name anyway. He endured the slightly stinging electric shocks and continued to shake HMPH's little hand with a chuckle. One sunny afternoon, Isaac was diligently practicing flight magic when he suddenly received an urgent message from Claire, so he immediately paused his training and headed to the garden of the Lord's castle. Knight Ebony, who had refused to cooperate and even occasionally went on hunger strikes since being captured on the battlefield, finally softened today and was willing to communicate. Knight Ebony was Isaac's prize of war, recognized by Her Majesty the Queen, and she was also a trusted insider for the Saxon Empire and their prince. Isaac had tried to persuade her many times to take on an important task, but all attempts had ended in failure. Claire, who later heard about this, very actively volunteered, stating she could give it a try. Isaac let her try, and to his surprise, the stubborn female knight was actually persuaded by her. Isaac was truly curious about what method she had used to change her mind. When Isaac arrived at the garden, he immediately understood what method Claire had used. Because of Knight Ebony's noble status, she was occasionally tied up like this to bask in the sun. At this moment, she was sitting in the garden, taking a freshly cooked, golden, and crispy chicken leg from Claire's hand and devouring it. She actually used food to tempt her. Righteousness, a sense of justice, and the code of chivalry couldn't move her, yet who would have thought she would fall for gourmet food? Come to think of it, who could resist the tempting aroma of fried chicken when they were starving? Sister Ebony, how does it taste? Is it good? Yes, it's delicious. I didn't expect to enjoy such luxury in a remote place like this. You're not like your brother. You're a truly good person. Actually, my brother is a good person too. He used to cry his heart out every day over a girl, though he seems to have gone a bit off track later, but he's still a decent guy. Really? That guy was actually hurt that badly by a girl? Knight Ebony took another bite of the chicken leg with a crisp crackle, chatting happily with Claire as she ate. Just as Claire said, her attitude had indeed softened quite a bit, but the conversation topic was getting a bit off track. It seems you've calmed down. Can we talk now, Knight Ebony? Isaac walked over in a few quick strides and sat down beside Claire, asking with a smile, If he let this little girl keep talking, his embarrassing past would spread all the way to the neighboring Saxon Empire. Isaac had successively obtained 3 divine artifacts: spiritual power, the flower bud, and the tree sap. Now it was the tree sap's turn to play its part, and for this plan, Knight Ebony's cooperation was crucial. This was also the reason Isaac gave her special treatment. I don't mind listening, but I have a condition. A condition? Let's hear it. Isaac tapped the table with his forefinger. Obviously she was still wary of the opponent who had defeated her. If you let me taste those sugar-coated, fragrant, and soft-glazed donuts, I'll consider listening to you. It seems you haven't realized the reality of your situation yet, Knight Ebony. Isaac narrowed his eyes. She must have heard about the donut shop being prepared for opening in the capital. It seemed her appetite had triumphed over her pride. But a prisoner daring to set conditions now? If you don't cooperate, forget about donuts, you won't even get to eat what you're having now. You. Knight Ebony's face turned pale at Isaac's threat, and the chicken leg in her hand began to tremble. Actually, Isaac had just said it offhandedly. He hadn't expected her to react so strongly. It felt truly incredible to Isaac that he could threaten a sword saint in such a way. Regardless, she no longer seemed to have any intention of refusing to talk, her previous stubbornness completely gone. Actually, it's nothing major. I just want to talk to you about Joseph. You want to talk about His Highness? Isaac nodded. That parasital traitor who committed war crimes and exposed his dark ambitions at every opportunity. Every time Isaac remembered failing to eliminate him on the battlefield for certain reasons, he felt immense regret. You also witnessed the evil warrior prince emitted on the battlefield. I don't know what flowery words he used to deceive you, but there must be a reason your teacher refused to join the war. Isaac had a task for Knight Ebony, and he needed her to do it voluntarily. The world tree sap, with its healing abilities, seemed like a perfectly peaceful treasure at first glance, but how it was used depended on the user. Used well, it could even be used to subvert an empire. Isaac wasn't asking her to kill anyone, but rather to do something heroic: heal the gravely ill Emperor of Saxony. If Prince Joseph's assassination plot was true, the empire would fracture. Even if not, the peace-loving emperor's return to power would bring a long period of peace to the eastern continent. In any case, the emperor of the Saxon Empire would owe him a favor. Furthermore, Prince Joseph must be gritting his teeth and planning his revenge right now. If he truly ascended the throne, he would undoubtedly mobilize the army for external war to divert internal conflicts. If their core forces, which hadn't participated in the war before, were also pulled in, it would be trouble. Knight Ebony struggled for a while, but ultimately said nothing. She had witnessed the blood-soaked battlefield and the whistling of arrows. Isaac didn't understand why she was still so indecisive. Oh, Sister Ebony, don't listen to my brother's nonsense. Next time, I'll secretly bring you some fragrant and soft-glazed donu. Claire also seemed to sense Isaac's intention and immediately tried to smooth things over with a smile, ready to help persuade her. But just then, the door was suddenly burst open, and the administrator ran in, drenched in sweat, reporting in a panic. Lo Lord, someone from the Saxon Empire has arrived. Isaac, who was about to conduct an important persuasion, waved his hand to signal the administrator to talk later. But the administrator uncharacteristically continued, Lord, though it's hard to believe, that Imperial envoy claims to be the Grand Master. So whether it's true or not, you should go and see for yourself. Master is here. Hearing this, Knight Ebony stood up abruptly, still clutching the fried chicken leg in both hands. Isaac, however, crossed his arms with an indifferent look. What's the rush? You've been an administrator for so many years. Be steady, be steady. Isaac knew about the relationship between Knight Ebony and her teacher, so he had anticipated that the other side might send someone, although he hadn't expected the reclusive Grandmaster to personally come to this remote western border. But even so, what of it? Don't forget that this is his territory. Grandmaster? How many of his cannon blasts can a Grandmaster withstand? Under the might of cannons, they're all just trash. And he also brought a carriage full of gold coins, Lord. Then why haven't you invited him in yet? Isaac's eyes lit up, and he stood up abruptly, putting his arm around the administrator's neck as they walked out. Welcome. This must be welcomed. A Grandmaster who lives longer than one. In the foreign land of the Blackwood territory, a rare long-distance journey for the white-haired old man made him feel a sense of relaxation. Having left the Empire and set down the heavy burden on his shoulders, the sturdy old man walked down the road with leisure. He had served 2 generations of emperors and experienced hundreds of battles. After thousands of small victories, he finally became a Grandmaster, a living legend of the Holy Saxon Empire. Because of this, his achievements and wealth grew daily, and the number of vassals and knights following him increased to the point where even leaving the empire had become a difficult task. However, now that his sword saint disciple, whom he regarded as a granddaughter, had been captured by an unheard-of mage, he was forced to embark on this unexpected journey to the distant Blackwood territory. It's been a long time since I've felt such vigor. The old man stopped, looked around, and whispered to himself. Perhaps because it was located on the border of the kingdom, no one here recognized him. Seeing the carriage he was in, the commoners only took him for an ordinary merchant, allowing the old man to witness the vibrant vitality of this territory undisturbed. It reminded him of the prosperity of the empire under the rule of the emperor from 2 reigns ago. The scene of burgeoning development surged like a tide, spreading along the flat roads throughout the entire Blackwood territory. And there are also many novel things. The old man watched the strange wooden vehicles traveling with a creak ladder on the flat road. This type of vehicle had things similar to carriage wheels in the front and back, and the riders moved forward quickly by pushing off the ground with their feet. From the discussions of the people around him, the old man learned that these were experimental works created by craftsmen from the local workshop under the Lord's guidance. Furthermore, on the way here, he had seen some buildings constructed with steel frames and a strange material that made a crackling sound. Out of curiosity, he couldn't help but stop a passing worker to ask, "Ah, you mean that? That's a school the Lord is building. They say it's to provide basic education and literacy to the people, and later they'll open courses like chemistry and military science based on demand." Huh, money? Why would they charge money? As long as you're from here, enrollment is free. Hearing that a school, an educational institution usually found only in the imperial capital, had appeared here, the old man was momentarily speechless. Moreover, this was a school built with the Lord's own money, not with funds allocated from the national treasury. While some lords might care about the growth of apprentice craftsmen for the sake of territorial income, this was the first time in his long life he had seen a lord so concerned with the literacy rate of the common people. Writing is a tool for acquiring all knowledge and records, but it could also make the commoners aware of their own rights and even allow them to cite legal provisions, eventually leading to them becoming difficult to manage. Therefore, many lords not only refused to invest in education, but avoided it like the plague. Lady Saintess, these are fruits picked from our village. My mother said her illness is cured. You must accept them this time. Walking along the road, the old man saw a church with an unfamiliar crest. This church was bustling with activity and crowded with people. A young priestess with snow-white hair, called the Saintess by the people here, was currently overwhelmed by the gifts being brought by an endless stream of believers. In other sects, figures honored as saintesses usually maintained an air of majesty and mystery, making it very difficult for ordinary people to even catch a glimpse of them. But here, the priests and clergy were all interacting with the commoners as warmly as if they were neighbors. A group of passing women greeted the Saintess warmly, chatting with her just as they would with the girl next door. "Oh, Lady Saintess, how are things going between you and the Lord Apostle?" A woman suddenly brought up the topic, instantly igniting the gossiping souls of the other women. "As followers of the Iris religion, we think the Lord Apostle and the Lady Saintess should be together. Like I said before, when it comes to men, the woman should be a bit more proactive. Sneak into his room at night and just pounce on him." Yes. I heard that's exactly how Mrs. Smith succeeded. The women chimed in one after another, enthusiastically offering advice to the Saintess in a teasing tone, causing the Saintess's fair cheeks to flush crimson until she finally shouted in flustered exasperation, what are you all saying? How shameless!" Seeing the Saintess's reaction, the villagers and nearby residents all burst into laughter. Seeing the holy clergy and commoners joking so easily, the old man found it incredibly novel, and was even somewhat shocked. He felt as if his past perceptions were being hit by a series of shocks here. He had lived a long time, but he never expected there would be such a place. A mere lord is actually able to absorb refugees, carry out large-scale civil engineering works, to create jobs, and even establish a new religion and educational institutions. Aren't these all major projects on a national level? Just why is he doing this? No, the most critical point is, how did he succeed in doing all of it? Furthermore, according to the rumors he heard along the way, the Blackwood territory also possesses the strongest army in the kingdom, produces salt and sugar, and its grain production is so absurdly high that it's called the kingdom's granary. It seems their newly enthroned Her Majesty the Queen will have a headache for a while. Food, military, religion, education, and the reforms taking place everywhere. The Blackwood territory has already developed into an independent entity similar to a state. How much longer can Her Majesty the Queen control this dukedom? How interesting, Your Excellency Grandmaster. At that moment, the knight riding in front of the carriage suddenly spoke to the old man. "Night Wind, do you want to cause a commotion? Just call me by my name, Lord Edgar. I have already sent word to the Lord. After traveling a bit further, there should be someone to receive us." In his mind, the sudden visit of a grandmaster to the territory would surely startle the other party, who would then rush over to welcome them. The old man known as Edgar nodded silently at Night Wind's words. Originally, his primary purpose for this trip was to personally reprimand his disciple who had joined Prince Joseph's forces, and incidentally see what kind of person the mage who was lucky enough to capture the Sword Saint was. But now his heart was filled with curiosity, and he felt more and more that this trip was truly worth it. The carriage traveled all the way to the Lord's castle, and just as Night Wind had said, the Lord's party was already waiting there to receive them. News of the Grandmaster's visit seemed to have already spread, and all the Lord's vassals had come out to watch. From sharp-eared elves to foreign races from the western continent with half-horse bodies, they had everything. "A pleasure to meet you. I am Duke Edgar of the Holy Saxon Empire. Are those the Blackwood cavalry who crushed Prince Joseph's army?" Edgar thought to himself as he reached out a sturdy, powerful hand. Master and disciple meet. Duke Edgar extended his thick, strong hand to the young, black-haired lord opposite him. The young lord was startled, then also extended his equally calloused, warrior-like hand and shook his, though his gaze was a little strange. Duke Edgar always felt that his gaze kept darting towards the carriage behind him. You've had a long journey, Duke Edgar. It's an honor to meet you. Your reputation precedes you. Not at all, not at all. I also heard many stories about your deeds on my way here. Duke Edgar replied with a smile, habitually increasing his grip. This was his usual method of testing when he met warriors, especially when he was curious about the kind of man who had defeated his disciple. Duke Edgar couldn't help but want to test him. Crack. The young lord was slightly startled at first, then responded with immense strength. This time, it was Duke Edgar's turn to be surprised. The Saxon Empire knights behind him also showed expressions of "here we go again," but then, seeing that the lord could actually contend with Duke Edgar, they all showed expressions of disbelief. Duke Blackwood, you're not an ordinary mage, are you? Duke Edgar's voice held a hint of surprise. At least, he had never seen a mage in his life who could withstand a grandmaster's grip. He immediately abandoned his previous thought that the other party had merely been lucky to capture his disciple on the battlefield. Could it be that his disciple truly lost to this man in a fair fight? If so, then he indeed had the right to collect this huge ransom. Duke Edgar released his hand with satisfaction. I had to train hard to survive. Speaking of which, Your Grace, you must be here to pay your disciple's ransom, right? The young lord shook his slightly numb hand and glanced at the carriage filled with gold coins. Seeing him so directly express his desire for gold coins, Duke Edgar couldn't help but nod with a smile. Although he was respected and admired by the knights, in the eyes of this lord, he seemed to be just a walking vault. For a moment, he even felt that the person this fellow came out to greet was not him, the Grandmaster, but the gold coins he brought. That's great. Your disciple is waiting inside. I'll take you there now. Although the other party's tone was respectful, this feeling of being treated like a rich bumpkin was truly novel. Duke Edgar couldn't help but smile again, nodding and following Lord Blackwood towards the garden. As soon as he entered the garden, he saw his beloved disciple, Ebony. As the young lord said, this girl, known as a genius of the sword, didn't seem to have suffered much. Instead, she was tied up and sitting there, thoughtlessly eating a ring-shaped bread. Ah, Grandpa, you really came. Seeing her teacher who had traveled so far, Ebony excitedly wriggled her body, still clutching the bread, trying to stand up. Call me teacher in front of others, you silly girl. Seeing that her teacher seemed a little displeased, Ebony immediately shrank her head. Just from his tone, she felt that she was definitely in for a scolding this time. Sigh. Looking at his foolish disciple, Duke Edgar sighed deeply. Asterisk. The exchange of captive and ransom was quickly completed. It's worth mentioning that the Sword Saint's ransom was truly extraordinary. The carriage Duke Edgar brought was loaded with hundreds of gold coins, 5 rare and precious swords, and mountains of various gems. This unexpected fortune made Finance Officer Charles grin from ear to ear. The finance officer counted the gold coins with sparkling eyes, excitedly stating that power plants could now be built freely. He also declared that he would retract his previous complaints about war only costing money. Indeed, war was a profitable business as long as one could win. Of course, he didn't know what an arms dealer was yet. That's where the real money was. Isaac estimated that if he knew the profits of arms, he would probably be eager for Isaac to go around provoking wars on every continent. Swish, swish. Thick ropes fell to the ground. The ransom had been paid, and Isaac untied Knight Ebony's ropes. Just then, Knight Ebony, regaining her freedom, immediately perked up. It was unclear whether it was her master who gave her courage, or Liang Jingru. In any case, as soon as she was untied, she immediately looked at Isaac with eyes full of fighting spirit. HMPH, next time we meet I will definitely win. You still want to contribute to our territory's finances? I welcome that. HMPH. Actually, if you want to eat my fried chicken and donuts, you can just say so. Next time, just bring gold coins and don't bother your grandpa to travel so far again. Ebony's face instantly flushed with anger and embarrassment. You wait. It was like a game played with children, but each time he caught her, he got a carriage full of gold coins. To be honest, if there was a carriage full of gold coins every time, Isaac could play with her for a year. Oh, and take this with you before you return to the Empire. What is this? Seeing Isaac hand over a vial containing a transparent liquid, Ebony asked curiously. This is the panacea I mentioned before. If your Prince Joseph truly harbors ill intentions against His Majesty the Emperor, this potion will reveal the truth. Hearing Isaac bring up his previous words of persuasion again, Knight Ebony's eyes became complex. How could that highness lay hands on his own fodder? What can't a person who can fuse souls into weapons do? Arm wrestling? I think I'm actually pretty good at that. In reality, Ebony herself had seen those wicked weapons, so she was speechless for a moment, only able to bite her lip without saying a word. Seeing her hesitation, Duke Edgar finally spoke. I have already heard what happened. How much longer are you going to let that madman use you? I truly can't stand watching it anymore. This made Isaac slightly surprised. It was clear that Duke Edgar also harbored suspicions toward Prince Joseph and might even be secretly opposing him. He felt even more enraged, especially thinking that his disciple, whom he regarded as a granddaughter, was being used by Joseph. But Grandpa, Ma master. The eyes of the master and disciple clashed in the air, as if emitting crackling sparks. It could only be said that this somewhat dull Ebony was sometimes quite stubborn. His Highness the Prince has supported and helped me since I was young. You silly girl, that's because you possess extraordinary talent. Isaac completely agreed with Duke Edgar and nodded. A genius of the sword? It was obvious at a glance that she would achieve great things in the future, so investing in her early was only natural. Isaac had also experienced such things. When a person's talent shines, everyone flocks to them, but if that talent proves to be false, the outcome will be utterly miserable. Hearing this, Isaac couldn't help but recall his own past. Right now, only you can move freely in and out of the heavily guarded Crown Prince's faction. That means only you can cure His Majesty the Emperor without causing a bloody conflict. So wise up, you silly girl. Knight Ebony was one of the Crown Prince's most trusted vassals. To put it nicely, she was innocent. To put it harshly, she was pedantic and foolish, which is how she earned Prince Joseph's trust. But, Ebony's eyes were filled with wavering doubt. Isaac felt he needed to push a little harder to make her fully understand. And I absolutely don't trust this person. Isaac, who was suddenly called out, couldn't help but frown. Isn't that too unfair? He didn't do anything, so why doesn't she trust him? He's a man who takes advantage of others and wins using despicable methods. He also likes to tie people up like that anyway. I can't possibly trust a person like that. She seemed to be referring to Isaac using high-explosive shells, iron balls, bullets, and ganging up on her with Lucy and Effie. But in Isaac's view, this was all perfectly normal. He himself had completely forgotten about using his thrilling method to tie her up. This is the battlefield. In his opinion, those who loudly preached chivalry and fair duels were the true madmen. Then all you have to do is beat me fair and square, right, Knight Ebony? Hearing Isaac's provocation, blazing fighting spirit immediately ignited in Knight Ebony's eyes. HMPH, do you really think you can defeat me honorably? Last time, I was suppressed by your brute force only because I was weak. Thump. Knight Ebony confidently stretched her shoulders, placed one hand on the table, and crooked her finger. My condition is excellent this time. You won't have it so easy. She exuded the unique confidence of a genius who had long been on the path to success. Arm wrestling? Isaac smirked. Sorry, but he could actually do this. Because he thump. 30 cylinders at full burst. In terms of strength, Isaac had now become a monster. He poured all the mana that began overflowing after his promotion to the 4th circle into the 30th layer of the strength enhancement magic. The mana circuit operated at high speed. Mana surged endlessly, and Isaac's eyes shone with a nightly azure glow. To put it simply, the current Isaac didn't even know how strong he was. Seeing this scene, Grandmaster Duke Egger's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. It's a best-of-1 match. Since you accepted the challenge, if I win, you must believe what I say and not go back on your word. Fine, and you're not allowed to cry either. Trying to reason with a battle maniac was always this troublesome. To open her heart, he first had to overwhelm her with absolute strength, and then fiercely, completely conquer her. Trying to reason with such a thick-headed person was like playing a lute to a cow. Thus, the hero of the kingdom's civil war and the sword saint of another empire both sat at the table, extended their hands, and grips tightly. Arm wrestling officially began. The surrounding vassals watched them nervously. Isaac's heart pounded violently, like the engine of a supercar with the accelerator floored. Mana surged like a tide, and immense power erupted from the runes on his bones. Seeing this scene, Duke Edgar, who was greatly interested, chuckled and said, "Ready, go, huh?" With a great shout, both of their muscles instantly bulged. Isaac and Ebony instantly flushed red as they engaged in a struggle of strength across the table. Although the strength of both of them had surpassed ordinary people by countless times, they both tacitly controlled their output, ensuring that while they wrestled, they wouldn't damage the wooden table in the slightest. Seeing the two of them locked in a brief stalemate, the surrounding people couldn't help but clench their fists. In reality, they all believed that no matter how formidable Isaac was, Ebony was still a sword saint, and the ultimate victor would be her. Until Isaac suddenly looked up and gave Ebony a wicked smile. His smile was so unruly that Ebony's expression instantly changed drastically. Immediately afterward, Isaac released all his remaining mana, and his arm swelled up again. The next moment, he directly shattered everyone's expectations, forcefully pinning down Knight Ebony's wrist. Exclamation. Crack. Isaac failed to control the savage force, and the wooden table instantly burst and scattered. The next moment, all the fragments were controlled in the air by Mana Domain, and with a gentle wave of Edgar's hand, all the pieces were gathered and tossed into a corner. Meanwhile, Ebony was pinned to the ground, her face filled with terror. Oh! Seeing this astonishing result, everyone around was as dumbfounded as Knight Ebony, unable to believe it, especially the knights brought by Duke Edgar, who cried out in disbelief. Why, how could brother defeat a sword saint with brute force? Claire, who witnessed all this, had question marks written all over her face as she asked Isaac. Thinking about it, Claire had stayed in the territory all along and hadn't personally witnessed his performance on the battlefield, so the brother in her mind was probably still that weak, trashy little enchanter. Seeing the unbelievable sight of a mage suppressing a knight with brute force, Duke Edgar let out a knowing laugh. Anyway, I won fair and square. Do you believe me now? Ebony, who had suffered an even worse defeat this time, nodded blankly. Isaac nodded in satisfaction. At least she kept her promise. And just like that, Isaac planted a bomb in the Empire that could explode at any moment, all through arm wrestling. In the office of the Hyde Kingdom, Queen Priscilla was currently sitting in the chair that once belonged to the former king and the regent, her heart filled with mixed emotions. Suddenly, she saw a letter delivered by an envoy from the Blackwood territory, and her face immediately showed a look of surprise and delight. Isaac was like a cold-hearted scumbag. He rarely took the initiative to write to her. What does he want to say? Priscilla opened the envelope with anticipation and began to read. The first half of the letter mainly stated that he had been promoted to the 4th circle, asking if a magic teacher could be found for him from the magic tower, and also about the construction of a temple in the capital. Priscilla was slightly surprised. She hadn't expected Duke Isaac to have quietly advanced to the 4th circle. She remembered Isaac was only 18 this year. Such talent was truly enough to be called a magic genius. Now Mark Brianna must be regretting it. A slightly gloating smile gradually appeared at the corner of Priscilla's mouth. Life is unpredictable. What if the two families had truly formed a marriage alliance back then? Perhaps the largest force in the West, one that even the central government couldn't shake, would have been born. Priscilla couldn't help but sigh at the irony of life, but she was stunned when she read the final part of the letter. In the letter, Isaac seemed to have found a way to internally dismantle the Empire, this giant. The specific details, for the sake of secrecy, required a face-to-face discussion. What method did he use? Priscilla widened her violet eyes, staring at the letter with a complex expression for a long time without speaking. A lord far away in the frontier actually claimed he could dismantle the Empire from within? Why does it feel like, even though she has become queen, he is still the one truly stirring up the situation? Something that seems familiar. It was truly a stroke of luck. However, before Duke Edgar departed, he strongly insisted that Isaac must visit his territory in the Empire. Judging by the interest and competitive spirit glinting in his eyes, it seemed he genuinely wanted to have a proper bout with Isaac. But Isaac wasn't foolish enough to cross blades with a sword saint, let alone fight a monster-level existence like a grandmaster. Having managed to win once, he didn't want to risk it again. I've made one according to your requirements. Is this the first step toward the breech loader? A cylindrical brass-colored part suddenly appeared in Isaac's field of vision. While conducting a routine inspection with Gardalan and other officials at the workshop, Todlin eagerly handed him a metal cartridge case made of brass. Yes, exactly. This is a cartridge case. Well, then this isn't that difficult to make. Todlin was right about that. One simply had to roll out the brass and coil it like a paper cartridge. This resulted in a metal cartridge similar to a .577 Snyder round, with the rolled seams still visible. Of course, to reduce the reactivity of the mercury fulminate, a copper percussion cap was still needed, but this was already half the battle. Good craftsmanship, Todlin. Such a little trinket is nothing to a dwarf. The dwarf waved his hand dismissively. In his eyes, such a minor trick wasn't worth praising. Shining pale yellow in the sunlight was 70/30 brass, composed of 7 parts copper and 3 parts zinc. Early metal cartridges were made of pure copper, but it was later discovered that they would stick inside the chamber, causing various issues. Thus, brass cartridges were born. This alloy combination was practically perfect, persisting even into the modern era. The Saxon Empire used brass only for decoration simply because its color resembled gold, which Isaac saw as a terrible waste of resources. Once these are officially in use, we must remind the soldiers to recover the spent casings. In this world, all materials were extremely precious. Therefore, they had to tighten their belts and practice conservation, recycling, and reuse. Especially copper, the main component of brass. It was easy to process and had high conductivity, making it useful for wires and more. As he developed further, its uses would only expand. Therefore, the fine tradition of our army recovering shell casings had to be maintained in this world as well. I've made another one, but Lord, I don't think this work needs to be done by us. Todlin joined a rolled brass casing with a pre-made base, rolling it on the table as he spoke. He had a point. The technical difficulty of this task wasn't high. It was just time-consuming. It could easily be mass-produced by hiring ordinary labor. In the future, we'll use a stamping press to mold them directly. Don't worry. Todlin and Brombill tilted their heads in confusion. They had a keen sense that, following the drop hammer and hydraulic drill, Isaac was about to come up with something strange again. So what is a stamping press? It's a molding method that uses force exceeding the metal's elastic limit to cause permanent deformation. Actually, the basic principle wasn't much different from the forging they did with hammers. It was just about creating a mold and then using powerful pressure for mass production. For example? Todlin and Brombill nodded as if they understood, but then couldn't help but pry for more details. To explain simply, Isaac picked up a thick, unrolled brass plate. He channeled mana into his bones, causing his veins to bulge. He casually gripped the brass plate and applied slight pressure. The brass plate let out a piercing metallic screech, instantly twisting and deforming under the immense force. In the end, a clear handprint was left on the brass plate. Are you even human? The dwarves asked, looking at Isaac as if he were a monster. Haha. Of course I am. Isaac chuckled and tossed aside the slightly deformed brass plate. In truth, even if stamping technology were introduced, it currently couldn't press steel. They could only use softer brass, and at most, produce casings 2 fingers thick. Because it required a great deal of force, pressing larger and harder metals would require a larger and more stable power source to drive it. For example, something that could even drive a heavy locomotive, a steam engine. Speaking of which, When will your experimental steam engine be finished? Although rushing wouldn't speed up the progress, Isaac really couldn't suppress the curiosity in his heart. The piston is done, and we're currently sealing the gaps with rubber, but it will still take some time. Isaac nodded silently. While the speed wasn't exactly fast, it was at least proceeding in an orderly fashion. Fortunately, there was rubber. The uses for this material were truly extensive. Haha Toddlin, you won't blow up that steam thingy again this time, will you? If you do, you might get kicked out again. Bromdell recalled the past, smiling as he stroked his long beard and began a direct, merciless taunt. Toddlin suddenly looked at Isaac with some unease. This time it's not my design even if it explodes. Please don't kick me out, Lord. The Dwarven Kingdom is currently engulfed in the flames of war. I have nowhere else to go. Actually, the model currently being built didn't require high air pressure, so the possibility of an explosion was very small. Besides, explosions were quite normal during the manufacturing process. Isaac had also been very fond of explosions as a child, creating all sorts of messes and getting beaten for it more than once. Rest assured, I won't kick you out, but I've heard some news lately. Is the situation in the Dwarven Kingdom really that serious? He only occasionally heard news about the other continent. Thanks to those reports, he had been able to obtain a small amount of mithril alloy from the royal capital. I heard it from Bromdell. The situation is indeed very serious. Bromdell also nodded solemnly from the side. The dwarves were a race with a long history and great national strength. Isaac had thought they could hold out for a while, but he hadn't expected them to be beaten so badly they couldn't even fight back. Why are those high elves invading the Dwarven Kingdom? Lately, the high elves seem to be expanding their influence everywhere. Long ago, their influence weakened due to a split. They had several conflicts with the Dwarven Kingdom over maritime trade routes, but even so, the young high elf empress who recently ascended the throne is simply too insane. Bromdell said with a heavy tone. Come to think of it, he had heard that a large number of suspicious magical devices had recently begun to circulate. How insane. She publicly declared that high elves are the most excellent race created by the gods, superior to any other race, and therefore only they are fit to rule the world. Isaac's mouth hung open in surprise. That really was insane. She also said that national strength comes from offense, not defense. Then, using mass-produced magical devices, she wiped out the wood elves, who were labeled as traitors. Now, she's making no secret of her ambitions. These words sounded hauntingly familiar. This dim sense of déjà vu was truly hair-raising. Was she rejected from an art school or something? What did you say? Nothing. Isaac could understand a once glorious race emphasizing its superiority to rise again and overcome an inferiority complex, but hearing those absolute statements and the kind of rhetoric that easily incites fanatical following, he couldn't help but think of a certain someone. Surely not. He would rather believe it wasn't like that. But considering the other party also possessed some strange technologies, the direction things were heading seemed a bit eerie. It seemed he had to make some preparations. I'll have to make them work harder too. The Saxon Emperor awakens. Inside the palace of the Holy Saxon Empire, white marble exterior walls and luxurious decorations were visible everywhere. Sigh. A female knight with raven hair and light brown eyes stood before a door, sighing deeply. Two subdued imperial palace guards lay nearby. It finally came to this. Ebony felt as if she had crossed a boundary from which there was no return, and her heart was extremely heavy. The reason she was able to enter the heavily guarded imperial palace unimpeded was that she claimed she wanted to meet Prince Joseph, and Prince Joseph's faction also opened the way for her. I hope the words of that monstrously strong lord are true, she muttered to herself while stroking her palm, which still seemed to feel the after-effects of their arm wrestling match. Possessing such immense strength yet calmly accepting her accusations of being despicable, he truly made Ebony change her view of him. Bam! Ebony pushed aside the knight blocking the door. What prompted her to act was not just her newfound respect for that lord, but more importantly, the imperial great magician, who was hostile to her master, had led his subordinate magicians to defect to Prince Joseph. Although she didn't know how Prince Joseph managed to quickly win over the great magician's faction, if Lord Blackwood's words were true, then continuing down this path, even waking the emperor would be useless. That was why she finally decided to act quickly. There was still a sliver of hope now. Moreover, Prince Joseph seemed to have anticipated the future of the bedridden emperor, preparing for the coronation ceremony, as if he had already conceded the emperor's death. Before, she had been entirely focused on cultivation and knew nothing about these matters, but after being defeated by that lord who didn't seem like a magician, she finally started to sober up and gradually saw things clearly. Tap tap. The female knight's footsteps echoed on the hard marble floor. She pushed the door open and walked in, only to see Emperor Emma lying in bed, covered in various healing divine artifacts and religious order sacred relics, looking as if he were dead. Although he was indecisive, lacked ambition, and only wanted to maintain the status quo, even being jokingly called the stagnant emperor, and eventually losing the people's support, he was, after all, a man who loved peace. During his reign, although the Saxon Empire did not progress, at least it was not plagued by continuous warfare as it is now. Pop! The cap of the potion bottle was opened, and a fresh fragrance wafted out. Gulp gulp! Ebony carefully poured the liquid, which Lord Blackwood claimed was a healing potion, into the emperor's mouth. She was still curiously looking at the sparkling transparent liquid when, out of the corner of her eye, she suddenly saw the emperor's hand move, startling her almost into screaming. Swoosh! The Emperor suddenly sat up as if resurrected from a grave, and the various divine artifacts wrapped around him fell off. The old man, who was originally blonde, now had white hair, and he slowly opened his eyes. His gaze was filled with unspeakable regret and emptiness. "My son, Joseph." Seeing that the Emperor's first words upon waking were to look for his son, Ebony's heart sank, and she immediately began to doubt whether her suspicions were wrong. However, the Emperor's next words made her eyes widen once more. "Where is that traitorous son?" On this day Ebony learned the whole truth. God said, "Let there be light." Today, the Lord's room was different from usual. It was plunged into darkness, with not only the windows tightly shut, but the curtains drawn as well. Preparations for an experiment were underway here. There were piles of powerful magnets and coils attached to a rotating shaft, spinning at a constant speed. There was also a lightning spirit, which was converting unstable alternating current good for long-distance transmission, but constantly changing polarity and frequency into stable direct current. "Brother, what on earth are you up to now? Why are you being so mysterious?" To witness this great discovery, Claire had put down her ledgers and been dragged over by Isaac, complaining with an impatient look on her face. But she also knew that if she stepped out of this door, she would immediately be caught by the finance officer and sent back to work, so she had no choice but to reluctantly cooperate. "What am I up to? I'm about to give humanity a full 24 hours. Claire became even more confused after hearing his words. As expected, seeing is believing for things like this, so Isaac directly pulled out a circular glass device. This was something he had ordered previously and specifically flew to Wright City to retrieve from the glassmaker once it was finished. In this world where soda ash was scarce, soap and glass were both extremely expensive. Next, he brought out a carbonized cotton thread filament, the kind Edison used temporarily before switching to bamboo filaments. Finally, utilizing the properties of mercury, ceramics, and a slender glass tube, he removed the oxygen according to the Torricellian vacuum principle, creating the world's first light bulb. And these were the minimum tools required to use light. HMPH, let's begin. At Isaac's command, the lightning spirit began to release current, converting it like a rectifier. As the current flowed through numerous small, high-speed rotating generators, the cotton filament gradually turned red. Eventually a faint, but warm incandescent light illuminated the room, instantly dispelling the darkness. God said, "Let there be light." Watching the light, Isaac couldn't help but smile, silently reciting the verse from Genesis in his heart. "Illuminating the world with the light of civilization, liberating humanity from the night." From now on, the workhorses would not only have 24 hours, but also the right to work overtime. This was truly a historic moment. "Brother, did you use magic?" Claire rested her chin on her hand, curiously watching the tiny point of light that shone like a star. "No, this is a light bulb. Current flows through the filament, producing thermal radiation and emitting white light." Isaac tried to explain excitedly, but Claire interrupted him, asking in confusion, "Is that so? But wouldn't it be easier to just use light magic?" Light magic is faster, easier, requires no preparation, and the light is stronger." Damn this fantasy world. No wonder science and chemistry can't take root in this world at all. Isaac initially wanted to explain that light magic requires a magician, while light bulbs allow everyone to equally possess light and time, but in the end, he gave up, simply lowering his head and waving her away impatiently. "Just go." "I won't. If I go out, I'll be caught to check the account again," Claire muttered, shaking her head. In this place, the only one who dared to defy the Lord's orders was Claire, his only blood relative who had endured Isaac's various antics since childhood. It was her unique privilege. Sizzle! Just then, the light bulb flickered a few times like a candle in the wind before finally going out. "Eh? What happened?" Isaac stood up in surprise. The coils were still rotating normally, the wires were fine, and even a temporary cotton filament should have lasted at least 10 hours. "Your mana ran out." Fortunately, it wasn't a big problem. It wasn't a device failure. The lightning spirit had simply stopped the current conversion. "I didn't expect you to be so useless. And to think it called itself a noble lightning spirit. It gave out so quickly. Why blame me? It's clearly your spiritual power that's exhausted." "Ah, so that's how it is. Speaking of which, I've heard that spirits influence the physical world through the contractor's magic." Sigh, what a pity, the time was still too short, Isaac said somewhat helplessly, looking at the gradually cooling filament. Swish, Claire drew back the curtains and opened the window. The performance was over. Isaac felt even more regretful seeing the sunlight streaming in through the gap in the door. "HMPH, please don't call me that." The lightning spirit known as HMPH immediately bristled. It still very much disliked the name Isaac had casually given it. "I have a noble name like Aaliyah Moonflare Lightning." Isaac clicked his tongue. That name was still too long as expected. The short HMPH was more suitable. "Fine, if you cooperate well, I'll call you Aaliyah." "Phew, alright then." Finally being addressed by a normal name, the lightning spirit breathed a sigh of relief. "So how do I increase my spiritual power?" "Just keep training. I see that eating fruits doesn't seem to have any effect on you." This was indeed a problem. Unlike other races who are born with the ability to control spirits, Isaac was a human chosen later in life, so even eating fruits yielded no significant improvement. Training with a lightning spirit, that was actually quite interesting. Training with a little partner who controls lightning felt rather romantic. He had always longed for spirits, and he loved electricity even more. So, can you use skills like Thunderbolt? I don't know what you're talking about, and with your current spiritual power, you probably couldn't do it anyway. It seemed that path was blocked, but Isaac did not give up hope. Or can you use a body slam on enemies? Not only can I not do that, but why would my noble self engage in such physical combat? Since nothing worked, Isaac was a bit disappointed. His swelling romantic notions were shattered. Then you'll just keep being called HMPH. Fine, I'll work hard, the lightning spirit said, trembling all over. Isaac scratched his head. He seemed to have found a way to make it behave. Prince Joseph, who had recently experienced many changes, was walking toward the imperial palace with heavy steps. His confident expedition to the Hyde Kingdom had ended in a crushing defeat, dealing a heavy blow to the tough ruler image he had painstakingly cultivated. But precisely because the defeat was so shocking, it turned out to be a blessing in disguise. All the powerful classes of the empire had realized the strength of the Hyde Kingdom, or rather, they all recognized the formidable power of the Blackwood territory within it. Previously, the mainstream opinion was to crush the Blackwood territory in its cradle before its wings were fully grown. Now, after countless soldiers, lords, knights, and magicians had personally experienced the power of that army, everyone unanimously agreed that the Hyde Kingdom and the Blackwood territory posed a serious threat to the Empire's survival. In short, the Empire had lost its former composure, and a sense of crisis permeated the entire nation. And this crisis was an opportunity to be exploited. In particular, the great magician's refusal of his mobilization order had been a huge shock to him, because he had heard that hundreds of magicians were slaughtered without being able to fight back, even trampled to death by horses. The news was simply hair-raising. Two hegemonic powers cannot exist on one continent. Therefore, even with the defeat, Prince Joseph's influence had not completely collapsed. There's still a chance, but this required a prerequisite. The war could not continue in this manner. To mobilize the nation's power for total war, for the survival of the empire, and to build a state that could sustain war even if it was treasonous, he had to make one person disappear. The empire was built on blood and wailing. Even if it was the blood of his parents, it didn't matter. So Fada, this is for the survival of the empire. With a crazed light flashing in his eyes, Prince Joseph arrived at his father's bedchamber to inherit the throne. However, when he arrived with a heavy heart and a sense of guilt, he couldn't help but show a bewildered expression. What's going on? The knights guarding the entrance were all collapsed on the ground, and the emperor who was supposed to be succeeded was nowhere to be found. The empire is divided. Heir power. His Majesty the Emperor has mysteriously disappeared within the palace. This unbelievable news threw Prince Joseph's faction into chaos. That Emperor Emil could actually vanish under such strict guard was unthinkable. They immediately began a frantic search for the culprit and soon learned that the last person to visit the emperor was the sword saint, Knight Ebony. They concluded that it must have been Knight Ebony's teacher, that grandmaster, who used some means to abduct the emperor. At this point, they were almost certain that Knight Ebony had made her stance clear, so they decided to accelerate the original coronation ceremony. Before the situation could escalate further, they aimed to seize the throne for their side with the utmost speed. I, Prince Joseph, as the legitimate heir of the empire, shall inherit the throne. Following Joseph's coronation declaration, the empire's great magicians and magic towers voiced their support one after another. With the threat from the Kingdom of Hyde intensifying, many vested interests also believed that if they remained as idle as the previous emperor, the empire's foundation would be shaken. Thus, they also supported Joseph's ascension, and those wavering lords, upon hearing rumors that His Majesty the Emperor was bedridden and gravely ill, also swore fealty to the new emperor, who loudly proclaimed the empire's revival amidst a spreading sense of crisis. On the very day Joseph finally sat upon the throne as he wished and passionately announced a mobilization order, the self-proclaimed emperor received a report that the former emperor had appeared in the Grandmaster's territory. That infilial son, who poisoned his own father with evil magic items, is unfit to hold imperial power. This is a major crisis for the empire. All sensible people should take up arms and resist. The news stated that the Grandmaster was gathering an army in his own territory to oppose Joseph's forces. The Grandmaster, the knights under his command, and those lords who opposed Joseph's warmongering were all leading their armies toward the Grandmaster's territory. The new emperor's forceful seizure of the throne caused the Holy Saxon Empire to be split in two, like a piece of wood hacked apart. The empire, which had once tried to take advantage of the Kingdom of Hyde's crisis and deeply intervene in its succession struggle, was now embroiled in a civil war on its own soil. It felt like a cycle of fate. The imperial giant, once thought to be invincible, began to experience violent internal tremors. The vast plains outside the Lord of Blackwood's castle served as a site for testing new weapons, cavalry training, and various strange experiments. Effie, who was currently directing the Rangers' training, couldn't help but stop her commands when she saw Isaac busily working away, drenched in sweat. Isaac was struggling to connect a massive piece of fabric, as large as a bedsheet, to a basket designed to hold passengers. His thirst for knowledge is truly endless. A smile unconsciously played across Effie's lips. Isaac now possessed vast territory and great power. He could have easily issued orders from afar, but he rarely did so. He truly was an incredible person. Since losing her homeland, Effie felt as though everything had become blurred and indistinct. But since meeting this interesting lord, her life seemed to have regained its clarity. Lady Effie, don't just stand there watching. Why don't you go over and talk to him? Do you remember our advice? The elf rangers seemed to have noticed Effie's smile and gaze, and they understood why the training had suddenly been interrupted. One by one, they narrowed their eyes as if seizing an opportunity, and began to egg on their clan leader. Effie listened, feeling somewhat at a loss. In these matters, playing hard to get the push and pull is very important. Clan leader, you pushed too hard during the last emergency meeting. Such a good opportunity. Anyway, you need to pull now. You must pull. The elf rangers looked like they couldn't stand it any longer, eagerly offering their advice. Although Effie was their senior in age, her subordinates were clearly more knowledgeable in such affairs. She nodded as she listened, and finally, as if making a firm decision, she walked straight toward Isaac. Asterisk. Whoosh! A strong wind blew across the plain, causing the massive envelope to swell until it looked like a giant balloon. Isaac gave the ropes connecting the envelope and the basket a hard tug, confirming that the connections were secure. Suddenly, he sensed light footsteps approaching. With footsteps that light, he guessed it could be no one other than a wood elf. Hahaha, Effie, you've come at the perfect time. This is what you wanted to touch earlier. Isaac waved enthusiastically when he saw Effie quietly approaching. However, before he could finish his sentence, Effie suddenly grabbed his hand, then hugged his left arm, and pulled it tight. What are you doing? I'm pulling, Effie muttered with a blushing face. For some reason, Isaac seemed to hear the sound of the elves behind them letting out sighs of exasperation. Oh well, alright then, Isaac replied, trying his best to remain calm. Effie's face was flushed red, and her pointed ears were trembling slightly. To Isaac, this sight was more stimulating than a 155 mm howitzer loaded with an A-charge propellant. To be honest, he was almost actually pulled in. Anyway, this is the silk from the Kingdom of Dura that you wanted to touch last time. The procurement cost for this is too high. In the future, we'll probably use cheaper fabric coated with rubber. Regaining her composure, Effie immediately looked over curiously at Isaac's explanation, reaching out to gently stroke the fluttering, expensive silk. In the next moment, she seemed shocked by the softness and delicacy of the silk, her eyes widening. It's so soft, and the texture is so tight there isn't a single gap, but what do you plan to do with it? Good question. Isaac had been waiting for a chance to show off a bit. This is used to let air know, let hot air carry us into the sky. Hehe. Do you want to take a flight? What Isaac had prepared was a hot air balloon, invented by the Montgolfier brothers in the 18th century. Louis Roman XVI and Marie Antoinette had personally witnessed its manned flight. The principle was simple. Use fabric to trap rising hot air. In this world, as long as one had that idea, it could be manufactured at any time, just like a condemning lantern. But I can't use flight magic like you do. This isn't magic. With this, even a farmer tilling the fields can fly into the sky. From now on, flight would no longer be the exclusive privilege of a few magicians. Instead, it would be a technology that everyone could enjoy equally. How about it? Dear Miss Effie, would you like to try my new experimental product with me? Isaac stepped into the basket and reached out his hand with a slight bow, just as he had when he first invited her to dance. Effie smiled radiantly and took Isaac's hand, accepting his invitation. She stepped into the hot air balloon. The basket space was limited, and for a moment, the two of them were pressed closely together. But how are you going to add the air? To be precise, it was heating the air. Normally, without fuel oil, one would burn coal or charcoal beneath the envelope. But Isaac used to be a human lighter. There was a time when he specialized in lighting the matchlock guns for the soldiers, so this small task was naturally no trouble for him. Furthermore, after promoting to the 4th circle, his mana had increased significantly, so this bit of consumption was nothing. Flame art! Whoosh! A ball of fire ignited in Isaac's palm. The intensity was moderate, but the heat waves rolled and the scorched air surged upward. The previously wobbling envelope rapidly expanded, and then the hot air balloon began to rise slowly, giving a sensation of weightlessness. It's really floating? Wow! Effie's green eyes widened, her graceful figure pressed tightly against Isaac. He's here! He's here! Aside from the assistance of mages or certain exceptionally gifted races, this was likely the first time Effie had experienced non-falling flight. Whoosh! Isaac increased the firepower again, much like adding coal to a furnace. The air inside the envelope heated up rapidly. This was only a 1st circle spell. For his mana reserves, it was practically negligible. It seemed they could fly quite far. The Patriarch has taken flight. Isaac could feel the elf rangers and centaur female warriors training on the ground staring up at them in stunned silence. The elves seemed deeply worried about Effie suddenly taking to the sky, even sending a wind spirit up to confirm her safety. Since two-way communication is possible, it looks like the hot air balloon can be used for reconnaissance. Having served in the military on Earth, Isaac knew full well the advantages of aerial reconnaissance. It required no further explanation. With no obstacles blocking the line of sight, one could clearly observe enemy movements as if using a map hack. The utility of aerial reconnaissance would be even more pronounced for the Blackwood Army, which was equipped with rifled muskets capable of precision fire. Based on this intelligence, the combined operations of infantry, artillery, and cavalry could be better coordinated. Wow, Lord, the people below have become as small as ants. Isaac noticed that Effie, who was shouting excitedly beside him, still had that long Claire rifle slung across her back. Because they had ascended suddenly in the middle of training, she hadn't had time to take off the rifle. It has the best compatibility with the Rangers, sniping from the air with no blind spots, and they could even drop iron spheres for bombing. If scaled up, they could even mount large-caliber Geyer rifles for ultra-long-range precision strikes. Firing from the air to the ground would significantly increase the effective range. If enemies were found using mana for long-range magical attacks, they could also be intercepted immediately. If mages fly up to intercept the hot air balloon, we'll have the elves on board use spirit shot to shoot them down, an aerial battery equipped with guided weaponry. Furthermore, Isaac had conducted experiments after learning to use flight magic. Unlike the hot air balloon, the flight altitude of flight magic was very limited. This was because he knew of the existence of space. After learning to fly, he had once ambitiously wanted to fly out of the troposphere, but after leaving the ground, an unexplainable mana quickly weakened. But the hot air balloon he manufactured had no such restriction. Because it did not rely on mysterious mana, you're lost in thought by yourself again. You didn't even notice I was right here. Effie's slightly aggrieved voice sounded in Isaac's ear. She lowered her eyes, and the beauty mark at the corner of her eye made her look even more pitiable. Sorry I spaced out. Isaac was always like this whenever he threw himself heart and soul into invention and creation, completely ignoring his surroundings. In this world, he needed to fix the habit. Lord, can this hot air balloon only move up and down? Effie asked, pointing at the balloon that could only descend and descend. We can use wind directions at different altitudes to move, but, since we don't know where it will fly, this is all we can do for now. Although some people had successfully traveled using hot air balloons, but they currently lacked equipment and experience, and the wind was unpredictable, so there was no guarantee of reaching a destination. Lord, if you need wind, my Sylph can help. Hearing Isaac's words, Effie summoned the wind spirit into her palm. Sylph, whom he hadn't seen in a while, appeared in Effie's hand and bowed politely to Isaac. Oh, Isaac had been so fixated on the issues of open flames and rising hot air that he had actually overlooked his surroundings. He almost forgot that he had the help of a wood elf. Whoosh! Effie had the wind spirit blow a breeze, pushing the hot air balloon forward. The hot air balloon of the Blackwood territory caught the tailwind and slowly advanced. Woohoo Tilda! The speed was quite decent. They could move freely in the desired direction. In this moment, it was as if the hot air balloon had been fitted with thrusters, evolving into a thermal airship. If they installed sails or kites to better utilize wind power, they might truly be able to create a formidable aerial force. Moreover, since it didn't use mana, it wouldn't be detected by mages via mana fluctuations. This way, they could appear over the enemy's capital at night to conduct aerial bombardment, just like when Germany's Zeppelin L-21 suddenly appeared over Liege, Belgium, putting the citizens in fear of bombardment. On that day, no matter how many troops were deployed on the ground, the citizens and nobles would likely feel the threat over their heads. Hee hee. This is so fun, Lord! Effie excitedly manipulated the wind spirit, controlling the direction of the hot air balloon. She was flying freely in the sky as if she were a mage. Seeing her so happy, Isaac felt very gratified. It would be even better if we could get hydrogen and helium, but this is also not bad for now. If they wanted to scale up and truly develop hot air balloons into airships, they would eventually need hydrogen and helium. But at least thanks to Effie, he saw immense possibilities. Where do you want to go, Lord? Just say the word. Effie clenched her fists and asked excitedly. She was like a navigator at this moment, taking control of the course. Can we go to the capital, Mayor? I happen to have something to discuss with Her Majesty the Queen regarding the Empire. Isaac made a joke with a smile. He estimated that even for the most powerful wind spirit, it would be impossible to blow that far. However, he did indeed have matters to discuss with Her Majesty. Recently, there had been constant rumors about a civil war breaking out in the Empire, and he needed to have a face-to-face meeting with the Queen as soon as possible. According to the agreement in the letter, they were to discuss how to deal with that Prince Joseph, whom he hadn't been able to kill with his own hands. There had to be a final settlement between Prince Joseph and Isaac. Let's go! Let's go! I guarantee I'll get you there safely. Isaac didn't expect Effie to actually take his jokes seriously. She looked into the distance with a determined gaze, her emerald eyes sparkling with excitement. Calm down, Effie. I was joking. No, how will we know if we don't try? If it doesn't work, I'll turn back immediately. Wouldn't that be fine? Effie pleaded anxiously, like an adventurer about to open a new trade route. Being able to fly with the spirits and Isaac in the blue sky that she could once only look up at from the ground made her incredibly excited. The vast sky is waiting for us, and we shall soar together. Effie pointed forward and shouted heroically, like a captain. Asterisk asterisk asterisk, the bustling capital, Mayor, and its towering royal palace. Sigh. A purple-haired woman stood on a high tower of the palace, letting out a complex sigh. This was a place the former regent had personally told her about. Whenever she was troubled, she would come here to look at the bustling capital and calm her mind. Below, the subjects of the Hyde Kingdom were all busy working for their livelihoods. Once, due to the influx of refugees and the deterioration of public order, the aftershocks of the Civil War still lingered. But with the end of the war, the capital was gradually regaining its vitality, and a gratified smile appeared on Queen Priscilla's face. I must work harder, at least as hard as Isaac. Queen Priscilla thought of that model lord who, even after becoming the powerful hegemon of the West, worked harder than anyone else, and she made a silent vow in her heart. However, just then, a large and peculiar object slowly approached from the distant sky. She rubbed her eyes vigorously only to find that it wasn't a hallucination, and was instantly left speechless with shock. What is that thing? It looked like a giant bedsheet, with something like a basket hanging underneath. Even at Her Majesty's question, the maidservants and the royal knights were too stunned to answer. Then Lucy suddenly pointed at the crest on the hot air balloon and said, "Look, it's the sword and the axe." That was a famous family crest known to all, so even facing this strange flying object, everyone gradually lowered their guard. Isaac's various whimsical ideas were already well known far and wide. It seems this is another new invention from the Blackwood territory. Although Queen Priscilla had already heard that Isaac would be coming to discuss imperial matters with her, she never in her wildest dreams imagined that the man would appear in such a way. Honestly, why does this guy do something incomprehensible every time he shows up? For a moment, Queen Priscilla couldn't help but sigh while holding her forehead. Becoming a mercenary, anyone can do that. Queen Priscilla advocated simplicity, and even the room where she handled daily state affairs was unpretentious. Thanks to you, Lord Isaac. The royal capital has been exceptionally lively recently. There was a faint scent of roses in the room. Queen Priscilla stared at Isaac with her purple eyes. She rested her chin on one hand, a hint of amusement in her tone. The sight of huge packages and baskets flying in the air is something I never imagined. Do you know, the entire royal capital is talking about you now? Yes, I've heard a little. Isaac lowered his flight altitude and looked down, only to see the residents of Mare City, one by one, looking up with wide-open mouths like newborn chicks. Every time he passed overhead, bursts of exclamations erupted. It must be said, this feeling of being the center of attention was truly unforgettable. I should have taken the opportunity to promote my upcoming donut and fried chicken shop. The visual impact combined with explosive publicity would definitely be extraordinary, Isaac thought. Hot air balloons are great. I can try them when I open the shop later. I heard your cultivation has improved recently. Is that flying object some kind of magic? Something like that. Isaac's vague answer immediately earned him a sly look from the queen. But how did they evade the detection of the court mages? Such a large-scale magic shouldn't be able to escape their perception, right? That's because it's not some grand magic, Isaac muttered to himself. Ultimately, it was merely a basic first-string fire magic. Coupled with such a high flight altitude, unless the court mages possessed expand radar, it would be impossible to discover. He who knows? Isaac awkwardly looked up at the ceiling and replied perfunctorily. The queen gave him a meaningful glance. Although the Hyde Kingdom was Isaac's ally, and the two sides cooperated closely in security, intelligence sharing on new aerial assets was another matter entirely. Of course, the technical principle was not complex and would eventually be replicated. But without wind spirits, reconnaissance capability would ultimately be greatly diminished. While wind magic existed, the degree of control over wind power was far inferior. By the time they master this technology, we should have upgraded to airships, Isaac thought. Speaking of which, Regent Passus, no, didn't Duke Passus say he was going back to his territory to retire? Isaac pointed to an old man in the corner of the room and asked, a hint of confusion in his tone. He had clearly vowed earlier that he would return to his territory to enjoy his later years after handing over the throne. So why was he still lingering here? Duke Passus, who had been singled out, was gently tapping a document with the red sandalwood fountain pen Isaac had given him earlier. Hearing this, he put down his pen and spoke with a sigh of resignation. I want to, but some people just don't want this old man to retire. His tone carried a hint of helplessness and the lament of a laborer, while the queen and the chief attendant awkwardly cleared their throats. It seems your retirement plan has fallen through. Isaac curled his lips into a smile and said, but that's good too. Contributing one's remaining energy to the country is better than doing nothing. It's also a form of achievement in old age. By the way, Duke Isaac, I'm listening. Was dividing the Holy Saxon Empire into two really your doing? Duke Passus asked, his eyes also flashing with curiosity. Isaac merely nodded faintly, acknowledging it. Hiss, seeing him nod, a collective gasp filled the room. It was just good luck. I accidentally discovered a special medicine that cured Emperor Emil's chronic illness. Isaac said dismissively. As for Prince Joseph, he simply brought it upon himself. You reap what you sow, Isaac thought to himself. You were truly far-sighted, the queen exclaimed. Thanks to you, the Saxon Empire is now completely split in two and mired in civil war, just like we were back then. Now that the tables had turned, a hint of vengeful pleasure appeared on the queen's face. So, what's the war situation like now? Isaac asked. The middle-aged chief attendant, who stood like a shadow behind the queen, stepped forward and respectfully replied, unfortunately, the war situation is quite unfavorable for Emperor Emil. Although Emperor Emil has declared Prince Joseph a rebel, many people have still chosen to side with the prince, the chief attendant continued. It seems there are still quite a few restless people in the empire. Prince Joseph has amassed an army of 60,000 and is advancing towards Duke Edgar's territory with overwhelming force, as if some great flood or beast is chasing behind him. The chief attendant then explained that Emperor Emil's forces numbered less than 30,000. Although they are stubbornly resisting, relying on the easily defensible terrain of Duke Edgar's territory, they are outnumbered, and the enemy possesses superior magical weapons. Overall, the war situation is very dire. Both sides easily raise tens of thousands of troops, It seems the empire has a considerable population, Isaac thought to himself as he listened to these figures. And to contend for future rule, even farmers have been mobilized. They are truly desperate. From their eagerness to attack now, it seems they are very worried that someone will intervene in this war. They're probably worried about our Blackwood army making a move again, Isaac thought to himself. Under these circumstances, Emperor Emil urgently requested aid from our country, hoping that we would help him eliminate this mad rebel in the name of upholding justice and peace on the continent. Of course, he's not asking for a free ride. The chief attendant smiled meaningfully. Emperor Emil said that if we are willing to send troops, everything from the prince's side will be shared with us. Chief Attendant Agile, you're being very subtle, Isaac teased. Not at all, Duke. You flatter me, replied the chief attendant named Agile humbly. Queen Priscilla and Duke Passus, who were nearby, also exchanged knowing smiles. How times have changed, Isaac sighed inwardly. Back then, William, I used the excuse of helping the prince quell the rebellion to intervene in the Empire's civil war. But now, the legitimate emperor himself was requesting their troops, which was impeccable both morally and in terms of benefit. What's more, the Saxon Empire was now like a bleeding behemoth. Its accumulated wealth and vast territory would all become the spoils of the victor. The empire had kicked them when they were down during their internal strife. Now it was time for them to collect their interest. Furthermore, if Prince Joseph were left unchecked, he would surely make a comeback once he was free and become a major threat to the Hyde Kingdom. Although the magic contract we signed with the Empire does have some restrictive clauses, the Queen said with some hesitation. Those clauses were already broken by the prince, who calls himself Emperor, weren't they, Your Majesty? Isaac interrupted her. All of this was Prince Joseph's own doing, shooting himself in the foot. Both his imperial identity and the Hyde Kingdom's intervention were his own creations. Actually, we could also nominally disband our army, and then re-recruit them as mercenaries. That way, we could legitimately enter the Empire, Isaac said with a smile. Being a mercenary who can't do that. When the contract was signed, no one expected a situation like today, which is why such a loophole was left. So the Blackwood army will also participate as mercenaries? The Queen's beautiful purple eyes fixed intently on Isaac. She was no longer the naive princess she once was, but a monarch whose every word must be taken as law. According to a vassal's obligations, if the Queen ordered a conscription, Isaac would have to lead his army to obey orders and fight for the kingdom for a period of time. However, the Blackwood army's situation was special, and the Queen couldn't easily give such an order. Of course, which mercenary group would refuse such a good opportunity to teach Prince Joseph a lesson and make a fortune from the war? Isaac smiled, half-jokingly. From the last ransom incident, it was clear that as long as they won, war was a business that yielded immense profits. Hearing Isaac's jest, Queen Priscilla couldn't help but let out a light laugh. You truly are a competent mercenary leader, Commander Isaac. You flatter me. I just know myself well, Isaac replied with a smile. He recalled that when he first transmigrated, he almost became a goblin's meal. If he hadn't reacted quickly, the grass on his grave would be 3 feet high by now. In that case, a mysterious and powerful mercenary group, well-equipped, well-trained, and possessing pike formations, centaur heavy cavalry, and artillerymen, is about to stir up a storm on the continent, the Queen said with a smile. Heh, you're absolutely right about that. Isaac also started laughing. And recently, there might even be a nascent air force, Isaac silently added in his mind. An unprecedentedly powerful mercenary group is about to be born. Deliver justice. A cold light flickered in Queen Priscilla's eyes. And then return in triumph, laden with spoils of war? Isaac asked with a smile. Haha, as expected of a professional mercenary captain. The Queen also began to laugh. The two looked at each other and smiled, both simultaneously picking up their teacups to take a sip. Everyone else in the room also wore expressions of excitement. Read good Taiwanese books on Taiwan novel website. twcan.com is super convenient. Prince Joseph, your doomsday has arrived, Isaac thought to himself. It is time to settle the score for the sins you've committed and harvest the wealth you've accumulated. Pass down the order. Prepare for the expedition. In the Brianna Marquisate, Marquis Arnold had stood firmly by second Princess Priscilla's side ever since she was just an overlooked and destitute princess. Now he had finally seen his years of patience pay off. The bitter days were over, and the sweet ones had begun. He looked at the royal decree the Queen had sent. His golden beard quivered like a lion's mane, his face etched with excitement and joy. Arnold is hereby appointed as the commander of the kingdom's army, with full authority over all military operations. Although there was a line of small print at the end stating he was to command the army in the capacity of a mercenary captain, it was a minor flaw. This decree represented the Queen's absolute trust and support. I finally made it. Arnold's heart was filled with 1,000 emotions. He had thought this was as far as he would go in life at most. A high-ranking marquis, but he never expected fate to take such an unexpected turn. I'll go tell my wife the good news right now. Thinking excitedly, he walked briskly toward the backyard. His wife, however, had been sullen lately because of a certain matter, and nothing he said could cheer her up. As soon as he entered, his wife caught him and began another round of nagging. Have you heard? That kid Isaac has already broken through to the 4th ring. My lady. Why are you bringing this up again? Arnold coughed twice in embarrassment. How old is he now? And he's already a 4th ring mage. If that's not a genius, what is? What did I tell you back then? His wife spoke with an air of disappointment, as if he were a lost cause. Even though Arnold was now a high-ranking official, the commander of the kingdom's army, and deeply trusted by the queen, he still acted like a misbehaving schoolboy in front of his wife, submissive and barely daring to breathe. Whenever Isaac achieved something, his wife would bring up old grievances to scold him, and he would be left speechless. If it hadn't been for you back then. His wife wanted to say more, but Arnold interrupted her helplessly. My lady, I know I was wrong. Please don't mention it anymore. Humph, of course you know you were wrong. You were the one who personally ruined our daughter's happiness. His wife Lucy, Brianna's mother, Lady Pictora, continued to speak in a fit of rage. Arnold groaned inwardly. He had only wanted what was best for his daughter at the time. Who could have known that Isaac would suddenly rise to become such a sought-after figure in the kingdom? Back then, Lucy excitedly told me how she and Isaac had defeated a sword saint together, how well they complemented each other, and what a perfect match they were. Lady Pictora grew sadder as she spoke, feeling more and more distressed. Sigh, it's all your fault. If you hadn't, my lady, let the past be the past. Am I not doing quite well for myself now? I am the commander, the queen's confidant, and the leader of all the lords in the West. Arnold tried to change the subject. Humph, no matter how much glory you have now, it doesn't change the mistake you made back then. Lady Pictora interrupted him mercilessly. Arnold was immediately rendered speechless. He knew his wife was stuck in a rut, and nothing he said would matter. Sigh. Arnold looked up toward the direction of the Blackwood territory and let out a helpless sigh. Asterisk. The sky was awashed azure, a completely different view from what one saw on the ground. Isaac ascended into the high sky in a hot air balloon, looking down at the vast Blackwood territory, his heart filled with lofty ambitions. Below him, Miller was commanding the soldiers as they advanced in an orderly fashion. Con, come down and run with us. Come down and play with us. In the distance, the centaur huntresses waved at him as they ran, seemingly complaining that he had abandoned them. When there's a chance in the future, I'll definitely let you experience the joy of flying as well, Isaac thought to himself. Currently, the main fighting force of the Blackwood territory remained these centaur huntresses, who were like biological tanks. Whoosh! Whoosh! The sound of whistling wind filled his ears as Sylph manipulated the wind elements, pushing the hot air balloon's speed to its limit. Wow! Just by adding a piece of cloth, the speed increased so much. It's truly amazing! Effie shouted excitedly, gripping Isaac's arm tightly. The scent of lavender from her drifted into Isaac's nostrils, making him feel refreshed. Yes, I really didn't expect a simple piece of fabric could generate such immense power. On the other side, Toddlin also let out a sigh of admiration. He had originally been filled with dread about joining the war, but after experiencing the joy of flight, his mood improved significantly. 2 hot air balloons flying side by side, it feels wonderful, Effie said excitedly. Just as she said, the 2 black hot air balloons were like 2 black dragons, soaring above the Blackwood army to provide escort and protection. Isaac had put a lot of effort into manufacturing these 2 hot air balloons, not only requisitioning a large amount of cloth, but also utilizing precious rubber resources. Of course, the ideal material for the gas bags would have been cattle intestines, but Isaac didn't want to engage in a large-scale slaughter of livestock just for a few hot air balloons. More importantly, it wasn't necessary. These things would be available later anyway. Whoosh! The 2 elves manipulated the wind elements, causing the hot air balloon's speed to increase once more. Lord, what kind of mission are we going to perform? Effie asked curiously. To deliver goods, Isaac said indifferently, watching the scenery below grow smaller and smaller. Delivering goods? What kind of goods? Effie became even more curious. Delivering justice. Isaac looked down at the items in the crates, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. They were crates of black iron lumps that had undergone quadruple weight reduction enchantments. Endless greed and insane ambition can only be cured by the violent expansion of gunpowder and thermal radiation, Isaac thought to himself. In the silent night, the enemy will understand the meaning of justice from the heavens. Holy Saxon Empire, the Imperial Palace. Prince Joseph was racking his brains for a way to completely defeat Emperor Emil when a messenger suddenly rushed in, panicked. Report, Your Highness. There's movement from the Kingdom of Hyde. What movement? Joseph frowned. He had previously sent a sternly worded warning letter to the Kingdom of Hyde, telling them not to interfere in the Empire's internal affairs. He hadn't expected them to dare ignore his warning. They've sent a mercenary group over, saying they're here to help Emperor Emil suppress the rebellion. The messenger stammered. A bunch of motley rabble dares to meddle in this mess. Joseph was fuming with rage, tearing the letter in his hand to shreds. Someone write a reply. Say. He was so exasperated that for a moment he couldn't even think of any harsh words. Say that the affairs of the Empire are not for outsiders like them to interfere in. He slammed his hand on the table and roared. Yes. The messenger trembled in fear and quickly turned to run out. A bunch of self-righteous fools. Do they really think I'm afraid of them? Joseph said through gritted teeth. Bring it on. This is the Holy Saxon Empire, not a place for you to act wildly. In his golden eyes, a cold killing intent flickered. Arnold's troubles? The dry autumn wind blew through the withered yellow leaves, as if reflecting Marquis Arnold's irritable mood at this moment. 8,000 soldiers and a host of kingdom lords had gathered here under the Queen's mobilization order, marching grandly toward the Holy Saxon Empire. When they set off, everyone was in high spirits, dreaming of achieving great things and returning home in glory. However, reality struck Arnold like a heavy blow. Commanding a large army sounded majestic, But in practice, it was far more complex than commanding a territorial army. The entire kingdom was holding its breath, eager for revenge against the Saxon Empire that had once invaded them, and morale was high. But the problem was that the supply of military rations and equipment had become a major headache, especially the rations. Although Arnold had assigned tasks according to the strength of each territory, the actual amount collected was pitifully small. The Western lords were somewhat cooperative, basically preparing supplies as requested, but those damn Southern and Eastern lords used all sorts of excuses and bickered, claiming either that last year's harvest was poor or that they had been plundered by the Imperial Army recently. In short, they simply couldn't produce any grain. Are these fellows really here to fight? It looks to me like they're just here to cause trouble. Arnold couldn't help but curse under his breath. Father, please calm down. Lucy hurriedly stepped forward to comfort him upon seeing this. Arnold looked at this army with its loose discipline and chaotic logistics, then thought of the elite force in Blackwood territory, disciplined and well-supplied, and his heart filled with envy, jealousy, and resentment. Even the most resourceful housewife cannot cook without rice. How can we fight this war without grain? He felt a sense of powerlessness. For an army of 8,000, the daily consumption of food was an astronomical figure, not to mention that marching and fighting were physically exhausting. If I had known, I wouldn't have brought so many people out. Now look, I've just made trouble for myself, Arnold regretted deeply. Just then, a merchant caravan appeared before them, like a savior sent from heaven. Oh, isn't this Marquis Arnold? Why the long face? The speaker was a shapely beastman half-blood woman with a fluffy black tail behind her and a lazy, cat-like smile on her face. President Miko, long time no see. Lucy recognized her at a glance and greeted her warmly. Arnold then realized that the person before him was the famous president of the Blackwood Merchant Guild, Miko. Greetings, Marquis Arnold. Greetings, Miss Lucy. Miko bowed slightly. In the Eastern continent, where racial discrimination was severe, Miko, as a half-blood, had to learn to read people's expressions and be cautious in her words and deeds to survive. Over time, this had become her habit. Of course, she was no longer the bullied little girl she once was. She was the president of the Blackwood Merchant Guild and Isaac's confidante. Anyone who dared to disrespect her was crossing Isaac. Moreover, there were rumors that Isaac had not hesitated to wash the Dario Merchant Guild in blood for her sake. Of course, those with keen eyes knew that Isaac's true intention lay elsewhere. He had targeted the Dario Merchant Guild's strength and resources, and used her as an excuse to annex them. The current Blackwood Merchant Guild had seemingly become the kingdom's most sought-after commercial empire, not only monopolizing the sugar trade, but also extending its reach to neighboring countries. President Miko, you are... Arnold pointed at the long line of horse-drawn carriages in the distance, and asked curiously, aren't you worried about military rations? Haven't I brought you grain? Miko said with a smile, pulling a letter stamped with the royal seal from her bosom. Oh, Arnold's eyes immediately lit up. However, he knew very well that there was no such thing as a free lunch. This shrewd businesswoman certainly wouldn't make a losing deal. I have already settled the specifics with Her Majesty Queen Freya. You only need to look over this document. Miko handed over the letter. It seemed the complaint letter he had written to the Queen earlier had worked. Arnold took the letter and began to read it carefully. Just as the rumors said, Blackwood territory had a bumper harvest this year, with an incredible grain yield. This is simply a windfall from the heavens, he thought to himself. But when he saw the price, his heart suddenly sank. Although Miko didn't take advantage of the situation to rob him, the price was still significantly higher than usual. After all, it was wartime, and it was normal for prices to skyrocket. If we lose this war, the kingdom of Hyde will be burdened with massive debt, he groaned inwardly. Hee, do your best. I believe you will surely return in triumph. Miko smiled and clenched her fist in a cheering gesture. Although her tone was sincere, Arnold always felt a hint of craftiness in her smile. Just then, another line of horse-drawn carriages slowly approached. President Miko, is that grain as well? Arnold asked. No, those are the weapons and equipment you ordered before, remember? Libero, show them the goods. A merchant wearing a top hat heard the command and immediately stepped forward, pulling back the tarpaulin of a carriage. Wow! Under the piercing sunlight, the cold glint of the steel weapons and equipment was blinding. The carriage was filled with various steel armor pieces like plate armor, helmets, gauntlets, and greaves, as well as various weapons like longswords, battle axes, maces, and flails. Arnold then remembered that Isaac had mentioned recently that their territory had produced a batch of steel weapons and equipment, and had asked if he wanted to pre-order some. At the time, he had been skeptical and only paid a tenth of the deposit. He hadn't expected that Isaac would actually produce so many weapons and equipment in such a short time. Do you want them? If not, I'll sell them to others. It's a time of war, and weapons and equipment are in high demand, Miko said with a smile. Arnold hesitated. He knew that if he could obtain this batch of weapons and equipment, the combat power of the royal army would be significantly enhanced. But the problem was he simply couldn't afford such a huge sum. What are you still hesitating for? Won't you have everything once you win? Miko said softly, as if seeing through his thoughts. At that time, you can use the captured spoils of war to repay the debt. That's right. As long as we win, all problems will be solved, Arnold thought. Moreover, Blackwood territory had also sent troops to participate, so the chances of winning this war were quite high. Fine, I'll take them all. Arnold gritted his teeth and made the final decision. Splendid. I love doing business with people like you, Miko said with a smile like a beckoning cat. As for the payment, there's no need to worry. It won't be too late to pay after the war is over. Sigh, Arnold groaned inwardly. He was now in a position from which there was no turning back. By the way, President Miko, is there any news from Lord Isaac, who set out ahead of us? Arnold asked. They had set out almost at the same time as Isaac, but Isaac's army had many fanatical believers, and their marching speed was very fast. We'll have to wait for our messenger to return for the specifics. However, I heard that the situation on Emperor Emil's side doesn't seem very optimistic, so Lord Isaac decided to take the aerial route first, Miko replied. A aerial route? Arnold was completely bewildered, having no idea what she meant. Yes. He said they recently developed a new type of aerial force that can bypass the enemy's lines and directly attack their rear. He also said he's going to burn the enemy's grain and supplies, making them suffer the consequences, and turning their 60,000-strong army into a burden. What? How is that possible? Arnold's mouth hung open in surprise. He had originally thought Isaac intended to use the flying ability of a fourth circle mage to sneak behind enemy lines and start fires. But thinking carefully, a fourth circle mage's flight altitude was limited, and more importantly, they were easily discovered. It was an impossible task. Yes, I also think it's incredible. But Lord Isaac said they can definitely do it, Miko said with a smile. While Arnold was racking his brain, Lucy, who was beside him, suddenly slapped her thigh in realization. Ah, I know, artificial bombing zone. Whoosh, huge kites flew in the air, silently carrying Isaac and the others past the enemy lines. They chose a secluded valley as their flight path. The terrain here was complex and the airflow turbulent, making it impassable for ordinary hot air balloons. But they had Sylph, a powerful wind spirit, who could perfectly control the wind element, allowing the hot air balloon to remain stable even in strong winds. Swoosh! An intermediate wind spirit flew back and delivered the reconnaissance report to Isaac. Just as expected, Isaac looked at the intelligence report in his hand, the corners of his mouth curving slightly upward. Not far from them, a supply convoy was resting in a patch of reeds. Prepare the incendiary bombs, Isaac commanded. The spirits on the two hot air balloons immediately took action. They used the wind element to measure the distance, and then cut the fuses of the incendiary bombs to the appropriate length. To carry more incendiary bombs, they had to reduce the number of passengers, but the firepower was not diminished at all. Ascend! Isaac injected magic power into the fire magic array, and the hot air balloon slowly rose, crossed the valley, and reached the sky directly above the enemy. Target: enemy provisions and baggage. Prepare to attack. Yes, sir. Following Isaac's order, the spirits lit the fuses of the incendiary bombs and dropped them all towards the ground. Boom! 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 Amidst the deafening explosions, the enemy's provisions and baggage instantly turned into a sea of fire. Almost instantly, Isaac turned the area below into a ruthless bombing zone. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Up in the sky, what is that thing in the sky? The panicked enemy soldiers were terrified out of their wits as they looked at the fireballs descending from the sky and the two huge dark shadows. They never dreamed that the enemy would launch an aerial attack against them. This method of attack was likely the first of its kind in this world. Such an attack had never appeared in previous wars. Large swaths of soldiers, provisions, and baggage were ignited. From a distance, one could see a vast sea of fire with large groups of flame-covered soldiers struggling and wailing on the ground. What a pity, the hit rate is still a bit low. Isaac looked at the raging sea of fire below and said regretfully, because there was no precise aiming system, many incendiary bombs fell onto empty ground and were wasted. It's alright, leave it to me, Effie said confidently. Whoosh! A strong wind suddenly arose, and the flames that were spreading in all directions abruptly changed course, sweeping toward the location of the provisions and baggage. Isaac watched this scene, his eyes filled with surprise. My wind spirit can control the wind direction to make the flames burn hotter, Effie explained. Ha ha ha, you truly are my Zhu Liang. Isaac couldn't help but exclaim. From today onward, my beloved consort, you are my military advisor. Is that true? Effie immediately beamed with joy. Of course it's true. Isaac smiled and nodded. Whoosh! Sheared on by the strong winds, the flames burned hotter and hotter, quickly consuming the enemy's provisions and baggage. Seeing the bad situation, some enemy soldiers threw away their armor and scattered, fleeing in all directions. Don't let them escape. A knight shouted loudly, drew his bow, and shot an arrow toward the hot air balloon. Swoosh! 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 However, before his arrows flew halfway, they all lost momentum and fell weakly to the ground. Ha! Let's go! With Isaac's command, the two hot air balloons quickly ascended, disappearing into the vast darkness of the night. Lord, where should we go next? Effie asked. To support Emperor Emil. Isaac looked at the map in his hand and said lightly, according to the intelligence, Prince Joseph's army is besieging Duke Edgar's territory. We will go and help them. Okay. Effie nodded excitedly. Move out. ****. On the desolate plain, two figures stood facing each other from a distance. One was a white-haired old man and the other was a burly middle-aged man. Both exuded a powerful aura, making the surrounding air seem to freeze. Hoo-hoo! After a fierce battle, both were panting heavily and their bodies were covered in wounds. Duke Edgar, I advise you to surrender. You should know that it is impossible for you to defeat His Majesty Joseph. The speaker was an old man wearing luxurious magic robes. He was the Archmage of the Holy Saxon Empire, Duke Huey. His Majesty Emil is still alive, and he hasn't abdicated. What kind of emperor is Joseph? Duke Edgar snorted coldly, his longsword still gleaming with cold light. HMPH, incorrigible. Duke Huey snorted coldly and abruptly slammed his staff down. Do you think I don't know that your son also disobeyed your orders and joined the civil war in the Kingdom of Hyde? Do you know what happened to them now? Duke Edgar's expression changed. His son, Erwin, had indeed disobeyed his orders and secretly joined Prince William's faction in the civil war of the Kingdom of Hyde. They all died, killed by Blackwood's army. Duke Huey said with a cold laugh. Do you intend to follow in their footsteps? Duke Edgar was consumed by rage, but he also knew that Duke Huey was speaking the truth. Let's settle the grievances between you and me today. Duke Huey raised the staff in his hand as he spoke. That suits me perfectly. Duke Edgar also raised the longsword in his hand. Just then, a series of deafening explosions suddenly echoed from afar. Boom, boom, boom. What is that? Duke Huey's expression changed and he turned his head toward the direction of the explosions. Several huge dark shadows appeared in the distant sky, circling and flying, occasionally dropping fireballs that blasted the targets on the ground into a sea of fire. Well, what are those things? Could they be the legendary dragons? No, dragons aren't that small, and everyone discussed animatedly, but no one could figure out what they were. Duke Edgar, it seems your reinforcements have arrived. Duke Huey said with a cold laugh. However, do you think they can change the course of the battle? HMPH, that's not necessarily true. Duke Edgar snorted coldly, a strange light flashing in his eyes. Hit and run. Most of Duke Edgar's territory consists of high mountains and steep ridges, making it very suitable for aerial forces to play a role. That is why Isaac and his team were able to use low-altitude flight to hide their presence and launch surprise attacks on the enemy's rear supply lines and mage units. Of course, there are pros and cons. The continuous explosions and sudden attacks also caused everyone on the battlefield to notice these two bizarrely shaped hot air balloons. It's about time to retreat, Isaac thought to himself. However, retreating was not easy. The enraged enemy mages abandoned their current opponents and flew directly towards them. This was undoubtedly great news for Emperor Emil's army. But for Isaac and his team, it was a huge problem. Magic fluctuations detected ahead. A large number of enemy mages are approaching. Sylph, ascend at full speed, driven by the strong winds. The hot air balloon shot into the sky like arrows released from a bowstring. Elven archers prepare for combat. Yes, the elves on the two hot air balloons raised the rifles in their hands, aiming at the enemy mages pursuing from below. Fire! Ban! 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 Amidst the deafening gunfire, bullets whistled out, carving white trails through the air. What is this? Watch out, it's a magic attack. Caught off guard, the enemy mages hurriedly erected magic shields, trying to block the bullet attacks. However, they soon discovered that the power of these bullets far exceeded their imagination. Ban! 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 The bullets poured down like raindrops, easily piercing their magic shields and catching them off guard. Amidst screams, several enemy mages were hit in vital spots and fell straight down from the sky. There are more on the left. I'll deal with them. The two hot air balloons covered each other, firing continuously and shooting down the pursuing enemy mages one by one. Ban! 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 Screams, gunfire, and explosions intertwined, echoing through the sky. In the blink of an eye, the hot air balloons climbed to their maximum altitude of 900 tar. Meanwhile, the pursuing enemy mages were slowing down due to the altitude. Damn it, don't run, bastard. If you have the guts, come down and fight one-on-one. Seeing that they were about to lose them, the enemy mages cursed in frustration. Haha. If you have the guts, come up here. Ha, a bunch of idiots. Isaac sneered and ignored their clamoring. Phew. Just then, the enemy mages, in their desperation, joined forces to launch a large-scale spell, seemingly trying to shoot them down. Sylph, it's up to you. No problem. Under Sylph's control, the hot air balloon nimbly dodged the magic attack. Boom! The massive fireball exploded in the air, turning into a rain of fire, but it didn't even graze the hot air balloon. Damn it! Seeing this, the enemy mages gnashed their teeth in anger but were helpless. Not going to play with them anymore. Let's go! At Isaac's command, the two hot air balloons changed direction and sailed away. Huey finally got rid of them. Effie sighed in relief. Yeah, that was so thrilling. The other elves also said, still feeling shaken. It's a good thing we have rifles. Otherwise, it would have been a bit troublesome, Isaac said with a chuckle, looking unperturbed. In the Middle Ages on Earth, if they had encountered this situation, they would have just been sitting ducks. But we successfully completed the mission, didn't we? Yeah, we burned their supplies and baggage and took out quite a few mages. They're going to have a headache this time, Effie said with a smile. Now they shouldn't be thinking about how to fight, but how to fill their stomachs, Isaac said with a cold sneer. Thinking of this, everyone on the hot air balloon laughed in unison. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Burn, incinerate all enemies. Hellfire. Duke Huey roared, and the staff in his hand erupted with dazzling light. A massive fireball, like flames overflowing from hell, shot towards Duke Edgar with the momentum to incinerate everything. Huh. A mere parlor trick. Facing this earth-shattering blow, Duke Edgar remained calm. He lunged forward, his mithril longsword turning into a bolt of lightning as he cleaved the fireball directly in two. Boom! The fireball exploded in the air, turning into a rain of fire that scorched the surrounding hillsides. Damn it, Duke Huey, furious, waved his staff again and launched a fierce attack. Heh, Duke Huey, why have you suddenly become so anxious? Didn't you say that the longer the time drags on, the more advantageous it is for you? Duke Edgar mocked while parrying Duke Huey's attacks. Damn it. Duke Huey cursed inwardly. The reason he was so anxious was that he had witnessed the scene of those mages being shot down with his own eyes. Those bizarrely shaped flying machines reminded him of his miserable defeat in the Hyde Kingdom. He had a strong, ominous premonition that if he couldn't take care of Duke Edgar soon, they might very well repeat the same mistake. Duke Huey, do you think you can escape? Duke Edgar said with a cold sneer. Today, I will make you pay for what you have done. HMPH, then let's see you try. Duke Huey snorted coldly and raised his staff again. Just then, Duke Edgar suddenly felt a powerful magic fluctuation coming from afar. What? He was startled and turned to look in the direction the magic fluctuation was coming from. He saw several massive dark shadows appearing in the distant sky, circling and dancing in the air, occasionally dropping fireballs that blasted the army on the ground into a sea of flames. Countless soldiers let out shrill screams amidst the sea of fire. This attack from the sky caused heavy losses to Joseph's army and severely damaged their morale. The situation has been completely thrown into chaos. The night was deep, roughly around 2 in the morning, the time when all mortals were fast asleep. Isaac and his group piloted 2 resupplied hot air balloons, cutting through the night sky and advancing deep into enemy territory. This trip was meant to pour out the final supplies and ignite the flames of war in the enemy's heartland. To scout the terrain, they scattered elves all around, sensing everything like tentacles. When they entered a patch of white clouds, the accompanying wood elves exclaimed in amazement, "Wow, we've touched the clouds. I heard that this is where the gods live." Watching their pure joy, Isaac had to swallow the truth that these were merely water vapor back into his stomach. Low-level clouds usually form above 2,000 meters, but these clouds looked more like cumulus clouds formed at a lower altitude. Lord Firelight discovered ahead. At this moment, Sylph, who had been standing by Isaac's side, stepped forward with an elegant posture to report. As the hot air balloons gradually passed through the cumulus clouds, their field of vision broadened. Just as Sylph had said, specks of firelight appeared below, like fireflies flickering in the night. Those were several carriages loaded with cargo parked in an open space, surrounded by soldiers camping. To dispel the darkness and the chill of the autumn night, they had lit bonfires everywhere. They had clearly been warned not to smoke on the battlefield if they wanted to avoid being blown up. Why wouldn't these people listen? Isaac immediately ordered the output of the flame magic to be lowered. As cold air poured in, the hot air balloons began to descend slowly. Prepare yourselves. We are conducting a night raid. Isaac didn't believe that 2 hot air balloons alone could crush an army of 60,000, but at least he could destroy their supplies to buy time for his own side, holding out until the kingdom's army and the Blackwood Territory army arrived. Bombing! Endless bombing. Let this sudden night raid become their most terrifying nightmare. It could be asserted that this would be the worst way to wake up in the history of humanity in this world. From now on, the night, along with the day, would become an inescapable fear for them. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. On the high platform of the imperial palace sat a magnificent throne symbolizing the glory and dignity of the empire. However, Emperor Emil, who was sitting upon it at this moment, was stunned by the battle reports from the front line. What did you say? How has the offensive completely stalled? Kiddo, Molden, Ebbis. The territories of those resistance forces had originally been falling one by one under the trampling of the Empire's iron cavalry. Emperor Emil had originally expected to take 1 or 2 more cities, after which he could strike directly at the rebels' lair, but he never expected that the army would be unable to move an inch. We are no longer able to advance. What exactly is going on? The attendant lowered his head, reporting what happened on the front line to the Emperor with trepidation. The logistics troops transporting supplies and the camps storing them have all been destroyed by fire. Your Majesty, Emperor Emil had originally intended to end the war quickly, finishing the civil war before the Kingdom of Hyde could intervene, so he had been generous with manpower and resources. But now, this plan had been completely disrupted. The logistics troops were attacked. How is that possible? I set up so many defensive lines, and those supplies that were so hard to gather, they were all burned too? Emperor Emil stood up abruptly, angrily berating the attendant in disbelief. The attendants lowered their heads in shame, and one of them spoke up. It is said to be an attack from the Sky Survivors' claim that a huge, pitch-black, circular flying object turned the carriages and the ground into a sea of fire. How could such a creature exist in this world? A huge, circular flying object capable of turning the ground into a sea of fire? Emperor Emil frowned, finding the description baffling. If it were a half-dragon monster attacking, breathing dragon fire to incinerate everything, he would find it more plausible. Huey, where is Duke Huey? If he were here, he could shoot it down even if it were really a half-dragon monster. Duke Huey was unfortunately injured due to a moment of distraction while engaging Duke Edgar to intercept that flying object. I fear he will need to rest for several days to recover. Hearing this news, Emperor Emil's lips tightened into a straight line. He knew that these few days would become the turning point of this war. Whether the Empire's civil war ends here or the kingdom is allowed to intervene, it all depends on these next few days. No matter what, order the army to continue advancing. Aren't there still nearby villages? Even if you have to plunder it, get the food for me. Although this bit of food was merely a drop in the bucket for an army of 60,000, it could at least allow them to hold out until they conquered the rebels' main city. Your Majesty, Emperor Emil's army seems to have noticed our predicament. They are continuously retreating and have adopted a scorched earth policy. So now our army. So you're saying 60,000 people are starving right now? Yes, the soldiers can only rely on digging up grass roots and chewing on tree bark to satisfy their hunger. The situation on the front line is even worse than we imagined. Upon hearing this, Emperor Emil was stunned. He hadn't expected the situation to have deteriorated to this extent. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. The deafening sound of hooves resonated across the land, and flags crossed with swords and battle axes fluttered violently in the strong wind. The burly centaur cavalry, clad in heavy armor and wielding various weapons, swept toward the direction of the Empire like a moving torrent of steel. To support their allies as quickly as possible, they traveled without stopping. Arriving right after the hot air balloons was the Blackwood Territory cavalry, which made the Empire tremble with fear. As expected of the Khan, this is a huge help. Just after stepping into Imperial territory, they received exciting news. The Khan had completely destroyed the enemy's supply lines, and they could now fully let loose and go all out. A brown-skinned female warrior raised the firearm in her hand high, shouting excitedly, "Lady Purse, let's go! We can't let the elves in the sky take all the credit." A white-skinned centaur female warrior also chimed in, looking heroic with a helmet adorned with flowing mane. Just like on the southern battlefield, they would follow in the footsteps of their Khan and turn the entire battlefield upside down. The strongest army of the Blackwood Territory, who else but us? Charge! Warriors of the West! Ooh! Purse mimicked the Khan's tone and gave the command to charge. The heavy cavalry troop trampled the Empire's land like a landslide or tsunami, launching an unstoppable charge toward their target. Rumble, rumble, the dual strikes from the sky and the ground were about to sweep in. Report! The logistics supplies of Crown Prince Joseph's army have been cut off, the soldiers' morale is low, and now there are even deserters. A female knight wearing silver-white armor with long black hair reported the military situation to Emperor Emil with a joyful expression. Ever since losing their territory and retreating repeatedly, the morale of the kingdom's army had been very low. But ever since that strange flying object appeared, the war situation had undergone an earth-shattering change. Even her teacher, that powerful archmage, had finally defeated a long-time rival and had smugly shown off to her. Although it is regrettable, looking at it now, Your Majesty's decision to decisively cut off the enemy's logistics supplies was truly extremely wise. Emperor Emil heard Ebony's praise, but waved his hand indicating that this was not his own achievement. How can this be called my achievement? The one who should truly be thanked is that mysterious figure who crossed the mountains and burned all the enemy's supplies. A giant object capable of flying freely in the sky and incinerating the ground, as well as an aerial force capable of intercepting mages' counterattacks at that moment. He even doubted if he was already too old to keep up with this era. You say it's the army of the Blackwood Territory? Ebony? Yes, Your Majesty. I once fought against them. I cannot think of anyone else who would possess such terrifyingly powerful weapons. A strange weapon capable of firing invisibly and knocking down even a sword saint. Along with that incredible flying machine, Ebony was almost certain that these were all inventions of Duke Isaac. It seems that he accepted our request and sent troops to support us. The last hope of the Kingdom of Hyde, that young Duke. Although they had indeed sent a request for aid, Emperor Emil never expected that he would appear on the battlefield so quickly and so forcefully. Is that the young man who gave you the magical potion? Can you tell me more about him in detail? Emperor Emil's tone was full of curiosity. A potion capable of dispelling the curses of magical items was already magical enough, and coupled with that freely controlled aerial force, it made him extremely interested in this young Duke. He is a godlike man who started from scratch, established a powerful army and a wealthy territory, and he even once defeated me on the battlefield using brute force. At first, Ebony only thought that this young lord was lucky, but ever since she lost to him in a test of strength, she began to re-evaluate this young man. Among her peers, the only person who could surpass her on the battlefield and in strength was probably this Duke Isaac. Oh, even a sword saint was defeated by him? Hearing this, Emperor Emil was truly surprised. That highly competitive Ebony actually admitted defeat so willingly? And he always felt that something was a bit strange. He clearly heard that the Duke was a powerful mage. Say, I really want to meet this young man. Whether it was crushing Crown Prince Joseph's army, possessing the potion to dispel magical item curses, or that aerial force that came and went at will, All of it made Emperor Emil full of curiosity about this young duke. The new king is truly blessed with good fortune. I think we will meet soon, your majesty. He seems to be able to travel freely anywhere, even in enemy territory. Ebony looked up at the sky and murmured to herself. Whether it was powerful mages or steep mountains, she firmly believed that none of these could stop his footsteps. To be able to soar freely in the sky, for the Imperial army, which had only half the troops of the opponent and was retreating steadily, what an enviable ability that was. Supply cut off again. Isaac had gradually grown accustomed to the feeling of looking down upon the earth. A robust Gushok sword with wings spread beside him. On another hot air balloon, Todlin, who was responsible for blasting flames, watched the scene and let out a heartfelt sigh. Following you really allows one to experience all sorts of new things, Lord. As the distance between the two hot air balloons gradually closed, Todlin's voice drifted over clearly. He could be seen directing a fire elemental spirit to crawl into the envelope, using its own flames to heat the air. Although they had prepared charcoal as a backup, it still couldn't compare to such elemental spirits when it came to temperature control and heat output. What? You don't like it? How could I not? I'm experiencing life. I'm the first dwarf to fly into the sky by his own power. Woohoo tilde tilde. The fire elemental spirit's flames burned even more vigorously, and as the hot air balloon rose, Todlin became even more firm in his thoughts. This was something he could brag about for a lifetime. The dwarf shouted excitedly. I have to say, spirits are just too useful. Isaac looked at the wood elves circling the hot air balloons on reconnaissance duty, as well as the elemental spirits they summoned, and let out a heartfelt sigh. Not only were they obedient, but their abilities were also very strong. So, Iria, you should learn a bit more too, Isaac said to the lightning spirit, who was sitting bored on the edge of the basket, dangling her legs. Everyone was doing their part. Only she had been watching the show since the start of the battle. Comparison is the root of all evil, master. This lightning spirit, who belonged exclusively to him, actually dared to talk back so righteously. You're just slacking off. If it were a place needing electricity or power generation, she might be useful. But on the battlefield, she really had no place to show her skills. I told you before, it's because your spirit power is too weak that my performance is limited. My true power is the ability to control lightning. Iria crossed her arms and said huffily. Indeed, due to the contract, she was currently just a lightning spirit unable to release lightning. So, you're completely useless in battle? Not a single bit of use? If I have to say, weren't you practicing releasing lightning magic with an iron rod? I can help you improve your accuracy. Iria rested her chin on her small hand and said after a moment's thought. She could slightly adjust the trajectory of lightning strike, making it easier for Isaac to hit his targets. Why didn't you say so earlier? You didn't ask. Iria jumped onto Isaac's palm and said righteously. What a troublesome fellow. I wonder what her status was back in the spirit realm. Fine. HMPH. Why are you suddenly calling me by my nickname? You didn't object anyway, did you? HMPH tilde. Iria turned her head away, ignoring Isaac. He was clearly just returning her own words to her exactly as she'd said them. Just then, a wind elemental spirit flew up rapidly from below. Lord, another logistics unit heading toward the Crown Prince's main army has been spotted. Effie learned the latest intelligence from Sylph and quickly grabbed Isaac's arm to report to him. Just as she said, a long line appeared in the distance. It was indeed the Empire's supply unit. They really won't give up until they see the coffin. We've taken them out so many times, yet they still haven't lost hope. It seems they are truly desperate. 60,000 troops are waiting for them to save their lives. Effie was right. Facing a force twice their size, the Imperial army had fallen into a predicament and could only desperately pin their hopes on logistics and supplies. Even though they knew they could bypass the defensive lines, they still chose to take the risk. Then let's make them even more desperate. Hee hee. My thoughts exactly. Isaac and Effie smiled at each other, their eyes full of playfulness. This time, they also had powerful allied reinforcements on the ground. The Imperial army would have no way to escape. Asterisk. When did the vast blue sky become so terrifying? Through communication magic, the Imperial Knight had already received news several times of supply units being destroyed. At this moment, he was leading another unit escorting a large amount of supplies, but the look in his eyes as he gazed at the sky was filled with fear. The mages and soldiers responsible for guarding seemed the same as him. The once unremarkable sky had now become their greatest nightmare, and everyone looked up nervously from time to time. Although they had specifically brought along newly developed large ballistae to deal with those flying objects, and there was a team of pack animals towing supplies in the rear, a lingering haze still shrouded the knight's heart. They're here. It's the army from Blackwood territory. A soldier pointed at the distant sky and screamed in terror. Two huge flying objects, like upside-down bowls, were slowly flying toward them. According to descriptions from survivors, they had confirmed that these bowls capable of spitting fire were Blackwood territory's aerial forces. Form ranks. Mages, get ready. Soldiers, load the ballistae. Seeing the enemy appear, the Imperial soldiers on the ground immediately fell into a panic. They had learned from previous lessons, knowing that those flying objects would lower their altitude before turning the ground into a sea of fire. This time, we are fully prepared, HM? However, before the knight could rejoice for long, he noticed something was wrong. At some point, a cloud of dust that blotted out the sun had risen on the ground, making his heart race as if an earthquake were occurring. Just as he was puzzled, a deafening roar of battle cries erupted from that cloud of dust. Wow! Accompanied by the soul-stirring roars of the centaur warriors, a cavalry unit like an iron torrent whistled out from the dust. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The deafening sound of hooves and the fluttering flags of Blackwood territory all proclaimed their identity. The Blackwood territory cavalry. The Imperial Knight's face turned pale instantly. He had naturally heard of the fame of this illustrious cavalry unit. They had once swept through the Civil War, crushing countless Imperial armies, and even the powerful mage legions were routed before them. Now that this army, like the Grim Reaper, had appeared before them, the Imperial soldiers immediately fell into chaos. What's worse, Blackwood territory's aerial forces were approaching from the sky. Attacked from both front and back, the Imperial soldiers could only look up at the sky and at the unstoppable iron torrent ahead in despair, not knowing what to do. "Sir Knight, what should we do?" A soldier grabbed the knight's arm in despair and asked incoherently. However, facing the soldier's plea for help, the knight couldn't say a single word, because he didn't know what to do either. Damn it! Just as the knight cursed powerlessly, the Blackwood territory cavalry, called the Grim Reaper by Imperial survivors, swept toward them like a bursting dam. Leading them was a brown-skinned female warrior, holding a long blade shimmering with magical light, letting out a soul-shaking roar. For the Khan, rumble, rumble, rumble. The heavy iron torrent, like a violent storm, swallowed the Imperial army in an instant. Joseph, who has expanded again, pointed ears, fair skin, and exquisite faces set with eyes as clear as ice and snow. Their demeanor was elegant and noble, yet it could not hide the arrogance etched into their very bones. These high elf envoys from the Holy Saxon Empire were currently staring at Emperor Joseph and his headquarters with looks of disbelief. This was because they discovered that the Imperial army, despite having double the manpower, was walking step by step into the abyss of defeat. This was a far cry from their original plan. "Your Majesty, the supply unit has failed again, and this time, there were no survivors. Your Majesty, you must face reality. If we don't deal with those monsters wreaking havoc in the sky, ignoring terrain and defensive lines, we simply cannot deliver supplies to the front lines." Listening to the rising wails of his subjects, Emperor Joseph was incensed. He slammed his fist onto the armrest with a thunderous bang. His eyes were bloodshot with rage as he spoke through gritted teeth. "I clearly ordered them to move in secret. How were they discovered? Your Majesty, even if they passed through the forest, they can't stay hidden in the trees the whole way, and those monsters have an extremely wide scouting range. Once spotted, there is no escape. What's more terrifying is that those monsters are incredibly fast. It's too late to even try to run." The officials reported the terrifying nature of the enemy's aerial power to Emperor Joseph one after another. The Empire's supply lines had been completely severed. It was a great irony to know that the soldiers on the other side were waiting expectantly for supplies while they were powerless to help. "Where's Duke Huey? He said he still needs some time to recover." Emperor Joseph's face immediately darkened. "How much longer does he need? Is he so fragile just because he took one hit? Your Majesty, the sword kai of an archmage is no laughing matter." "Enough. All of you shut up. Listening to you useless fools report on the military situation makes my blood boil. I truly wish I could go back in time, pick up my armor and bow, and take to the battlefield myself." Hearing that Duke Huey still needed time to recover, Emperor Joseph roared in a fit of uncontrollable rage. Wait any longer? The food and fodder consumed daily by an army of 60,000 was no small amount. If this continued, the soldiers would eventually starve to death. Hunger is an instinct that destroys reason. Before long, more and more soldiers would choose to desert. Once a certain threshold was crossed, the army would completely collapse, losing all combat effectiveness. "We must find a way to deal with those flying machines. Just how high could those monsters fly? Could even powerful mages not catch them?" He had originally thought the only chance would be when they lowered their altitude to attack ground troops, but judging from the recent encounters of the supply units, that path was also a dead end. At that moment, the high elf envoys, who had remained silent until then, suddenly spoke up. "Your Majesty, perhaps we can help you solve this problem." They had brought many precious chests, a stark contrast to their previous attitude of refusing to sell weapons and equipment at a low price. "What are you planning? Don't you think it's a bit late to offer help now?" Emperor Joseph did not believe for a second that these high elves had suddenly found their consciences. "We have invested a significant amount of capital in you previously, and we also hope that our reliable partner can continue to remain on the eastern continent. HMPH, though I don't quite believe your words at this point, I have no choice but to try anything. We can help you eliminate the aerial forces of the Blackwood territory." In the High Elf Queen's plan, the eastern continent had to remain in a state of constant chaos. "Peace? What a ridiculous joke." The High Elf envoys wore meaningful smiles as they opened the chests they had brought, one by one. The army, marching under the banner of mercenaries, advanced majestically. The territory of the Holy Saxon Empire was already in sight. When the kingdom's army and the forces of the Blackwood territory joined them and continued along the road, they were rendered speechless by the traces they encountered along the way. The roadsides were littered with burnt remains. Wagons once laden with supplies were now charred black, leaving behind only twisted skeletons. The scenes of Imperial soldiers discarding their armor and fleeing in panic seemed to play out before their eyes. This was already the third destroyed Imperial supply line they had seen. Witnessing all this, Count Arnold couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. Truly incredible. Just a few individuals have managed to stall an army of 60,000. The end of a twisted fate. With a flash of cold light, Emperor Joseph drew a crimson sword that emanated a chilling aura. This was a precious magic item kept secret by the High Elf race, and now it had fallen into his hands. With this sword, he would henceforth be able to release sharp sword kai just like those powerful sword saints. HMPH, with these treasures, I'd like to see who can stop me. Emperor Joseph muttered to himself as he donned a set of golden armor that was impervious to blades, spears, water, and fire. Having obtained treasures that existed only in legends, he was once again brimming with confidence. Finally, he put on the winged shoes named Hermes that allowed him to fly freely. He simply thought the word fly in his mind, and his body began to float slowly. Ha ha ha. Though he was relying on the power of the High Elves, the fact that he now possessed great strength, defense, and the long-coveted ability to fly caused his confidence to swell like never before. Especially after experiencing that humiliating defeat, his trampled self-esteem was finally being satisfied. The moment for revenge had arrived. This time, he would tear those detestable flying machines to pieces in front of everyone. In this crisis, he would once again become the hero who saved the Empire. Brave warriors, charge with me. We shall. Wearing a bright red cloak, Emperor Joseph slowly rose into the sky under the gaze of the multitude. At the same time, the crimson sword in his hand erupted with a blinding light. Destroy those evil weapons and win the final victory. Violent energy surged through the crimson sword, as if it could destroy everything in its path. Sword Kai. Ooh, looking at that terrifying sword Kai that seemed capable of splitting the sky, everyone present was stunned. In their eyes, Emperor Joseph was the savior who was about to end the war. And all of this was witnessed by the high-end mighty High Elf envoys. Is it really okay? Those are the genuine articles, not some imitations. A blonde-haired, blue-eyed female High Elf asked with some concern as she watched the departing Emperor Joseph. She was truly worried that if something happened to those treasures, that person would surely be furious. After all, there had already been several precedents where treasures were damaged due to human stupidity. Don't worry, these are the magic creations that our High Elf race is most proud of. How could a mere supply mission fail? And, since things have come to this, we can only move up the execution of the plan. The leader of the High Elf envoy party smiled dismissively. In truth, these magic items were destined to be delivered to Emperor Joseph sooner or later. Because these seemingly powerful treasures actually had hidden mechanisms, once worn for a long time, they would gradually erode the user's will. Originally, they planned to slowly corrupt the Empire, but Emperor Emil's sudden awakening had completely disrupted their plans. They truly did not understand. They had clearly sealed him with an unbreakable magic item. So how on earth did he wake up? Since it had come to this, they might as well go with the flow. Please watch closely, Your Majesty the Queen. I will surely complete the mission. For the continent of Avalon, for Her Majesty Queen Savona. Reunion. The once arrogant army of 60,000 was now paralyzed due to the cutoff of supplies, stationed miserably in place. Crown Prince Joseph's army was in a much worse situation than the Central Command had anticipated. They had originally thought that with twice the enemy's strength and the support of the Magic Tower, they could easily crush their opponents. They never expected to fall into such a predicament just when victory seemed to be in sight. Let's retreat. If this continues, we'll starve to death before the battle even begins. A count, seeing the soldiers growing gaunt from hunger, couldn't help but suggest, "Are you insane? Retreating without His Majesty's orders is a capital offense. Do you want to be beheaded? Then what do you suggest? Every supply unit we've sent out has vanished without a trace. The Central Command has abandoned us." Initially, these nobles had scrambled to claim military merit, but now their faces were filled with despair. They thought they had backed a winner, but they never expected to end up in such a state. "If I had known, we should have fought to the death to hold the rear camp. Damn it! Who could have imagined there would be such undetectable aerial weapons? Who could have imagined? Who could have imagined? The headquarters, which should have been united, was now in total chaos, with everyone pointing fingers and shifting blame. This was a true portrait of impending doom. We can't send soldiers onto the battlefield on empty stomachs. The number of deserters is increasing every day, and Duke Huey is seriously injured, and now even Duke Leo has declared neutrality. What are we supposed to do? 60,000 troops are immobilized. What's the point of staying here?" Watching the chaotic headquarters, Marquis Gier, the commander-in-chief of Crown Prince Joseph's army, tiredly rubbed his temples. He had held onto a sliver of hope when the first two supply units failed, but after the third one left no survivors, he fell into utter despair. It seemed he was destined to be the first general in the history of the Empire to suffer a crushing defeat despite having twice the manpower and a powerful legion of mages. Just then, an archmage with hair and beard as white as snow slowly walked into the headquarters. Leaning on a long staff that made a heavy thud with every step, he immediately silenced the noisy headquarters. Duke Huey. Although Duke Huey still bore the scars of battle, he appeared to have recovered significantly. Everyone's eyes were fixed on him. My disciple just broke through the enemy blockade and sent word. His Majesty Joseph will personally escort the supplies and use magic items to destroy the enemy's aerial forces. Hearing that Emperor Joseph was personally taking action and using powerful magic items, the nobles broke into a flurry of discussion. Some had full confidence in Emperor Joseph, believing he could turn the tide, but others had personally witnessed how those magic items that had dominated the Hyde Kingdom were easily destroyed, so their hearts remained filled with unease. But I remember His Majesty set out with magic items full of confidence before, and the result, shut up, don't say such unlucky things. Could it be? Watching the whispering nobles, Duke Huey sighed helplessly and spoke again. If we fail, none of you will escape, so pull yourselves together and fight with everything you have to survive. Hearing this, the nobles fell silent. Indeed, this was a war where losing meant losing everything. They could only place their final hopes on the high and mighty emperor. The great beast of the empire had split due to internal strife, exposing a fatal weakness. Blackwood territory and the kingdom's army had already breached the borders of the Holy Saxon Empire and were marching in a grand procession toward the camp of Crown Prince Joseph's army. The reason they knew this so clearly was that the cavalry units of Ruth and Brianna had also joined their ranks. It seemed General Arnold, after seeing the traces of the destroyed supply lines, realized the gravity of the situation and sent reinforcements to stall for as much time as possible. This old general was indeed no ordinary man. Rumble. Amidst the billowing dust, the Blackwood Territory cavalry and Brianna's cavalry rode side by side, charging together toward the same target. These two cavalry units, known as the strongest in the West, had finally joined forces. Con, your heroic figure on horseback earlier was truly dazzling. Come down and charge with us. Isaac, let's have a contest as well. The Centaur female warriors and his former fiancée Lucy shouted loudly from the ground to Isaac, who was scouting from the air, especially the Blackwood Territory cavalrymen. Seeing Isaac always with those new flying machines and the elves, their eyes were full of jealousy. Wood elves and centaurs seemed to have a natural competitive relationship. However, this healthy competition was a good thing for Isaac. Don't talk nonsense. The Lord is most dazzling when he's in the sky. Effie seemed to sense something and nervously grabbed Isaac's arm to retort. Isaac raised an eyebrow. She had never been so defensive against the centaurs before. Was she worried about something? Just then, the elf rangers on lookout duty suddenly sounded the alarm. Enemy supply unit spotted. They're heading right toward us. Isaac had originally thought that after they gained air superiority, the Imperial Army wouldn't dare to send supply units so easily. He hadn't expected them to be so bold. Was their supply of resources really so inexhaustible? Lower altitude, prepare for battle. Cavalry, prepare to charge. After previous drills, Blackwood Territory's aerial and ground forces were now coordinating with great synergy. Even Brianna's cavalry unit was gradually mastering the charge formation. The wolves from the sky and the ground had bared their fangs, yet that supply unit, like a lamb to the slaughter, showed no sign of changing its route. Rat-tat-tat-tat-tat. Deafening gunshots, accompanied by flashes and smoke, echoed over the battlefield. This was the roar of the revolver pistols, a weapon unique to the Blackwood Territory cavalry. Although Brianna's cavalry didn't have such weapons, they possessed unparalleled speed and impact. Boom! Between the hail of bullets and the charge of the heavy cavalry, the Imperial defensive line was instantly torn apart. Just when Isaac thought this would be another one-sided massacre, a piercing black light suddenly tore through the formation of Brianna's cavalry. Boom! That black light was like a giant whip shadow, striking the ground violently. Dust billowed, and the cavalrymen who were accelerating their charge were sent tumbling. Ah! Lucy's panicked scream came from within the dust. Isaac's heart skipped a beat as he hurriedly leaned over the edge of the basket to look down. He saw that Lucy had been knocked off her horse by the black light, and her silver-white armor was now dented and pitted. Although he had made a clean break with the past, a flicker of anger still flashed in Isaac's eyes upon seeing this. Who is it? Had Duke Leo abandoned his neutrality and joined the Imperial side? Just then, a figure suddenly soared into the air from the Imperial supply unit. Wearing a red cloak and holding a sword that emitted an eerie black light, he looked down upon the battlefield from above. Your schemes end here. I, Joseph, in the name of the Emperor of the Empire, shall utterly annihilate you. Wow. The newcomer was none other than Crown Prince Joseph, who had previously been defeated by him and narrowly escaped thanks to that black armor. Although he didn't know what new treasure Joseph had obtained, he had certainly regained his confidence. What unsettled Isaac the most was that Joseph could now fly freely like their hot air balloons, yet there were no fluctuations of mana from his body. Effie, I'm going down. If anything happens to me, retreat immediately. What? Where are you going? Wait for me. Is your armor insulated? Amidst the clanging of metal, Isaac unslung the platinum-colored can opener from his back and leaped from the hot air balloon with lightning speed. Lord Isaac! Effie's cry was swallowed by the howling wind as Isaac felt a massive force pulling him toward the ground. The weightlessness of the fall hit him, and Isaac quickly cast the flight technique, which he hadn't fully mastered yet, to adjust his descent, locking onto the head of the incessantly babbling Prince Joseph below. You stubborn monster! Die in your helplessness! You Blackwood Territory bastard! Bang! A crisp, loud metallic impact accompanied by a satisfying sense of strike exploded in the air. Before Prince Joseph could finish his curse, he was slammed into the ground by a heavy strike from Isaac, who had dropped from a height of 700 tar. Boom! The massive impact kicked up a cloud of dust, as if a solid iron cannonball had smashed into the earth. Relying on the buffer of the flight technique, Isaac rolled a few times on the ground to dissipate the momentum of the fall. What a beautiful strike! Sure enough, when dealing with guys who love to play tricks, striking first is the best strategy. Cough, cough you damned lunatic. However, as the dust cleared, Prince Joseph actually stood up completely unscathed. Isaac's eyes widened in disbelief. That was a heavy blow capable of one-shotting a troll. He had concentrated his entire body weight onto the can opener from such a height, and it still didn't kill him? How could you be fine? You damn fellow, a mere trash of a count dares to be so arrogant. Prince Joseph gritted his teeth as he looked at Isaac. Isaac clicked his tongue. Clearly, the previous failure hadn't taught him a lesson, instead it had made him even more reckless. Thanks to you, I'm already a duke now. HMPH. Prince Joseph stood up, leaning on his crimson treasure sword, and sneered at Isaac. Then I'll send you down now to keep those trash company. With that, he brandished the sword in his hand, and a black sword kai instantly whistled toward Isaac. Whoosh! Isaac was startled and quickly dodged. The black sword kai grazed his body, shattering the rocks and soil behind him into dust. How do you know sword kai? To kill you! Instantly, another blast of sword kai lunged toward Isaac. Isaac didn't even have time to adjust his stance. He could only hastily swing the can opener in his hand to block the fatal blow. Clang! Fortunately, the can opener forged from mithril blocked the mysterious sword kai attack. Seeing his attack blocked, Prince Joseph also showed a surprised expression. How is that possible? This is sword kai that can cut through even steel and mithril alloy. I saw it with my own eyes. Haha, this is a hammer forged from pure mithril. What? Where did you get so much pure mithril? Don't tell me. Prince Joseph seemed to realize something, and his face instantly became incredibly ugly. You actually melted down the sword of the first emperor, passed down through my family for generations, into such an ugly weapon. So that was it. No wonder that sword seemed extraordinary. It was a relic of the first emperor, whom he idolized. But what's wrong with a hammer? This kid actually looks down on hammers? Whoosh! Burning with rage, Prince Joseph sent another blast of sword kai toward Isaac. The sword kai carried a chilling momentum, as if it were about to tear the very air apart. Isaac swung the massive can opener with a roar, blocking the black sword kai one by one. Clang! Clang! Isaac's gaze sharpened. It seemed the truly terrifying part was the black sword kai, not Prince Joseph's own swordsmanship. As long as I get close, I can take him down. Isaac kicked off the ground and charged directly at Prince Joseph. However, Prince Joseph seemed to see through his intention and actually took off into the air. Frost Orb! Isaac quickly released a frost spell, trying to stop Prince Joseph. However, the frost orb shattered against Prince Joseph's golden armor without causing any damage. Hahaha, it's useless. This is the undying armor, impervious to blades and spears, water and fire, and it can even withstand magic. You foolish fellow. Seeing Isaac's attack fail again, Prince Joseph stood in the air, boasting triumphantly. Isaac's brow furrowed slightly. No wonder he couldn't hurt him even after using all his strength earlier. If even magic isn't effective, this is going to be troublesome. Damn it, what kind of unreasonable setting is this? And now, Igni isn't by my side either. Are both physical and magical attacks ineffective? Just then, Isaac's gaze fell upon Prince Joseph's glittering golden armor, and a bold idea suddenly popped into his head. Is your armor an insulator? He asked a question that left Prince Joseph completely baffled. What did you say? Prince Joseph looked at him with a blank expression. It seems it's not an insulator. Elia, it seems he isn't an insulator. Are you ready? In that case, there's no other way. Elia seemed to have anticipated this. With a gentle wave of her hand, the sky was suddenly covered with dark clouds and thunder. What? You actually. Before Prince Joseph could finish, he was instantly engulfed by the blinding lightning. Rumble, rumble, arg. To be safe, Isaac released 6 lightning strikes in one go. After all, he had experienced magic going out of control due to insufficient mana before, so he didn't dare to be careless now. Besides, opening with an ultimate move is a sign of respect for your opponent, isn't it? Sizzle! Prince Joseph's entire body was scorched by the lightning, and the once glittering golden armor was now pitch black. That should be enough. He looks completely charred, Elia said with a bit of fear as she watched Isaac's frantic lightning bombardment. This is too brutal, isn't it? However, Isaac's mana was also nearly depleted. Even if he wanted to continue the attack, he was powerless. Only then did the pitch-black Joseph fall from the air with a splat. 6 shots, and 2 of them actually missed. Elia, I used up almost all my mana? Is your accuracy really that low? Lightning is naturally unpredictable. This is already very good. You should be thanking me, Elia said with her arms crossed, dissatisfied. In fact, if she could be as well-behaved and obedient as Effie Sylph, Isaac wouldn't always be so cynical toward her. Fine, fine. Good job. That's more like it. Elia nodded with satisfaction and returned to Isaac's palm. Just then, Isaac suddenly heard a faint groan coming from beneath his feet. Who is it? It's your stupid son. What? Impossible. Isaac and Elia exclaimed in surprise at the same time. Even Elia, who was most familiar with the power of lightning, found Prince Joseph's tenacious vitality unbelievable. It seems this armor is truly extraordinary. Although Prince Joseph had been charred by the lightning, that magical item was still protecting his life. However, it was too late for talk now. How do you plan to deal with him? Elia asked, looking at Prince Joseph lying motionless on the ground. Isaac gently kicked Prince Joseph's charred body with the tip of his boot. Oh. Every time he kicked, an agonizing groan escaped Prince Joseph's mouth. This guy had already become emperor. Why did he still love charging into the front lines so much? Did he want to establish military merits on the battlefield like the first emperor to consolidate his rule? How ridiculous. Youthful arrogance combined with being manipulated. Conflating himself with those ethereal legends, how pathetic. Truth be told, he was simply not emperor material. Let's treat him as a gift and send him to the person who wants him dead the most. Since he no longer had any utility, he might as well serve one last purpose. Besides, it was his first time visiting. He couldn't exactly go empty-handed, could he? Send him to whom? Ilya asked curiously. Isaac added charcoal to the stove while waving toward the hot air balloon slowly descending in the sky. To the person who wants to kill him the most. Isaac's heart beat violently. He hoisted the unconscious Prince Joseph onto his shoulder, channeled the last bit of mana in his body, and flew toward the slowly descending hot air balloon. Lord, what is this thing? Effie asked curiously, looking at the charred corpse Isaac had tossed into the basket. An idiot. What? Effie looked at him blankly, clearly not understanding what Isaac was saying. Isaac ignored Effie's confusion. He looked down at the Brianna cavalry and Blackwood Territory cavalry, who were growing even more frenzied after losing their target, and stepped into the basket. Asterisk. Inside the main city of Duke Edgar's territory, busy figures were everywhere, making final preparations for the impending decisive battle. Emperor Emil was discussing the battle plan with his generals when he suddenly saw the Duke of Blackwood Territory descending from the sky. A pleasure to meet you, the true emperor of the Holy Saxon Empire. I am Isaac, the leader of this righteous army that has come to your aid. Despite his youth and the fact that he already possessed great strength and the rank of duke, Isaac showed no arrogance. Instead, he very humbly referred to himself as a mercenary leader. This attitude, neither arrogant nor impatient, not coveting hollow fame, and acting solely for the sake of justice and interest, was something the high-born, pampered nobles of the empire lacked. This caused Emperor Emil to think more highly of him. If only his own sons were even half as excellent as Isaac. It is also my honor to meet the leader of the Kingdom of Hydes No, likely the entire eastern continent's strongest mercenary group. A mercenary group capable of swaying the situation of an empire. Truly unheard of. As Emperor Emil said this, he couldn't help but chuckle. Are you satisfied with the gift I sent you through Ebony earlier? Ah, it was truly miraculous. I feel as if I've been reborn. By the way, what is that black thing next to you? Emperor Emil pointed curiously at the slightly trembling humanoid object at Isaac's feet. In particular, when that humanoid object heard his voice, it began to tremble even more violently, which he found very strange. Isaac smiled slightly upon hearing this. Who is it? It's your idiot son. Stop pretending. You're fine now. Get up. However, the humanoid object remained motionless. Isaac shook his head helplessly, reached out, and yanked the thing that looked like a helmet off its head. Exclamation. When Emperor Emil saw the true face of the humanoid object, his expression instantly turned to one of disbelief. He never imagined that the rebellious son who had the audacity to attempt parricide for the throne would appear here at this moment. Well, he's a bit injured, but fortunately, that armor was sturdy enough to save his life. As Isaac spoke, he used the tip of his boot to kick Prince Joseph's face, which was twisted with fear. Emperor Emil looked at the rebellious son trembling before him, his heart filled with a complex mix of emotions. He couldn't understand how he had raised such a heartless creature. Moreover, he believed there must be someone else behind this, fueling the fire. For example, those high elves from the continent of Avalon. You have performed a great service. Although you were just a mercenary leader, I must reward you well. By the way, what are your plans next? Emperor Emil stopped looking at Joseph and turned to Isaac to ask. He felt it was time to deal with Duke Huey, who had been stirring up trouble behind the scenes. Although it was somewhat inappropriate to let a lord from another country command his army, Emperor Emil couldn't be bothered with such things now. After all, he already owed Isaac too many favors. Furthermore, Isaac had not only completed the nearly impossible task of capturing the prince, but he was also so young and capable, making Emperor Emil admire him even more. There is no harm in speaking your mind. Asterisk. Damn these wild greens. I want to eat meat. Even mushrooms would do. A soldier from Joseph's army threw his spear to the ground weakly and complained. Did you forget? Last time, Smith's infantry unit was wiped out because they ate poisonous mushrooms picked from the mountains. The commander said no eating random things. Damn it. I see those knights eating meat. Why is it only us? The soldiers were dejected, their morale having hit rock bottom. Meat? Has any game been caught recently? I heard it's horse meat. Horse meat? Weren't our pack animals eaten long ago? Could it be? Sometimes, hunger truly makes people lose their reason. The soldiers finally realized their situation was even worse than they had imagined. Damn it, didn't they say supplies were coming soon? What on earth is that damned Emperor Joseph doing? That parricidal beast, he must be lying to us. SHH, do you want to die? Although someone tried to stop him, this time no one stood up to refute him. Some even nodded in secret agreement. Can we really still win? We had no justification for this war to begin with, and now even our numerical advantage is gone. There's been no news from Rudel's unit for days. I heard they all deserted. How many of us are even left? Unease and fear spread silently through the army like a plague. Just then, they suddenly felt the ground beneath their feet begin to tremble violently, as if an earthquake were occurring. Rumble. Deafening horns, accompanied by the earth-shaking sound of hooves, surrounded their camp from all directions. It's Emperor Emil's army, and the banners of the Kingdom of Hyde. My god, there's also the army of Blackwood Territory, particularly those soldiers who had participated in the rebellion suppression war in the Kingdom of Hyde were scared out of their wits upon seeing the Blackwood Territory banners. 3 armies surrounded them from 3 directions, and at that moment, a massive shadow slowly appeared above their heads. It was the aerial force of Blackwood Territory that had once tormented them to the brink of death. Damn it, how could we possibly be their match? The soldiers fell into total despair, throwing down their weapons and beginning to scatter in flight. Damn it, don't run, come back. However, no matter how much the knights roared, they could not stop the army's fate of collapse. Magic rune cannon. Da-da-da-da-da. The sounds of gunfire and explosions echoed through the sky one after another. The cavalry of the Blackwood Territory swept across the battlefield like a black whirlwind. They used revolver pistols to disrupt the enemy's formation, then seized the opportunity to charge in and slaughter them all. Watching the heroic female warriors on the ground, an experienced wood elf veteran felt a flicker of competitive fire ignite in his heart. He spotted a high-value target and pulled the trigger without hesitation. Bang! The heavy recoil gave his shoulder a sharp jolt as a white ballistic trail cut through the air. Although the target was a full 700 tar away, the trajectory remained remarkably stable thanks to the high ground advantage and his upgraded elven strength. The bullet accurately struck the mage who was waving a staff. The veteran let out a sigh of relief, retracted his scope, and reached out to the elf beside him. Next gun. Here! Another wood elf handed him a 6-barreled rotary rifle, a Claire rifle. He then immediately stood beside the veteran, acting as a spotter. Southwest direction, Blue Hood. A large-scale fire spell is being prepared. Distance 800 tar. Wind direction and speed, my spirits have already mastered them. Wood elves were born with keen observation skills. They were the finest hunters in the forest. The veteran adjusted his breathing and gently pulled the trigger. Bang! The deafening gunshot, accompanied by pungent gun smoke, spread through the air. Under the breeze controlled by the elf, the smoke quickly dissipated, revealing the mage in the distance clutching his chest as he collapsed to the ground. A new record. It's just luck. I'm still far behind Lady Effie. Despite his words, the corners of the veteran's mouth couldn't help but curl upward slightly. His gaze fell upon the earth-shattering battle in the center of the battlefield. Boom! A cyan sword kai swept across, slicing 6 large trees in half. Rumble. Immediately after, an explosive spell detonated in the air. It was the battle between Arnold and Ebony, 2 sword saints, and the Archmage Duke Huey. This was a battle beyond mortals. Any creature that drew near would be ruthlessly torn to shreds. Sword kai crisscrossed, and magic raged as the entire battlefield was enveloped by their immense power. Duke Huey knew this would be his final battle. He used absolute defense to block the sword kai that pelted him like raindrops, while simultaneously looking for a chance to take someone down with him. He had given up on escaping. He only wanted to take one enemy with him before he died. We can't get close to them at all. It's fine, Lady Effie will handle him, a young elf muttered to himself while watching the soul-stirring battle in the distance. Lady Effie? The young elf looked at the veteran in confusion. In his eyes, that battle was no longer something ordinary soldiers could interfere with. Even with a Geyer rifle specifically designed for trolls, it would be hard to break through his defense, right? A rank 7 mage was a monster that appeared only once every few centuries. Before a monster that transcended human limits, firearms seemed somewhat powerless. Don't worry, Lady Effie isn't using a gun. Then what is she going to use? The veteran pointed toward the distance, where Effie stood on a hillside commanding soldiers to load a shell into a giant cannon, accompanied by her spirit sylph and their lord. She's going to use a rifled cannon infused with a spirit to directly attack that mage. Piece of the Blackwood Territory. This really is a fight between gods. Isaac sighed as he watched the earth-shaking battle in the distance. That a human could possess such immense power, this truly was a world of swords and magic. The pinnacle of swordsmanship and the pinnacle of magic collided, erupting in blinding light and deafening roars. Truly monsters. Though these powers were incredibly formidable, only a tiny minority could master them. The guns and cannons of Blackwood Territory were different. With training, even Smith next door who picks his nose could operate them proficiently. Black powder, steel shell loading complete, flame igniter inserted. The artilleryman operated with methodical precision. The giant cannon, engraved with magical runes, was ready to fire. Since they hadn't found antimony trisulfide and potassium chlorate yet, they could only use this makeshift ignition device. But with it, they could fire shells whenever needed. Distance 700 tar. Aiming complete. The gunner reported loudly. After countless drills, they were able to complete the series of operations with proficiency. This rifled cannon, capable of pouring pure physical force onto the enemy, was ready for launch. Unlike high-explosive shells, a steel shell wouldn't scatter its kinetic energy in all directions. It could concentrate all its power on a single point. It was said that a rifle's kinetic energy was about 1,500 joules. Isaac wasn't sure just how much kinetic energy this rifled cannon had, but he was certain this force was enough to blast a person into fragments. "My lord, I asked this when I was shooting the Geyer rifle before. Can we really use this to attack humans?" The Elf Rangers captain asked Isaac with some concern. "Don't worry, our target isn't a human, but a monster." In that battle between monsters, ordinary people couldn't intervene at all. According to Duke Edgar, that rank 7 Archmage had 2 layers of absolute defense. The first layer was that obvious, massive circular shield. The second was a close-range defense spell similar to a body-protecting aura. The first layer could perhaps be broken by an ordinary rifled cannon, but the second layer required a precise hit on a target only the size of a human, and that was where Sylph came in. "Give it your all." Although spirits didn't have a lactation period, Sylph seemed to understand Isaac's meaning. She gave Isaac a salute and then dove into the cannon's bore. "So obedient, unlike some people. Can you do it?" Isaac asked as he looked at the Blackwood territory artilleryman gripping the firing lanyard nervously, and then at Effie's expectant green eyes. "Kill Duke Huey." At this moment, Duke Huey's entire focus was on those few sword saints, completely unaware of the approaching danger. However, with an Archmage's keen perception, this distance was already enough for him to launch a thunderous counterattack. Simply to ensure the power and accuracy of the artillery strike, they could only take the risk of getting a bit closer. "To repay the Lord's trust, I will definitely succeed." And Effie's beautiful eyes gazed at the soldiers of Joseph's army, the flames of hatred burning fiercely within them. "And?" Isaac asked. "Those fellows using magic tools are all enemies of us. What else? They all deserve to die." Effie spoke with grit teeth and a voice full of resentment. Isaac knew well the pain of losing one's home, especially for the Wood Elf race, who not only had their home taken, but were also ruthlessly hunted to extinction. It was for this reason that they erupted with such wild joy when they first encountered a powerful weapon like the rifle. "That's right, they all deserve to die. We will eliminate them together," Isaac said in a low voice. Just as Isaac had promised, the 3 sword saints were like 3 sharp blades, surrounding Duke Huey from different directions to distract him and pin him firmly in place. The opportunity had come. Gun number 1, gun number 2, gun number 3, prepare to fire. Isaac raised his right hand high, ready to give the order to fire at any moment. The artilleryman gripped the firing lanyards tightly, waiting for that single command. Previously, for fear of causing massive casualties, they had always avoided a direct confrontation with a powerful mage, but now they had sufficient confidence. If it could be said that rifles ended the era of knights, then this time, they would use guns and cannons to end the era of mages. Let those fellows who think themselves high and mighty know that before guns and cannons all are equal. Isaac thought to himself. Even an archmage was no exception. "Fire!" Isaac swung his right hand down abruptly with a roar. "Fire!" The artillerymen roared in unison, pulling the firing lanyards hard. The 3 rifled cannons let out a deafening boom, spitting out scorching flames. Boom! 3 spiral-shaped steel shells whistled through the air toward the target. An artillery strike aimed at a transcendent being had begun. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. "Oh flames, descend!" Hell blast! Duke Huey let out a roar. Boom! Scorching flames turned everything around into ash. A magic of such power was enough to wipe out 100-man squad, but at this moment, it was blocked by the 3 sword saints working together. Damn it! Duke Huey looked at those sword saints from the kingdom of Hyde, the flames of anger burning in his eyes. He knew he had fallen into a desperate situation, but he did not regret it, because from the very beginning, he was prepared to perish together with his enemies. His heart pounded violently, and 7 magic circuits operated frantically as he poured the last shred of his mana into that hellfire spell, which had undergone countless improvements. However, this time, he did not chant an incantation, nor were there any magical fluctuations. The scorching flames erupted directly from his palm. This was his final trump card. The chantless, instant cast hellfire. And his target was that Ebony who had betrayed him. "You traitor, I'll kill you." Duke Huey looked at Ebony, his eyes filled with the flames of hatred. Just as he was prepared to release this magic, which was enough to blast Ebony into fragments, a black object suddenly descended from the sky and flew toward him. Whoosh! That black object flew with a piercing sound of breaking air and slammed hard into the ground beside him. "What is that?" Duke Huey was stunned for a moment, and before he could react, another black object struck his absolute defense, instantly shattering that indestructible shield into pieces. Exclamation. Duke Huey's eyes widened instantly. He never imagined his absolute defense could be broken so easily. Immediately after, a third black object flew in, shattering a giant boulder beside him before ricocheting into his leg. "Ah!" Duke Huey let out a scream of agony. His leg had been broken by that black object. Although he still had another layer of absolute defense, he had lost his mobility. Duke Huey knew he could no longer escape, and he hurriedly tried to cast flight technique to flee the area. Whoosh! However, at that moment, a silver light streaked across the sky, flying toward him. Duke Huey thought he could dodge this fatal blow, but he was wrong. What? That silver light was actually able to track him. PFFT. With a soft sound, a massive bloody hole appeared in Duke Huey's chest. Before he could even let out a scream, he plummeted from the sky. Thud! Duke Huey's body slammed heavily onto the ground, blood staining his clothes red. He lowered his head with difficulty, looking at the massive bloody hole in his chest, his eyes filled with a look of disbelief. He never imagined he would die in such a pathetic manner. To think the Archmage was killed in a single strike. Duke Edgar looked at Duke Huey's corpse and muttered to himself. Although he had participated in the encirclement, He never imagined Isaac would be able to kill Duke Huey so easily. This was something only the Blackwood territory with its powerful technological strength could achieve. Furthermore, it was said that those operating these weapons were merely ordinary soldiers. That they could so easily kill an archmage standing at the pinnacle of magic on an open plain forced him to admit that a new era had arrived. A new era. Duke Edgar thought to himself. The Empire had already lost. On this continent, no one could stop the rise of the Blackwood territory anymore. Duke Huey's eyes were filled with regret and resentment as he slowly closed them. His death announced the end of this war. The evil Archmage Duke Huey is dead. The death of the Archmage caused the Empire's soldiers to collapse completely. They threw down their weapons one after another and knelt in surrender. Hurrah! The war is finally over. The soldiers cheered and jumped for joy, celebrating this hard-won victory. Just then, the city gates opened, and a group of captured nobles was escorted out. From their magnificent clothing and precious jewelry, it was clear they were all high-ranking officials and dignitaries of the Empire. It seemed that before the city fell, internal strife had also broken out among them. Those culprits who had dragged the Empire into the abyss of war for their own interests were now all tied up and kneeling on the ground. Looking at the dense army outside the city, they knew their end had come, and closed their eyes in despair. However, among these prisoners, a few people stood out exceptionally. Isaac let out a light sound of surprise. They had fair skin, pointed ears, and blue eyes. They looked very similar to Effie, but they exuded a cold aura. Isaac seemed to have seen them somewhere before. I said long ago that we couldn't give those things to that fellow. Now we've not only lost those magic tools, but are completely finished. One of the high elves said resentfully. Truly an unexpected harvest. They actually came from the continent of Avalon. ******. On the distant continent of Avalon, a noble high elf queen sat upon her throne made of white gold, elegantly resting her chin on her hand as she looked at the murky crystal ball before her. Her brow furrowed slightly as if something had displeased her. Her delicate, fair toes tapped lightly against the floor, making a crisp sound. The originally clear image in the crystal ball suddenly became blurred, and then a new image appeared. It was a black flag embroidered with a sword and an axe. What? The High Elf Queen's expression instantly became extremely unsightly. The sweetness of Hyde Kingdom. The Kingdom of Hyde, the capital city of Mare. Inside the Queen's study, which was permeated with the faint scent of roses, an elegant beauty was breaking the wax seals of 2 letters and carefully reading their contents. The first letter came from the Holy Saxon Empire, conveying news of victory. The letter was handwritten by the commander-in-chief of the expeditionary force, Marquis Brianna, describing the course of the war in great detail, with lines filled with the Marquis's usual personal style. He not only spoke of the allied lords who were more troublesome than the enemy forces, but also detailed the power of the Blackwood territory's new air force weapons, as well as the formidable strength of the Empire's rising star, Edgar, and Duke Huey. At the end, he added a baffling sentiment. We finally won. Now I can ask Her Majesty the Queen to reimburse the military expenses. Compared to Marquis Brianna's lengthy battle report, the letter from Isaac, the Duke of Blackwood, was incredibly concise. 1. Took away quite a bit of loot from a friendly mercenary captain. Is this guy just avoiding trouble, or is he truly immersed in the role of a mercenary captain? Recalling Isaac's way of doing things, Queen Priscilla couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckle. She casually folded the 2 letters and placed them on a coffee table covered with a lace tablecloth. This war will change the landscape of the eastern continent. If anyone were asked now who the hegemon of the continent was, people would probably have to think long and hard about it. The originally stable dominance of the empire alone no longer existed, replaced by a delicate 2-power structure or even a tripartite balance if the Blackwood territory was included. In addition to the shift in the balance of power, this war had also brought immense benefits to the Kingdom of Hyde. The desperate Emperor Elmire, in exchange for their support, had handed over his direct territories as well as the lands and properties of the nobles and lords who followed him. I never expected that we could legally occupy the territory of the eastern continent's strongest empire. The conquest that the late king dreamed of has actually been realized like this. Queen Priscilla lamented. The victory brought by Marquis Arnold and Duke Isaac would become a powerful driving force for the Kingdom of Hyde to recover from the wounds of the Civil War, and for the Holy Saxon Empire, which had carved out a large piece of the cake according to the agreement. Its influence would inevitably be weakened for some time to come. Perhaps even the once ignored second princess would have a chance to vie for the position of ruler of the strongest nation on the eastern continent. Recalling her journey so far, Priscilla's heart was filled with a myriad of emotions, and she still felt a sense of trance, as if she were in a dream. Ultimately, all of this is thanks to Duke Isaac. Had he not stepped in to help, it would have been impossible for Priscilla and the forces under her command to achieve such a brilliant victory. Because of this, Priscilla always paid extra attention to the affairs of the Blackwood territory when handling government business. Not long ago, Isaac mentioned that he had been promoted to a 4th circle mage and hopes to hire a magic tutor. Priscilla had personally stepped forward to submit an application to the mage tower. That magician was carefully selected by me. I hope he meets Duke Isaac's expectations. Speaking of magic, I just remembered something. Priscilla murmured to herself, reaching out to take an exquisite pastry brought by a maid and putting it into her mouth. This was a new trial product from a soon-to-open shop of the Blackwood Merchant Guild, said to be handmade by Miss Miko, who was highly favored by the Lord. Out of consideration for the favor owed to the president of the Miko Merchant Guild, Priscilla couldn't refuse and tried a few pieces, and as a result, she couldn't stop. Such soft, sweet, melt-in-the-mouth deliciousness is truly irresistible. Priscilla sighed. In order to taste these delicious snacks, she even ignored the advice of the royal physician and reduced her intake of regular meals. Paired with a cup of fragrant, slightly bitter tea, it's simply a delicacy of the human world. Her Majesty the Queen was immersed in the delicious pastries, her face overflowing with a happy smile. Just why does it feel like I've gained some weight recently? She suddenly thought of something and reached out to touch her abdomen, which was wrapped in a gorgeous long dress. Her slender waist did indeed seem a bit fuller than before, but then again, it seemed like just an illusion. Priscilla somewhat skeptically picked up a blackwood pastry, looked closely at its small size, then shook her head, threw the doubt to the back of her mind, and continued to enjoy the sweet taste. After all, people in this world did not yet have the concept of calories. At this moment, Queen Priscilla clearly didn't realize what terrifying power was contained beneath those layers of sweet sugar coating. Meanwhile, in a secret location within the kingdom of Duret, a group of mysterious figures was quietly gathering. The outcome of the Holy Saxon Empire's civil war had not only shocked the surrounding countries, but had also brought a huge impact to the kingdom of Duret, a neighbor of the kingdom of Hyde. Inside an elegantly decorated round-table conference hall, important members of the Tushing family, the second largest power in the kingdom of Duret, were taking their seats one after another. The average height of these people was a head shorter than humans, but the influence they possessed was no less than that of any giant. Regarding Queen Priscilla's ascension, let's just say it was something we didn't expect. The great elder of the family, a white-haired, kind-faced old woman sitting in the main seat, spoke slowly, her tone carrying a hint of helplessness. However, regarding the outcome of the Empire's civil war, she was clearly unable to accept it. A sharp light flashed in her cloudy old eyes and she suddenly slapped the table, rebuking, "You were so certain before that Emperor Elmire had the victory in hand. How much manpower and material resources did our family invest for this? And the result? Is this the answer you give me?" Although the dwarves were short in stature and not good at fighting, they possessed wisdom and business talent that ordinary people could hardly match. We all underestimated the strength of the Blackwood territory. Perhaps because of the fear that the war would spread, most of the intelligence personnel were withdrawn in advance, so in the end, it caused our information to lag. At that time, we all believed that with the help of the powerful High Elves, Emperor Elmire would be able to easily suppress the rebellion. Faced with the great elders' questioning, everyone lowered their heads and defended themselves in low voices. Is that all? When did our Tushing family become so short-sighted? The great elder's brow furrowed, and she tapped the table hard, making a dull sound. The biggest variable in this imperial civil war was undoubtedly that obscure Blackwood territory. They had once tried to obtain intelligence on those peculiar weapons of the Blackwood territory, but in the end, they repeatedly ran into walls and gained nothing. When they heard that the Lord of the Blackwood territory had become the Queen's prince consort, they had secretly rejoiced, thinking that this emerging power was not to be feared. However, facts proved that they had still underestimated this remote territory located on the western border of the kingdom. Blackwood territory, do we have any interaction with them? The great elder asked in a deep voice. It is said that they found a way to produce white sugar, and we have tried to contact the Blackwood Merchant Guild. Recently, they have also been purchasing raw silk in large quantities. It's unclear what they intend to do. A few simple commercial dealings were the only connections between them and this powerful force. Is that all? When did our Tushing family become so incompetent? The great elder said angrily. In order to win over Emperor Elmire, they had even married the most outstanding young generation of the family to him at all costs, only to end up with nothing in the end. Don't forget what our Tushing family's motto is. Speak. While others fight on the battlefield, our generation reaps the rewards. Exactly. Hostility is the last resort to be taken only after all negotiation and mediation means have failed. Besides, fighting and killing are not what we are good at. The great elder looked around at everyone and said word by word, since that's the case, then use the way we are best at to solve the problem. What kind of person is the Lord of the Blackwood territory? Since they had bet on the wrong horse, they should cut their losses in time and find a new target. When she learned that the Lord of the Blackwood territory was still unmarried and had no offspring, a smile finally appeared on the great elder's face. Such a powerful force without an heir, truly heaven is helping me. Send her there. The great elder made a prompt decision. They possessed appearances almost identical to humans, and their lifespans far exceeded those of humans. Coupled with the wealth and power accumulated by the family for generations, this method of saving the nation through a curved path had never failed. Yes, great elder. Everyone nodded in response with confidence. If the plan went smoothly, they would take this opportunity to penetrate their influence throughout the entire eastern continent. Of course, that was provided the plan could truly proceed smoothly. Guidance from the goddess. Are these the legendary High Elves? Isaac thought to himself as he looked at the prisoners being escorted before him. After learning that Emperor Elmire had High Elves assisting him, he had developed a keen interest in these visitors from another continent. Thus, he specifically requested Emperor Elmire to take over this group of High Elf prisoners, perhaps out of guilt, or perhaps because he was completely disillusioned with these High Elves. Emperor Elmire readily agreed to his request, leaving the prisoners to his disposal. Release us at once. We are a noble high elf delegation. You are provoking the great Avalon Empire. If you want a ransom, our empire can pay any price. As long as you release us, we can provide a large number of precious magic items. These high elves didn't seem to realize their current situation yet, naively thinking they could scare off Isaac just by invoking the name of the Avalon Empire. They didn't know that the Lord Blackwood standing before them not only had a goddess as a backer, but also had zero interest in their so-called magic items. Magic items? I've heard of them, but hearing is one thing and seeing is another. Let me see them with my own eyes. Isaac spoke with feigned curiosity and exchanged a look with Igni. HMPH, human, at least you're sensible. Seeing that Isaac really seemed interested in magic items, the high elves perked up and led him to the warehouse where the spoils of war were stored. Along the way, they talked incessantly about Empress Sedona's great achievements and the Avalon Empire's formidable power, as if showing off their trump cards. This is the foundation of our Avalon Empire, a powerful force capable of changing the course of war. As the warehouse doors slowly opened, a dazzling array of magic items came into view. Swords, spears, armor, all sorts of magic items lay quietly in the warehouse, waiting for their owners. They certainly are good things, Isaac said flatly as he looked around. Of course, these are the greatest masterpieces of our Avalon Empire. The high elves introduced them triumphantly, completely failing to notice the glint of cunning in Isaac's eyes. Igni, the great glory of the goddess needs our protection. Isaac suddenly drew the giant mithril can opener from his back, held it high with one hand, and turned to speak to Igni. As you wish, Lord Isaac. Igni understood perfectly and infused surging divine power into the can opener. In an instant, a dazzling light erupted from the can opener and a holy aura spread out. What are you doing? The high elves finally realized something was wrong and began to scream in terror. What am I doing? Naturally purifying this filth, Isaac shouted, swinging the can opener with one arm and smashing it fiercely against the magic items. Stop it. These are priceless treasures. The high elves wailed in despair, but it was to no avail. Bang! Each time the can opener fell, it was accompanied by a deafening crash, and those precious magic items turned into dust under Isaac's assault. Well done. The goddess will surely be very pleased. Igni waved her fists excitedly, cheering Isaac on. Every time a magic item was destroyed, the goddess's praise would ring in her mind, further strengthening her resolve. At the same time, a satisfied smile couldn't help but curl at the corners of Isaac's mouth. Ding! Congratulations on completing the hidden quest. Purify filth. Reward: 2,000 experience points. Ding! Congratulations on completing the hidden quest. Purify filth. Reward: 2,000 experience points. Ding! Congratulations, you have discovered. It seems the goddess is very fond of this gift, Isaac said with a smile to the stunned crowd. Go, call Shafei and the earth spirits. The goddess's guidance had arrived. Endless treasures were still buried in this vast imperial land, waiting for him to excavate them. As you command, my lord. Igni took her leave, her heart full of anticipation. A storm sweeping across the entire eastern continent was about to begin. A spineless coward who won't listen to reason, but will have to suffer the consequences. Isaac stood in the airship basket, his emerald eyes overlooking the magnificent scenery of the Holy Saxon Empire. With their pointed ears and slender builds, these elves from Greenleaf were currently leaning curiously against the railing, admiring this land they had never set foot upon before. Is this the most prosperous and flourishing human nation on the continent? A young elf exclaimed. Shafei looked at these construction team elves, who were as excited as if they were on an outing, and couldn't help but shake her head, secretly complaining in her heart. I originally wanted to pretend I didn't see their summons and sneak away, but I didn't expect them to even have an airship ready and invite me over by force. At this point, I hope readers will remember our domain name, Taiwan Novel Website. It's super smooth for reading anytime, she sighed helplessly. Various civil engineering projects had finally come to an end, and she thought she could rest for a bit, only to be caught as labor again. Next, she would likely have to search for ores everywhere, just like before. That human lord actually promised her precious world tree fruit just to have her help find some unheard of strange ores and metals. This obsession with ores and metals was practically even greater than that of Gnome, the earth spirit. Lady Shafei, we've been called here, but what exactly are we looking for? A construction team elf asked. Shafei's gaze swept across the vast imperial plains as she answered calmly. What we're looking for isn't certain yet, but where we're going to look is very clear. Wow, where is it? The elf asked curiously. Shafei pointed into the distance and said, to the southwest of the empire, every single mine there. What? The construction team elves' eyes widened instantly, their faces filled with expressions of disbelief. The territory of the Saxon Empire is vast and boundless. Yes, so there are many places we need to excavate, Shafei said with a hint of helplessness in her tone. The elves finally understood why Shafei had that expression. Their faces turned as pale as ash, and they eventually couldn't help but pray in low voices. Goddess, have mercy on us. Civil engineering really isn't work meant for elves. Speaking of which, if not for that goddess, we wouldn't have been called here, Shafei grumbled quietly. The basket fell into a sudden silence. Ah, it's that Lord Apostle of God. That Lord Apostle is the culprit who ordered us to turn every mine in the empire upside down. Although it was a good thing that the Lord was flourishing and the territory was constantly expanding, it also meant their workload would only get heavier, especially since Blackwood territory now had such overwhelming momentum. These kinds of things would likely only become more frequent in the future. To escape this never-ending labor, Chefe had already started scheming in her heart. It seems I must match-make Sister Effie and that Lord as soon as possible so I can live an easy and happy life. She had already begun planning how to cling to her sister's thigh, completely escape hard work, and live a happy life. The High Elves, who once enjoyed guest treatment at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs building, had now fallen into Isaac's hands and were suffering through endless torment. To gather intelligence on the Avalon Kingdom and pry their mouths open, Isaac had tried every method possible. But these fellows' will to resist was exceptionally stubborn, and the interrogations had made no progress. "Don't touch me, you lowly race." For example, right now, a high elf was shouting at Isaac. Isaac's brow furrowed, and without the slightest hesitation, he raised his hand and delivered a slap. Slap. Arg. HMPH. Stubborn scoundrels who refuse the easy way and choose the hard way. These guys were practically no different from fanatics, stubborn and unyielding. Especially when Empress Savona was mentioned, they remained tight-lipped and refused to reveal even a shred of information no matter what. Although Isaac tried his best to control his strength to avoid killing them, these guys were so troublesome that his hand eventually grew sore from the hitting. Aren't you afraid of facing retribution from our god for doing this?" A high elf threatened, acting tough while being weak inside. "Retribution? Then bring it. I'm the goddess of harmony's lackey. If you have a problem, you have to go through my boss first." Isaac shrugged and answered nonchalantly. "You will definitely regret this, human. One day, our noble and powerful high elves will rule this continent once again." Clearly, they were still immersed in their former glory and couldn't pull themselves out. Despite being prisoners now, they still maintained an arrogant and condescending attitude. "Do you really think you are the most superior race? That all other races are lowly?" Isaac asked. Despite being tied up, the high elves still held their heads high and answered as if it were a matter of course. "Does that even need to be asked? Could we high elves possibly be compared to those foul-smelling orcs? Those scaly dragon men? Those stupid orcs? Or those talentless humans? We high elves are a race blessed by the gods, born to rule everything." Such blatant racial superiority rhetoric left Isaac truly speechless. With this kind of thinking, back on Earth, they would have ended up in the Little Mustaches concentration camps as raw material for soap. What a terrifying thought. "No wonder you were abandoned by your ancestors." Standing to the side, Wood Elf Effie furrowed her brow in disgust and said coldly, "What did you say? You traitor to your race." Hearing Effie's words, the high elves suddenly became as agitated as cats whose tails had been stepped on, struggling violently. Isaac also showed no mercy, throwing a fist and smashing it hard into the face of the fellow who had spoken disrespectfully. Bam! Crack! With a crisp sound, the high elf's nose bridge snapped, and blood instantly spurted out, staining the ground red. Clearly, although these guys emphasized racial superiority, their physical strength was somewhat fragile. "I've held back, but if you dare insult my people again, don't blame me for being merciless," Isaac warned coldly. He would never allow anyone to insult the people he cared about, especially since he still couldn't control his monstrous strength well. However, that high elf didn't care about Isaac's warning at all. Instead, he clutched his nose and shouted viciously, "You savage brute! And you disgusting elf hooked up with a human." Slap! A crisp sound of a slap rang out. Isaac delivered a slap, and that high elf flew out like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily against the wall before collapsing weakly to the ground. Seeing Isaac's terrifying violence, the other high elves were terrified into silence, not daring to speak another word. After all, what Isaac hated most were useless trash who didn't listen. Fortunately, that high elf's chest was still rising and falling. He had likely just passed out and was not in any life-threatening danger. "Effie, don't take those guys' words to heart." Isaac turned to comfort Effie. He was worried Effie would be hurt by their words, only to find Effie blushing and giggling secretly. The Lord's person. Looking at Effie's bashful manner, Isaac was a bit confused. She got insulted a couple of times and actually got a high from it? Well, his understanding of other races was still limited, so he couldn't jump to conclusions. Although Isaac didn't quite understand, he expressed his respect to preach again and spread the faith. Just as Isaac was puzzled by Effie's appearance, a group of people arrived at the room where the high elves were being held. Leading the group was a valiant female knight. She was stunned when she saw the mess in the room and the unconscious high elves lying on the floor. She then turned and requested Isaac to lift the magical seal on the room. Isaac knew what she wanted to do, so he took out the universal can opener and handed it to her. The female knight took the can opener and signaled outside the door. A moment later, Emperor Emil entered the room, surrounded by numerous guards. "How is it? Any progress?" Emperor Emil asked, looking around. The high elves, who had been trembling moments before, saw the arrival of the emperor as a lifeline and immediately cried out for help. "Your Majesty, save us! This demon wants to kill us. We are official envoys. He cannot treat us this way. The same individuals who had just been claiming that humans were lowly were now weeping and pleading with Emperor Emil as if he were a relative. Unfortunately, they had appealed to the wrong person. It was Emperor Emil who had ordered them to be handed over to Isaac for disposal. What a joke! You have the audacity to ask me for help? Emperor Emil said coldly. The High Elves' expressions immediately changed upon hearing this. I already know about your atrocious deeds using magical artifacts to commit such vile acts. Did you truly think I wouldn't find out? This is slander, Your Majesty. That country lord is just spouting nonsense. How can you believe him? There is absolutely no evidence. They knew, of course, that the so-called evidence had long been destroyed by them. Unfortunately, Emperor Emil's trust in Isaac far exceeded their imagination. How can I believe him? I absolutely can believe him. He is the only one who was able to wake me from my slumber. Heh, tell me, can I believe him? Emperor Emil said, sneering at them. The High Elves were instantly dumbfounded. They had believed their plan was foolproof, but it turned out Isaac was the mastermind behind their downfall. Who exactly are you? Why were you able to awaken His Majesty the Emperor? Not only can you destroy magical artifacts, but you can also turn them into dust. What is your background? What power is supporting you? The High Elves struggled unwillingly, shouting frantically at Isaac, trying to figure out his true identity. Heh, you can keep guessing. Lock them up for now, Effie. Isaac couldn't be bothered with these guys anymore. Yes, my lord, Effie said, unceremoniously kicking the High Elves aside before escorting them out of the room. The room finally fell silent. Isaac turned to look at Emperor Emil and noticed that he and Knight Ebony were looking at him with strange expressions. Oh right, I almost forgot. Why isn't my great hammer in your hands? Give it back to me, Knight Ebony, Isaac said, looking at Ebony. It was said that only a handful of people were allowed to carry weapons in the presence of the Emperor during peacetime, which showed the extent of Emperor Emil's trust in Isaac. That great hammer, seeing it is better than hearing about it. Is it true that it can even block the sword energy of magical weapons? Emperor Emil asked curiously. Of course, it was forged from a single, solid piece of mithril. Isaac couldn't help but let the corners of his mouth droop slightly in a proud expression as he replied. Hearing this, a trace of surprise flashed in Emperor Emil's eyes. He seriously looked at the can opener in Isaac's hand again, feeling a strange sense of déjà vu. What an incredible weapon, but where did you acquire such a large piece of mithril? Japanese letter? Isaac silently hid the great hammer behind his back, and vaguely replied, the Dwarven Kingdom was constantly embroiled in war back then, and I got lucky and acquired it. Thinking carefully, the troops responsible for escorting the supplies were almost completely wiped out, and first Prince Joseph, who knew the truth, was about to be executed. Now, no one should be able to expose his lie. Even if someone suspected something, they probably wouldn't find any evidence. Haha, to acquire such a large piece of mithril, you truly are lucky. And you managed to cure an illness that even the Pope of the healing cult couldn't handle. Emperor Emil stared at Isaac and spoke meaningfully. Perhaps, just as those High Elves claimed, there is indeed some powerful force supporting you. Have you heard of Iris, the goddess of harmony? Isaac asked tentatively. Iris? Isn't she an ancient deity? I heard her faith seems to have died out. Emperor Emil replied. Her faith has revived in my territory, and she chose me as her apostle, Isaac said with a smile. Oh? Hearing Isaac claim to be an apostle of God, Emperor Emil nodded in sudden realization. Truthfully, this was the only way he could understand how Isaac could be so exceptional. He even muttered that if Isaac hadn't revealed this identity, he would have been even more suspicious. The goddess ordered me to awaken you, and she granted me this power. Isaac continued, smiling. I see, did she save me? Emperor Emil murmured to himself, his eyes filled with disbelief. Although Isaac had actually cured Emperor Emil's illness by saving the world tree and obtaining its sap, the goddess had also played a part in facilitating the process, so it wasn't exactly a lie. In that case, I wonder if your majesty would be willing to construct a temple for the goddess in the Holy Saxon Empire? Isaac seized the opportunity, smiling broadly as he spoke to Emperor Emil. You mean in my capital? My empire? Yes, the Holy Saxon Empire has many believers, but most follow the Emperor's doctrine, followed by the Merchant's doctrine from the Dulham Kingdom. Since you saved my life, I naturally won't refuse your request. I will consult with the other religious orders, so don't worry. Emperor Emil agreed readily without much deliberation. The tentacles of faith have extended to new land achievement points plus 2,000. The goddess's voice rang in Isaac's ears, filled with joy. It seems that misleading people is an indispensable skill for promoting religion, whether on Earth or in this world. Besides the Emperor's doctrine and the Merchant's doctrine, there are many other religions in this world, and Isaac's goal is to devour them all. He wants the faith of Goddess Iris to become the mainstream belief on this continent. After all, a church possessing powerful healing abilities and magical fertilizer has a significant advantage over other religions. So that's it, is the Goddess of Harmony secretly protecting this continent? Emperor Emil muttered to himself, seemingly realizing something. He finally patted Isaac on the shoulder, told him not to worry about the temple, and then hurried away, saying he had other matters to attend to. If you get any information from those High Elves, you must tell me. High Elves are a race to be wary of. Emperor Emil repeatedly cautioned him before leaving. You are right, don't worry. I will be careful. Isaac nodded. In fact, it now seemed that the actions of the High Elves had inadvertently promoted unity between the eastern and western continents. Holy crap, you're serious, you nuclear humor goddess? Rumble. The originally calm ground suddenly vibrated violently, the soil churning in waves as if it were boiling magma. The next moment, a massive rock burrowed out from underground and then quickly sank back down, leaving behind several pieces of ore that looked quite valuable. No, this isn't what we're looking for. Although it's a red stone, it's different from the bauxite described on the blueprints. Chefei squatted on the ground, carefully identifying the ore, but eventually shook her head. But master, I can't read. The rock on the ground suddenly spoke, its tone filled with grievance. Hearing this, Chefei's headache worsened. It seemed she would have to step up and do it herself in the end. Just as she was about to roll up her sleeves and get to work, she suddenly thought of something and stopped abruptly. Speaking of which, the Lord had been teaching her how to identify various ores lately. Could it be he had anticipated this situation long ago? Lady Chefei, we've surveyed all the nearby mines. It's time to go, the other spirits urged. Chefei had no choice but to temporarily set aside her doubts and board the airship with the other spirits. They took the airship, searching across the empire for the ores the Lord required. Whenever the airship appeared in the sky, people in the territories and villages would look up one after another, their eyes filled with awe. Just what has the Lord done while riding that thing to become so respected? She heard the Lord also planned to upgrade the airship into an airship, though she didn't know what that was yet. In order to see the airship as soon as possible, the spirits were all working hard. For their next stop, they came to a granite mining area. The rocks here were extremely hard, and even the powerful earth spirits found it somewhat taxing. Just then, a spirit discovered a piece of granite that was different from the rest. What's this? It's not quite like the other granite. Collect it first. The Lord said to bring back anything unusual, Chefei said. Why is the Lord so interested in rocks? I heard his castle is piled high with all sorts of stones. He really is a strange lord, indeed. As the work progressed, the spirits' complaints grew more frequent. Southwest coast of the Saxon Empire. How is it? Are you satisfied? Chefei and the spirits piled the various ores they had collected in front of Isaac, asking listlessly. Haha, very satisfied. Isaac looked at the dazzling array of ores before him, a satisfied smile appearing on his face. On Earth, mineral exploration mainly relied on physical methods like surface surveys and drilling. Although techniques like electrical and magnetic prospecting existed, their efficiency was far inferior to Earth spirits who possessed X-ray vision. You've worked hard, everyone. You're the best. Isaac praised them, and then began to carefully inspect the ores the spirits had brought back. With the goddess's help, the spirits had thoroughly mapped out the mineral resources of the southwestern empire in a very short time. This is waste rock. This one looks familiar. Is it asbestos? And limestone. As Isaac inspected them, he began to categorize and arrange the ores. Suddenly, he discovered a unique white ore. Chefei, where was this stone found? Isaac asked, picking up the white ore. At an open pit mine near Codier village, Chefei replied. It was a snow-white mineral. When Isaac squeezed it hard, it split into several regular cubes. Isaac tested it with fire magic and found it produced a yellow flame. Combined with the hints given by the goddess, this should be cryolite, right? Isaac said in surprise. Cryolite? What's that? Chefei asked, puzzled. It's an ore containing fluorine that can be used to smelt aluminum, Isaac explained. On Earth, cryolite was a very precious mineral because it had been almost entirely mined out. He hadn't expected to actually find cryolite in this world. This is fantastic. With cryolite, I can refine aluminum, Isaac said excitedly. Aluminum was a very important metal with a wide range of uses, from manufacturing tools and machinery to vehicles and more. What are you talking about? What's aluminum? Chefei was completely bewildered. Isaac pointed to the airship parked nearby and explained. Aluminum is a very light metal. When mixed with copper, it can create a lightweight yet strong aerospace alloy. I plan to use it to build airships. Oh, so that's how it is? Chefei nodded, only half understanding. Just then, Isaac suddenly thought of something and quickly asked, Chefei, did you find an ore called bauxite? Bauxite was the raw material for refining aluminum. If he could find bauxite, he could begin large-scale production of aluminum. Bauxite? What's that? Chefei shook her head. We didn't find any ore like that. That's a pity. Isaac sighed, feeling a bit disappointed. However, he quickly adjusted his mindset. After all, the cryolite was already a massive gain. Just as he was about to continue checking the other ores, he suddenly noticed a very ordinary-looking stone. Eh? Chefei, what's this? Isaac asked. Oh, that stone was found in a granite mining area in a nearby territory. The locals said it can be used to make glaze for pottery, so I brought it back. Chefei thought for a moment and continued, isn't our territory about to start firing pottery? I thought it might come in handy, so I brought it along. Isaac picked up the stone and began to observe it closely. It was a dusty gray stone. Looking utterly unremarkable, you have discovered an ore that can automatically decompose and release energy. Achievement points plus 1000. Discovering new things completed. Achievement points plus 10. Automatically decompose and release energy? Isaac was momentarily stunned, and the next second, he hurriedly threw the stone away. At the same time, he jumped several meters back. Holy crap! Nuclear harmony goddess, are you for real? This thing is way too dangerous. Goddess, are you trying to get me killed? Brothers, what's coming is coming soon. You can probably guess what this is. The performance of this book is also mysteriously terrible. I'm almost losing the motivation to keep writing. The kind that's full of radiation. Mana transformed into a blazing flame, sending the hot air balloon high into the sky. Isaac returned fully loaded. This time he didn't bring many people, but instead, the basket was packed with various ore samples. I hope readers will remember our domain name, Taiwan Novel website. It's super practical and easy to read. This feels just like digging up treasure. Isaac felt emotional. These resources were so abundant it was as if he had turned on a cheat code. Sure enough, just like the historical fiction novels he loved in his previous life, having a vast land and abundant resources was the way to go. He had only scouted a corner of the empire's southwest and already had such a harvest. If he were to scour the entire empire or even the whole continent, he didn't dare think about it at the thought. Isaac couldn't help but salivate. The vast land nurtures endless treasures. Isaac couldn't help but sigh. His choice to come here was truly wise. Among the ores collected by the elves, Isaac also discovered a mineral he thought he wouldn't find: bauxite. It was a spherical ore, also known as aluminum ore, supposedly found near a certain village. The elves hadn't paid it much mind at first and almost threw it away as waste rock. Fortunately, Gnome, the earth spirit, stopped them in time. Unfortunately, this batch of bauxite was found on Emperor Emel's territory. It looks like I'll have to pay for the mining rights, just like with Brianna's coal mine last time, Isaac thought. If the other party didn't agree, he would have to ask Emperor Emel to step in. If all else failed, he would fly the airship over their heads and give them a Western-style opening of the country. Anyway, the reparations from this war would be enough for him to squander for a while. For aluminum ore, spending a little money was only right. However, this time I also found something that gives me a headache. Isaac's gaze fell on an unremarkable stone, a hint of unease flashing in his eyes. That stone was brought back from a granite mining area. It was said to be a mineral that could be used to make pottery glazes. Goddess, are you testing me? This is natural uranium ore. Isaac looked at the blue sky, complaining bitterly in his heart. He had originally thought this world wouldn't have such things, but he hadn't expected it to actually exist. Should I dissolve it with nitric acid to make yellow cake? But without a centrifuge, it's impossible to purify. Isaac fell into deep thought for a moment. On Earth, refining enriched uranium privately would draw intense international attention. One wrong move and he would follow in the footsteps of a certain country, facing worldwide sanctions. Although the people of this world had no idea what uranium was, let alone its uses, Isaac didn't dare take the risk since his tech tree hadn't advanced enough yet. Goddess, even if you give it to me now, I can't use it. To turn uranium ore into weapons, one needs to build large factories, use centrifuges for enrichment, and increase the uranium-235 content to over 90%. With his current technical level, it was simply impossible. How about grinding it into powder and adding it to black tea? An evil idea suddenly popped into Isaac's head. Add it to a teacup? Why would you do that? Effie asked curiously. She had been piloting the hot air balloon and couldn't help but interject when she heard Isaac's words. Haha, because that way, the person drinking the tea will become very radiant. Isaac talked nonsense with a straight face. The kind full of radiance. The radiation from natural uranium ore is mainly alpha rays, which have weak penetration and cannot even pass through skin, so touching it by hand isn't dangerous. But if it enters the human body, that's a different story. Alpha rays directly destroy internal organs, causing severe radiation damage. Moreover, this kind of damage cannot be healed with magic, nor can it be detected by any instruments. It was simply the perfect assassination weapon. Eh? Really? Then can you give me a cup too? Effie said innocently. Isaac was startled and quickly waved his hands in refusal. No, you shouldn't even think about this stuff. To prevent Effie from actually trying it, Isaac refused with a firm tone. Seeing this, Effie immediately showed a disappointed expression. Beside them, Shafe quickly nudged Isaac, signaling him to think of something. This thing is very dangerous and can't be drunk casually. How about this? I'll treat you to cola later, Isaac said awkwardly. While surveying for minerals, he had found an orchard planted with lemon trees, which were full of golden yellow fruit. Those fruit farmers were likely growing lemons on a small scale and selling them locally. Isaac planned to acquire some lemon seeds to plant on his own territory. Cola? What's that? Is it also knowledge the god told you? Effie asked curiously. Something like that. Just think of it as a drink of the gods, Isaac said perfunctorily. Cola was a drink that swept the globe. Its taste naturally went without saying. Moreover, his territory could already produce sugar, coffee, cocoa, cloves, and other spices. By his calculation, only carbon dioxide was missing, and carbon dioxide could be solved through brewing or finding natural soda water. I'm really looking forward to it. I'll wait patiently, Effie said with a smile. Isaac was also looking forward to it. He had tried making homemade cola at home before, and the taste wasn't bad. However, this world lacked certain spices, so he still needed to try a few more times to mix the most perfect recipe. Of course, even without a perfect recipe, soda water with just sugar and lemon juice wouldn't taste bad. When the time came, cola would definitely become the star drink of donut and fried chicken shops. Ahem. Just then, Isaac suddenly felt someone poking his waist. He turned around and saw it was Shafe. She was winking at him and even gave him a thumbs up. What on earth was this girl up to? Isaac looked at Shafe in confusion, but Shafe shifted her gaze guiltily. Lord, look, the hot air balloon Sister Effie is piloting is so fast. To change the subject, Shafe pointed at the slowly descending hot air balloon. It seemed she was deeply impressed by the hot air balloon and had been staring at it and Isaac. Although the hot air balloon had performed great service in this war, its shortcomings and limitations were also obvious. First, its survivability was too poor. In aerial confrontations with mages, Isaac had broken into a cold sweat for it several times. Secondly, although the hot air balloon was recognized as an achievement by the goddess, it couldn't be identified by the armory and couldn't be mass-produced, so Isaac could only rely on his own power to manufacture hot air balloons one by one. Previously, he had also tried making hand grenades using copper shells and the first-tier magic spark, but he was also heartlessly rejected by the goddess. Because the consumption of hand grenades was too high, he couldn't meet the army's needs on his own, so he could only find another way by manufacturing sulfuric acid. And the airship he was currently conceptualizing was intended for military use from the start, so he guessed the goddess wouldn't easily agree. After all, compared to a hot air balloon that could only fly at low altitudes, an airship was far more threatening. An airship could fly above the clouds and even enter the troposphere, completely avoiding attacks from mages. In World War I, Germany's Zeppelin had bombed London from high altitudes, causing immense panic among the British public, and the mages of this world could at most fly to a few hundred meters, unable to pose a threat to an airship at all. If the airship were truly developed successfully, Isaac could truly control the skies. Then he could also use silk to make parachutes, or build gliders to form an airborne unit for raids behind enemy lines, or even execute decapitation strikes. Of course, that was all for later. He needed to first establish military schools and officer academies to reform the army and train qualified commanders and soldiers to achieve these goals. Lord, ahead is Marquis Arnold's camp. Effie's voice interrupted Isaac's thoughts. He looked up and saw dozens of Hyde Kingdom flags fluttering in the distance. Descend, Isaac said. The hot air balloon's flame gradually went out and it began to descend slowly. This harvest was quite substantial. It was time to go back and deal with it, old friends. I heard you've been running around outside lately. What? Do you plan to settle down in the Empire, Duke Isaac? Marquis Arnold looked at Isaac and spoke with a smile. During this time, Isaac had been busy prospecting for minerals. Even after winning the battle, he hadn't had time to meet with Marquis Arnold. Of course, Arnold also wanted to take this opportunity to urge Isaac to make a choice as soon as possible, so they could divide the spoils of war. After all, Isaac was the primary hero of this war. As long as he didn't nod his head, the other nobles could only sit and wait. I've kept you waiting. I indeed had some matters to attend to, Isaac replied. Mainly, the goddess's prompts had been constantly urging him. What's there to hesitate about? There are only a few places worth your effort. Marquis Arnold pointed to a map on the table and said. The map was marked with various territories of the Empire, some of which were crossed out. Those belonged to Prince Joseph and his followers. Which piece do you want? Just say the word, Marquis Arnold said generously. Isaac pondered for a moment and circled several territories on the map near the Blackwood territory. Marquis Arnold was instantly stunned upon seeing this. What do you mean by this? Those places have neither silver mines nor gemstone mines. Why would you take an interest in them? Those things are valuable, but I'm not very interested in them, Isaac said indifferently. Marquis Arnold pointed to one of the territories near the coast and said, This territory is rich in pearls and is worth a fortune. Why would you give up such a great opportunity? It seemed Marquis Arnold was sincerely looking out for Isaac. However, Isaac had his own plans. To him, gold, silver, and jewelry were merely external possessions. Only by controlling strategic resources could he truly become powerful. As the saying goes, it's fine for neighbors to hoard whatever they want, as long as I hoard firearms and cannons. With a full arsenal, what couldn't he get? I'm not interested in pearls. Isaac shook his head, and I already have another goal. Oh, what is it? Marquis Arnold asked curiously. I want those prisoners of war, Isaac said. Prisoners of war? Marquis Arnold froze for a moment. What do you want those prisoners for? I want them to work for me, Isaac replied. Work for you? Marquis Arnold was even more confused. What do you want them to do? For example, mining minerals, building factories, and so on, Isaac said with a smile. This Marquis Arnold hesitated. Though he was a soldier, he also knew the cruelty of the slave trade. Don't worry, I won't mistreat them. Isaac saw Marquis Arnold's concerns and said with a smile, I will provide them with food, shelter, and I will also pay them wages. This really? Marquis Arnold was half believing. Of course it's true, Isaac said firmly. I am a man who values his word above all. Then all right, Marquis Arnold finally agreed. Then let it be so. You may take those prisoners away, Marquis Arnold said. Haha, then many thanks, Lord Marquis. Isaac laughed and quickly expressed his gratitude. No need to be polite, we're all on the same side. Marquis Arnold waved his hand and then asked, Is there anything else you need? I wanted to ask, are there any merfolk or dwarves among those prisoners? Isaac asked. Merfolk and dwarves? Marquis Arnold thought for a moment and said, There are, but not many. Only 2 merfolk and 4 dwarves. Great, Isaac said excitedly. Then I'll take them all. Merfolk could be used to produce sulfuric acid, while dwarves were all-around craftsmen. Both would be of great help to the development of his territory. You want all of them? Marquis Arnold looked at Isaac in surprise. Are you sure? I'm sure, Isaac said without hesitation. All right. Marquis Arnold shook his head helplessly and then made several marks on the map. Then let it be so. I'll give all these merfolk and dwarves to you. Ha ha ha. Then many thanks, Lord Marquis. You're welcome. Marquis Arnold waved his hand and then said, Do you have anything else? If not, I'll go get back to work. Nothing else. Please, go ahead, Isaac said. Marquis Arnold nodded and then turned to leave. Isaac watched Marquis Arnold's departing back, the corners of his mouth curling up slightly. This trip to the Empire was quite fruitful. He had not only gained new territory, but also a large amount of war spoils, as well as precious merfolk and dwarf slaves. Indeed, war was the best way to make a fortune. Isaac returned to the Blackwood territory and received a warm welcome from his people. They sang and danced, cheering joyfully to celebrate Isaac's triumphant return. Looking at the scene before him, Isaac's heart was filled with emotion for a moment. He had originally thought he had become accustomed to victory, but when he truly defeated the powerful Saxon Empire and returned to his own territory, he found that the joy of victory was still so intoxicating. Long live the Lord! Long live the Blackwood territory! The cheers of the people echoed through the skies. Upon returning to the castle, Isaac immediately summoned all his vassals to learn about the situation in the territory. Lord, while you were away, a major event occurred in the territory, the finance officer said excitedly. The school we built with reinforced concrete is finally completed. School? Isaac froze for a moment. What school? The school you suggested before, where all children can enroll for free, the finance officer explained. Oh, I remember now. Isaac nodded. That's wonderful. Not only that, we have also completed a linen paper factory. In the future, we can produce our own paper. The finance officer continued. Paper? Isaac was stunned again. What paper? The paper you mentioned before, made from linen, cloth scraps, and straw. The finance officer explained. Although the quality isn't as good as parchment, the price is cheap, and it can definitely be used to print books and newspapers. Oh, I see. Isaac nodded. That's wonderful. Lord, would you like to see the linen paper we produced? The finance officer asked. All right. Isaac nodded. The finance officer immediately took out a roll of linen paper and handed it to Isaac. Isaac took the linen paper and examined it carefully. The surface of the linen paper was a bit rough and the color was somewhat yellowish, but it was certainly sufficient for writing. While the quality is average, it's better than nothing, Isaac said. Yes, and since the price is low, we can produce it in large quantities, the finance officer said. Isaac nodded. You've done a good job on this. Looking at it this way, he needed to hurry up and arrange for people to compile textbooks. If nothing else, things like 3 years of simulations, 5 years of college entrance exams, the Huengang exam papers, and the top student question bank were deeply etched into his memory. He had to arrange for all of them. At this point, a wicked smile involuntarily curled onto Isaac's lips. Children in any world have to study. Lord, many children in the territory were overjoyed recently when they heard they could enter school to study, the finance officer said with an excited face. Overjoyed? Heck, care to learn about exam-oriented education? I hope those little brats can still smile later as long as they don't regret it later. I'll go with you later to arrange the school matters, and strive to start classes as soon as possible. Yes. They definitely won't regret it. Right now, every one of them is excitedly looking forward to entering school, the finance officer said happily. By the way, there's one more thing, the administrator said. While you were away, a guest arrived at the Blackwood territory. A guest? Isaac froze for a moment. What guest? A mage sent by Her Majesty Queen Priscilla, the administrator explained. Her Majesty said you had previously asked her to help find a magic teacher. She has found one, and it is this mage. Oh, I remember now. Isaac nodded in realization. Her Majesty has truly gone to great lengths. This mage's name is Edwin. He is a 5th-tier mage, very powerful and experienced. He will surely be able to teach you much about magic. Edwin? Isaac was instantly stunned upon hearing this name. He seemed to have heard this name somewhere, and it was from a long, long time ago. 5th-tier mage Edwin, Isaac muttered to himself. Suddenly, his expression became strange. If he remembered correctly, this Edwin seemed to be his childhood magic enlightenment teacher, and also the first person to tell Isaac that he had no talent for magic, a brand new way of enchanting. Sizzle sizzle. Inside the Blackwood workshop, a mechanical device made of brass was operating, emitting a faint sound of friction. Isaac held a carving knife, carefully etching magic runes onto a brass component. That kid Bromble hasn't been slacking off lately. Isaac looked at the steam engine before him, which had already begun to take shape, and secretly marveled in his heart. During the time he was away at war, the technology in the workshop had made new breakthroughs. Isaac was currently carving a key component of the steam engine, the valve. He needed to engrave complex magic circuits onto it to enhance its performance and durability. Fourfold superimposed enchantment. Fine beads of sweat broke out on Isaac's forehead. Trying to engrave 4 different magical effects onto a single item simultaneously was no ordinary feat. Moreover, he wanted to attempt a brand new enchantment method, engraving the hardening and sealing effects onto separate magic circuits. This tested his technique and mental strength even further. Wait, if I use lenses to make a magnifying glass or a telescope to assist with the carving, that should be quite good, right? A thought suddenly occurred to Isaac, stirring his heart. He remembered that watchmakers on Earth would wear a magnifying glass when repairing timepieces. Once the soda factory is built, I can give it a try, Isaac thought to himself. Since he already mastered the process of making glass, he could also consider manufacturing some scopes. With scopes, the shooting accuracy of ordinary soldiers can be greatly improved. However, with the current level of technology, the precision of the scopes produced would certainly not be very high. They would likely be those long, thick tubular scopes. Phew! Isaac let out a long breath and set down the carving knife. The prolonged mental concentration had left him feeling somewhat exhausted. He picked up a drink mixed with magic stone powder and downed it in one go. The feeling was like drinking protein powder in a gym. He instantly felt himself filled with energy. How many gold coins have I actually drunk away during this time? Isaac shook his head with a bitter smile. Although he knew that improving his strength was the most important thing, seeing the ever-soaring expenses on the financial reports still gave him a pang of heartache. Fortunately, the finance officer didn't know that these magic stones were specially treated by him to quickly recover mana. The official thought they were just ordinary magic stones used to replenish mana consumption during enchantment. Otherwise, with his temperament, he would have likely nagged Isaac until his lips were raw, telling him to be more frugal. Clink, clink. Isaac picked up the carving knife and continued engraving the magic runes. Following his movements, the runes that were originally dull and lifeless gradually lit up, emitting a faint magical glow. Hardening, sealing. Isaac chanted the spells silently in his heart, injecting his mana into the magic runes. His magic initiation teacher was a mage proficient in enchantment. He had strictly trained Isaac since he was a child, telling him that enchantment was a compulsory course for mages even if one wasn't good at combat. They had to master this craft. Back then, Isaac, like other magic apprentices, looks down on enchantment, believing it was something only those without magical talent would study. It wasn't until now that he understood the importance of enchantment. As the final rune was engraved, the entire magic circuit suddenly lit up, emitting a dazzling light. It's done! Isaac looked at his masterpiece, a satisfied smile appearing on his face. Although this was his first time attempting to superimpose two different magical effects on the same magic circuit, and the success rate wasn't high, it was a good start. It meant he had taken a giant step forward in the field of enchantment. Knock, knock, knock. Just then there was a knock at the door. Come in, Isaac said. The door opened, and an old man wearing a grey robe and a pointed hat, with a long white beard, walked in. He leaned on an oak staff embedded with a magic stone, walking with a faltering gait, looking very aged. Edwin, a mage of the magic tower, pays his respects to Lord Duke Blackwood. The old man came before Isaac, took off his hat, and bowed respectfully. Rise, Isaac said flatly. Looking at the elderly man in his twilight years, Isaac couldn't help but feel a surge of emotions. He remembered when he was just a wet-behind-the-ears brat, while Edwin was already a senior mage of the kingdom's magic tower. By order of the magic tower and Her Majesty Queen Priscilla, I have come to serve as your magic teacher, hoping to help you improve your magical strength, Edwin said. Isaac didn't speak. He just stared quietly at Edwin. Edwin felt uneasy under his gaze, and a layer of cold sweat inevitably broke out on his forehead. I have heard of your deeds. You helped Her Majesty Queen Priscilla ascend the throne and even defeated the army of the Saxon Empire. Truly remarkable achievements. Edwin spoke quickly, trying to break the awkward atmosphere. However, Isaac still didn't speak, just quietly watching him. Edwin's expression became increasingly strained. I know, you must still be angry with me. Edwin's voice trembled slightly. Back then it was I who told your father that you had no magical talent, which led to you. That's enough, Isaac interrupted him. Edwin was stunned, not knowing what Isaac meant. You don't need to say more, I know everything, Isaac said calmly. The reason he hadn't spoken wasn't because he was still angry with Edwin, but because he didn't know why Queen Priscilla had sent Edwin to be his magic teacher. Could she be trying to humiliate him in this way? No, that was unlikely. Queen Priscilla wasn't that kind of person. Furthermore, she knew Isaac wasn't the type to hold a grudge over things from the past. It's been a long time, school head Edwin, Isaac said. You still remember me? Edwin felt somewhat flattered. He thought that in Isaac's eyes, he was just a teacher who had once crushed him by calling him worthless. He hadn't expected the other party to remember his identity so clearly. Of course I remember. You were my initiation teacher, after all, Isaac said with a smile. However, you look much older now. Time spares no one, Edwin sighed. What did you bring with you this time? Isaac asked. I brought everything. It's all in here. As Edwin spoke, he handed a storage ring to Isaac. Good. Let's begin then, Isaac said, taking the storage ring. I've recently hit some bottlenecks in my magic cultivation, and I hope you can give me some guidance. No problem, leave it to me, Edwin said, patting his chest. You have already fully mastered third circle magic. We'll start from third circle magic and consolidate it step by step. As Edwin was speaking, he suddenly saw the steam engine parts on the table and was momentarily stunned. Lord Duke, what is this? Edwin asked, pointing at the steam engine parts. This is a steam engine I designed, Isaac replied. Steam engine? Edwin looked at Isaac in confusion and asked, what kind of thing is that? A device that can use the power of steam to drive mechanical operations, Isaac explained. Oh, Edwin nodded as if he half understood, then asked again, then who engraved the magic circuits on this? I did, Isaac answered. You engraved them? Edwin's eyes widened instantly, a look of pure disbelief on his face. Didn't you dislike enchantment? I didn't like it before, but I do now, Isaac said with a smile. Why, is that not allowed? No, that's not it. Edwin looked at Isaac, his eyes filled with shock and confusion. When did you start learning enchantment? Right after you told me I had no magical talent, Isaac said flatly. Edwin was suddenly at a loss for words, not knowing what to say. He never imagined that the child he had once judged as having no magical talent would have grown to such a level today. So why did you say I had no magical talent back then? Isaac finally couldn't help but ask on behalf of the original Isaac. Edwin opened his mouth to explain but didn't know how to put it into words. Forget it, it's all in the past. Isaac waved his hand. Am I not doing well now? Yes indeed. Edwin smiled awkwardly. Let's get back to talking about magic, Isaac said. Okay, alright. Edwin nodded quickly. I've been researching a new enchantment method recently that can superimpose two different magical effects on the same magic circuit. But Isaac went straight to the point and told Edwin about the problems he had encountered. I see. Edwin became interested immediately after hearing Isaac's description. Your idea is very creative, but implementing this enchantment method is extremely difficult. It requires a very deep understanding of magic circuits. So, can you do it? Isaac asked. Edwin hesitated for a moment before saying, I can't guarantee it, but I can try. Good, I believe in you. Isaac patted Edwin on the shoulder. Go ahead and do it freely. I will give you my full support. Thank you, Lord Earl, Edwin said excitedly. He had originally thought his trip to the Blackwood territory was just to complete the task Queen Priscilla had given him. He hadn't expected to unexpectedly discover a genius with such startling talent in the field of magic. It's much better to watch someone else work. What's a Grand Duke like me doing, slaving away every day carving runes? Isaac stood up and gave a long stretch, thinking happily as he watched Edwin, who had already begun to work. Uranium? Centrifugation? Blackwood Territory Workshop District. Is this the Blackwood Workshop? How spectacular. This is even grander than the workshops in our dwarven kingdom. A group of young dwarves stood at the entrance of the workshop district, their eyes filled with excitement and curiosity as they looked at the bustling scene before them. Todlin, you've really rendered great service this time. Bromville patted Todlin's shoulder and said with a smile. It's all thanks to the Duke's excellent leadership, Todlin said modestly, scratching his head. Don't be modest, we all heard about it. You showed great power on the battlefield. Bromville said, I heard you used a cannon to blast a great magician of the seventh ring to death with one shot. Is that true? Just good luck. Todlin said embarrassed. Good luck? I think you're just hiding your true abilities. Bromville said with a smile. And I also heard you flew in a hot air balloon and used incendiary bombs to burn down the enemy's grain and supplies from the sky. Is that true? It's all thanks to the Duke's excellent guidance, Todlin still said modestly. Stop being modest, we all know you're the Duke's right-hand man. Bromville said, alright, stop with the flattery. The Lord will take you next time. Knight Miller, who was standing nearby, couldn't stand Bromville's sarcastic flattery anymore and interrupted them with a smile. It's getting late, let's go in quickly. Yes, let's go in first, Todlin quickly said. Then Miller led Todlin and the newly arrived dwarves into the workshop district. Wow, what's that? What a huge furnace. And what's that machine? The newly arrived dwarves were all stunned as they looked at the various machines in the workshop. That's a water-powered forging hammer. It can be used to forge large metal parts, Bromville explained. What's that? A young dwarf asked, pointing at a machine in the distance. That's a steam engine. It can use the power of steam to drive machinery, Bromville replied. Steam engine? The young dwarf looked at Todlin with confusion and asked, Is that the thing you used to bomb the Emperor? Todlin's smiling face instantly fell, and after a moment awfuled back, he finally said, This isn't the thing I designed. This was personally designed by the Lord. Oh, then what is this thing? A very powerful machine, Bromville said with a chuckle, taking over the conversation. With it, we can create more and more powerful weapons and equipment. Really? The young dwarf said excitedly. Of course it's true, Bromville said. The Duke said he wants our dwarves to become the most powerful weapon manufacturers in this world. That's great. The young dwarves immediately cheered. They had all come to Blackwood territory for various reasons, but now they were all full of hope for the future. Having witnessed so many incredible creations, they all believed that under Isaac's leadership, they would surely create a glorious future for the dwarves. *****. Meanwhile, a new group of people also arrived at the salt fields in the Albram Fief. Is this Blackwood territory? Why are there only salt fields? Aren't we here to mine? A group of merfolk maidens stood by the salt fields, their eyes filled with confusion and bewilderment as they looked at the vast white expanse before them. Raja, are you really all right? Are you doing well here? Seeing Raja, the merfolk maidens immediately gathered around her, asking with concern. I'm fine. I'm doing very well here, Raja said with a smile. Really? A merfolk maiden asked, looking at Raja suspiciously. You weren't coerced, were you? No, not at all. The Duke treats us very well. We eat well, live well, and even get paid here. Raja enumerated the benefits of being there, counting them on her fingers. Is that really true? The merfolk maiden still found it hard to believe. Of course it's true, Raja said. If you don't believe me, ask Undine. Undine, is that really how it is? The merfolk maidens immediately turned to Undine and asked. The Duke truly treats us very well, Undine nodded and said. That's good. Only then did the merfolk maidens relax. By the way, Raja, what kind of work are we going to do here? A merfolk maiden asked. Haha, follow me, Raja said, leading the merfolk maidens to the edge of the salt fields. See those salt ponds? Your job is to drain all the seawater from them. Raja pointed at the salt fields and said. The The merfolk maidens were instantly dumbfounded. What, unwilling? Raja asked, looking at the merfolk maidens. And no, the merfolk maidens quickly shook their heads. Then get to work quickly, Raja said. But this, alright. The merfolk maidens finally nodded helplessly, then jumped into the salt ponds to start drawing water. Raja, aren't you being a bit too harsh? Undyne quietly asked, looking at the merfolk maidens. Harsh? How am I being harsh? Raja asked, puzzled. They are your kin, and they're all girls. Help girl. You know, Undyne said earnestly. So what? Raja said indifferently. They're my subordinates now, I can order them around however I want. But you, Undyne wanted to say more, but Raja interrupted her. Alright, just leave it alone. I'm going to report my work to the Duke, Raja said, then turned and left. Undyne sighed helplessly as she watched Raja's retreating figure. Sigh, I hope the Duke can discipline her well, Undyne thought to herself. ****, Blackwood Territory, Duke's Castle, Study. Edwin, your research into magic is truly profound, Isaac said, marveling at Edwin. The Duke overpraises me. I merely have a superficial understanding, Edwin said modestly. No, you are too modest. Isaac shook his head and said, I still have a question I'd like to ask you. Please ask your grace. I will tell you everything I know without reservation, Edwin said confidently. I want to know if you have any magic that can be used for centrifugal separation to purify uranium? Isaac asked. A uranium? Centrifugal separation? Edwin's confident expression instantly stiffened and he froze in place. The blind spot of magic. Duke, what are you talking about? I don't understand at all. The lecture, resuming after 10 years, had just begun and Edwin, who was initially full of enthusiasm, was utterly confused by Isaac's question. Remember this site's domain name. For Taiwanese novels, Taiwan novel website is the first choice, tucan.com. Read anytime. I got a bit too excited, my apologies. Isaac also realized he had lost his composure somewhat. Edwin was a great magician with profound and extensive knowledge of magic. Since he boasted that he could answer any question, Isaac naturally wanted to pose the most difficult problem he wished to understand. My question is there a magic that can use the power of rotation to separate heavy objects from light objects? Isaac thought for a moment and then re-explained it in simpler terms. The key to uranium enrichment lies in how to separate trace amounts of uranium-235 from uranium ore. Although methods like thermal diffusion, gas diffusion, and laser can achieve uranium enrichment, based on Isaac's current assessment, the most likely method to succeed is the centrifuge method. When uranium ore is spun at high speed, the lighter uranium-235 concentrates at the center of the rotating axis, while the heavier uranium-238 concentrates at the edges. This difference can be used to separate uranium-235. As the head of the runic school, Edwin was proficient in various magics, even dabbling in obscure ones that other magicians disdained. Therefore, Isaac had high hopes for him, thinking he might be able to provide some ideas. The power of rotation. You say there is a magic called magic vortex that can spin surrounding objects at high speed to defend against enemy attacks. Edwin pondered for a moment before speaking. Oh, Isaac's eyes immediately lit up. However, magic vortex is a seventh ring magic. Edwin stroked his snowy white beard and added, damn it, Isaac instantly deflated. Seventh ring magic was still too far away for him. Previously, he wanted to use magic for electrolysis, but due to insufficient magic level, he had to find another way, which led to building a small hydraulic permanent magnet generator. It's just rotation, isn't it? How did it become a seventh ring magic? Isaac mumbled softly, but Edwin seemed to have heard something incredible, his mouth wide open in surprise. That's not a simple rotation. Edwin shook his head and said, magic vortex can draw all surrounding objects, whether boulders or branches, into a high-speed rotation, forming an impenetrable defensive barrier that can withstand any magical attack. That powerful? Isaac immediately became interested. According to him, if this magic could be applied militarily, it would definitely be a great weapon. However, this magic consumes an enormous amount of magic power and its defensive effect is not as good as absolute defense, so few people use it. Then what about its rotational speed? How many revolutions per minute can it achieve? It's important to know that the higher the centrifuge's speed, the higher the efficiency of uranium enrichment. This rotational speed is crucial to say the least. Of course, in the current situation, even a low speed would be acceptable as long as it works. I'm not too sure about that, after all. I'm only a fifth ring mage. Edwin scratched his head somewhat awkwardly. Then, Edwin, do you know any seventh ring mages who can use magic vortex? I do know one, but he was killed by you in the war. I remember there were rumors at the time that. Edwin blinked and said with a hint of helplessness. Isaac was speechless. He instantly remembered that he had indeed sniped a seventh ring mage with a steel core bullet before Duke. If magic isn't an option, perhaps you could try the witchcraft of the Western continent, or even the abilities of an apostle of God? Edwin suggested. You have a point. Isaac nodded. Although Edwin didn't provide Isaac with a specific solution, he at least pointed him in a direction, which was a great help. Edwin, you can just call me Isaac from now on, no need to be so polite. Isaac relaxed, leaning back in his chair and allowing him to use his given name. Understood, Lord Isaac. Edwin nodded and silently agreed. Witchcraft and the abilities of an apostle of God. Isaac mused. Witchcraft and the abilities of an apostle of God were both very mysterious powers. Perhaps a solution could indeed be found there, but even if I find them, they might not be willing to help me. Isaac thought to himself. Such an uncertain method, relying on others, was too risky. Instead of pinning his hopes on others, it was better to do it himself and be self-sufficient. Moreover, to improve his enchanting abilities, Isaac also needed to continuously advance his own magic level. Consider it early training. He should seize the time to improve his magic realm. It seems I need to quickly raise my magic level, Isaac secretly decided. Fortunately, Isaac still had the goddess's divine power and magic stone powder, which could help him accelerate the growth and differentiation of his magic rings. Damn it, if talent isn't enough, then I'll just pay to win. I'll take all the potions I can get. Gulp, gulp. Isaac picked up another cup of water mixed with magic stone powder and drank it all. The solution, like high-proof liquor, burned in his stomach, then transformed into pure magic power, stimulating the magic ring in his heart. Although the taste was still terrible, thinking of the countless mages who, to advance their realm, drank this stuff one after another, only to eventually die from physical debilitation, Isaac felt the taste wasn't so unbearable after all. Edwin, it seems you'll be staying here for a while. You must help me push for the 7th ring. Edwin's magical knowledge was very extensive, so Isaac extended his right hand to him, formally inviting him for long-term tutelage and setting the 7th ring as their goal. Hearing Isaac's words, Edwin was stunned for a moment, seemingly taking his determination as a joke. However, he quickly burst into hearty laughter, firmly grasping Isaac's hand and shaking it. Haha, you do love to joke. Your ambitions are as grand as ever. I will do my best. Edwin waved his hand with a wry smile. Clearly, Edwin didn't take Isaac's words seriously, but Isaac was serious. Although he didn't know if he would succeed, since he had found a glimmer of hope and there was no better alternative for now, he had to try. Haha, then I'll leave it to you. To achieve his goal, Isaac wouldn't hesitate to drink all the magic stone mines dry. After all, this matter was worth Isaac's full effort. Lubrication magic? Is this magic legitimate? Isaac had always liked subjects with strong practicality and logic. Exactly how much did he like them? Let's put it this way. Once he became obsessed with a subject, all his thoughts revolved around it, like the Earth orbiting the Sun. Whether he was walking, eating, or even in the restroom, his mind was completely occupied by it. At this moment, the vassals were gathered in the Lord's castle enjoying lunch together. Candlelight flickered, and the dining table was laden with sumptuous dishes emitting inviting aromas. The crisp clinking of cutlery was constant, but in this noisy environment, two voices stood out particularly clearly as they chatted heatedly, spittle flying. You shouldn't have reached the 4th circle yet, right? If I may ask, how far have you progressed in your 3rd circle magic? Edwin asked, setting down his utensils. I've been stagnant for 10 years. I've probably only learned some commonly used offensive spells, Isaac replied with a hint of embarrassment. At this moment, the delicacies before Isaac had become tasteless. For the 4th circle, you should have learned common spells like flight technique and explosion spell, right? Edwin continued to ask. The original Isaac's magical talent was indeed mediocre, and he had given up halfway through his studies, so his foundation was very shaky, riddled with holes and flaws, and he had only learned offensive magic. You probably only have a general idea of most spells, and most of them are combat-related. I'll say it again, magic is a discipline for exploring the mysteries of the world. You need to build a solid theoretical foundation first, and then, halfway through Edwin's words, a vague sense of annoyance welled up in Isaac's heart. Clearly, he had developed a conditioned reflex to Edwin's long-winded lectures. You've said all this before, I get it. Let's just get straight to the point. Isaac impatiently interrupted Edwin. But it's necessary. Nowadays, many people only care about learning practical magic and completely ignore other aspects. If this continues, problems will arise sooner or later. It's like building a castle on a beach. The rambling Edwin continued to insist on his viewpoint. Although Isaac had taken the initiative to ask Edwin to teach him magic, seeing this stubborn side of him, he could imagine how dedicatedly Edwin would torture him on the path to the 7th circle. He doesn't want me to learn every single spell, does he? Isaac suddenly felt his scalp go numb. Let's start from the most basic level, reviewing the 1st circle's light spell, Edwin said. Oh my god, Isaac covered his face helplessly. Edwin completely ignored Isaac's protest and raised a finger on his own, a small flame-like light immediately glowing at the tip. This was the light spell, a type of magic that glowed by burning mana directly without the need for a filament. Was this ball of light a particle, a wave, or mana itself? Speaking of which, I can actually produce this kind of light now without using mana or magic. Isaac raised an eyebrow, attempting to showcase his great invention once again. Isaac meant that he could create lightning, permanent magnets and coils, and simple generators. Even without the light spell, he could light up an electric bulb. What are you talking about? Stop joking and focus on the lesson, Lord Isaac, Edwin said. Isaac sighed silently. Really? Why does no one understand my greatness? If this were Earth's Middle Ages, it would definitely be worshipped as a miracle. In short, lunch unknowingly turned into a magic classroom, as Isaac and Edwin enthusiastically discussed various magical questions. They chatted for a full half-hour until the other vassals couldn't take it anymore, casting strange looks their way. Even if you claim to have fully mastered 2nd circle magic, there are actually many spells you haven't learned at all. For example, excavation spell. You probably haven't encountered that, right? Edwin began introducing Isaac to some obscure spells that other mages looked down upon. According to him, the excavation spell could act like an excavator, quickly digging a large hole in the ground. Hearing him say that, the spell indeed seemed quite useless. In the eyes of most people, rough work like digging dirt should be done by soldiers, not noble mages. Furthermore, Isaac had Chef A, the super excavator, in his territory, so there was no need for the excavation spell at all. Therefore, this spell was meaningless to Isaac. Next is the third circle spell, lubrication spell. Edwin continued. In a daze, Isaac felt as if he were being watched by the goddess of harmony at this moment. Is this magic decent? Before Isaac could voice his doubts, Edwin spoke first to explain. This spell appeared very early on, but because its uses are quite specific and the occasions for its use are few, very few people learn it anymore. Edwin then picked up a spoon and a napkin, performing the lubrication spell on the spot. The spoon seemed to have eaten Dove chocolate as it zipped off the napkin on the table. The smoothness was simply ridiculous. Isaac's eyes widened as he watched the spoon slide smoothly to the ground. What did he just see? What the hell is the principle behind this? Does physics no longer exist? Isaac was so shocked by this heaven-defying magic that he was speechless. Seeing Isaac like this, Edwin mistakenly thought he wasn't interested in the spell and explained somewhat awkwardly. As you can see, this spell can make the contact surface of an object extremely smooth. It can it can make enemies slip like the excavation spell. Its practicality isn't high, so, no, how could this spell be useless? Isaac said excitedly. Eh? Lord Isaac, you mean, you've underestimated this spell too much. Think about it. What would happen if this were applied to certain piston movements or reciprocating motions? Your idea is actually something people only discuss in private. Mainly because I'm old now and don't have much interest in that area, Edwin explained with a reddened face, looking quite embarrassed. No, I mean, what if this spell were used on mechanical devices, like siege engines? Simply put, the lubrication spell was a spell that reduced the coefficient of friction on an object's surface. Did Edwin not understand the value of this spell? With it, Isaac could drastically reduce the inevitable frictional wear in mechanical devices and extend the service life of components. This was simply the magical version of ball bearings and super lubricants. Oh, so that's what you meant, my lord. What else? Looking at Edwin's subtle expression, Isaac's mouth twitched. Finally, he leaned in and whispered, cough, I am a believer in the goddess of harmony. Teach me this lubrication spell later. We'll discuss it in private. Then Isaac began to solemnly explain the power of this lubrication spell to Edwin. Edwin immediately understood Isaac's meaning, and they went back and forth, engaging in another deep discussion on how to apply magic to practice. Isaac also introduced his research results on other enchantments, especially new application directions like using the cleaning spell to maintain mechanical equipment. I see. So you use the cleaning spell like that? Magic can actually be used in such a way? Edwin's eyes lit up as he listened, clearly very interested in Isaac's research results. Bruh, information sharing is truly wonderful. Isaac and Edwin chatted more and more congenially, completely immersed in the world of magic, even forgetting everything around them. Brother, I'll eat the donut in front of you for you, okay? Isaac could no longer hear any outside sounds. Talking to smart people is so comfortable. Honestly, once brother starts talking about magic, he forgets everything. It serves you right that you can't find a girlfriend. Although he heard some rather unpleasant words, Isaac had already automatically filtered them out by now. What girlfriend? Could that be as good as my lubrication spell? Could it be as satisfying as firing my firearms and cannons? In the end, seeing her brother in this possessed state, Claire shook her head helplessly and gave up on bothering Isaac, preparing to make glass. A few days later, early in the morning, Isaac arrived at the Albrum Fief with an excited heart. The problem that had troubled him for a long time was finally solved. He heard that the sodium carbonate factory on the Albrum Fief, also known as the soda ash factory, was finally completed. Reading good books on Taiwan is super worry-free. For a long time, people had been using the most primitive methods to produce soda ash, burning hundreds of kilograms of seaweed to get just a measly amount. But Isaac would soon be able to use table salt and sulfuric acid to easily produce large quantities of soda ash, just like turning stone into gold. His mass production this time was bound to subvert the entire industry. Haha, Raja, are you getting used to the work here? As soon as Isaac arrived at the factory, he saw Raja busy and overwhelmed among a pile of mechanical equipment. HMPH. Don't look down on me. You don't actually think I know nothing about this, do you? Raja pouted and said with dissatisfaction. In fact, the reason Raja was in such a mess was entirely her own fault. Others helped their own kind or even their own gender, but she, as a slave, didn't work hard and actually thought about enslaving her own female compatriots. Isaac had no choice but to increase her workload to let her experience the joy of working. Damn it. Raja was seen running back and forth in the factory carrying bags of sodium weighing dozens of kilograms, complaining incessantly. The water spirits seemed to have anticipated this scene and sighed helplessly while flying alone to the side. On my ship, I was only responsible for giving orders. Grunt work like this was done by the sailors, Raja said with a look of grievance. Unfortunately, Isaac didn't feel sorry for her at all. Raja, you seem to have misunderstood something. I am the master of this land now, and you are just a lowly sailor, Isaac said coldly. On this land named Blackwood, he was the supreme ruler. A mere slave like her actually wanted to boss people around? HMPH, if it weren't for being ambushed by the Dark Elf fleet, my ship wouldn't have been sunk, and I wouldn't have ended up in this state. The more Raja thought about it, the angrier she got, stomping her feet hard as if she wanted to kick through the floor. Isaac's interest was piqued when he heard her words. He had heard from Azazel before that the merfolk's combat power was not to be underestimated. He hadn't expected they would be sunk by just one enemy warship. Have you seen Duke Henton's power with your own eyes? What ability did she use then? Isaac asked. Hearing Isaac's question, Raja muttered a few words in dissatisfaction, seemingly complaining that he was bringing up a sore subject. I don't know either. I only remember our ship suddenly couldn't move, and then the enemy ship started moving as if it were floating, Raja recalled. Hearing this, Isaac became even more curious. Not only did it escape the interference of the sea spirit, but it could also make the ship float. What kind of ability was this? Could it be something like psychokinesis? Then a nearby reef suddenly cracked and fragments flew toward us like cannonballs, smashing our ship to pieces. If it weren't for that, I wouldn't. Raja became more excited as she spoke and began taking out her anger on the innocent floor again. Isaac was still thinking about Duke Henton's ability and didn't notice her unusual behavior at all. Master, please give me a chance for revenge. I, of the dignified merfolk, actually lost to those dark elves at sea. I simply cannot swallow this. Raja pleaded with a tearful face. Hee, are you crazy? The Henton Duchy is our ally. Isaac sneered and rejected it without a second thought. Attacking an ally for revenge, how could she even think of that? Moreover, her target for revenge was the Duke of the Henton Duchy. If only you would lend me a few warships equipped with those cannons. Stop dreaming. Isaac refused Raja's request without hesitation. Anyway, just work hard for me. The factory is finally built, so hurry up and produce soda ash for me. We paid a huge price to wait for this day. Isaac looked at the factory in front of him, which drew inspiration from the leveling process, and felt a surge of emotions. You went to all this trouble just to produce this seaweed ash? What on earth are you trying to do? Raja asked, very confused as she looked at the trash before her. What for? Soda ash has many uses. It's not only an important raw material for making soap, but it can also be used to produce hydrochloric acid. But the real value of the soda ash industry lies in another field. Glass. We're going to produce a large amount of glass, Isaac said happily, the corners of his mouth curling up. The hardest part, the sodium carbonate, has been solved, so the remaining steps are much simpler. You just need to put common sand silica, limestone calcium oxide to lower the melting point, and soda ash into a furnace together, heat it to about 700 degrees, and you'll get crystal clear glass. Spectacles, magnifying glasses, beakers, flasks, droppers. The uses for soda ash are so numerous that it would take 3 days and nights to list them all. I'm going to make all the glass manufacturers in this world go bankrupt. Isaac thought to himself. To be backward is to be vulnerable, survival of the fittest. The big fish eat the small fish. These are all inevitable trends of the times. Our Blackwood is simply following the trend of the times. A sense of crisis from the cat-tiered kingdom. Inside a magnificent palace with numerous spires and domed architecture, a cat-tiered beastman wearing a white turban sat on the throne, listening to the minister's investigation report. As the report deepened, the cat-tiered beastman king's nose began to twitch incessantly, and an anxious expression gradually appeared on his plump face. Your Majesty King Nikaka, according to your previous instructions, we conducted a detailed investigation of the eastern continent and discovered that Blackwood territory is mass-producing a sweet substance called white sugar. A minister reported respectfully. The werewolf minister in charge of the investigation bowed his head and presented the brown sugar he had personally purchased to King Nikaka. King Nikaka picked up a small piece of sugar with his furry fingers and put it into his mouth. A rich sweetness immediately enveloped him, making him I couldn't help but suck my fingers. No wonder sugar orders have decreased recently. It turns out the eastern continent can produce it themselves. They used their price advantage to completely push our sugar out of the Hyde, Saxony, and Durat markets. Your Majesty, you also know that this will lead to a significant reduction in our silver income and taxes. We cannot just sit idly by. The ministers expressed their concerns, and King Nikaka couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Sweet, delicious, and addictive sugar had always been their kingdom's exclusive monopoly trade commodity. In this world, because sugar symbolized power and wealth, the demand from nobles and royalty was enormous. Even though they always sold it at high prices, merchants from the eastern continent could only grudgingly purchase it. However, now that a cheaper source of goods had appeared, those shrewd merchants naturally turned to new partners. This was undoubtedly adding insult to injury for the kingdom's finances. Could it be that the sugarcane has been leaked? King Nikaka was instantly enraged by this possibility. His already drooping lips became even more twisted, like an angry bulldog. Ever since the legend that sugarcane could cure all diseases, it had become a pillar industry of the kingdom along with various spices, bringing them a continuous stream of wealth. Therefore, sugarcane was also regarded as a precious crop that could produce silver and was strictly controlled by their country. Had someone smuggled sugarcane to the eastern continent and started mass cultivation? Even worse, according to intelligence, sugarcane cultivation in the eastern continent was already very mature, with increasing yields and continuously falling prices. If this situation continued, their sugar might even, in turn, impact the western continent market, which would be a disaster for the Kanchi kingdom. Impossible, right? Is the intelligence wrong? Since the last incident, security measures at the sugarcane plantations and sugar factories have been very strict. Moreover, those humans once tried to cultivate sugarcane, but they all failed due to climatic reasons. How could they successfully grow sugarcane in the eastern continent? Ministers familiar with sugarcane habits all said it was impossible, which made King Nikaka even more confused. Did the sugar sweeping across the eastern continent fall from the sky? If not sugarcane, what else could produce such a large quantity of sugar? Your Majesty, what are you worried about? At this moment, a werewolf minister suddenly raised his head, looking at the king with a sinister smile, as if he had already thought of a brilliant plan and was confident. Seeing his confident appearance, King Nikaka nodded, signaling him to continue. What is affecting our trade is merely a small territory, not a powerful kingdom. We can completely solve the problem directly with force. This werewolf minister was the president of the Hound Merchant Guild and the commander of the Second Fleet, holding both military and political power, making him a true influential figure in the kingdom. But I heard that Blackwood Territory's army performed excellently in the kingdom's rebellion and the war against the Saxon Empire. Their strength should not be underestimated, Commander Wolfgang. Although Blackwood Territory's army was not large, its combat effectiveness was very strong, achieving astonishing results in several wars, and had become a force that could not be ignored. Moreover, Blackwood Territory also produced many novel goods, such as fountain pens, rubber shoes, and so on. These goods had already flowed into the Kanchi kingdom and were sought after by nobles. In addition to sugar, Blackwood Territory was continuously expanding into other trade areas, and its development momentum was astonishing. Even if they are strong, they are just a small territory, incomparable to our kingdom in terms of manpower and national strength. The werewolf minister said dismissively, and they have no experience in naval warfare. They are just fledglings, Your Majesty. King Nikaka stroked his chin, falling into deep thought. The werewolf minister's words indeed made a lot of sense. Historically, many forces that dominated on land were repeatedly defeated at sea, eventually having to submit. The Kanchi kingdom possessed a powerful navy and controlled maritime trade, which was an important reason for its enduring strength. And we also have a powerful Griffon air force. They will absolutely be unable to withstand our combined land, sea, and air attack. The werewolf minister continued to persuade. Speaking of a combined land, sea, and air attack, one must mention these powerful creatures that combine the characteristics of an eagle and a lion. They are the kings of combat on land and in the sky, possessing powerful physiques and fierce combat instincts. King Nikaka's tail began to wag uneasily. Clearly, he had been swayed by the werewolf minister. But if we attack Blackwood Territory, it will definitely provoke strong dissatisfaction from the Hyde Kingdom, and I heard that the Blackwood Territory's trade is also supported by the Henton Duchy. King Nikaka said with some hesitation. The Henton Duchy is a country ruled by King Freya Vanadis. They have always been committed to developing agriculture and trade, and they have competitive relationships with the Kanchi Kingdom in many trade areas, which also gave King Nikaka a huge headache. Even more infuriating was that the Henton Duchy also used succubi for trade, snatching away huge profits that the Kanchi Kingdom could have originally obtained. Now that he thought about it, these two countries were simply a match made in heaven, colluding to steal all of their country's markets. But no matter how angry he was, he couldn't attack both countries at the same time. King Nikaka still had some idea of his own combat strength. Your Majesty, you don't have to worry about this. I have a way to solve this problem. The werewolf minister stood up straight, looking utterly confident. We can completely make use of those merfolk. They call themselves the El Dorado Kingdom and have always held a grudge against the Henton Duchy. We can seize this opportunity to eliminate them all. Oh right, you're right. King Nikaka's eyes immediately lit up. Those merfolk pirates, who called themselves a kingdom and occupied an island, dubbing themselves the Buccaneer Kingdom, had already greatly displeased King Nikaka before. They had previously accepted privateering licenses from the Kanchi Kingdom to attack Henton Duchy merchant ships, but ended up suffering heavy losses. They must surely hold a grudge against the Henton Duchy. Good, I authorize you full responsibility for this matter, Wolfgang. King Nikaka made up his mind and said, Thank you, Your Majesty, I will not fail your expectations. The werewolf minister bowed respectfully. He was secretly pleased. The position of commander of the Second Fleet could no longer satisfy his ambition. He intended to use this opportunity to completely seize control of the kingdom's military power. He remembered clearly that, according to intelligence, Blackwood Territory's naval strength was very weak, with only one shipyard and a few ports, and the number of warships did not exceed 15. Therefore, destroying Blackwood Territory's navy and merchant fleet would be as easy as turning his hand. He would follow King Nikaka's instructions, sink all ships transporting Blackwood Territory's goods, and raze all of Blackwood Territory's ports to the ground. As long as Blackwood Territory's maritime trade was blockaded, they would be unable to continue producing sugar and would eventually have to succumb to the pressure of the Kanchi Kingdom. Your Majesty, rest assured, sugar will once again become the Kanchi Kingdom's exclusive monopoly commodity. The werewolf minister said confidently. A war centered around sugar was about to begin. The hope of the black wooden collar. In the 921st year of the solar god calendar, the long winter finally passed, and warm spring arrived in the Blackwood Territory. At the same time, teachers hired from Light City also arrived in the Blackwood Territory, and the newly constructed basic school officially opened. Isaac rushed to instill the concept of pilot education into the school management during this period. This shocked them into doubting their lives, making them feel that all the years they spent teaching had been wasted. The children had no idea what awaited them, They all walked into the school happily, carrying their satchels, ready for the first lesson of their lives. Watching the children enter the school, Isaac and his vassals also held a simple celebration ceremony in the school office. Although called a celebration ceremony, it was really just an excuse to drink, eat meat, and relax. After all, even machines made of iron need rest, let alone people. Ha, Chef A. I think the Lord's head is spinning around me. Effie and Chef A were already drunk, staggering a few steps before collapsing unconscious on the floor. Isaac rubbed his forehead in helplessness. How embarrassing. How could they let the children see the adults like this? They could barely handle the beer and wine of the Blackwood territory, but the newly brewed spirits completely defeated them. The only ones who could withstand this strong liquor were the dwarves with their amazing capacity for alcohol, and Raja the mermaid. Wow, my lord. Why didn't you tell me earlier that you had such delicious liquor here? Raja excitedly raised the bottle and shouted. It was surprising that this former pirate was so fond of this strong liquor. This strong liquor, called rum, was distilled from fermented beet residue and molasses left over from sugar production. Its alcohol content was very high, which explained why the elves got drunk. However, since it had been distilled, most of the methanol was removed, so the hangover symptoms would be much lighter than those from regular beer and wine. Of course, if you drink too much, like Raja, that's another story. Brother, why aren't you drunk after drinking so much? And your physique is getting more and more robust. Claire asked Isaac curiously. Isaac was 19 years old this year, finally reaching the standard age of adulthood on Earth. How big are you going to grow before you stop? You look less and less like a mage. Look at your large hands. They're like bear paws, Claire said helplessly. The surrounding vassals and Mage Edwin all nodded in agreement when they heard Claire's words. In reality, all of this was due to his persistent daily consumption of magic stone powder. Magic stone powder was a miraculous potion that could turn even an ordinary mouse into a chinchilla. Isaac had personally experienced the effects of long-term consumption of this expensive magic stone powder during the critical period of growth and development. Excluding the amplification from the runes inside his body, Isaac's physical body was now developing and strengthening in all aspects. Essentially, every month he could clearly see himself becoming thicker, longer, and stronger. My lord, you still look quite sober. Would you like to try this? At this moment, Finance Officer Charles handed Isaac a bottle of wine bearing the Sharif family crest. Oh, is the prototype finished? Isaac took the bottle, pulled out the cork vigorously, and asked, since Albrum's soda ash factory started operating, the glass artisans in Light City have been overwhelmed by the continuous production of soda ash. These glass bottles were made using the traditional blowing method, melted and processed at high temperatures. As for the float glass process, which is more suitable for mass production, it is currently still in the research and development stage. The cork that was just pulled out was a soft cork made from the bark of cork oak trees, found in a village after Miko led the elves who controlled the plant spirits to search throughout the kingdom. Although the yield of the cork oak was slightly lower than that of the European cork oak, it was sufficient for the current needs. As you instructed, we bottled the wine, sealed it with soft corks, and then transported it here from Sharif. Please try it and see if it is as mellow as the one you drank in Sharif. Finance Officer Charles rubbed his hands together and asked, his face full of anticipation. Isaac nodded and slowly poured the wine into a cup, gently swirling it. Immediately, a rich aroma of raspberry wafted out. After taking a small sip, he nodded in satisfaction. Yes, this is the taste. Hearing Isaac's affirmative reply, Finance Officer Charles seemed to smell the scent of money and immediately smiled so widely his eyes narrowed into slits. Now that glass could be mass-produced, they could bottle the wine directly instead of using wooden barrels. This way, the flavor of the wine could be preserved better, allowing Sharif's fine wine to be sold everywhere, even overseas. Since a new method of transportation has been found, I hope we can increase the varieties of wine, Isaac said. Although he liked dry wines like Sharif wine, he preferred sweet wines. Although sweet wines were often criticized, their sweet taste and rich fruity aroma were truly irresistible. Especially pairing sweet wine with lemons produced in the Empire was an exquisite pleasure. Therefore, Isaac had been searching for a special variety called noble rot grapes. The skin of these grapes easily cracks, allowing the juice to concentrate and brew sweeter wine. He had already issued a bounty, promising generous rewards to anyone who found this grape. He believed that this precious grape variety definitely existed in this world, it just hadn't been discovered yet. I hope the plant spirits can find it soon, so I won't have to pay the bounty. Isaac thought to himself. Oh, great Botrides, please manifest. Isaac muttered to himself and placed the empty small wine bottle on the floor. Perhaps because he used too much force, the bottle tipped over and rolled around a few times. The quality of the wine bottle was decent, it didn't even shatter. Isaac originally wanted to apply an enhancement magic to all bottles during production, but there were no extra mage personnel available, so he gave up on the idea. However, since glass bottles could be produced, it was time to introduce blue and white porcelain, fired at high temperatures using cobalt material. In pursuit of perfection, Isaac and the ceramics artisans in Light City had already broken hundreds of pieces of porcelain. After all, as a luxury item, quality absolutely could not be compromised. Although this world also had pottery and porcelain that was fired at high temperatures and fully vitrified, possessing perfect waterproofness and a smooth surface, was a completely different product. Suddenly a figure let out a strange laugh. Priestess Igni was staring with shining eyes at the mountain of 25 flax paper Bibles piled before her, waiting for the first theology class to begin. These Bibles were all personally copied by Father Pavel, leading the priests in the territory. Although the metal movable type printing press had not yet been invented, they copied the Bibles day and night as if possessed. Goddess of Harmony, do you see? Your apostle has gained an opportunity for development once again, Priestess Igni said excitedly. Sheet paper combined with fast printing technology, only these two together could trigger a true publishing revolution. Just as the Gutenberg printing press propelled the knowledge revolution in Europe. To popularize knowledge, illiteracy must first be eliminated. This was Isaac's purpose in establishing the basic school. Of course, besides popularizing education and hygiene, he also planned to establish vocational schools and military schools. As his father said, the best investment is investing in talent. Operating with the territory's funds and with ample resource support, children can study and explore knowledge without worry. Truly enviable, Lord Isaac. Mage Edwin looked at the school and the paper books, saying with emotion. His tone contained both emotion and a hint of self-mockery. Isn't the magic tower the same? Isaac asked. Although generally similar, but Edwin hesitated to speak further. The magic tower's education is only for the chosen elite, and they must pay a corresponding price to gain knowledge. Other schools of thought still enjoy the full support of the Magic Tower and can continue to study and research. But our Runology school has now been downgraded to a public course and no longer receives any support. Edwin shook his head and said helplessly, "What?" Isaac immediately stopped what he was doing. He never expected such an important Runology school to fall to this state. Why is this happening? Alas, because people generally believe that rune magic is only studied by mages without talent, and the research results of the Runology school compared to the funds invested, the cost-effectiveness is too low. Edwin sighed slightly and explained. He then revealed that there were long-standing conflicts between the Runology school and the Magic Tower, and further disclosed that the mages within the school had already scattered to find their own livelihoods. Stupid, truly stupid. Isaac violently smashed his wine glass and couldn't help but curse out loud. Those high and mighty mages are truly blind. Research and development is inherently a high-investment, high-risk project, but as long as the direction is correct, the value it brings is immeasurable. Isaac suddenly thought of something and stopped his cursing. Suddenly he seemed to understand why Queen Priscilla had sent Edwin to the Blackwood territory. Although the Blackwood territory was a ducal territory, it didn't have a single mage, and Isaac himself planned to establish an institution similar to the Magic Tower within the territory. In other words, if he could persuade Edwin now, he could incorporate the entire Runology school. Looking at the white-bearded old man beside him, Isaac swallowed, and a strong sense of possessiveness suddenly flashed in his eyes. Edwin, who was still drinking quietly nearby, suddenly felt a chill down his spine for some unknown reason. The Queen's troubles and her ambitions at sea. On a sunny afternoon, Queen Priscilla and Princess Lilith, sisters, were enjoying a rare afternoon tea time in the palace garden. The teacups in their hands exuded a faint aroma of black tea. Normally, they were accustomed to drinking tea from tin or silver cups, but today they were using a new tea set gifted by the president of the Miko Merchant Guild. This tea set was a gift from Duke Isaac, reportedly called Royal Blackwood Porcelain. I hope readers remember our domain here to find good books from Taiwan on Kaokuan. Wow, it's so beautiful! Princess Lily exclaimed in admiration, looking at the flawless white tea set before her. The glaze of the teacup was smooth as a mirror, making the red tea soup appear even more vibrant. Queen Priscilla's gaze, however, was drawn to the lifelike white stag on the teapot. Although the current royal emblem was a golden lion, she still preferred the previous blue background with a white stag emblem. Looking at this tea set, she felt as if she had returned to her carefree girlhood. I didn't expect him to send such a gift, Queen Priscilla mused inwardly. In her impression, Duke Isaac was a man of few words and a cold personality, so she was surprised he would send such a romantic gift. She picked up the letter attached by Duke Isaac and began to read it. However, the content of the letter instantly extinguished the small spark in her heart, as if a basin of cold water had been poured over it. In the letter, Isaac hoped she would use this tea set at various banquets and public occasions, and said that if she was satisfied, she could recommend it to other royal family members and nobles. So, after all that, this is just a commercial advertisement. Queen Priscilla casually tossed the letter onto the table, unable to help but curl her lips. It seemed Duke Passus was right. Isaac was indeed a shrewd businessman. However, there was a postscript at the end of the letter that left her speechless for a moment. Isaac said his donut and fried chicken shop was about to open and hoped she would honor it with her presence. He also prepared a new drink called cola, guaranteed to satisfy her. HMPH, this fellow, what does he take me for? Queen Priscilla said, somewhat angrily. Did he think she was his advertisement endorser? Crunch. Queen Priscilla picked up a fried donut and took a big bite. The sugar glaze of the donut cracked and a sweet aroma filled her mouth. Well, for the sake of the food, Queen Priscilla said helplessly. After all, Duke Isaac's cuisine was simply too tempting. Between the western continent and the Avalon continent, many uninhabited islands are scattered. On one of these islands lived a group of merfolk, who eliminated the demonic beasts on the island and established a kingdom called Bucknell. In the early days of its founding, Everything was in ruins. Even though they had accumulated vast wealth through piracy and privateering, the national treasury was still running a deficit. Just as the queen and her ministers were worried about the kingdom's financial problems, a series of envoys suddenly arrived, bringing an unexpected business opportunity. First were the envoys from the Kanchi kingdom, who surprisingly entrusted the merfolk to attack a territory called Blackwood Territory. Although it was somewhat strange, considering the kingdom's financial situation, the queen readily accepted this commission. However, less than an hour after the Kanchi kingdom's envoys left, the high elves of the Avalon Empire came knocking. They also wanted the merfolk to attack Blackwood Territory, and while offering generous rewards, they even directly sent several boxes of gold coins and magic items. To be honest, Queen Eldorado, having been in business for so many years, had never encountered such a profitable deal. She then unhesitatingly accepted the High Elf's commission. So what exactly is Blackwood Territory? The ministers exchanged glances, equally bewildered. Explain clearly, what exactly is Blackwood Territory? Why are two countries targeting it at the same time? The queen asked impatiently from her throne. She had long, aqua-blue hair and an exotic appearance, with long fins on her ears. However, a black eye patch over her right eye formed a stark contrast with her magnificent attire. Cough cough, Your Majesty Eldorado. You are now a queen, you must mind your words and actions. Shut up, you old geezer. The queen impatiently interrupted the minister, rudely banging her trident on the floor. Seeing the queen's demeanor, some older subjects shook their heads helplessly, thinking inwardly, Your Majesty, you still have a long way to go. Meanwhile, those subjects who had fought alongside the queen through thick and thin couldn't help but laugh. Blackwood Territory. If my intelligence isn't wrong, it should be a recently rising territory in the Hyde Kingdom. They are doing very well in trade, with considerable income. The ministers bowed and explained to Queen Eldorado. HMPH, no matter how rich they are just a small territory. Why would the Kanchi Kingdom and the Avalon Empire target them simultaneously? Queen Eldorado frowned, still somewhat puzzled. Your Majesty, I believe there's something fishy about this. We should be careful. One minister said worriedly. However, Queen Eldorado was no longer concerned. Knowing it was just a small kingdom's territory, her heart had already flown to those glittering gold coins. Why worry so much? Look at these. This is the taste of money, you blockheads, she said with a laugh. In Eldorado's view, crises and opportunities always coexist, and she could always turn crises into opportunities. Gather everyone, prepare to set sail. This time, I'm going to pull off a big one. The new home of the Talismanic School, a reunion after 10 years. The gears of fate began to turn once more. Faced with Duke Isaac's sudden proposal, Edwin fell into deep thought. Absorb the entire rune script school. As long as you are willing, I can allow you to focus entirely on researching rune magic without having to worry about anything else. This was practically a very blunt confession. Simply put, it was, you don't need to go out and work for those nobles anymore. Come to me and I'll support you. Although the mages of the rune script school were proficient in runes, most were low-tier mages. Edwin truly couldn't understand why this young and promising lord before him favored them so much. Note: read more at Taiwan novel website, twcan.com. Is it true we won't be ordered around by nobles or have to go to the battlefield anymore? Edwin asked cautiously. While he personally had some self-defense capabilities, most of the other mages in the school were weak scholars. Their actual status was very low. They were only suited for researching runes in a laboratory, not for fighting on a battlefield. Of course, research funding will also be provided by the territory, and you can recruit apprentices to expand the influence of the rune script school. As Duke Isaac's conditions became increasingly generous, it became harder for Edwin to hide the excited expression on his face. One must know they had just been kicked out by the magic tower with all their funding cut. He couldn't understand why this lord had taken a fancy to them. Is it true? Really? But the failure rate of rune research is very high, and there are 27 people in our school. The required funding is not a small amount. It's fine. Research and development naturally require investment. Those high and mighty big shots don't understand that logic at all. As long as you can create enough value, I will always support you. Isaac looked at him and spoke nonchalantly. How could there be such a good lord in this world? Edwin had lived for over 70 years, and this was the first time he had encountered such a lord. Come to my territory. As long as you work hard, I guarantee you won't regret it. Although the sympathetic gazes from the vassals made him a bit uncomfortable, Edwin couldn't help but be tempted. Could a newly established dukedom really afford the research expenses of 27 mages? Blackwood Territory had only recently risen and was at a time when it needed to rest and recover. Furthermore, he had seen that wide flagstone road when he arrived. Building such a road must have cost a lot of money. However, when Duke Isaac opened the treasury of the Lord's mansion later, all of Edwin's doubts vanished into thin air. My goodness, the treasury was piled high with gold, silver, and treasures. When he learned that Blackwood Territory possessed the production technology for sugar, salt, and silver, he completely understood why Blackwood Territory was so wealthy. With Isaac's support, he could completely recruit new people and restore the glory of the rune script school. Then please take care of us from now on, Lord Isaac. Edwin gripped Isaac's hand and spoke excitedly. He truly could not refuse such a temptation. Asterisk. Thanks to that short-sighted magic tower master, we saved a lot of trouble, Isaac said with a smile. Edwin was currently writing letters to those rune mages scattered across various places, inviting them to join Blackwood territory. This way, they would have a stable research environment, and Isaac would gain a large number of mage talents. Recently, the industries in Blackwood territory had developed rapidly, and Isaac was already overwhelmed with work. With the help of these rune mages, he could finally free himself from the heavy work of rune engraving and focus on other more important matters. Moreover, the increase in the number of rune mages allowed him to see new directions for development. While glass was transparent and beautiful, it was very fragile and easily damaged during transport. Now, with dozens of rune mages, they could apply strengthening magic to glass products to improve their durability. This way, they could produce more sturdy and durable wine and whiskey bottles. Furthermore, those rune mages all hoped to promote rune magic, so Isaac was considering whether to establish a magic school specifically to train rune mages. In this world, one could never have too many knights and mages, even with the existence of muskets. However, Isaac planned to use the territory's funds to operate this magic school, and he hoped to break the restrictions of class and wealth, allowing all talented commoners the chance to study magic. The tuition at the magic tower was exorbitant, and ordinary commoners simply couldn't afford it. In fact, many talented children in this world missed the opportunity to learn magic because they couldn't pay the fees. Having grown up under the red flag, Isaac could not accept such things happening. He still hoped all children in his Blackwood territory could enjoy equal educational opportunities. He planned to establish a scholarship system to fund talented children from poor families to study magic. This would not only cultivate more talent, but also strengthen the cohesion of Blackwood territory, a measure that served two purposes at once. In addition to the magic school, Isaac also wanted to make some reforms to the basic schools. This year, the basic school was only a pilot run and had only recruited a portion of students. As it turned out, those who came to school were the children of wealthy landlords and merchants. Those poor farmers didn't realize the importance of education at all. They still believed that reading and writing would be of no help to their lives. This was a very distressing matter. Even if the future opportunities for these children were not equal, Isaac hoped the education they received could be equal, especially in his Blackwood territory. It should be so. As the modernization process of Blackwood territory continued to advance, the gap between educated and uneducated people would grow wider, particularly with the popularization of paper, the promotion of basic education, and the introduction of printing. Those who were illiterate would face increasing difficulties in the future. Therefore, Isaac had to find a way to let everyone keep up with the pace of the times. Oh Matilda, why is a person with such great wealth and power sighing? Miko wagged her black cat tail and walked into the Lord's office with a beaming smile. Recently, the Blackwood Merchant Guild had developed rapidly, and its business scope had expanded, even starting to dabble in maritime trade. Miko had suddenly become one of the busiest people in the territory. You're so busy, yet you specifically came here. Could it be that you found the grape variety I need? Isaac looked up at the cute cat girl in front of him and asked. In fact, what he needed wasn't a grape variety, but rather the Botrytis cinerea fungus that could help grapes get infected with noble rot. No, but I found another similarly round commodity. It's even more beautiful and has a higher value. Miko's tail wagged rapidly as she leaned toward Isaac's desk and spoke excitedly. With beastmen, even half-beastmen, it was very easy to see their emotions. Higher value? What are you talking about? Isaac glanced at the black cat tail swaying behind her and asked curiously. Miko gave a hee-hee laugh and carefully placed a bundle of round objects on the table. Haha, we successfully cultivated pearls, Miko said proudly with her hands on her hips. Inside the silk wrap were several plump, round pearls emitting a charming luster. There were 6 pearls in total, and they were all quite large. One could tell they were worth a fortune just by their appearance. Haha, great job. By the way, how are the security measures for the pearl farm? Isaac laughed and picked up a pearl to examine it closely. Finding that the quality was indeed excellent, he immediately praised her, then followed up by asking about confidentiality measures. After all, this wasn't some high-level technology. Once it leaked out, it would be hard for them to make big money anymore. Don't worry, only those who believe in Goddess Iris can enter, and I've also sent heavy guards. Miko replied with a smile. She was very clear about the value of these pearls. As long as the technology didn't leak and the pearl market wasn't ruined, their pearl farming would be a chicken that continuously laid golden eggs. Hearing her say this, Isaac nodded in satisfaction. On Earth, the emergence of cultured pearls had also once sparked great controversy. Many people questioned the authenticity of cultured pearls. For this reason, Dr. Jameson of Oxford University in the UK specifically conducted a study comparing cultured pearls with natural pearls. The results showed that cultured pearls simply used artificial stimulation of the pearl oyster secretion, and their composition was identical to natural pearls. From then on, the natural pearl industry on Earth rapidly declined. Miko, remember to sell these pearls at the same price as natural pearls. We don't need to seize the market, we can just earn this money slowly. In the past, whenever Isaac entered a market, he would simply and crudely squeeze out competitors by offering prices lower than the market rate. But this time, Isaac decided to sell these cultured pearls at the same price as natural pearls. Since this thing didn't require much technical skill, as long as he didn't dump them in large quantities, the market price would remain stable, and they could just make money slowly. Recently, due to absorbing the Rune Script School, the fixed expenditures of Blackwood territory were also increasing significantly. Although there was still a lot of money in the Lord's treasury, Finance Officer Charles always reminded him to be prepared for lean times and not to spend money lavishly. In particular, Duke Isaac's projects each required massive investment, which worried Finance Officer Charles greatly. So Lord, can we start selling them now? Mika wagged her tail and asked with a look of expectation. Duke Isaac casually picked up another pearl and examined it closely. The surface of the pearl was smooth and round, emitting a charming luster. It was said that Cleopatra, to show off her wealth, once dissolved the pearl in vinegar and drank it in front of a Roman general. The quality was very good. You can start selling. Isaac nodded in satisfaction. He had been preparing for this project for a long time, and now it was finally time to harvest. Each of these pearls could be sold for 100 silver coins. Just 7 pearls could be exchanged for a set of heat-treated plate armor, and they would become the ecological killers of the jewelry world. Right. I seem to have heard that the main source of income for the merfolk is collecting seaweed and pearls? Isaac suddenly remembered something and looked up to ask Miko. Looking at it this way, although he didn't intend to squeeze out other merchants with low prices, he seemed to have unintentionally affected the merfolk's livelihood. Don't worry, just leave that to me. Miko patted her chest with full confidence. I'm alright then. With these pearls, the research funding for the Rune Script School is also secured. Isaac nodded and casually put down the pearl. For some reason, he felt like he had already made a lot of money, yet it always seemed like it wasn't enough. The Duchy of Hendon's choice. In the underground prison of Blackwood City, a special meeting was taking place. 2 elves from different elven races were having an unfriendly conversation. You race traitor, you will surely regret betraying your own kin to side with humans. Her Majesty Empress Sabona is a being capable of controlling ancient weapons. Destruction is about to descend upon this continent. Facing Isaac's threat of force, those high elves could only tremble in fear. But when they saw their former kin, the wood elf Effie, they cursed at her like madmen, even inadvertently revealing some important intelligence. Duke Isaac had previously sent Effie to reform those high elves and extract information. It seemed this method was more effective than threats of force. Perhaps those high elves thought that even if they told the truth, Isaac wouldn't be able to stop their plans. Alright, let's go. Effie had already obtained enough information from those high elves and decided to go back to report to Duke Isaac. However, her steps toward Isaac's office gradually became somewhat heavy. Sigh, Effie let out a deep sigh. What's wrong, Lady Effie? The silver-haired elf ranger Aline asked with concern. Don't tie those curses to heart, they're just bluffing. Aline still believed that those high elves were only uttering those groundless curses because they were afraid. How could things like magical engineering and ancient weapons possibly exist? They were just exaggerating, trying to scare Effie. No, it's not because of that. Surprisingly, Effie actually shook her head. Then what is it? Aline looked at Effie and asked curiously. The other day I in front of his lordship did that kind of thing, Effie said with a flushed face. She had been drunk that day and actually lifted her clothes in front of Duke Isaac and ended up falling asleep. It was truly so embarrassing. Sigh, how can I face Lord Isaac in the future? Effie leaned against the wall, covering her face as she spoke in agony. This was all Chaffe's fault for giving her that sweet-tasting wine. Aline looked at Effie, her mouth twitching a few times, not knowing what to say for a moment. This female elven warrior, who could even shoot down a great magician, was actually having such girlish worries because she had made a fool of herself in front of a man. Aline just wanted to say so. This is the sour smell of a love brain. ******. In the palace of the Duchy of Hendon, Duke Freya was looking at the letter in her hand with a furrowed brow. In the letter, the Kingdom of Kancha informed her that her merchant ships had been attacked by the merfolk at sea, and warned her that if she continued trading with the Blackwood territory, she would surely pay a heavy price. Nikaka, are you threatening me? Duke Freya angrily crumpled the letter into a ball and threw it on the ground. Her originally lazy expression vanished, replaced by cold killing intent. What right does one country have to interfere with another's trade? This is simply shameless banditry. What's more, Blackwood territory's fountain pens, shoes, carriages, and other goods were very popular, and they could also provide cheap salt, which was an important source of income for the Duchy of Hendon. Those merfolk must have been bought off by the Kingdom of Kancha, the succubus Azazel said through gritted teeth. She had been captured by those merfolk before and almost became their prisoner. If Duke Freya hadn't arrived in time, she probably would have met a grim fate. Probably they truly are two of a kind, colluding in evil. Duke Freya nodded with cold eyes. The merfolk and the Kingdom of Kancha had always been hegemons of the sea, and they had always been eyeing the Duchy of Hendon greedily. By the way, Lady Freya, I heard that those high elves are also involved. The surviving merchants said they saw a strange crossbow bolt imbued with the power of fire, and the firing rate was very fast. Azazel suddenly remembered something and reminded Duke Freya. A crossbow-shaped magic tool. Duke Freya fell into thought. The god of order she served had once prophesied that a brand new weapon would appear, which would subvert the existing patterns of warfare. That weapon certainly wouldn't be this crossbow-shaped magic tool. There are more and more strange weapons appearing lately. Where on earth are these coming from? Duke Freya said with some unease. She gripped the great sword in her hand. This sword had accompanied her through countless battles, and this time would be no exception. It would fight for her once again. She had already accumulated a large amount of magic power according to the instructions of the God of Order, ready to face the challenge at any time. Send someone to Blackwood territory and tell Duke Isaac that we need to form an alliance as soon as possible, Duke Freya said in a cold tone. Powerful enemies have joined forces, but fortunately, the Duchy of Henton now has allies as well. Yes, milady, I'll get right on it. Azazel took her orders and left. Duke Freya sheathed her greatsword, walked slowly to the palace entrance, and looked off toward the direction of Blackwood territory. What amazing feat will that Duke Isaac perform this time? The Age of Machines, the city where the fragments of God reside, the noble and sacred city, the city of platinum and gems. A new deity will bless this city to rule over all things in heaven and earth, becoming the one and only city. These were the perceptions the High Elves held of their capital, Kaltanova. At this moment, Kaltanova, the capital of the Avalon Empire, was immersed in a wave of cheers. People were exulting over the young empress's new invention. She had fair skin, hair that shone like platinum, and golden eyes like molten gold. All of this made her look like a goddess, but no one noticed the faint, imperceptible sneer at the corner of her mouth. It's so cozy to read selected Taiwanese novels in your spare time. Surrounded by hundreds of high elf vassals, Empress Siona Edgar was giving a speech in the imperial palace, praising the greatness and superiority of the High Elves and stirring the pride of her people. Look, High Elves are the most excellent of all races, a point proven by magical engineering. As her words fell, a magic horse slowly rose, floating in the air. The magic core is the foundation of all magical engineering. It emitted powerful fluctuations of magic power that left the High Elves present in awe. Empress Savona watched this scene with a smug smile. Begin. Sitting gracefully on her throne, she issued the command. Begin. Following her command, a massive magic core slowly rose and hovered in the air. The next moment, the magic core emitted a dazzling light, and the surrounding air began to warp. Rumble! A series of dull thuds rang out as the boulders stacked nearby seemed to be drawn by some force, flying toward the magic core and sticking firmly to it. Each of these rocks was as large as a catapult stone. They merged with the magic core at an incredible speed and were then assembled like building blocks into a massive object. Soon, a giant golem with the word truth written on it in High Elven appeared before everyone. It was a giant forged from rock and magic. Oh, although the golem's limbs were not yet fully formed, it was enough to prove the High Elf's prowess in magical engineering, leaving even the well-traveled High Elf elders stunned. They had only heard of such ancient weapons called golems in myths and legends. They never expected to see one with their own eyes. Thump! With a loud bang, the golem landed heavily on the ground, making the entire earth tremble for an instant. What weapon could possibly defeat a golem forged from rock and magic? After the demonstration, Empress Savona ordered her subordinates to remove the magic core, and then she walked toward the golem with confident strides. The sharp clicking of her high heels against the floor echoed, as everyone's gazes, filled with awe and adoration, focused on her. The time was ripe. Although there had been some recent mishaps, she believed she could definitely turn the tide, and eventually rule the entire world. She scanned the crowd and spoke loudly. We possess power incomparable to other races, and we shall become the rulers of the world. Under the radiance of God, we will drive out all enemies and build a paradise of our own. In the dark age following the loss of the gods, Empress Savona's appearance was like a ray of dawn, bringing new hope to the High Elves. Now, her words instantly reignited the fire in the hearts of the High Elves once more. For the glory of the High Elves, for Her Majesty Empress Savona, long live, long live, long live. Fanatical cheers shook the heavens, and for a moment, everyone knelt at Simona's feet in worship. Empress Savona looked at her jubilant subjects, the corners of her mouth curling up in a cold smile. She believed that with such golems, the fate of other races would eventually be like these High Elves submitting beneath her feet. High Elves, High Elves, High Elves. In the distant Avalon continent, a storm that would sweep the world was brewing. In Blackwood territory, spring had passed and summer had quietly arrived. The rune mages scattered across various regions were also arriving in Blackwood territory one after another. They were a bit apprehensive at first, but when they saw the quadruple runes inscribed by Duke Isaac himself, they immediately understood that this lord truly wanted to develop rune magic. After all, such superb rune carving ability represented the time and effort the Duke usually spent on rune magic. Furthermore, Isaac promised to provide them with the best research environment and the most generous treatment, which moved them deeply. Additionally, good news came from the shipyard Isaac had previously inspected. That medium-sized warship was finally finished. The shipyard's craftsman invited Isaac to attend the warship's launching ceremony and asked him to name it. However, Isaac was truly terrible at things like naming. Looking at the large ship before him, he agonized for a long time without being able to squeeze out a single word, until he saw an eagle carved on the warship's figurehead. After a moment of contemplation, he suddenly looked up at everyone and said, "In that case, let's call it the Saber." Everyone. As for the subsequent launching ceremony, Isaac planned to use the glass wine bottles recently produced and, following Earth's custom, smash a bottle against the bow. Once the ceremony was over, this majestic warship would slowly slide into the water, ending its life in the dry dock, and officially embracing the sea. This warship was built according to Isaac's requirements, modeled after a carrack. In this world, warships of this class were also known as karas. It possessed 3 thick masts, with massive square sails and lateen sails arranged in an imposing manner. To ensure the warship's durability, mages of the evocation school had specifically applied enchantments to it. Considering its powerful firepower, Isaac intended to make it the new flagship of the Blackwood Navy. 5 rifled cannons had already been installed on the warship, all mass-produced using hydraulic boring machines and armory technology. As cannon production increased, the warship would eventually be equipped with 12 cannons, becoming the most powerful maritime force of this era. However, Isaac was not satisfied with just this. To have peace, one must have absolute military suppression. Once I manage to develop nuclear weapons, then we can have true nuclear peace, he thought to himself. But for now, the Blackwood Territory's navy couldn't rely solely on these sailing ships. He needed even more powerful propulsion, and the steam engine was an excellent choice. So Isaac dove back into the workshop and began improving and enchanting steam engine parts. Clang, clang, clang. Isaac was currently assembling parts for the steam engine. He used rubber to seal various components of the steam engine and then carefully inscribed strengthening and sealing runes. What he was currently building was an improved Watt steam engine, which was safer and more reliable, designed not to explode or leak steam. Isaac was completely immersed in his work, even forgetting to eat. Watching her brother forget food and sleep like this, Claire couldn't help but put down her quill and say, "Brother, you're not even eating now. Aren't you a bit too obsessed? You'll wear yourself out if you keep this up." Claire saw through her brother's state at a glance. Isaac didn't deny it, but he knew that the dwarven craftsman currently assembling the steam engines must be just as full of anticipation and excitement as he was. "Once you see that machine, you'll understand how I feel. High temperature, high pressure steam driving heavy pistons back and forth, that's something any man would get excited about." Isaac's face beamed with excitement, but Claire frowned with worry. "Say I still hope brother can find a girlfriend soon, get married, and have children." Back on Earth, Isaac's parents had often said the same thing. During his student days, Isaac had caused an explosion while making homemade black powder, which alerted the police, and he often followed his mother to the factory to tinker with various machines, causing his parents a lot of worry. But from a young age, Isaac had been interested in history, technology, and military affairs, and he had absolutely no interest in things like dating or marriage. It wasn't that he had no interest, it could only be said that he was fine with the physical side of things, but as for romance, forget it. He was a man of action. He had a very clear understanding of himself in this regard. Claire looked at the feigning ignorant Isaac and shook her head helplessly. "I was so naive. I used to worry that the family bloodline would be contaminated by other races, but now it seems I should worry about whether you'll fall in love with a machine. Brother, you don't understand. This is an invention comparable to the Industrial Revolution. Haha, with this thing, who could outrun our ships?" Isaac stroked the steam engine, chuckling foolishly. Claire looked at Isaac, speechless. "Say I was so stupid. I should have found brother a girlfriend long ago, no matter who it was." She covered her face in despair, groaning in pain as if seeing the end of the world. Isaac knew Claire was about to start nagging again, so he decisively ignored his sister and continued enchanting the steam engine components. As magic was injected, the runes lit up one by one. Finally, all the enchantment work was completed. Once these parts were handed over to the dwarven craftsman, he believed it wouldn't be long before the most important power device in human history was born in this world. When that time came, Isaac would usher in a brand new mechanical age in this world. Looking at the enchanted steam engine parts before him, he thought to himself, "Oh, my foolish sister Tilda, the new era your big brother created is about to arrive." The roar of the steam engine. A few days later, Isaac received news that the assembly of the steam engine had entered its final stage. He immediately set aside his current work and went to the workshop again. "Lord Isaac, you've arrived." The craftsmen made way and bowed as they saw Isaac. You've all worked hard." Isaac nodded at them and then asked impatiently, "How is the steam engine assembly coming along?" "It's finished, my lord. We are currently conducting the final debugging." "Haha, excellent. Quickly, let me see." With a face full of excitement, Isaac walked up to the steam engine to observe it closely. This steam engine was about 2 meters high and 1 meter wide, composed of a boiler, cylinder, piston, connecting rod, crankshaft, and other components. Its structure was complex and its craftsmanship exquisite. "Not bad, then start it now." Isaac nodded and told them to begin the startup test. "Yes, my lord." The craftsman complied and quickly began to start the steam engine. Gurgle, gurgle. As the steam engine started, the furnace fire roared and the water in the boiler began to boil, making a gurgling sound. The water in the boiler gradually boiled, producing a large amount of high temperature, high pressure steam. The steam passed through pipes into the vertical cylinder, pushing the piston back and forth, driving the connecting rod and crankshaft to rotate, and finally converting thermal energy into mechanical energy. P.S. It's just boiling water incidentally. Nuclear power plants also just boil water. It always feels like the end of science is just boiling water. Kiss, kiss. Initially, the steam engine's operating speed was slow, but as the temperature rose, it became faster and faster. The craftsmen in the workshop held their breath, watching the steam engine nervously for fear it might explode. Kiss, kiss, kiss. All parts of the steam engine worked together perfectly, running smoothly like a piece of precision art. Oh, it's a success, it's a success. Seeing the successful startup, the craftsmen were instantly overcome with emotion. Smelting, forging, shaping, polishing, installing, the craftsmen's hard work had finally paid off, and they waved their fists and cheered excitedly. At this moment, the giant machine before them seemed to possess life, emitting powerful force. Brothers, this machine driven by magic? Behind Isaac, Claire asked as she stared dumbfoundedly at the steam engine. No, Isaac shook his head. Then is it driven by spirits? Neither. Isaac shook his head again. It was neither driven by magic nor by spirits. It was a machine that ordinary people could master. It was a great machine that could continuously provide powerful power, replacing human and animal labor, and directly driving the development of the Industrial Revolution. This machine is called a steam engine. It's a machine that converts thermal energy into mechanical energy. Isaac grinned and explained proudly. The steam engine was one of the most important inventions in human history on Earth. It crucially drove the development of the Industrial Revolution, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say it changed the entire world. Kiss. Woo woo woo. The steam engine started up completely, emitting a huge roar, as if loudly announcing the arrival of a new era to this magical world. Finally, after being in this world for so long, Isaac had finally managed to build it. Seeing it fully operational, Isaac felt nothing but immense relief and joy. Now we have made history. Woohoo, Tilda. Isaac grabbed Claire by his side, spun her around twice in excitement, and then set her down. Oh, we did it. The craftsmen excitedly threw their tools into the air, their cheers deafening. Even Miller, who had always been skeptical of the steam engine, now showed a satisfied smile. HMPH. Ad brother. You've messed up my hair, so what can we do with this machine? Japanese letter DE. Letter FF Fate 9. Claire, who had been spun dizzy, landed and gave Isaac 2 angry thumps with her fists before asking as an afterthought. Haha, we can do anything. The thick-skinned Isaac didn't mind his sister's 2 punches, still looking excitedly at the steam engine before him. Rather than asking what it could do, it was better to ask what it couldn't do. The steam engine could be used to drive various mechanical equipment. It could drive mills, textile machines, blowers, and it could also be used to improve steel smelting technology. If he improved it into horizontal or rotary types, combined with the enhancement of enchantments and magic, Isaac could create even more powerful power devices. For example, like the Wright brothers, he could build steam-powered airplanes. He could also build ironclad steam warships that feared neither wind nor waves, as well as steam tanks like those the US military modified from Mark Roman 4 tank chassis during World War I. Whether in the sky, on land, or at sea, the future enemies of Blackwood would all surrender beneath the feet of Isaac's steel behemoths. Isaac reached out his large hand to ruffle Claire's just-tidied hair, and said with grand ambition, Haha, my silly sister, the steam engine before us is just the first step in creating a brand new world. Now it's your turn to be moved. A few days later, Isaac received word that the steam engine had finished its final debugging. He set aside his current work, preparing to head back and take a look. After putting down his work, he thought for a moment and sent someone to invite Effie over for a chat. Firstly, he wanted to fulfill his promise of treating her to cola, and secondly, he wanted to hear her report on the interrogation of the High Elves. For some reason, Isaac felt that Effie had been a bit absent-minded lately. She had not only declined his requests for private meetings, but also insisted on reporting the interrogation results via letters. Had some accident occurred during the interrogation? If that were the case, then all the more reason to treat her to a cola. After all, a refreshing cola was famous on Earth as happy water. Isaac chewed on some jerky while pouring black cola into a white porcelain cup. Lord, you were looking for me? Effie pushed the door open and entered, wiping sweat from her forehead as she asked. She seemed to have just finished training. A faint scent of sweat clung to her, mixed with the fragrance of lavender, which was quite refreshing. Elves were truly a magical race. Even without perfume, they carried a natural, special scent. Could they really be the masterpieces of the gods? It had to be said, the naturally beautiful Effie couldn't hide her charm even in simple training clothes. For a moment, Isaac was slightly dazed. Anyway, Effie, here, try this. Isaac handed a piece of jerky to Effie. This was a type of compressed food made from minced meat, lard, grains, and dried fruit, known as pemmican. Effie seemed hungry as well. She took the pemmican and stuffed it into her mouth. This tastes really good. It has the flavor of meat, grains, and fruit. What's in this? Effie asked while chewing. Haha, I added everything that could be added. One piece of pemmican had about 600 calories, equivalent to an energy bar. It was small and easy to preserve, a staple for 17th century American sailors, soldiers, explorers, and pioneers. However, the climate in this world was quite humid, and Isaac worried the pemmican might spoil, so it was only used in autumn and winter. To prepare for sea voyages and long-distance expeditions, Isaac still needed to find other alternatives. As the most powerful army on the continent, the Blackwood Army's logistics had to be the best. Effie, do you elves have that kind of magic bread where one bite makes you full? Effie swallowed the last bite of pemmican and shook her head. I've never heard of it. Does such a thing really exist? What a pity. Isaac had thought he might find an elven bread similar to Lemba's. This world really was lacking many things. Lord, although this is tasty, eating too much makes one thirsty. Naturally, pemmican was, after all, made by drying meat, grains, and fruit, grinding them into powder, and then compressing them. Ahaha, then perfect, try this as well. Isaac laughed and handed a cup of cola to Effie. Effie took a sip, and her eyes instantly widened, her face showing an expression of immense surprise. Wow, what is this? It's delicious. Effie's ears twitched with excitement. She couldn't wait to take another sip before starting to praise the cola incessantly. Haha, this is the cola I mentioned before. How is it? Not bad, right? Even Queen Priscilla hadn't tasted cola yet. It's simply too good. I've never had anything this delicious. To recreate the taste of cola, Isaac had tried countless recipes before finally finding the closest match. If you mix cola with rum, you get a cocktail called a rum and coke. Want to try some? Isaac intended to test another drink, a cocktail. Now that he had rum and cola, he had to try a rum and coke. It was one of Isaac's favorite cocktails back on Earth. Effie hesitated when she heard Isaac mention rum. She hadn't forgotten the embarrassing incident of getting drunk last time. Isaac also poured himself a glass of rum and coke and then clinked glasses with Effie. Don't worry, it's not as strong once you add the cola. Since advancing to a fourth circle mage, Isaac's alcohol tolerance had improved by leaps and bounds, reaching the level of a dwarf. To test the effects of the rum and coke, Isaac also drank a few glasses. How is it? It's very good. The aroma is rich, and after drinking it, my mouth feels tingly and numb. It's very comfortable. Isaac had originally worried that the rum wasn't aged enough and would taste too harsh, but it seemed the cola perfectly masked the rum's shortcomings. It seemed rum and coke could also be sold as a product. Moreover, it could drive the sales of both rum and cola, a perfect win-win. Is that so? That's good. Have another glass. Isaac mixed a few more glasses of rum and coke, experimenting with different ratios. Some were light, others strong. Although the alcohol content was lowered by the cola, it was still high-proof liquor. After a few glasses, Effie's face began to flush, and her eyes grew misty with intoxication. How are you feeling? Tastes good. Effie's tongue was already starting to tie, and she could barely keep her eyes open. Isaac's tolerance was too high, and he had unknowingly poured Effie quite a bit of alcohol. Effie, ha! The corners of Effie's mouth curled up, revealing a charming smile. Every time Isaac saw Effie's smile, he felt his heart rate quicken. It's good that you're fine. By the way, why have you been so gloomy lately? Effie froze upon hearing Isaac's words. She looked up at him, her cheeks turning even redder. Is the Lord Khan concerned about me? How could Isaac not be concerned? Effie was the commander of the Blackwood Territory's air, land, and sea forces. If she wasn't in good condition, it would be a major problem. Did those high elves threaten you during the interrogation? Did they say they'd use some magical engineering or ancient weapons to retaliate against you? Isaac recalled that those high elves seemed full of hostility toward Effie, a wood elf. While this helped Isaac gain information, he was still worried Effie might be hurt. After all, those high elves had nearly wiped out the wood elf race with magical weapons. Even though Isaac had repeatedly guaranteed Effie's safety, it was inevitable she might still be a little afraid. Effie remained silent, her cheeks growing redder and redder, though whether from the alcohol or shyness was unclear. Isaac stood up and took a step forward, grabbing Effie's shoulders to encourage her. No matter what they want to do, I have the confidence to stop them. I promise that under my protection, this place will be your safest haven. To have peace, one must possess powerful force. Dignity only exists at the edge of a blade, and truth only exists within the range of a cannon. This was a lesson Isaac had learned from an old gentleman named Ai. This was also the main reason Isaac spared no expense in developing the Blackwood Army's military strength. Please trust me. Isaac looked into Effie's eyes and spoke earnestly. Effie shyly turned her face away and nodded, her cheeks now as red as apples. Honestly, I was really worried about you. Don't keep acting like you have something on your mind in the future. If there's anything, just tell me directly. After speaking his mind, Isaac felt much lighter. He smacked his lips, feeling a bit parched after talking so much, so he turned back to sit down and refilled his glass with rum and coke. I'm a little afraid, perhaps due to the alcohol. Effie suddenly became bold. She stood up unsteadily and walked over to Isaac, looking at him with eyes full of grievance. Asterisk. Effie felt as though her heart was like boiling water, churning with various complex emotions. It was all Lord Isaac's fault, making her worry one moment, afraid the next, and then full of hope. How could he be so dense? Why was she the only one struggling so hard? A surge of inexplicable grievance rose in Effie's heart. At that moment, she suddenly remembered Aline's advice. When she had complained to Aline about Isaac's lack of romantic awareness, Aline had frowned and said, "Since you know he's a blockhead, why are you beating around the bush?" Aline had hit the nail on the head. She believed the reason Effie was in this predicament was because she was too reserved. Why don't you just tell him what you're thinking? Being lectured by a subordinate 100 years younger than her, Effie was instantly overcome with shame. She looked at Isaac before her. His eyes were black and his hair was black, the hallmarks of the Blackwood family. Although Isaac looked young, he exuded an aura of maturity and stability. To lead the wood elf race in place of her aging father, Effie had deliberately kept her distance from Isaac. Could this be the power of love? Effie suddenly felt an inexplicable surge of courage. Why am I the only one suffering from gains and losses? No longer timid, Effie stepped forward and sat across Isaac's lap, reaching out to snatch the glass from his hand. Without the slightest hesitation, she tilted her head back and drained the remaining rum and coke in the glass, then unhesitatingly cupped Isaac's face. Effie? A scent of lavender wafted over Isaac as a soft yet burning body landed on his lap. Isaac froze as Effie cupped his face. Looking at her lips, which still held a trace of alcohol, he couldn't help but subconsciously swallow. Seeing Isaac's panicked and dazed look, Effie suddenly found it a bit funny and also somewhat satisfying. Though she didn't know what the consequences would be, she decided to be like other young elven couples and bravely express her love. Really, it's so unfair. Now it's your turn to feel your heart race. A faint scent of alcohol mixed with lavender drifted into Isaac's nose. Before Isaac could react, Effie finished speaking and kissed his lips. Brothers, please give a tip to warm the author's heart. Writing even a little bit can't pass the censorship's eye. Prepare for battle. As expected, the masses still long for idols. After experiencing the severance from the old gods, they seek to worship something to find a sense of security. Inside the Avalon Temple, blood-red threads intertwined like spiderwebs, appearing exceptionally eerie under the dim moonlight. Moonlight poured down, and a high elf woman stood in this space, her elegant golden eyes shimmering as if she were conversing with someone. The bright moonlight reflected off her fair, rounded shoulders and her lavish attire adorned with gold. Such foolish creatures, aren't they? Hee. A mangled corpse was carefully placed before Queen Savona. Even though the corpse was badly decomposed, a lingering strong aura indicated it was still alive. Lumps of flesh continuously contracted and expanded on the altar. However, at this moment, it was merely an empty shell. The most important part, the soul, was nowhere to be found. It was precisely because of this that no greater disaster had been triggered. Queen Savona leaned down toward the altar covered in a bright red plush rug, listening to some kind of whisper. Yes, Lord Inathos, you are right. Independent consciousness will only hinder us from achieving our goals. Siona recalled how everyone had made such a fuss over the appearance of the monocores and golems, and she let out a contemptuous laugh. She had only displayed a small fraction of the knowledge bestowed by the god, yet they flattered and blindly worshipped it so. It was truly ridiculous. But thanks to this, the few original skeptics had vanished, and everyone since then had united in submission under her rule. The resistance of the Dwarven Kingdom has also been suppressed, and a forced merger is currently underway. Although they are an inferior race, they have good craftsmanship and can be used to manufacture weapons. While she was reporting the situation, the fractured god she served conveyed its will once more. Siona quickly concentrated her mind, for fear of missing a single word. Are you referring to those disgusting traces spread across the continent? Please rest assured, those who dared to call Lord Inathos a demon and sealed him underground, I will surely eradicate them all. Whether it be the sun god or the moon goddess, all entities that had once oppressed her god would vanish from this land. She would kill all apostles, destroy all temples, and eliminate all believers until those gods lost their divinity and completely perished. Only then could that lord be liberated from the seal, soul and body reunited to achieve a complete resurrection. And this also meant the high elf race would usher in eternal rule. So, please descend once more for our Sake, god of knowledge. This new god had brought light and hope to the despondent elven race. Although they still did not understand the principles behind this power, the high elf race would surely work with this lord to restore their former glory. We look forward to that day's arrival, day and night. The high elf queen stood before the altar, bowing in worship to the unidentified corpse with a pious tone, no different from how she treated her subjects. In response to the queen's fanatical praise, the faded lumps of flesh on the altar responded with an ominous squirm. Blackwood territory, drawing room. The more I look, the more incredible it seems. Isaac watched the harpy messenger flap its wings and fly back toward the Duchy of Henton, murmuring to himself as he looked out the window. A race with wings that could fly as freely as birds was truly unheard of. Just like the centaur race who were born cavalry, the harpy race was naturally equipped to become an air force. Can't you also fly in the sky, my lord? Effie asked while handing the reply to the harpy messenger who had already flown some distance away. That's different. It's still amazing. It was just a pity that their hands had become wings. Isaac had originally dreamed of forming an air force unit that could fly in the sky and fire bullets like fighter jets, but it seemed that was impossible. However, using claws to grab bombs and then dropping them on targets should still be doable. By the way, Effie, how is it that you're daring to speak to me normally now? Huh. Effie responded subconsciously, but her shoulders visibly trembled upon hearing Isaac's question. A flash of panic crossed her emerald green eyes. Before, you were always deliberately avoiding me, but now, that, she completely lacked the courage to look Isaac in the eye now. Every time their eyes met now, her ears would turn red and she would flee like a startled animal. So that night, I still have urgent business to attend to. I am leaving now. Faced with Isaac's meaningful questioning, Effie's ears instantly turned bright red, and she fled the drawing room. With a bang, the wooden door shook violently, and the forest elf patriarch had already vanished from sight. It seemed her emotions had reached a breaking point. It really is quite interesting. Isaac felt as if something in his heart had been touched. Seeing her at a loss, he couldn't help but want to tease her. At the thought of her bewildered expression, a smile unconsciously appeared on the corner of Isaac's mouth. My lord, what's come over you? Knight Miller, having witnessed Effie's strange behavior, asked Isaac in a tone that said, What on earth are you doing? Nothing. I was just thinking, what do you think about what the messenger from the Duchy of Henton just said, Knight Miller? Hearing Isaac's question, Knight Miller scratched his hair in distress. You mean the pirate ships flying unidentified flags that are attacking our merchant ships? And those pirates are merfolk? Exactly. They've also hired griffin units and even use magic items. The Blackwood Merchant Guild had finally grown large and strong and was just about to make a huge profit when someone came to trip them up. The merfolk, the orc race, the high elf race, these guys were truly persistent. Blackwood Territory's popularity has been quite high lately. Sigh, I'd rather not have this kind of popularity. According to the intelligence provided by Duke Freya, because of Isaac, the Kingdom of Kancha, which originally monopolized the sugar trade in the eastern continent, had suffered heavy losses. To avoid diplomatic conflict, they were secretly supporting the merfolk in indiscriminate piracy. Their goal was simple: to attack Blackwood Territory's merchant ships and burn their ports, forcing them to stop sugar production, so they could continue their monopoly on the sugar trade here. What a barbaric world. If you can't compete with a product, you should find ways to improve your competitiveness. How could you think of destroying someone else's business? Wars had once been fought on Earth over the spice trade. Were they going to go to war over sugar too? Isaac shook his head inwardly. And those high elves, they really won't leave any place alone. That country truly wished for nothing but chaos in the world. Ballistae capable of firing incendiary bombs at long range, and an alarming number of repeating crossbows. The power of these weapons was not to be underestimated. My lord, should we ask the royal capital for reinforcements and request the kingdom to send troops to wipe out the pirates? After a moment of reflection, Knight Miller made a suggestion to Isaac. As far as they knew, the number of enemy pirate ships was as high as 101, and they had the backing of the Kingdom of Kancha. On their side, the Duchy of Henton only had 24 warships, and Blackwood Territory had a pitiful 15. Considering they would be fighting on the vast ocean, they were at a clear numerical disadvantage. Even if Her Majesty agreed to send troops, she probably wouldn't put her heart into it. After all, this war offered them no benefits. There was no reason for them to sacrifice their soldiers for Blackwood Territory. Isaac suddenly remembered the last war with the Empire, where Marquis Arnold, serving as the commander-in-chief, had provided chaotic leadership, leaving the army like a heap of loose sand. Haha, Miller, when have we ever had the advantage in numbers? Knight Miller heard the firmness in Isaac's tone and understood that his mind was made up, so he smiled helplessly. You are right. Hadn't they worked so hard to develop for so long precisely for a day like today? And they had secret weapons prepared specifically for this day. So what if the enemy had over 100 warships? God still has 14 warships. Isaac thought to himself. These warships would be like giant stones thrown into a calm lake, completely overturning the world's naval warfare landscape. Furthermore, they had Effie's wind spirit to provide wind for the sailing warships and the water spirit to manipulate the sea. Perhaps they could even replicate a miracle, winning with fewer numbers and crushing the enemy. To survive, one must first face death. We will go and contact Duke Freya now to form a coalition and prepare for battle. Once a decision was made, there was no more room for hesitation. Isaac rose from his seat, preparing to visit someone, a figure who held the key to this naval battle and was also the master of the water spirit. It was time to unleash that fellow's reins and let it gallop to its heart's content in the ocean. Set sail, Saber! In the shipyard, permeated with the heavy smell of sea salt and the cries of seagulls, the workers were unusually busy today. When Isaac first decided to vigorously expand the shipyard, some had questioned his decision. Looking at it now, how wise his decision truly was. Creak, creak, creak. Pulleys turned and ropes tightened as the giant cranes on the city walls slowly hoisted cannons one after another. Unlike before, they weren't hoisting heavy city wall masonry, but 8-meter-long rifled cannons. The workers were currently placing these cannons onto the warships with extreme care. Sailors hauled gun carriages, installing 10 modified naval guns into positions on the upper and lower decks respectively, while 2 field guns were also secured to the deck. Whether it was an incendiary shell fired from a howitzer or a high-explosive shell from a rifled cannon, a single hit could plunge an enemy ship into a sea of fire. The sailors excitedly opened the gun ports to inspect these steel behemoths, as if they could already foresee their majestic performance on the battlefield. To be safe, Isaac had even painfully spent a large number of achievement points to exchange for spare cannons. Not only that, he also transferred a batch of field guns and rifled cannons from the army to be distributed to every warship. This land is a holy site of the Elysian faith. The fleet departing from here today shall become the vanguard protecting the seas and faith of the Blackwood Territory. May the goddess's radiance be with you. Igni, dressed in pure white clerical robes, stood before a medium-sized warship nearing completion, holding a grand blessing ceremony for it. This warship was originally intended to be sold to merchants from the Kingdom of Durda, but now it had become the new flagship of the Blackwood Territory Navy. Igni's slender, fair hands emitted a holy light, enveloping the entire warship. In this world where gods truly existed, a blessing ceremony was an indispensable step. I hope you will be like a brave knight, galloping across the battlefield and sweeping all before you. I now officially name this new warship the Saber. In contrast, Isaac's speech was much shorter. To him, whether on land or at sea, anyone who could serve him was a trustworthy partner. He picked up a bottle of wine and smashed it forcefully against the bow. Bang! The bottle shattered, and the crimson liquid splashed out, staining the bow a dark red. Set sail. At the captain's command, the saber slowly pulled away from the pier and entered the shimmering surface of the sea. It rocked slightly on the water a few times before sailing steadily, revealing its majestic posture. Congratulations, host! You have built a new type of warship capable of subverting traditional naval warfare modes. Gained plus 5,000 achievement points. Isaac looked up at the sky, silently thanking the system for its generous reward. With these achievement points, he could add even more firepower to the other warships. Move it, don't be as slow as snails. Sailors boarded the saber one after another, and various supplies began to be loaded, including cured meats, hard biscuits, and most importantly, weapons and ammunition. Besides conventional ammunition, there were also wooden barrels of black powder specially prepared by Isaac. These barrels were inscribed with sealing runes, so there was no need to worry about moisture. Finally, at Isaac's strong insistence, fresh fruits and vegetables were also brought on board. Although there were no plans for an oceanic voyage this time, no one knew how long the battle would last. To prevent the soldiers from contracting scurvy, these things were essential. Everything was ready, just waiting for the fleet to depart. However, in this moment of jubilation, someone was sobbing quietly. Wah! Isaac followed the sound and found Raja hiding in a corner, secretly wiping away tears. What's wrong? Raja looked up at Isaac with tearful eyes, her tone full of resentment and grievance. Look at that majestic four-cornered mainsail, and those three towering masts. Such a good warship is being given to someone else to command it. It's such a pity. Wow, what did I do wrong? Why must I stay here? During this time, Raja had been confined to the factory to oversee the production of soda ash, knowing nothing of the outside world, so this was her first time seeing the saber. Raja, let me ask you. Isaac looked at her and asked seriously, if I ordered you to fight against your fellow merfolk, would you be willing? I mean, the merfolk who call themselves the Kingdom of Buccaneer. Why are you asking that? Although we were once competitors, but Raja was stunned for a moment, seemingly not expecting Isaac to ask this. That's good then. Isaac breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed the internal cohesion of the merfolk wasn't very strong. Although that merfolk queen was powerful and had successfully integrated them, national identity and patriotism couldn't be formed overnight, especially since they were originally just a motley crew of pirates. Are you truly willing? Even if you encounter the merfolk queen on the battlefield, will you attack her without hesitation? Isaac looked directly into Raja's eyes, confirming once more. Raja patted her chest forcefully and said firmly, please believe me. I will definitely prove it to you. She longed to return to the sea, she longed for battle, and this longing was something no one could stop. Well, except Isaac. Seeing her spirited appearance, Isaac nodded in satisfaction, and took a tricorn captain's hat from his coat, slapping it onto her head. Raja, I appoint you as the captain of the saber. I hope you won't disappoint me. Raja possessed the ability to control high-level water elemental spirits and had rich experience in naval warfare. Even Azazel had once spoken highly of her. She was a rare naval talent. Looking across the entire Blackwood territory, he likely couldn't find a more suitable candidate for captain than her. Wah! Yet, the moment Raja was appointed captain, she actually started crying again, and even more sorrowfully than before. Is there a need to cry like this? Isaac was somewhat caught between laughter and tears. Wah, you don't know. I thought I'd be trapped in that hellish place for the rest of my life, only dealing with those white powders, Raja said while sobbing. In truth, Isaac had intended for her to be the captain from the start. It was just that she had been too presumptuous before and he feared she'd get overconfident, so he hadn't told her. All right, stop crying. From today on, you are the vanguard of the Blackwood Territory Navy. Go and fight to your heart's content. Go and tear all my enemies to shreds. Yes, I guarantee the mission will be completed. Raja wiped the snot and tears from her face and stood up abruptly, snapping an excited military salute. She was like a beast unleashed, a fanatical light flickering in her eyes, impatient to rush onto the battlefield. Even if the enemy are your kin, show no mercy, Isaac reminded her. Yes, maritime firepower tests. The salty sea breeze blew against his cheeks. The billowing sails and Effie's long golden hair, tousled by the wind, told Isaac that now was a good time for sailing downwind. Ha! Raja stood on the deck laughing triumphantly. She wore the tricorn captain's hat Isaac had given her and kept stroking its brim. It was clear she loved the gift. Blay. Priestess Igni's face was pale as she leaned over the gunwale, vomiting uncontrollably. Clearly, even a priestess who wielded holy power could not resist the torment of seasickness. Priestess Igni, are you all right? Isaac asked with concern, gently patting Igni's back to try and make her more comfortable. Usually, I wouldn't mind if you used a bit more force, but right now Blay. Japanese letter FF89 symbol A4AA, Tibetan's letter F6B symbol A4AA. Before Igni could finish her sentence, she started vomiting again. It seemed that patting her back, instead of relieving her symptoms, only worsened her agony. Isaac quickly withdrew his hand, secretly glad that he was physically strong and thick-skinned enough to be completely immune to seasickness. Position 3 ready. Position 6 ready. The sailors busily loaded black powder and shells into the bores, then reported loudly. Some of these sailors were Navy men and some were merchant sailors. Under the guidance of the Blackwood Army artillerymen, they had quickly mastered the operation of the cannon. On the way to the battlefield, they had already conducted multiple coordinated operations with the hot air balloon and simulated firing drills. Now it was time for live fire training. It just so happened that an uninhabited island appeared ahead, which could be used as a target. 6 cannon, ready, my lord. Knight Miller, clad in full plate armor and gripping his sword hilt, reported to Isaac. Isaac had suggested he change into lighter clothing, but he insisted that a knight should wear armor and carry a sword. Ships no. 2 through no. 15 are also ready. Effie tucked her hair behind her ear and reported to Isaac. She had gathered the status of all the warships through the spirits. Communicating with flags and horns was simply too outdated, especially for a large fleet like this. Aside from the flagship Saber, the other warships were only equipped with 1 to 4 cannon, but for enemies without any cannon, this was already sufficient. Shall I give the order to fire, my lord? Effie asked. Wait a moment. Isaac pulled a handkerchief from his pocket and tied Effie's hair into a kerchief. Thank you, Effie said a bit shyly. A wood elf carrying a rifle with a kerchief tied on her head was quite a strange combination. Isaac smiled, then raised his right hand, preparing to give the order to fire. Wait, aren't I the captain? Why are they all asking you? Seeing everyone revolving around Isaac, Raja suddenly felt a bit dissatisfied. Shut up and get behind the cannon. Do you want to die? Isaac glared at her impatiently. He was the man who had fired the most shots across 2 lifetimes, so he decided to serve as the gunner himself. A gunner who could stand above the captain. If Raja wanted to command the cannon, she should buy her freedom first and then get her own ship. Fire! At Isaac's command, the sailors immediately pulled the lanyards. Boom, 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 boom. Flame soared, smoke filled the air, the cannon recoiled violently, and the shells whistled toward the target. 15 warships fired simultaneously. The scene was truly spectacular. Boom! The shells landed on the uninhabited island with massive explosions, shattering trees and sending dust flying. The once peaceful uninhabited island instantly turned into scorched earth. Ooh, incredible. If that hit a ship, it would be devastating. The sailors, seeing the power of the cannon for the first time, were all struck with awe. Although they had no combat experience yet, they could already imagine the terrifying role the cannon would play on the battlefield. Raja, what are you doing? Why are you dazed? It's your turn. Seeing Raja staring at the bombardment in a daze, Isaac couldn't help but remind her. Even the great captain was stunned. I've said it many times before. There's a brief window after firing. We need to take the opportunity to pull away. Understand? The portside cannon of the Saber had all finished firing. Distance was their weapon. They had to maintain distance from the enemy to remain invincible. Raja finally snapped out of it and shouted her command. Full speed ahead. Pull away. Raja stood on the deck, high-spirited, as if she had returned to the days of old when she galloped across the sea. The sailors immediately sprang into action, adjusting the sails to increase speed. Splash! The sails billowed and the sea breeze howled. The Saber's speed grew faster and faster. Effie also summoned the wind spirit to provide extra power for the Saber. As expected of Effie, you catch on quickly, Isaac praised. Effie smiled and touched the kerchief on her head. Seeing this, Raja felt a bit competitive. She also summoned the water spirit and said, Nez, clear the way for me. The water spirit immediately dove into the water, opening a channel for the Saber. The waves that had previously hindered the warship's progress now became an aid, pushing the vessel forward rapidly. Whoosh! The Saber was like a sharp blade, slicing through the sea and riding the waves with unstoppable momentum. Whoa, this is too fast. The sailors were all startled by this incredible speed. With the help of the wind spirit and the water spirit, the Saber's speed far exceeded that of the other warships, leaving everyone in the dust. It pulled far ahead of the other ships. Isaac couldn't help but laugh as he watched. He hadn't expected the cooperation between the two spirits to produce such a powerful effect. This Saber, compared to other ships in this world, was practically like using a cheat code. First naval battle. At Albram Port in the Duke Blackwood's territory, a large merchant ship flying the flag of the Kingdom of Durat was loading cargo. A short, mixed-race woman was inside the cabin, carefully inspecting the goods. She looked thin and weak, but none of the burly sailors dared to underestimate her. Load faster. Who knows when this route will be blockaded? This woman's name was Libri, a mixed-race princess of the Kingdom of Durat. Because the Kingdom of Durat had many members of the royal family, there were also many princesses, and Libri was just one of them. Remember this site's domain name. Read massive amounts of Taiwanese novels easily here. The reason she appeared in the Blackwood territory was to complete one last transaction before the route was blockaded. The Kingdom of Durat was surrounded by mountains on all sides, making transportation inconvenient, so they placed great importance on maritime trade. Lady Library, President Miko of the Blackwood Merchant Guild wants to purchase all of our silk. What exactly are they trying to do? People in the Blackwood territory don't seem to wear much silk clothing. A merchant walked up to Library with a manifest and asked. Library wasn't interested in the merchant's question. She was more concerned about which goods the Blackwood Merchant Guild had acquired. She picked up the manifest and began to examine it carefully. Oh, glass beads? And so much silverware? How did they manage that? Library looked in astonishment at the colorful glass beads and the sparkling silverware. Especially the glass. Where on earth did the Blackwood territory get so much soda ash from? Library opened another crate filled with pearls and asked in surprise. Where did all these pearls come from? You'll understand once you see the manifest. The prices of goods in the Blackwood territory are extremely low, whether it's glass or pearls. Library took the manifest, and her eyes suddenly widened. The prices of these goods were unbelievably low, almost as if they were being given away for free. Pearls pearls are actually this cheap? The quality of these pearls was excellent. How exactly did the Blackwood Territory do it? If the Blackwood Territory could maintain these prices, other pearl merchants would be out of business. It was worth mentioning that Isaac, who originally intended not to disrupt the pearl market, had flipped the table because of the provocations from the merfolk pirates. Quickly, load the ship, let's go. This might be the last time we come to the Blackwood Territory. Sailors began moving cargo onto the ship. Besides silk, there was also a large amount of granulated sugar. Library was worried she wouldn't be able to buy Blackwood Territory sugar in the future, so she exchanged a large portion of the silk for a vast quantity of sugar. No wonder the Kingdom of Kancha is going crazy. The Lord of the Blackwood Territory not only valued commerce, but was also very shrewd. Granulated sugar alone could cause the Kingdom of Kancha to lose countless silver coins. Grandmother's vision was indeed correct. Library's grandmother had once suggested that she develop a closer cooperation with Blackwood. Although Library thought the merfolk pirates were more likely to win, if Blackwood could achieve a perfect victory at sea just as they had on land, they would become a force that could not be ignored. So Library was still very much looking forward to the future of the Blackwood family. In the early morning, a thin layer of mist drifted over the sea. Suddenly, a rapid ringing of bells broke the silence. Clang, 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 clang. Enemy ships attacking. Approximately 20 of them. Prepare for battle. Prepare for battle. The sailor in the crow's nest shouted loudly, pointing toward the horizon. Isaac climbed onto the deck and saw more than 20 pirate ships sailing aggressively in the distance, flying high a flag with a trident. The trident flag of the merfolk, the most notorious symbol among all pirates. Seeing the pirate ships, the sailors immediately grew nervous. It's them. They're the ones who have been attacking our merchant ships. These pirates actually dared to operate near the waters of the Blackwood Territory. They were truly audacious. A flash of anger flickered in Isaac's eyes. It seemed the pirates had already mastered the Blackwood Merchant Guild's routes, and planned to split up to blockade the Blackwood Territory's maritime trade. Because of those two spirits, our current speed is too fast. The warships behind haven't caught up yet. Should we wait for them? Knight Miller looked at the pirate ships ahead and asked in a low voice. No need. Fire the cannons directly. Isaac just happened to want to test the combat effectiveness of the saber. Those enemies from other continents probably haven't seen cannons yet, right? Even if they've heard of them, they would probably dismiss them as being like the legendary dragons. Truth be told, Isaac still preferred fighting these locals who hadn't seen much of the world. After all, only after experiencing it firsthand could they understand how terrifying the power of cannons truly was. Raja, you are also from the merfolk. What tactics do you think those pirates will use? Isaac looked at Raja and asked. Raja pulled her captain's hat down over her head and pointed to the bows of the pirate ships. Merfolk are skilled at manipulating seawater. They like to use ramming tactics and then engage in boarding actions. It seemed these merfolk pirates were all fellows who enjoyed close quarters combat. But for the saber, which possessed long-range cannons and rapid maneuverability, such tactics were useless. Effie, I've estimated it. The Spirit's transmission time takes about 10 minutes, and the distance is approximately 1,200 meters. Good, then let's begin. Seeing that the pirate ships had entered the range of the rifled cannons, Isaac directly issued the attack order to Raja. Raja excitedly drew her rapier and shouted the command. Prepare to fire. Hard to starboard. The sailors immediately sprang into action, opening the gun ports and pushing the cannons into firing positions. The artillerymen and sailors skillfully loaded the black powder and shells into the barrels, then adjusted the firing angles. Splash! The helmsman turned the wheel and the wind spirit provided lateral thrust for the saber. The ship drifted with incredible speed as it turned to the right. The soldiers on deck also began loading their ammunition, preparing for a potential boarding action. As the saber completed its turn, all the cannons were aimed at the pirate ships. The wind spirit stopped blowing again, and the sea's surface returned to calm. A tense atmosphere filled the air. The pirate ships approached rapidly with the tailwind, the pirates standing on deck waving their weapons aggressively. All cannons ready, Knight Miller reported. The Blackwood artillerymen used the quadrants on the cannons to adjust the firing angles. Effie also stood beside a rifled cannon, attaching the wind spirit to the shell, waiting for Isaac's command. Fire! Isaac's target was the pirate ship at the very front, which had a massive ram. Boom! 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 The shells whistled out of the barrels, tearing through the sky toward the target. 5 high-explosive shells instantly crossed the distance of several hundred meters and landed on the pirate ship. 2 of the shells directly hit the pirate ship's bow and mast. Oh, direct hit! The sailors cheered excitedly. But the effect of the high-explosive shells was only just beginning. Boom! The timed fuses activated, and the 2 shells exploded violently inside the pirate ship. Flames shot into the sky, and the pirates on deck were blown off their feet. The pirate ship's main mast also snapped, making a cracking sound before crashing down. The ship is going to capsize. Oh! The sailors watched in awe as the massive mast fell onto the deck. The main mast crushed the other sails and then fell heavily into the water, crushing some pirates into pulp. The power of the rifled cannons and high-explosive shells, combined with Effie's precise control, was like an aimbot missile in invincible existence. My goodness, Raja was also startled by the incredible power. It was obvious that the pirate ship was their flagship. Because that pirate ship was destroyed, the other pirate ships immediately fell into chaos. This scene was just like when the Blackwood army first used flintlock rifles. The enemies were similarly terrified and confused by the new weapon. Raja, give me another round. Hee, no problem. Raja had fully grasped the power of the cannons and once again ordered a turn to attack. The sails adjusted their angle, the wind spirit exerted force again, and the saber completed a drifting turn with startling speed, aiming the cannons once more at the panicked pirate ships. Fire! Let's shoot it down and have it with our drinks. The rumbling of cannons broke the silence of the sea. This naval battle allowed Isaac to witness the true strength of the saber. The battle with the pirates lasted about 2 hours, resulting in more than half of the pirate ships being sunk or heavily damaged by the saber. Both their own soldiers and the enemy pirates were left dumbfounded by the saber's overwhelming firepower. The surviving pirates tried to flee the battlefield, but the saber was too fast. They simply couldn't escape the pursuit. Ultimately, the pirates could only tremblingly raise the white flag and surrender. For a time, the sea was filled with burning warships, with wreckage and debris floating on the surface before slowly sinking to the seabed. In this vast, boundless ocean, how could escaping be easy? At least in this region, there was no ship faster than the saber. Behave yourselves. Raja skillfully bound the captured pirates. This time, Isaac didn't stop her, as these merfolk pirates deserved their fate. They would become slaves of the Blackwood territory until they reformed and atoned for their sins. My lord, look! Effie ran over excitedly, holding several pieces of loot in her hands. She had completely adapted to life at sea, becoming a qualified pirate herself. Led by Effie, Isaac and Knight Miller discovered a vast amount of cargo in the pirate ship's hold. There were high-quality mink furs, red linen, and various rare spices like pepper and cinnamon. Later, in the captain's quarters, they also found rubies, sapphires, silver coins, and various jewelry. Effie also found a pearl necklace in a chest. Isaac clicked his tongue and casually tossed the pearl necklace back. Honestly, of all things, it had to be pearls. They were about to depreciate soon. It seems this pirate ship once raided a merchant vessel from the Henton Duchy, Isaac said as he looked at the loot, not expecting to have inadvertently avenged the Henton Duchy. With such a wealth of cargo, it seemed they had plundered many merchant ships. Even though I don't know the rules of the sea, these things were captured by us, so they belong to us now, right? Iggy? Isaac might not have known the rules of the sea, but it didn't matter. He had the goddess of harmony. If the goddess said it was fine, then it was fine, wasn't it? So he turned to Priestess Igni for her opinion. Of course, the goddess will surely approve of our actions. Priestess Igni pressed her palms together and spoke piously. Since they had the goddess's approval, the loot became legitimate spoils of war. Only those with flexible morals can gain the greatest benefit in gray areas. Just as Isaac was about to pocket the loot, Raja walked over with a fawning expression and pointed at the spoils. Master, according to the rules of the sea, these spoils should be distributed proportionally between the captain and the sailors. Obviously, Raja was reminiscing about her happy days as a pirate. She rubbed her hands together, looking at Isaac expectantly. But we are neither pirates nor a merchant ship, and our goddess has already agreed to me taking these spoils. Isaac said with a chuckle. They were the regular navy of the Blackwood territory. Therefore, all the loot belonged to the lord, which made sense from that perspective. Oh, Raja immediately pouted in disappointment. All right, here. Seeing her pout so hard, Isaac couldn't bear it and pulled a bag of silver coins from his pocket, tossing it to Raja. Raja caught the silver coins, immediately broke into a happy smile, and dashed back to the captain's quarters. What an easily satisfied fellow. Isaac shook his head helplessly, ordered the sailors to collect all the loot, and then returned to the deck himself. The captured pirates had now been escorted to other warships. Knight Miller reported the battle situation to Isaac. We captured a total of 4 warships, 1 medium warship and 3 small ones. One of them was hit in the stern by a high explosive shell and needs repairs. Knight Miller reported matter-of-factly. Although it would cost money to fix, they could incorporate these pirate ships into the Blackwood Navy after some patching up. And wouldn't that mean the Blackwood Navy's strength would only grow as they fought more? Isaac was amused by his own thought. The ammunition we consumed has been replenished from the other warships. As for the captured food, perhaps we should distribute it to the other ships. Knight Miller pointed to the food piled on the deck as he spoke to Isaac. The food consisted of raw hard biscuits, salted meat, as well as some live chickens and eggs. Clearly, the merfolk's diet wasn't much different from humans. Of course, their choices were quite limited at sea. Knight Miller, what is this? Isaac asked, pointing to a type of plant piled in a corner. It was a plant similar to bamboo, but its stalk was very thick, and it had fresh-keeping magic applied to it. This was found in the pirate ship's warehouse. I don't know what it is either. Knight Miller looked at it and eventually shook his head helplessly. Isaac felt the plant looked familiar, so he picked up a stalk and began to chew it slowly. Instantly, a sweet flavor spread through his mouth. This is sugarcane. Isaac looked at the pile of plants in surprise. Was this a gift specifically sent by the Kanchi Kingdom to win over the merfolk? How ironic. They were fighting bloody battles at sea now, all because of this very thing. Isaac took a fierce bite of the sugarcane, cursing the Kanchi Kingdom in his heart once again. It's quite sweet. It seemed the sugar content of the sugarcane was indeed very high. After returning, he would need to continue researching improved varieties of beets. Only by increasing the competitiveness of the Blackwood territory's sugar could they better strike at the Kanchi kingdom. Just then, a massive shadow suddenly appeared over the sea. My lord, something is flying in the sky. And it's big, very big. Effie suddenly pointed to the sky and shouted in terror. There were two flying objects in the sky. One was a harpy from the Henton Duchy. The other was a massive flying monster that looked like a hybrid of two different animals, enormous in size. What is that thing? With the head of an eagle and the body of a lion. It was a monster that combined the most powerful animals of the sky and the land. That is the legendary griffin. Knight Miller's eyes narrowed slightly as he silently gripped the hilt of his sword. This was the strongest aerial force of the Kanchi kingdom. To ordinary soldiers, a griffin was indeed a terrifying creature, but for the Blackwood army it was merely a giant target. Hey, get the Geyer rifle ready. Let's shoot it down together to go with our drinks. Although he didn't know what had happened, the fact that a harpy from the Henton Duchy was here meant that the Henton Duchy's fleet was nearby. Click! Effie took a Geyer rifle, walked quickly to Isaac's side, and rested the gun on his shoulder. Isaac gripped the rifle with both hands, adjusting the shooting angle. Effie focused on aiming at the target, imbuing the bullet with a spirit. Bang! After locking onto the target, Effie pulled the trigger without hesitation. A burst of flame erupted from the muzzle and the bullet whistled toward the target. The griffin seemed to sense the danger and instinctively tried to dodge. But by then it was too late. The bullet traced a white trail and instantly struck the griffin's head. It only had time to let out a shrill cry before plummeting straight into the sea. Haha! Well done, Effie. Quickly tell someone to fish it out. I've never eaten one of those before. Haha, doesn't seem that difficult after all, Effie said with a smile, then placed the Geyer rifle on the ground. They had not fought side by side for a long time. Huff! Huff Lord Blackwood greetings. At that moment, the harpy also landed on the deck, greeting Isaac while panting for breath. Isaac recognized her at once. She was the harpy who had come to the Blackwood territory to deliver a letter last time. She looked in astonishment at the rifle that could shoot down a griffin, her eyes now filled with awe as she looked at Isaac and the others. Hee, we meet again. What brings you here this time? Isaac asked the harpy with a chuckle. If he wasn't mistaken, the fact that this harpy had rushed here so hurriedly meant there was a high probability that the Henton Duchy had run into some trouble. My lord, please save our duke. Freya was driven to the brink of despair. Waves slapped against the hull, spray flying. At this moment, Queen Freya's face was filled with anxiety. According to the plan, she was supposed to rendezvous with the Blackwood fleet and confront the enemy together, but she hadn't expected to encounter an ambush by the Merfolk Queen on the way to the meeting point. They were trapped in the Kallida archipelago, forced into a fierce naval battle with the Merfolk. Lady Freya, the ocean currents are becoming abnormal again, Azazel shouted. She knew this was the Merfolk Queen manipulating the sea water. A massive whirlpool appeared on the sea ahead, the current swift and dangerous. If caught in the whirlpool, the warship's speed would drop drastically. Freya could only consume her divine power to make the warship float briefly and quickly pass through the danger zone. She adjusted the sails while dodging enemy attacks, attempting to break through. Haha! Is this the apostle of God? The way you run away really looks like a loach. The Merfolk Queen stood on her flagship, the Ocean Empress, mocking Freya loudly. She chewed betelnut and hummed an unknown tune while tapping the hull with her trident in rhythm, seemingly enjoying this hunting game. That's enough. Let's give them a few more gifts. At her command, the pirates launched a boulder with a catapult. Whoosh! A huge stone whistled through the air toward Freya's warship. Freya sensed the danger instantly. Almost subconsciously, she reached out her right hand toward the incoming rock. Then, the stone spinning in the air suddenly stopped, as if grabbed by an invisible hand. La Lady Freya. Azazel looked at Freya, calling out in concern. Freya's forehead was covered in beads of sweat, and her temples throbbed. Although she could control objects, this ability had a time limit and consumed a great deal of energy. Whoosh! With a forceful wave of her hand, Freya hurled the stone back at the Merfolk fleet. The stone, like a meteor, smashed heavily into a medium-sized pirate ship. Boom! The pirate ship's deck was instantly smashed to pieces. Damn it! You're looking for death! The Merfolk Queen roared in anger. At that moment, several flaming javelins flew from the Merfolk fleet. Whoosh whoosh whoosh! The javelins pierced deep into Freya's warship, and the flames on them blazed up, instantly igniting the vessel. Then, Freya discovered to her horror that she was actually unable to control these javelins. Could it be that mages from the Kanchi kingdom were secretly helping the Merfolk? The warship was under constant attack and was soon covered in scars. Haha, since you've come, don't even think about leaving. All of you perish at the bottom of the sea. The Merfolk Queen seemed intent on wiping out Freya and the others entirely. Sailors carried buckets to put out the fires everywhere, but the flames only grew larger. Just as Freya and the others were in despair, a fleet slowly approached from the distance. On their flag was an axe and a sword crossed together. Great. Blackwood. It's Blackwood. Our messengers broke through the Griffin blockade and contacted them. Azazel flapped her small wings, shouting excitedly to Freya. But Freya couldn't bring herself to be happy because the enemy's numbers were simply too great now. They had lost a large number of warships, with only 15 remaining, and the Blackwood family's fleet also only had 15 ships. The enemy's numbers were now more than double theirs, and they were Merfolk, who excelled at naval combat. Even the Blackwood Navy, could they really turn the tide of battle now? Freya took a deep breath. At this moment, she desperately hoped that Isaac could create a miracle every time. Just as the legends said, Battle of Kallida. Isaac stood on the deck of the Saber, looking at the chaotic stretch of sea in the distance. The harpy from the Duchy of Henton pointed at Queen Freya's warship and shouted anxiously, "Lord Isaac, I beg of you, save our Duke." Splash! A hot air balloon slowly rose from the warship behind. On it were Effie and several elf rangers tasked with sniping mages and griffins from the air. Almost simultaneously, the merfolk pirates in the distance discovered the Blackwood family's fleet and rapidly approached with the tailwind. The Saber also moved forward quickly with the help of the wind spirit. Although sailing against the wind would affect their speed, today they were going to break convention and create a miracle. "Raja, do you see? This is the stage you wanted." Isaac patted Raja on the shoulder to encourage her. Facing such a large-scale naval battle, Raja showed no fear. Her eyes were filled with powerful confidence. "Raja, I believe you can do it. Go, annihilate them all for me." Isaac gave her another boost of motivation. "Don't worry, these are all trash, just watch how I destroy them." Her confidence bursting, Raja grinned to reveal her sharp teeth, drew her sword, and immediately ordered full speed ahead. Whoosh! The massive sails billowed out, and with the help of the water spirit, the Saber shot forward like an arrow from a bow. The speed of the Saber was simply unbelievable. Before anyone could react, it had broken away from the formation and was racing toward Queen Freya's warship. By now, the merfolk pirates had also spotted the Saber and immediately changed their formation. They surrounded the Queen's warship in the center and dispatched 6 medium-sized warships to intercept the Saber. Hard to port. Raja stood at the bow and shouted the order. The wind spirit coordinated with Raja's command, providing lateral thrust for the Saber. The sea breeze was their ally now. They didn't even need to adjust the sails to easily change course. The Saber nimbly evaded the enemy's interception and then silently aimed its gun ports at the enemy vessel's fire. Isaac decisively ordered the cannons to fire. His first target was the medium-sized warship leading the charge. Boom 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 boom. 6 cannons fired simultaneously, the searing shells whistling toward the target. 4 high-explosive shells and 2 incendiary shells struck the enemy ship's bow almost instantly. Boom, 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 boom. The shells exploded inside the enemy ship, and within mere breaths, flames soared from the breaches. Subsequently, the enemy ship's bow was blown to pieces and it lost its ability to sail. Hard to starboard, Raja ordered again, her eyes full of excitement. The Saber made another elegant turn, aiming the gun ports on its other side at the enemy ships. Fire! Boom boom boom! 3 high-explosive shells struck the enemy ship. Effie also demonstrated her prowess, manipulating the wind spirit to make one shell accurately strike the enemy ship's mainmast. The mainmast snapped and collapsed, crushing a large number of pirates on the deck. In an instant, the casualties were numerous, and the scene was horrific. Another pirate ship was sunk. At this point, the merfolk pirates finally realized that the Saber was no ordinary warship. They hurriedly broke their encirclement and began to scatter, approaching the Saber from different directions. But they were too slow. This tactic was merely buying time for Isaac to reload. Boom 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 boom. The Saber fired again and another pirate ship was sunk. After this battle ended, who knew how many kill marks would have to be painted on the Saber? Isaac's artillerymen were working in a frenzy, reloading ammunition while eliminating the enemy. Reloading complete. Just as Knight Miller finished shouting, the Saber suddenly turned, aiming its cannons at another pirate ship. Boom boom. The shells hit the target, followed by another burst of soaring flames. The Saber, with its formidable firepower, announced its presence to everyone. Now only 2 pirate ships remained. Whoosh! Just then, several burning javelins flew silently from a distance. Bang! Wood splinters flew as one of the javelins struck the Saber's gunwale. Is this the magic weaponry of the High Elves? Damn it! Isaac cursed angrily. How dare they damage his precious warship? He would certainly make those High Elves pay the price. Load canister shot! Isaac immediately ordered. Canister shot was a type of shell filled with iron grit, possessing immense lethality. Isaac pointed at the 2 pirate ships rapidly approaching from the left and right and said, "Effie, full speed ahead." Splash! The wind spirit gave its all, and the Saber charged directly at the 2 pirate ships with staggering speed. The cannons were already loaded, and the muzzles were aimed at the enemy. Seeking your own death. Become a sacrifice for the sea god. Seeing the Saber charging toward them, the pirates were not only unafraid but even more excited, shouting loudly while waving their weapons. "Wait for my command. Don't fire yet," Isaac said with a cold gaze. He wanted to wait for the optimal moment to fire and wipe them all out in one go. The pirates had already begun using grappling hooks, attempting to board the Saber. Just as they were about to leap onto the Saber, Isaac shouted the order. "Fire! Blast these sons of bitches to death!" Boom 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 boom. All cannons fired simultaneously, and countless canister shots poured out like a rainstorm toward the 2 pirate ships. Bang bang bang. Ugh ah. The decks of the pirate ships were riddled like sieves, and in an instant, flesh and blood flew everywhere in a gruesome sight. The previously boisterous decks were suddenly left with only the sounds of painful groans. 6 pirate ships were completely annihilated in an instant. HMPH. Let's go! To save Queen Freya. Isaac gave a cold snort. Those damaged pirate ships could be left for the following warships to deal with. Boom! The Saber charged full speed ahead toward the battlefield where Freya was. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Queen Freya and Azazel watched the distant, continuous sound of cannons and the flames rising into the sky. For a moment, they were both stunned. So is this the legendary cannon? Queen Freya stared blankly at the distant soaring flames and gunpowder smoke, murmuring to herself, She had finally witnessed the power of cannons firsthand. They had originally thought the Blackwood family's fleet would engage in a fierce battle with the merfolk, but no one expected the Blackwood flagship to annihilate all enemies with such overwhelming dominance. No wonder Blackwood could sweep across the eastern continent. The power of this weapon is simply cheating. Queen Freya and Azazel stiffly turned their heads to look at each other. In an instant, they both saw deep shock and confusion in each other's eyes. Freya. O letter FF9F del letter FF9F Japanese letter. You went to Blackwood so many times and all you thought about was his body? You didn't report such a powerful weapon to me clearly? Azazel. Letter FF9F del letter FF9F Japanese letter? I didn't know either. Aren't you also an apostle of God? You didn't know about this thing? Meanwhile, the Merfolk Queen's flagship, the Ocean Empress, was also in a state of chaos. The Merfolk Queen had originally thought she could easily destroy that medium-sized warship, but she never expected her fleet to be completely annihilated in a single encounter. The betel nut in her mouth fell to the floor, yet she was completely unaware. She with difficulty closed her mouth, and after swallowing hard, said in disbelief, What the hell is that thing? However, she was met with silence. Not a single person present could answer the Queen's question. Wait. It seems to be charging this way. The Merfolk Queen's single eye widened, and she suddenly cried out in alarm. This cry from the Merfolk Queen instantly jolted everyone awake. The next moment, a minister shouted loudly, Quick, Your Majesty, quickly call the Kingdom of Kancha's fleet for support. One shot, one kill, control of the air. The werewolf Wolfgang's mood could no longer be described as shocked. He simply couldn't believe his eyes. The Blackwood family had actually completely turned the tide of the battle by sending out only 15 small and medium-sized warships. Those vassals had previously vowed that the Blackwood Navy was vulnerable, but now the Blackwood Navy was hoisting black flags and sinking the merfolk's warships one by one. Boom, 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 boom. The Blackwood family's warships formed a single-line formation again, firing a strange weapon from a distance. Every explosion was accompanied by a deafening roar and soaring flames, blasting a large hole into a merfolk warship. Wood splinters flew. Blood splattered everywhere, and the merfolk's warships were instantly riddled with scars. What terrified Wolfgang the most was the Blackwood family's flagship. That Kara-class battleship was like an unbridled wild horse rampaging across the battlefield, unstoppable. It first sank 6 pirate ships intercepting it, then continuously attacked the warships pursuing Queen Freya from a distance. So far, more than 10 warships had been sunk by it. In the absence of mages and special weapons, the grade of a warship almost determined the outcome of a battle, but the Blackwood family's flagship had broken this rule. Queen Eldorado, I came to support you. Think of something, quickly, Wolfgang shouted anxiously. He had invested a massive amount of resources into this war, and if it failed, all his previous efforts would go down the drain. Not only would he be unable to become the commander of the First Fleet, but he might even lose his current status and power. Damn it, I'm trying to think of something too. Can't you see my ships are under attack? Queen Eldorado roared in anger, her heart filled with rage as she watched her warships being sunk one after another. If we can't stop that flagship, we're finished. Boom, boom, boom. Just then, another warship was sunk. That warship had originally intended to use water spirits to entangle the Blackwood family's flagship, and then quickly close in for an attack. But unexpectedly, the Blackwood family's flagship easily broke free from the water spirit's restraint, then performed a drift to aim its cannons at them, destroying their masts with several shells. The mast snapped and tilted slowly, finally crashing down like a felled giant tree. Whoosh! The Blackwood family's flagship accelerated again and left the battlefield. It needed time to reload its ammunition. Curse it! I know, but we can't catch up to it at all, Queen Eldorado said exasperatedly, not understanding why the Blackwood flagship was so fast. That Kara-class battleship was clearly not a vessel known for its speed. It was like a legendary sea snake, moving with staggering speed. Queen Eldorado considered herself very knowledgeable about ships, possessing a powerful navy and large shipyards, yet she had never seen such a strange warship. It's currently saving Queen Freya. As long as we attack Queen Freya, it will come to her rescue, Wolfgang said anxiously, worried that they would lose the war if things continued this way. Deploy all our griffins. We must stop it at any cost. 5 griffins soared into the air from the warships. They were massive and imposing, with talons that could tear through steel and dive attacks capable of shattering any enemy formation. On the open sea with no cover, griffins were an absolute nightmare for anyone. Although 1 griffin had fled earlier, the remaining 4 were enough. HMPH, release the water ghosts. Queen Eldorado also gave the order, deploying her secret weapon. 4 warships charged out from the fleet. They were slender and extremely fast, with masts tilted backward and sails arranged in a V-shape, featuring 4 layers of giant sails. These were new types of warships secretly built by the Kingdom of Buccaneer to counter the Kingdom of Kancha. Although their armor was relatively thin and unsuitable for ramming tactics, their speed was exceptionally high, making them perfect for the merfolk sporting actions. Oh, you actually have such good things? Wolfgang said in surprise as he watched the rapidly approaching warships. Though these ships didn't seem suited for ramming, they were indeed very fast and looked capable of catching up to Queen Freya's warship. The water ghosts advanced rapidly across the sea, kicking up sprays of foam. The griffins also circled in the sky, poised and ready to launch an attack. The Blackwood flagship seemed to realize the danger. It stopped attacking other warships and turned directly to rescue Queen Freya. Hehe, Wolfgang laughed smugly, In his eyes, whether it was the griffins or the water ghosts, either could deal with that flagship. However, it wasn't long before his plans fell through. Bang! A griffin suddenly let out a miserable cry and fell straight from the sky, a massive bloody hole appearing in its chest. Well, what's going on? Asterisk. 700 meters above sea level, Effie held her rifle steadily. Her long hair fluttered in the wind, making her look heroic and valiant at this moment. Good, next shot. White smoke billowed from the muzzle, forming a white trail in the air. Effie successfully shot down a griffin and pumped her fist in excitement. The massive recoil caused the hot air balloon to tilt back slightly, but the wind spirit quickly adjusted its posture. Boom! Another gunshot rang out from the other hot air balloon. Go! Another griffin was shot down. It didn't even have time to let out a full scream before falling into the sea. An elf ranger handed Effie another loaded rifle. Effie pressed the butt of the rifle against her shoulder and aimed at the target once more. The sky belongs to Blackwood, Effie thought to herself silently. She would wipe out all the enemies just as she had in the Saxon Empire. Boom! Another griffin was shot down. Its head was blown to pieces and its beak shattered. It fell without even making a sound. Splash! Another massive spray of water erupted from the sea surface. No! A desperate howl came from the enemy ship. Effie turned her head and saw a werewolf clutching his head, wailing in agony. Clearly, the griffins were indeed very important to them. The ammunition will be refilled soon. What about those 4 warships? An elf ranger asked while loading ammunition. The basket of the hot air balloon was filled with various round objects. They were the gifts Isaac had told them to bring to Queen Freya. Leave those 2 fast ones to the saber. The saber's turning speed is very fast. It should be able to catch up with those 2 warships. What about the other 2? The elf ranger asked, pointing at the 2 merfolk warships rapidly approaching Queen Freya's vessel. Leave them to the Lord, Effie said. From the sky, she could see clearly that the merfolk intended to engage in boarding combat. But their lord was a fierce character who could split lightning with his bare hands and punch trolls. If those merfolk dared to get close for a decapitation strike, they would find that they weren't decapitating a leader, but a humanoid beast. We will follow the Lord's orders, firmly control air superiority, and then attack the pirates' flagship. She remembered Lord Isaac once saying that controlling air superiority at sea meant controlling everything. Effie was going to make those pirates understand that Lord Isaac's words were the absolute truth. Holy crap! What the hell? The saber surged forward at full speed, its massive sails billowing so much they looked like they might tear the warship apart. But Isaac still felt they weren't fast enough. The 2 pirate ships ahead were incredibly fast, their silhouettes resembling the clippers of Earth, the fastest of sailing ships. This type of ship was designed specifically for the rapid transport of high-value cargo. Knight Miller, how much longer until the ammunition is reloaded? The port cannons of the Sabre were still emitting thick smoke. In the wake of the Sabre, 2 pirate ships had already been sunk. They had been sent to the bottom of the sea by the Sabre's alternating broadsides and relentless bombardment. No matter how fast a pirate ship was, it couldn't outrun a cannonball. However, while the Sabre was busy attacking other vessels, 2 pirate ships took the opportunity to close in on Queen Freya's warship. Grappling hooks had already snagged the gunwales of Queen Freya's ship, and planks and rope ladders had been lowered. The boarding action had quietly begun. Merfolk pirates, wielding magical weapons, stormed onto Queen Freya's warship, launching a frantic assault on the duchy's soldiers. Wow! Clang! 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 Those 2 pirate ships seemed specifically designed for boarding actions. They carried no cargo, only a massive complement of soldiers, making their numbers triple those of the duchy's soldiers. There were at least 150 pirates. Ammunition isn't finished reloading yet, my lord. Forget it, we're going in too. Even if the cannons were loaded, they couldn't fire now, as friend and foe were already locked in a chaotic melee. But they had other weapons. Isaac made a decisive call, ordering the soldiers to ready their firearms before drawing the great sword from his back. My lord, over there! Her grace is over there! A harpy suddenly shouted, pointing into the distance. Isaac looked where the harpy was pointing and saw a tall woman with fair skin and long silver hair engaged in a fierce battle with the pirates. The harpy then informed Isaac that Queen Freya had already consumed a massive amount of mana to block the merfolk queen's catapult attacks and evade the interference of the water spirits. She was now exhausted, and her situation was extremely perilous. Soldiers of the duchy, the gods tell me that victory shall be ours. Kill! Despite being at a disadvantage, the duchy's soldiers remained in high spirits, believing their duchess would lead them to victory. TCH, this dark elf is actually quite good at boosting morale. Swish, Queen Freya swung her greatsword, cleaving 3 pirates in half with a single stroke. The pirates collapsed to the deck, blood gushing out as they stared at Queen Freya with eyes full of shock and terror. Then, Queen Freya swung her greatsword like a helicopter's rotor blades, suddenly spinning at high speed. Split, split, split. In just one exchange, another 6 pirates were ground into mincemeat. In an instant, blood splattered everywhere. The scene was exceptionally bloody. Isaac froze for a moment as he watched this move. My goodness, are you Garen? Isaac had originally wanted to ask the harpy where Queen Freya had learned that move, but just then, Queen Freya's greatsword suddenly slowed down and her rotation speed dropped. The greatsword knocked down a few more pirates before being struck to the ground by a merfolk wielding a magical battle axe. The greatsword was stuck in the deck, and she couldn't pull it out. It seemed Queen Freya truly had exhausted her mana. Queen Freya's legs began to tremble and her face turned pale, but she still forced herself to stay upright. Charge! All together! Kill her! Seeing Queen Freya's weakened state, the merfolk pirates grew excited and swarmed forward, hoping to seize the chance to kill her then and there. Fix bayonets. Prepare to attack, Isaac ordered with a cold expression. Click, click, click. The soldiers fixed their bayonets to their muzzles, then pulled their bolts to chamber rounds. Isaac also lowered his visor and gripped his can opener tightly. Thump, thump. 2 planks were laid between the pirate ship and the saber. 30 soldiers armed with shotguns and rifles quickly charged across the planks toward the pirates. What? Enemies? A pirate captain, who seemingly hadn't joined the fray, stepped out of his cabin and cried out in terror upon seeing the Blackwood family soldiers. Bam! Isaac swung his hammer down, smashing the pirate captain's head to pieces instantly. It's the Blackwoods. They're attacking us from behind. The pirates who were besieging Queen Freya also noticed the Blackwood family soldiers and immediately diverted a portion of their men to deal with them. Over 60 merfolk pirates, wielding various weapons, charged over aggressively. Although the enemies outnumbered them 2 to 1, the Blackwood family soldiers didn't show the slightest hint of fear. Heard the merfolk are good at close quarters combat? Then let them have a taste of a 6-shot revolver pistol. Fire! Bam! 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 Gunshots echoed across the deck as bullets rained down on the pirates. Pirates fell one after another as they were hit. Effie and the soldiers using revolver pistols quickly swapped magazines, while Isaac and Knight Miller charged toward the enemy. Charge! Kill them! Isaac had originally thought the pirates would fight to the death or flee, but to his surprise, when they saw the Blackwood soldiers attacking from the rear, they were actually thrown into a panic by the power of the revolvers. They froze for a few seconds, then hurriedly tried to charge forward again in a desperate attempt to strike back. Bam! 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 Effie and the revolver-wielding soldiers fired again, instantly dropping those pirates to the deck. Isaac felt the familiar thrill of battle. He felt his whole body surging with power as he crashed into the enemy ranks like a tank, wildly swinging his massive hammer. Bam! A pirate's head was crushed by Isaac's hammer, blood and brains splattering out like the juice from a bursting beef ball. The pirate's headless corpse then twitched and collapsed to the deck. The other pirates, seeing this brutal scene, all recoiled several steps in fear. Bam! Bam! If they wouldn't come to him, Isaac would go to them. Isaac lunged into the crowd, his can opener swinging continuously. Every strike claimed a pirate's life. He was like a berserk beast, slaughtering at will on the battlefield. Pirates tried to fight back desperately with their blades, but in the next moment, their weapons were deflected by Isaac's armor. His armor's tier was too high. The weapons of these small fry couldn't breach his defense at all. At the same time, Isaac's strength was too great. He was currently like an unstoppable beast, rampaging through the pirates alone. Crack! Isaac kicked a pirate in the chest, sending him flying. That pirate knocked down several others before tumbling off the deck. A gap instantly appeared in the pirates' encirclement, and Isaac finally saw Queen Freya and the duchy soldiers who were protecting her. Everyone get the hell out of my way! Isaac roared, charging straight toward Queen Freya. He swung his hammer down, crushing a pirate's head along with his helmet into a flat disc. Then he dashed into the encirclement and reached Queen Freya's side. Kill them all! Charge with my lord! Isaac's appearance was like a stabilizing force that instantly bolstered morale. The Blackwood family soldiers pinched the pirates from both front and back, and the pirates' formation collapsed instantly. Knight Miller was also swinging his magic sword, slaughtering his way through the battlefield. Queen Freya, perhaps due to physical exhaustion, or perhaps because she felt relieved, suddenly swayed and grabbed a nearby mast for support. While the other soldiers were fighting, Isaac quickly moved to support Queen Freya. However, in the next moment, Queen Freya vomited right in front of Isaac. Phew, you're finally here. Thank you, unknown warrior of the Blackwood family. Queen Freya caught her breath before thanking Isaac, but Isaac raised his visor and said, it's fine. I am Lord Blackwood. This should be our first time meeting. You're Isaac? Queen Freya looked at Isaac with a face full of surprise. She truly hadn't expected Lord Blackwood to take to the battlefield personally. Queen Eldorado felt that things were starting to go south. Where exactly did it start to go wrong? Those griffins from the Kanchi Kingdom were supposed to be their ace unit. Why were they shot down as soon as they appeared? Although their 2 water ghoul warships had successfully closed in on Queen Freya's warship and even dragged the Blackwood family's warship into the fight, but just when they thought they could wipe out both fleets in one go, why did that sharp, crackling noise suddenly erupt on the deck? The key was that after the noise, the merfolk warriors just fell to the ground in heaps. What happened? What on earth was going on? Why did it feel like the plot was no longer following the script they had set? They had originally been full of confidence, thinking they could easily annihilate the Henton Duchy's fleet, but now they were inexplicably stuck in a bitter struggle. A sense of unease quietly spread through the merfolk fleet. What exactly is happening? Queen Eldorado said in disbelief as she watched the merfolk warriors retreating on the deck. That strange wind, the incredible speed of the Blackwood warship, and those weapons that made terrifying noises all made her feel extremely uneasy. What is that, Your Majesty? Those things are flying over again. While everyone's attention was focused on the boarding action, Blackwood's weapons descended from the sky once more. Those massive black objects looked like giant pieces of cloth slowly falling from the sky. They had seen those weapons that could fire white beams to shoot down griffins before, so their nerves tightened instantly. They're coming! Quick, get away! But this time, Blackwood's method of attack was completely different. Thud, thud, thud. The black objects landed on the pirate ship's deck with dull impacts, but strangely, they didn't explode this time. The merfolk pirates had originally thought they were stones fired from catapults, so they had all scrambled to escape. But when they found that the black objects had only damaged the deck and hadn't exploded, they gathered around again. They poked their heads out one by one, surrounding the black objects to investigate. What is this thing? It looks like just an ordinary iron ball. And then there was no then. Those were the last words they would ever say in their lives. Boom, 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 boom. The black objects finally exploded and countless flames shot into the sky, swallowing the pirate ship whole. In an instant we must establish maritime hegemony. In the end, Freya decisively abandoned her own warship, and everyone transferred to Blackwood's flagship the Saber. Her warship was already riddled with scars from the merfolk's javelin attacks and had lost a large number of soldiers. Coupled with the possibility of being pursued again, she accepted Isaac's suggestion and transferred directly to the Saber. Gun position 3, loading complete. Gun position 6, loading complete. All cannons ready. As Freya stepped onto the deck, she saw the Blackwood family sailors busily operating the cannons. They were using something called a range table to calculate distances, then using long poles to ram shells into the gun barrels. The interior of the Saber was orderly, with various mechanical devices coordinating as precisely as gears. Freya couldn't help but sigh inwardly at the sight. Was this truly the navy of a mere territory? Was it with these weapons and such tight coordination that they ultimately crushed those fierce pirates? My lord, ship number 10 was hit by a pirate's incendiary javelin. They are currently extinguishing the fire and need to temporarily withdraw from combat. Hot air balloon reporting results. They have sunk several large pirate ships, but the enemy flagship is protected by a powerful water spirit and has not been completely destroyed. They are replenishing incendiary arrows to prepare for another attack. Wind spirits flitted back and forth between the warships like messengers, relaying information. Freya couldn't help but look at the wood elf commanding the wind spirits Effie. Though they had chosen different paths, they were of the same race after all. Effie and she nodded to each other in greeting. Freya had heard Azazel mention before that Effie had fled the Avalon Empire under the oppression of the High Elves, eventually coming to the Blackwood territory and finding a new home. No, from the way Effie looked at Isaac, Freya could see that she seemed to have found not just a home, but love as well. Tell ship 10 not to rush, fix the ship before returning. Also have the hot air balloons go to ship 10 to replenish incendiary bombs, and have the magazine tally the remaining ammunition. Isaac commanded the battle calmly, not at all like a 19-year-old human. He was like an experienced commander, strategizing and controlling everything on the battlefield. No wonder Perse and Tamar were so loyal to him. The god of order whom Freya served was also pleased with Isaac's performance. Raja, merfolk reinforcements could arrive at any time. We must eliminate the enemy as quickly as possible. Hehe, no problem. Let Captain Raja show off some real skill. Freya had originally thought the Blackwood family flagship was commanded by Isaac, but to her surprise, the commander was actually a merfolk. She watched as that merfolk skillfully manipulated wind spirits and water spirits, handling the warship with absolute mastery. Freya finally understood why the Saber was able to weave so slickly through the enemy fleet. This girl had once almost robbed her own merchant caravan. She still had some impression of her strength. Just then, Raja also spotted Freya. Freya had heard Raja's name before, but had never met her. Now she finally confirmed that Raja was indeed that merfolk. Raja froze upon seeing Freya, awkwardly avoiding her gaze. Fate was truly unpredictable. She, who once worked under the merfolk queen, was now an ally of Freya on the battlefield. Seeing her, Freya couldn't help but give a bitter smile. It really is a strange twist of fate. Asterisk. With the Saber joining the fray, the Duchy's fleet was now completely safe. After the Duchy's fleet had safely withdrawn, the Blackwood fleet began their performance. Ship 10 returned to the battlefield, and the Blackwood fleet formed a line-ahead formation, launching a round of cannon fire directly at the pirate ships. Boom, boom, shells whistled toward their targets. Some fell into the sea, kicking up massive plumes of water. But as the bombardment continued, the Blackwood family artillerymen became more proficient, and their accuracy increased. The pirate ships couldn't catch up and were simply kited and bombarded, sinking one after another before long. Those wooden sailing ships simply could not withstand the cannon fire. Boom, crack. Another pirate ship was sunk. The merfolk queen seemed completely enraged. She ordered the pirates to charge recklessly, but in the face of absolute firepower, they were merely throwing their lives away. The Blackwood fleet possessed absolute firepower advantage. They could keep the enemy at a distance and easily sink the pirate ships one by one. Occasionally, those merfolk would use water spirits to dodge shells or attempt ramming tactics to attack the Blackwood family warships. But unfortunately, the Blackwood warships were more agile. They easily dodged the pirate attacks every time, then took the opportunity to drift, aim their cannons, and unleash a point-blank volley. Boom, 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 boom. Gunsmoke filled the sea, refusing to dissipate for a long time. By now, the Blackwood fleet had sunk 26 pirate ships. There were 65 pirate ships at the start, and now less than half remained. Yet these merfolk were exceptionally stubborn. Regardless, the Blackwood Navy had to assert its dominance today, letting everyone know they would replace the merfolk as the new overlords of these waters. In that sense, the significance of this battle was extremely high. In the future, any pirates thinking of robbing Blackwood merchant ships would likely have to think twice. They would have to choose between profit and risk, and Blackwood's influence at sea would only grow. This meant that all countries engaged in maritime trade would have to take Blackwood's attitude into account. Maritime supremacy was often very, very important. You are truly incredible. Queen Freya emerged from the captain's quarters. She had recovered some strength and couldn't help but praise Isaac. Haha, you flatter me. How are you? Are you all right now? Isaac turned back and asked with a smile. Queen Freya nodded and said, I'm fine now. I feel much better after resting for a bit, and seeing those merfolk being beaten so badly has made me feel even more energized. Indeed, it was an exhilarating victory. By the way, things were urgent earlier and I didn't have time to introduce myself. I am Isaac Blackwood of the High Kingdom. Isaac extended his hand and introduced himself formally. Queen Freya stepped forward to shake Isaac's hand and said, Hello, I am Freya Van Eddies. Azazel often mentions you to me. Standing beside Queen Freya, Azazel also gave Isaac a beaming wink. She was still wearing those sexy clothes, her entire being radiating an air of enchantment. Ha, then she must have said a lot of bad things about me, right? I won't deny that, but I've already filtered them out. You don't need to worry, haha, Queen Freya said with a laugh. Just as expected. Isaac looked at Azazel with a knowing gaze. Oh ho ho. Seeing Isaac's look, Azazel laughed awkwardly and silently shifted her gaze. Clearly, Azazel was also a celebrity in the Duchy of Henton. What are you talking about? Effie walked over from a distance and asked curiously. But Queen Freya and Azazel suddenly fell silent. Nothing. Just as Isaac was wondering how to explain, Raja suddenly pointed at the sky and shouted loudly, Master, a rock is flying this way. Isaac looked up and saw a massive rock flying through the sky. Where did this rock come from? Was there a catapult nearby? Helmsman, hard to starboard. With no time to think, Isaac shouted an order to everyone. A massive shadow loomed over the deck as the sailors turned in panic, and the saber began to veer sharply. Effie summoned wind spirits, trying to help the saber turn, but it was too late. The rock was so large that they were now completely unable to dodge it. Ha! Accept your judgment. Fight back hard. Ha! Accept your judgment. Just as the boulder was about to destroy the saber, Queen Freya suddenly stepped forward and shouted, throwing the greatsword in her hand toward the sky. Boom! Wrapped in holy light, the greatsword transformed into a massive divine blade falling from the heavens, accurately striking the incoming boulder and shattering it into pieces in an instant. Get down! Crack! Some rubble hit the saber, making a piercing sound. Isaac immediately stood up, checking the battleship's damage with a heavy heart. Report damage. Captain's quarters hit. Deck and hull slightly damaged. No casualties. Navigation is unaffected. Fortunately, it was only minor damage and didn't affect navigation. Although the upper deck was pierced by rubble, the lower deck blocked it. However, seeing a hole in his new battleship made Isaac's heart ache, much like a new car being scratched before even being driven to the office. This was the ship he had personally named and overseen the launch ceremony for. Sorry, if I were in better condition, I could have controlled that stone. But now Queen Freya waved her hand to recall the greatsword and spoke with some self-reproach. It's fine. Without your intervention, my ship would probably be scrapped by now. It's nothing. If you hadn't come earlier, we would all be in danger now. Queen Freya smiled, and then Isaac began to look for the source of the rock. Soon, he saw a massive battleship hidden among the advancing fleet. It was launched by Queen Eldorado. Queen Freya saw it too. Isaac saw a catapult slowly turning on that massive battleship. Using catapults in naval battles wasn't rare. But the problem was, how easy could it be to hit a target on the surging sea? Even cannon require precise aiming. How did Queen Eldorado manage it with such a primitive catapult? Then Isaac saw a merfolk woman holding a trident appear on the deck of the Ocean Empress. She must be the merfolk queen. She seemed to be checking the damage to the saber. When she realized the saber hadn't been sunk, Isaac saw her roar in anger from a distance. Good. So you're the one who scratched my new battleship. Woo, woo. A giant horn on the Ocean Empress signaled a retreat. The pirate ships turned one after another, beginning a rapid retreat. Clearly, they also realized that continuing the attack was futile. The pirates scrambled to flee the battlefield, colliding with each other in a chaotic mess, showing no discipline at all. The nature of pirates was fully exposed. They want to run? Isaac sneered. Queen Eldorado's Ocean Empress had also turned by now, preparing to escape. Judging by their performance today, if they were allowed to leave, they would certainly return in the future. Raja, do you want to let them go? Of course not. Raja looked at the fist-sized hole in her beloved battleship, her eyes filled with rage. It seemed her thoughts were the same as Isaac's. Then chase them down and hit them hard. MHM, strike back hard. Isaac shouted with anger, pointing at Queen Eldorado's flagship. Raja revealed her sharpness teeth, looking at the enemy like a hound seeing its prey. On the sea, escaping also required ability. Isaac would definitely make those pirates pay the price. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Queen Eldorado now felt like a fish being chased by the Grim Reaper. She released the constraints on all the water spirit and fled recklessly, even at the cost of ramming other battleships in her way. But she still couldn't shake off the pursuit of that Kara-class battleship. This is impossible, Queen Eldorado cried out in terror. Although her Ocean Empress was massive, it had always dominated the seas with its speed. Yet now it couldn't even lose a medium-sized battleship, which was completely unacceptable to Queen Eldorado. Stop chasing. Please stop chasing. But the Blackwood family's battleship drew closer and closer, catching up to the Ocean Empress. The muzzles of the Blackwood family's battleship were quietly aimed at the Ocean Empress. Boom 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 boom. Shells whistled through the air, hitting the hull, captain's quarters, and mainmast of the Ocean Empress. Seeing those shells, the pirates were so scared they lay flat on the ground. Now they all knew that those shells would explode and take lives. Boom 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 boom. Shells exploded on the Ocean Empress. For a moment, flames soared into the sky and the deck was blown to bits. Rumble. The mainmast snapped and collapsed, hitting the mizzenmast before crashing heavily onto the deck. Explosions and screams also came from the lower deck. Ropes snapped, whipping several pirates away. Damn it, helmsman, ram them. Queen Eldorado originally wanted to order the helmsman to ram the Blackwood family's battleship, but she suddenly realized the helmsman had disappeared. Sorry, I am leaving too. I can't die here. Wolfgang had quietly released the constraints on the last griffin and flew away on it without looking back. You damned bastard. You actually abandoned me and ran. Queen Eldorado looked at Wolfgang's receding back, cursing in anger. Your Majesty, it's coming again. At that moment, a merfolk pointed into the distance and shouted in terror. Queen Eldorado quickly looked up and saw that the Blackwood family's battleship had fired again. And what was fired this time was canister shot. Clatter! The canister shot rained down on the Ocean Empress like a storm, turning the hull into a sieve with just one volley. Ocean Empress, my Ocean Empress, Seeing her beloved battleship riddled with holes, Queen Eldorado wailed in agony. Seeing the battleship starting to take on water, the merfolk pirates quickly helped Queen Eldorado up and said, Your Majesty, this ship is done for. We must abandon ship now. Quick, get to the lifeboats. We must leave this place. They dragged Queen Eldorado to the other side of the ship and lowered the lifeboats, suggesting she change her clothes. Blackwood is definitely hunting for you now. You must change out of those conspicuous clothes. Since the Blackwood family didn't recognize Queen Eldorado, as long as she changed into ordinary clothes and mixed men and women together, Blackwood would surely not recognize her. Blackwood Isaac, I won't let you get away with this. Queen Eldorado spoke through gritted teeth, then she took off her ornate attire, changed into ordinary clothes, and boarded a lifeboat. 8 lifeboats were lowered from the Ocean Empress simultaneously and rowed away quickly. On the Ocean Empress, explosions continued. The lifeboats quickly scattered, fleeing in different directions. Only after they had put some distance between themselves and the Ocean Empress did Queen Eldorado breathe a sigh of relief. On the sea, there was only the sound of waves hitting the hulls and the sound of oars rowing. I'll remember you. I will definitely have my revenge. Queen Eldorado clenched her fists and swore. She had actually been defeated by humans on the sea, which was unacceptable to her. Then she suddenly saw a tiny water spirit swimming underwater. Her water spirit were all helping the battleship, so where did this escaping water spirit come from? Queen Eldorado looked at that water spirit curiously. Splash! Just then, the lifeboat Queen Eldorado was on suddenly rounded a bend, and they saw a Kara-class battleship approaching rapidly. The merfolk pirates were stunned, each of them frozen in place, having stopped rowing. 8 lifeboats had scattered to escape. They never imagined the Blackwood battleship could accurately find Queen Eldorado. Damn it! Queen Eldorado cursed in despair as she looked at the approaching saber. Squeeze every last drop out of her. A young human stood at the bow of the saber, looking down at her. Queen Eldorado, where are you going? Remember this site's domain name? Reading novels here is super convenient. Lord, look! Effie shouted excitedly, showing Isaac the spoils seized from the Ocean Empress. In her hand was a handful of glittering gold coins. The coins were stamped with a fat-headed, big-eared catfolk. They must be gold coins from the Kingdom of Kancha, likely the payment the Kingdom of Kancha made to the pirates. These gold coins now belonged to the Blackwood family, and Isaac intended to use them to develop the Blackwood territory. Besides the gold coins, there's also these, and these, and these. Like a merchant showing off her wares, Effie neatly arranged the various treasures seized from the Ocean Empress on the deck. The Ocean Empress was massive, so it sank slowly. Effie took the opportunity to haul away everything of value on the ship. Thanks to Queen Eldorado's habit of keeping treasures close to her, Effie was able to find so many valuables. Clatter, there were many decorations on the Ocean Empress, mostly gold and silver products. Even if they were blown to pieces by cannon fire, they could be melted and recast into a fortune. Effie also found some of Queen Eldorado's personal belongings. For instance, she opened a bag filled with pepper. She accidentally inhaled some and couldn't stop sneezing, her eyes and nose running. Then she found a bag full of gems and several ivory tusks even more precious than gold. Effie's eyes narrowed into slits as she smiled with immense joy. So robbing merchant ships is this profitable? It's much faster than doing business. Wearing a headscarf as she said this, Effie looked exactly like a real pirate. This originally simple and kind wood elf seemed to have unknowingly picked up some bad habits after staying by Isaac's side for so long. You should go back to being the kind Effie, Isaac said. While looting brought in money quickly, the risk was also high. One failure, and you'd end up with nothing like Queen El Dorado. Huh, I've always been kind. Look, I even brought you a gift, Effie said, pulling a long, silver-white object from the spoils. She said she had specifically looked for it on the Ocean Empress to thank Isaac for giving her a handkerchief. Then, right in front of Isaac, she began wringing out her wet clothes bit by bit, revealing a large expanse of fair skin. Isaac's heart skipped a beat, and he couldn't help but steal a few glances. This little girl, Effie couldn't have done that on purpose, right? This is Queen El Dorado's trident. Effie handed the trident to Isaac. MMPH. 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 Queen El Dorado grew agitated upon seeing her trident. She struggled to speak, but with a cloth stuffed in her mouth, she could only make muffled sounds. Isaac smiled and said, "Giving me a trident just to thank me for a handkerchief, isn't that a bit too valuable? It's a bargain to me, hee." Effie looked at him with a face full of smiles. Isaac checked with his magic and discovered the trident was actually made of mithril. Though the amount of mithril wasn't much, it was still a very precious metal. With this mithril, Isaac thought he could use the mithril to forge some armor components. His physique had been growing lately and he urgently needed a new set of armor. While there wasn't enough mithril for a breastplate, he could make gauntlets and vambraces. This way, he could collect a set of mithril armor piece by piece, like a puzzle. Once he had a complete set of mithril armor, he could directly confront great magicians and sword saints. Only then could he truly be called an apostle of God, just like the Empire's founding emperor. "Master, we've captured another 6 medium warships, as well as the 2 new merfolk warships that attacked the Duke's battleship." Raja approached with several sheets of parchment and reported the results of the battle to Isaac. Seeing her eyes fixated on the glittering gold coins, Isaac chuckled and tossed her one. "Oh!" Like a puppy, Raja leaped up and caught the gold coin in her mouth. "Hee." Raja grinned and quickly tucked the gold coin away. Actually, Effie deserved much of the credit for capturing so many warships. She used the rifled cannons to precisely destroy the pirate ships' masts, rendering them unable to sail. That's how they were able to tow the pirate ships back to the Blackwood territory. It seemed the Elaine shipyard would be busy again. "Raja, do you know anything about those new merfolk warships? I've never seen that type before," Isaac asked. On Earth, clipper ships were the last to appear in the Age of Sail. It seemed the merfolk of this world were also very skilled in shipbuilding. He wondered who designed those warships. Upon hearing Isaac's question, Raja immediately said, "Those were all designed by Queen El Dorado. They're called water ghost warships. I heard before that they started building them at the capital's shipyard, but I didn't expect them to be finished already." "Oh, really?" Isaac hadn't expected Queen El Dorado to have such technical skill. Raja then told Isaac that the Ocean Empress was also designed by Queen El Dorado herself. MMPH. 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 Queen El Dorado grew agitated hearing Raja's words. She struggled to speak, but with the cloth in her mouth, she could only make muffled sounds. Seeing this, Isaac had someone remove the cloth from Queen El Dorado's mouth. "Raja, you ungrateful wretch. I was so good to you. I took you in. I gave you a life free of worry and you." As expected, Queen El Dorado shouted agitatedly at Raja. It seemed she had looked after Raja very well in the past. "How laughable. If you were so good to me, why didn't you come to save me when I was captured?" Raja retorted with a look of disdain. Raja crossed her arms and looked at Queen El Dorado, saying, "You should know the rules. We are merfolk pirates. We don't farm, we don't rescue captives, and we don't look back." Quite the proper pirate. But to Isaac's ears, this was just a meaningless excuse. "Yes, so I won't look back at you either." "You..." Queen El Dorado trembled with rage at Raja's words. "'Tis sorry to interrupt your reunion, but I heard that the Ocean Empress and the water ghost warships were all designed by you." "Queen El Dorado?" Isaac asked, looking at Queen El Dorado. Queen El Dorado turned to look at Isaac, her face full of disdain, and didn't answer. "Can you design a warship like this?" Isaac pulled out a sheet of parchment with a sketch of a warship on it and handed it to Queen El Dorado. Queen El Dorado laughed as soon as she saw the sketch. "Stupid human, what uses such a clunky warship?" Queen El Dorado said contemptuously. She didn't understand the value of this warship at all. But Isaac knew. This warship was actually designed to mount more and larger cannon. This warship would become a decisive weapon at sea, a mobile fortress of the Age of Sail, a battleship. Isaac wanted a third-rate battleship with 3 gun decks and 80 cannon. The Ocean Empress designed by Queen El Dorado was a giant warship similar to a galleon. Although the Elaine shipyard could build small and medium warships, large warships were still a challenge for them. "Hee, ridiculous. Even if I could design it, I wouldn't help you," Queen El Dorado said with a cold laugh. She dared to be so rude to him? "Duke Freya, I want to take this merfolk queen back to the Blackwood territory as a trophy. You don't mind, do you?" Isaac stopped wasting time with her and turned to speak to Freya with a smile. He intended to squeeze every bit of value out of this merfolk queen, be it war reparations, a massive ransom, or her shipbuilding technology. He wanted it all. Squeeze her dry. Set sail. Destination: Blackwood Collar. "Of course, I have no objections. You can dispose of her as you wish. The dark elf Freya was currently examining the cannon and the revolver pistol with great interest, nodding distractedly in agreement with Isaac's suggestion. Only at this moment did Queen Eldorado realize that she had become cargo waiting to be slaughtered. Listening to Isaac and his men casually deciding her fate, she glared at Isaac, grinding her teeth, yet was powerless to resist. Relying on her letter of marque, she had once plundered countless merchant ships, either demanding ransom for the release of captives or selling them as slaves. Now she finally got a taste of what it was like to be captured by others. Lord, the fleet from Henton Duchy circled around and is coming back. Just then, a sailor ran over to report. The Henton Duchy battleships, which had suffered heavy losses in the merfolk ambush, were slowly approaching. They must be coming to pick up Queen Freya and the Chamber of Commerce president of the Azazel Merchant Guild, as well as the injured soldiers. Unlike the merfolk who readily abandoned their comrades, the duchy's soldiers were extremely loyal to their duke, and they were all very worried about Queen Freya's safety. Duke Freya, it seems we must part ways now, and Azazel too, Isaac said with a smile. This sudden pirate attack and naval blockade had unexpectedly facilitated the first friendly cooperation between Blackwood and Henton Duchy. This was also the first time Isaac had such a friendly face-to-face exchange with other apostles of God. They had discussed many things and exchanged many opinions. They talked about Perse, Tamar, their respective cultures, and the deities they served. I will not forget your help today. I hope you can also visit Henton Duchy as a guest. I have many things I'd like to discuss with you privately. If you come, I will receive you with the highest honors, Queen Freya said. Although she usually lived simply, she would still treat Isaac with great hospitality. Isaac also found that Queen Freya was a very candid and upright person. Thank you for the invitation. I will definitely visit if I get the chance. Actually, he also really wanted to visit Henton Duchy. He was very curious about the various crops and races there. Blackwood territory had also accepted many other races, and perhaps they could learn something from Henton Duchy. By the way, now that you've captured so many battleships today, are you planning to march on the western continent soon? Azazel suddenly looked at Isaac and asked. She seemed very interested in this topic. I'm still considering it. After all, the uncertain risks at sea are too great. During the battle, he noticed some merfolk battleships were missing. He had asked Raja to search for them, but Raja couldn't find them. Later, Isaac even sent a hot air balloon to scout and question the captives. It turned out they all claimed those battleships must have been attacked by sea monsters. It seemed that this sea area contained not only storms and pirates, but also other unknown dangers. Although Henton Duchy had the guidance of their deity, allowing them to avoid or overcome those dangers, Isaac did not want his soldiers to die in vain. Unless he acquired more sabers, as well as sea mines and battleships, he would not easily advance on the western continent. There's no way around it. He still needs time to consolidate. When that day comes, he will absolutely blockade all maritime routes of the Kanchi kingdom. Is that so? But I think you will make a decision very soon. Queen Freya had witnessed Blackwood's true strength today, and she believed Isaac would not hesitate for too long. Afterwards, Queen Freya and Isaac shook hands and bid farewell. Azazel looked at their hands and suddenly revealed a meaningful smile. Then we shall part here. Farewell. Queen Freya nodded and turned to walk towards the duchy's battleship. Azazel followed suit, smiling sweetly as she extended her hand to Isaac again. Isaac looked at her outstretched hand and felt instantly speechless. Azazel, however, laughed without feeling embarrassed and said, "What's wrong? Lord Apostle, aren't you going to say goodbye to me? Ugh, hurry up and go." Isaac covered his face with one hand and waved at her with the other, but Azazel remained standing there. She looked at Isaac with a wronged expression and said, "Why are you like this now? You weren't like this before." Then she looked at Igni and Effie, who were both looking down and daring not to speak. A mysterious smile appeared on Azazel's lips. Ha ha, a hint of cunning flashed in her eyes. "Then I'll be going now. See you later, human Lord Apostle." Finally, Azazel bowed to Isaac, turned around, and left. Sigh, what a headache of a woman. Isaac watched them board the ship, waved, and then turned to look at his own fleet. At this time, the sun was setting in the west, and the Blackwood battleships and the captured battleships formed a dense, spectacular mass on the sea. Looking from afar, this scene instantly filled Isaac with immense pride. Now it was time to go home. Set sail. Raja, destination Blackwood territory. Holy crap, is that right? Lady Freya, what is your impression of him? In the afterglow of the setting sun, Azazel gazed at the departing Blackwood family fleet and asked softly, "He is more powerful than I imagined," Queen Freya said, her tone carrying a hint of imperceptible shock. Blackwood's weapons and the strength of his soldiers far exceeded her expectations. This naval battle completely overturned her understanding of naval warfare and allowed her to witness what true power looks like. It seems the kingdom of Kancha has really kicked a steel plate this time. Queen Freya thought of the warship that sank the merfolk flagship. That terrifying firepour still left her with lingering fears. Blackwood soldiers were each high in morale and strictly disciplined, which made Queen Freya very curious. What exactly was the source of their power? Azazel, can we manufacture that kind of weapon? If they could also possess such weapons, they would have no fear of any threat. That weapon called a cannon, Lady Freya, you could use divine power to cut metal and create it, but the problem is that black powder called gunpowder. Azazel recalled the black powder being stuffed into the cannon barrels. Once ignited, that stuff would cause a violent explosion just like explosion magic. That thing, I have no idea what it is at all. Queen Freya nodded. She was also very curious about the composition of gunpowder. Her gaze followed Isaac's receding back, her heart full of questions. Isaac, how on earth did he do it? Azazel pondered for a moment and said, supposedly, Goddess Iris told him. But the Goddess Iris I know doesn't seem like the kind of deity who would manufacture weapons. And I remember, isn't she the goddess of harmony? Azazel was right. Goddess Iris was a peace-loving goddess who advocated for the harmonious coexistence of all things in the world. God of Order, is that truly the power of Goddess Iris? Queen Freya asked in her heart. The will of the God of Order told her that it was not the power Goddess Iris once possessed. Then there was only one possibility. Those weapons were all invented by Isaac himself. Isaac's talent in enchantment and alchemy was extremely high. Perhaps he really could invent those weapons. If this were true, Goddess Iris, what kind of apostle did she find? Queen Freya's heart was filled with shock. Isaac's existence had already exceeded her cognition. Sigh, Queen Freya watched the departing Blackwood family fleet, the doubts in her heart growing deeper. Inside the shipyard of Align, it was a scene of busy activity. Artisans and sailors were moving various materials, wooden planks, tar, glue. Everyone was in a hurry. Hurry up, everyone, hurry up. The head of the shipyard shouted loudly, the veins on his neck bulging as if he were facing a great battle. Shipyards had their own kind of war. He had heard that the number of pirate warships exceeded 100 and that the battle at sea was very intense, so he had made all preparations to receive the damaged warships. Sailors were filling the docks with water, others were operating cranes. Everyone had their own role, and everything was proceeding in an orderly fashion. The shipyard artisans originally thought it would be good if 5 warships returned, but when they saw the Blackwood family fleet sailing in majestically, everyone was stunned. Are those pirate ships? Are they here to raid the port? At first, they thought the merfolk pirates had come, but when they saw the Blackwood family flags and the cannons on those warships, they breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it wasn't the enemy, but they were still confused. Wait, didn't the Lord only take 15 warships when he set out? Yeah. An artisan scratched his head. He also remembered it that way. Then why has it become 27 ships upon return? Warships aren't hens. Do they lay eggs? No one could answer that question. Yeah, Inside the underground dungeon of Blackwood territory, it was dark and damp. Those high elves, who called themselves the darlings of God, were hiding in their cells talking in low voices. Her Majesty Empress Sedona wouldn't have forgotten us, would she? They had not received any news from the Avalon Empire and began to worry they had been abandoned. Or perhaps our mission failed, so we were discarded. A high elf woman said in a hoarse, weak voice. They initially had full confidence in Empress Sedona, but as time passed, they gradually began to doubt if they had been abandoned. Don't worry, even if Her Majesty forgets us, she will eventually conquer the entire world. At that time, we will naturally be released. A high elf man said with full confidence. He was the head of the diplomatic mission and knew Empress Sedona's plan, so he remained full of hope even now. Right now, Her Majesty should be instigating relations between various countries, and then using the merfolk to launch a large-scale naval war to disrupt the maritime order. He believed that even if they were locked in prison, Empress Sedona's plan was proceeding step by step. Just then, a new prisoner was escorted into the dungeon. It was a beautiful merfolk woman with aqua blue hair. The artisans originally thought she was just a pirate active in the nearby waters, but what she said left them greatly shocked. Let me go, you ignorant humans. How dare you treat Queen Eldorado like this? After a bout of struggling and cursing, the cell door slammed shut. Damn it, how could I fall to such a state? Isaac, I'm not finished with you. Queen Eldorado roared in anger, pounding hard against the cell wall. Her voice was full of resentment and fury. High elves, you bastards, you actually only gave me some javelins and sent me to my death? And the kingdom of Kancha, you cowards, you actually ran away on your own? I curse you. Queen Eldorado's curses echoed throughout the entire dungeon. When those high elves heard her words, they were all instantly stunned, especially the head of the diplomatic mission. His face was written with shock and confusion. Why is the merfolk queen locked up here? His voice began to tremble. A key part of their plan had actually been captured by the Blackwood family? Could this be, they failed in the naval battle? The other high elves also came to their senses at this moment. My god, this was already the second monarch they had seen captured by the Blackwood family. The first was that Emperor Joseph of the Saxon Empire, and now came a merfolk queen. What on earth happened outside? At this moment, all of them began to feel fear. The Blackwood family fleet returned fully loaded. They had not only defeated the pirates, but also seized a large amount of loot, silk, gold coins, various gems, everything one could imagine. All the money spent on expanding the shipyard previously was earned back in a single battle. Effie was right. Looting is indeed a faster way to get money than doing business. When they returned to Blackwood territory, the vassals all came to welcome them, and they also brought a shocking piece of news. Clip-clop, Purse and Tamar rode their horses to Isaac and excitedly reported their discovery to him. What did you discover? Isaac asked curiously. Every month, he would send some male centaurs to patrol the magical beast forest. This both protected the farmland and expanded the territory, while also exploring new unknown areas. But this time, they had gone further than ever before and brought back something unexpected. We discovered the giant race, Khan, Purse said excitedly, and then she recounted in detail the story of how they fought alongside the giant race and became friends. Isaac searched through his memories, but could not find a single shred of information regarding the giant race. He only remembered that Tamar seemed to have asked him before if he was a half-blood of the giant race, because Isaac's strength was so immense. Then where are they? Isaac asked. He actually really wanted to know where the giant race was in the magical beast forest. After all, it seemed there were good things near every race. However, Perce pointed toward the walls of Blackwood territory and said, "They're right there. You'll see if you come out and look." Before her voice could fade, a massive head slowly peeked out from behind the city wall. Hello. Seeing the people on the wall all looking at him, the giant said somewhat shyly, "Oh, holy crap, is this right?" That day, Isaac almost recalled the fear of once being dominated by giants. BS. The giant meme, someone should get it, right? Oh no way. Inside the palace study in Mare, the capital of the Kingdom of Hyde, matters of all sizes occurring within the Kingdom of Hyde would quickly reach the ears of Queen Priscilla, even in the increasingly independent Blackwood territory far on the border. Reporting to Her Majesty the Queen, there have been recent rumors of a large number of merman pirates operating in the waters off the Blackwood territory. They primarily attack merchant ships carrying goods from the Blackwood territory, and even the pirate queen herself has made an appearance. It is said that the total number of pirate ships exceeds 100. For some reason, the coast of the Blackwood territory, which had always been strictly policed and where even ordinary thieves were rare, was actually suffering such rampant pirate attacks, which left Queen Priscilla feeling quite surprised. She had already ordered the kingdom's navy to be ready to set sail at any time. Although on land, the royal family was forced to be constrained by Isaac at every turn due to the powerful strength of the Blackwood army. The situation at sea was completely different. No matter how sophisticated the firearms and armor were, they were meaningless once they fell into the water. In naval combat, the number of ships and the quantity of mages were the key factors. Therefore, Queen Priscilla had long since calculated that as soon as Baron Isaac requested support, she would immediately gather all forces and dispatch the kingdom's navy to support him. At the same time, she could take the opportunity to regain some face and make Isaac owe her a favor. She was even somewhat looking forward to the moment when Baron Isaac would finally bow his head and ask her for help. However, things did not go as planned. Queen Priscilla waited and waited, but never received a request for support from the Blackwood territory. Instead, news of victory kept coming in. The Blackwood territory had converted 15 merchant ships into warships and defeated over 100 pirate ships in one fell swoop, returning in triumph. This is certainly good news. It's just, listening to Duke Passis's report, Queen Priscilla reached out and touched her cheek, feeling an inexplicable sense of bitterness in her heart. Why did she feel a hint of regret? Clearly, this incident once again proved the kingdom's existence and authority, proving that the Blackwood territory was still under the kingdom's control. Damn it, she hadn't expected that the Blackwood territory would not only be powerful on land, but also have naval strength that could not be underestimated. Furthermore, the Blackwood territory has captured some of the invading pirate ships, and now their number of vessels has exceeded 27. What was even more staggering was that the Blackwood territory seemed to treat this battle as an opportunity to expand its navy. Unlike merchant ships that brought in revenue, warships were money-consuming beasts with high maintenance costs that ordinary lords simply could not afford. Even the Royal Navy directly under the Crown currently only had 35 warships. Since the Blackwood territory had already taken control of the Arran shipyard, if things continued to develop at this rate, it was feared that their fleet size would surpass the royal families before long. Your Majesty, although there is no definitive evidence yet, there are rumors that the mastermind behind this pirate incident is the Kingdom of Cancha, who did it to regain their monopoly on the sugar trade. The attendant minister gathered and analyzed intelligence from all sides, finally pointing the finger at the mastermind behind this pirate incident, the Kingdom of Cancha. It was mainly because the Kingdom of Cancha had a truly notorious record, having used similar methods many times to strike at competitors and suppress the merchant guilds of other countries. Moreover, they were consistently overbearing and arrogant, either ignoring protests or flatly denying them. What's more, the target this time was the Kingdom of Hyde, which was far across the ocean and had a weak naval force, so they were naturally even more unscrupulous. Let's first submit a formal protest to the Kingdom of Cancha, even though we know they won't admit to it. Queen Priscilla clenched her fists and spoke through gritted teeth. The Kingdom of Cancha was far overseas and was a naval power in the western continent. Facing the Kingdom of Hyde's protest, they would surely feign ignorance as they always had. Fortunately, Baron Isaac had already crushed their conspiracy, which could be considered a blessing in disguise. Your Majesty, I'm afraid this matter might escalate into a war, Duke Passy said with great concern, as if seeing the clouds of war once again looming over the Kingdom of Hyde. That shouldn't be the case. After all, the Blackwood territory has already won a great victory, and we don't have the capability for deep-sea warfare. It's not very realistic to cross the ocean to attack the western continent. That may be so, but we must still be on guard. What if Duke Blackwood has other plans? Although it sounded somewhat like a fantasy for a mere baron to dream of challenging a naval power, considering the various miracles of the Blackwood territory in the past, Queen Priscilla couldn't help but feel a hint of unease. However, no matter how powerful the Blackwood territory is, it would be impossible for them to cross the vast ocean and attack a country on the western continent. Unlike the previous attack on the Saxon Empire, this was not a simple land march but required crossing a massive ocean. Even if the Blackwood territory really had the ability to launch an expedition to the western continent, a landing operation would inevitably consume a huge amount of national power. Furthermore, the Blackwood territory had already achieved victory and obtained rich spoils of war. The calculating Baron Isaac should not do something where the losses outweigh the gains. Besides, they haven't opened any land attack routes either. Duke Passes added, the Kingdom of Cancha, relying on being far overseas and having the magical beast forest as a natural barrier, dared to be so unscrupulous. They probably never dreamed of the heavy price they would pay if the Blackwood army were truly determined to attack. After all, on land, the fleet they were so proud of would be useless, and any wall, no matter how sturdy, would be like paper in front of the Blackwood army. So let's leave this matter at that. Queen Priscilla ended the topic, and as if to relieve the tense atmosphere, she picked up a white porcelain teacup presented by the Blackwood territory and took a small sip. The teacup did not contain black tea, but a beverage as black as ink, forming a sharp contrast with the pure white cup. It was slightly sour upon entry, with a faint lemon aroma, followed by a rich sweetness that spread through her mouth. Although Queen Priscilla had been somewhat resistant at first because the color was too black, now this drink called Coke had become one of her few stress-relieving remedies. Priscilla, have you gotten fat again recently? You're always drinking this kind of thing. I haven't, have I? Hearing the former regent and her uncle, Duke Passes, say this, Queen Priscilla quickly put down her teacup and shook her head, immediately denying it flatly. Duke Passes looked at his niece's reaction and shook his head helplessly, but seeing the surrounding attendants casting looks at him that said please advise Her Majesty the Queen, he finally spoke. Confiscated. You are not to drink this for a while. Duke Passes decisively confiscated the Coke. It was the culprit that had caused his niece to lose interest in normal food and drink. Nuu, Hippo the Giant. Not long ago, a group of unexpected visitors visited Blackwood territory, throwing the castle into chaos for a time. That's right, those neighbors from the magical beast forest. Isaac had to have a heart-to-heart talk with the centaur female warriors who brought back those strange friends. So, how exactly did you become friends with them? The magical beast forest was not some kind of social mixer. It was truly mind-boggling that they could become friends with such behemoths. While listening to the centaur's report, Isaac looked back and forth in disbelief between the behemoth below the city walls and the centaurs in front of him. The behemoth seemed hungry. Isaac had some food sent over, and it was now devouring it with eyes gleaming. Khan, that member of the giant race, was being attacked by a group of ogres at the time. We stepped in to help and fought side by side, then we quickly became friends. Just like when you saved us from the trolls back then, Khan. Perse and Tamar vied with each other to explain to Isaac, their voices full of excitement and pride, as if the roles had reversed and they had become heroes saving the weak. Encountering and fighting ogres, one of the most powerful magical beasts on land, was no easy experience. Could you handle them with guns? Ogres were much larger than trolls. The massive difference in size wasn't something that could be made up for with courage alone. Isaac didn't think the firepower they carried was enough to deal with such monsters. Although the lethality of firearms was enough to be fatal, dealing with that kind of monster required even more powerful weapons. We circled it and kept shooting, firing hundreds of rounds and throwing several grenades, but we still couldn't inflict a fatal wound. In the end, we just left it covered in blood and completely driven mad, Khan. Perse and Tamar said somewhat sheepishly. Isaac could imagine that facing a group of extremely agile riders equipped with long-range weapons, those ogres would definitely be provoked into a frenzy. Later, we lured it near a defense tower and used the Gyre rifle to finish it off. Khan, we fired 4 shots in a row at its head before it finally went down. It seemed they eventually used the Gyre rifle, the defensive fortification Isaac had set up previously, to guard against troll invasions. It was truly unbelievable that such a thick-skinned monster could actually withstand hundreds of bullets and several grenades, only to be taken down by the Gyre rifle specifically designed for hunting trolls. Who humans are so amazing, clearly so small and weak yet able to kill an ogre. Hearing them talk about the battle, the member of the giant race suddenly poked its head over and spoke in a booming, muffled voice. Its massive head suddenly appeared above the city wall, startling Isaac so much he nearly jumped out of his chair. This wall was at least 6 or 7 tar high. The size of this giant race member was just too exaggerated. This is a guest of the centaur race, you don't need to be afraid. Isaac quickly explained to it, gesturing for it not to get too close. The member of the giant race seemed to realize its actions were a bit abrupt and quickly pulled its head back, whispering, sorry. Also, see, can I have some more of these things? It pointed at the wooden barrels containing rum and cola under the wall and asked expectantly. That was a whole barrel, not a cup. And it even knew to mix rum and cola together. Who on earth taught them that? No, those are very expensive. Isaac flatly refused its request. Hearing his answer, the member of the giant race immediately became dejected like a deflated balloon. This fellow was really easy to understand. It's really delicious. Isaac knew it was delicious. Everyone on Earth knew. he guessed it wouldn't be long before the people on this continent knew as well. By the way, are you a member of the giant race? Isaac asked, looking the giant race member up and down. It wore crude clothing sewn from the furs of unknown wild beasts and held a thick wooden club that looked like it had been picked up from somewhere. This equipment was no different from a primitive tribe. However, for a giant race member of such massive size, sheer strength was enough to make up for the lack of equipment. After all, as long as one's strength was great enough, a single stomp could solve any problem. There was no need for weapons or equipment at all. However, what would it look like if someone could equip these giants with fine steel weapons and armor? Back then, although those trolls only wore crude animal skins, they had still caused quite a bit of trouble for the centaurs. Why are you looking at me like that? Isaac was staring straight at it, and the giant race member seemed a bit embarrassed, quickly averting its gaze. Observing from close range, Isaac realized this member of the giant race had a simple and honest round face. Under its messy hair were a pair of large, watery eyes, looking like a harmless little deer. Moreover, its voice was unexpectedly neutral, and with the hair obscuring its features, Isaac couldn't tell its gender for a moment. Forget it, the gender of the giant race didn't mean much to him anyway. You really are tall. Isaac couldn't help but marvel. I'm tall. I'm tall. Just don't keep saying it. The giant race member waved its hands quickly, seemingly disliking it when others mentioned its height. Perse said you seem to have something you want to ask of me, right, giant? Isaac withdrew his gaze and looked at the giant race member in front of him. The giant race member nodded quickly, indicating that was the case. Then tell me, what's your name? My name is Hippo, respected human lord. I would like to ask you to help us solve the problem of the ogres. Ogres? What's going on? An opportunity to change geopolitics. Hippo slowly explained the current plight of the giant race to Isaac. It turned out that for some unknown reason recently, the number of trolls, which were the primary food source for ogres, had plummeted. This caused the ogres' range of activity to shift, and it happened to overlap with the territory of the giant race. Isaac only then realized that he seemed to have inadvertently affected the ecological balance of the magical beast forest. The centaurs also looked at each other. They had previously wiped out a group of orcs and goblins. Could this be the legendary butterfly effect? We have witnessed the strength of humans today. Although you are very small, you are very powerful. As long as you are willing to help us, we are willing to pay any price. Hippo pressed her hands together and looked at Isaac imploringly. She merely closed her hands gently, yet it kicked up a gust of wind that blew Isaac's hair into a mass. Isaac's eye twitched slightly. Was every casual movement from this giant so destructive? If the ogres are eliminated, will this forest belong entirely to you? Isaac asked, stroking his chin. Hippo quickly shook her head and explained, No, there are also the treants. Treants? What are those? Hippo spread her arms to demonstrate. They are very, very large trees. They have eyes, can walk, and will attack people. Isaac listened, dumbfounded. There were actually such things in this forest? The place was already full of trees everywhere, and now a group of sentient, walking, man-attacking trees had popped up. What other surprises did this forest hold that he didn't know about? Why on earth did the ancestors of the Blackwood territory choose to settle in a place like this? Their eye for site selection was truly something else. But they generally don't attack people proactively. As long as you don't provoke them, there's no danger. Seeming afraid that Isaac would back out, Hippo hurriedly added. Even though she said that, Isaac still felt a bit uneasy. In other words, besides the ogres and the treants, are there no other dangerous magical beasts in this forest? Isaac continued to ask. Hippo thought about it and nodded affirmatively, indicating that it was indeed so. This meant that the giant race were the indigenous residents of this forest, and they were fairly friendly towards humans, which was quite rare in the magical beast forest. Then can you lead us to the western continent? Through this maze-like magical beast forest? Isaac asked tentatively. The magical beast forest was vast and boundless, with trees so dense they blotted out the sun. Combined with the various magical beasts roaming about, even the centaurs, who were familiar with the terrain, had once gotten lost, let alone anyone else. Blackwood territory had also tried using hot air balloons for aerial reconnaissance, but they were attacked by flying magical beasts every time, causing the plans to map the area and find a path to be shelved. Currently, they could only explore step by step, slowly expanding the known areas and drawing more detailed maps. As long as the ogres are dealt with, we can take you to the western continent, no problem. Hippo guaranteed, patting her chest. A guide who knew the terrain and could intimidate magical beasts that was worth more than gold. Isaac keenly realized that this might be an excellent opportunity to change the geopolitical conditions of the Blackwood territory. What would happen if our Blackwood territory could open up a road connecting the eastern and western continents and keep it under our control? The magical beast forest had always been regarded as a forbidden zone of death, an insurmountable natural chasm between the eastern and western continents. But if the Blackwood territory could develop it and open a safe land route, what would happen then? By then, trade between the eastern and western continents would no longer be limited to dangerous sea transport. Land trade would become the mainstream, and the one controlling this land route would be the Blackwood territory. Then our Blackwood territory would become the trade hub connecting the eastern and western continents, no longer a remote region. Charles, the finance officer, said excitedly, as if already seeing visions of countless gold coins rolling in. That's right. If the magical beast forest was opened up, the Blackwood territory would no longer be that remote corner on the map, but the central zone connecting the two continents. They would wipe away their past humiliation and become the bridgehead of east-west trade, perhaps even the most important central city. But Lord, even if a road is opened, the magical beast forest will still be fraught with danger. Caravans traveling through the forest will still face immense risks. Rodihart, the captain of the guard, raised a very realistic problem. The magical beast forest was full of dangerous beasts everywhere. Even with the Blackwood army escorting them, absolute safety couldn't be guaranteed. We can charge a protection fee and guarantee their safety, Isaac said with a smile. But Lord, there are so many caravans and our Blackwood army's manpower is limited. I'm afraid, don't we still have the giant race? They are at the top of the food chain in the magical beast forest, and they said themselves that other magical beasts won't proactively attack them. Isaac pointed at the giants below the city wall and said with a smile, "Ah, I see." Furthermore, according to the laws of the kingdom, the land they developed within the magical beast forest would belong to the Blackwood territory. When the time came, all merchants wishing to use this road would have to pay high tariffs and protection fees. If they encountered certain dishonest countries, they could directly ban them from passing, or charge an astronomical protection fee to let them know the consequences of offending the Blackwood territory. This was the charm of a monopoly. Moreover, this road could serve military purposes, making it convenient for the Blackwood territory to march into the western continent. I'm looking at it now, it seems the ancestors' vision wasn't so bad after all. Isaac couldn't help but sigh with emotion. The geographical location of the Blackwood territory was actually quite superior. They just hadn't discovered it before. He looked at the giants before him and said with a smile, "Hippo, it seems we can cooperate, but I have a few conditions. In the laboratory of Blackwood Castle, various glass vessels, flasks, beakers, and other experimental equipment were all present, having already begun to take shape. Raja looked at the busy scene before her heart filled with emotion. It felt as if not long ago she and Undyne were overwhelmed due to a lack of manpower, but now, people were coming and going in the laboratory, a scene of prosperity. Since returning from the Salt Lake last time, Raja had been ordered to select some clever talents from among the merfolk. After a week of hellish training, these merfolk apprentices had initially mastered skills such as extracting refined salt at the Albrum salt pans and producing soda ash at the LeBlanc factory. Now they had come to the laboratory to begin new learning and work. Although the workload was heavy and involved unheard of novelties, the learning enthusiasm of these merfolk apprentices was exceptionally high, because they knew that as long as they performed well, they would receive better treatment and could shorten their term of forced labor. As former slave traders, they knew better than anyone that the more they resisted, the more cruelly they would be treated. Only by being obedient and working hard to complete tasks could they secure a chance at life. In order to escape the dull and tedious life on land and return to the familiar sea, as soon as possible, Raja also taught everything she had learned without reservation. Everyone, you are to use various solutions here to create something called mercury fulminate. Raja patiently explained the production process, but the merfolk apprentices had looks of confusion on their faces. Seeing them like this, Raja couldn't help but complain in her heart, truly making a fuss over nothing. "Lord Raja, do you know what mercury fulminate is?" "Of course I know. Don't underestimate me," a merfolk apprentice asked emboldened, and Raja answered with feigned composure. But in reality, she didn't know what mercury fulminate was either. She was just following Isaac's instructions by the book. But I seem to hear a series of bang-bang sounds. Just as Raja wanted to change the subject, a merfolk apprentice suddenly pointed out the window. "Don't worry, strange things happen often in this territory. You'll get used to it." Raja comforted them. She had already guessed what was going on. Without even thinking, it was surely Isaac testing some dangerous explosives again, or conducting cannon test fire training. What is that?" Just then, a merfolk apprentice pointed out the window and shouted in terror. A pair of giant eyes was peering curiously through the laboratory window. Although those eyes looked harmless, their size was hair-raising, leaving the merfolk apprentices dumbfounded, even forgetting to breathe for a moment. Sorry. Thump, thump. The behemoth seemed to realize it had frightened someone, quickly apologized, and then left with heavy steps. The merfolk apprentices finally snapped out of it and breathed a long sigh of relief. "What kind of strange territory is this?" "Why, Raja echoed with a bitter smile. She had also only witnessed such wonders after coming to Blackwood Castle for the first time. Thinking of Isaac's endless stream of whimsical ideas, Raja couldn't help but shiver. Honestly, what on earth is that guy up to now? Cannibal, on the edge of the magical beast forest. A fortress with towering walls guarded the entrance. This fortress was once a frontline bastion against magical beast invasions. Now, it had become a settlement for the Wood Elf race and a transit station for the Blackwood territory to conduct reconnaissance and exploration deep into the forest. Nearby villagers and village chief Taylor had also migrated here, and some of the refugees who flooded into the territory last time had settled down here as well. Concrete houses rose from the ground, gradually forming a village community led by Ruth and Kun. People even gave this multi-ethnic settlement a resounding name, Alkenta. Who would have thought that in the human-dominated eastern continent, a scene of humans, wood elves, and the centaur race living together in harmony would appear? Standing on the city wall and looking down, the clanging sounds of construction were endless, and a vibrant small town was beginning to take shape. Since the weapons and equipment of the Blackwood territory were upgraded, The threat from the forest had become negligible, and the future of Okenta was bright. Isaac planned to further expand the scale of this place, building it into a land trade center like Albram and Port Alien. Of course, if conditions permitted, he also intended to establish a transit base deep in the heart of the forest under the protection of the giant race. Thinking that the infinite possibilities blocked by the magical beast forest were about to become a reality, Isaac couldn't help but feel his heart swell as he began to envision a grand blueprint for the future. He seemed to see countless merchants and adventurers coming and going in an endless stream, bustling crowds weaving through prosperous streets, rows of shops lined up, and the roar of factory machinery thump, thump, thump. Just then, a series of earth-shaking footsteps were heard, interrupting Isaac's thoughts. Looking toward the sound, he saw a group of behemoths walking toward Okenta. Although Isaac had notified the villagers in advance, they still couldn't help but panic when they personally witnessed this group of giants from the depths of the forest. The forest has something in it. Giants. It's giants. A giant curiously poked its head in to see what was inside the walls, scaring a villager so much that he fell flat on his backside. This group of giant race members had come to keep their appointment. They included men, women, young, and old, all exuding the aura of the ancient forest, their eyes clear and bright, filled with curiosity. Thump, thump, thump. Despite the sturdy walls and artillery defenses, people still felt an inexplicable pressure facing these behemoths. For some reason, Isaac suddenly remembered some scenes from movies. Those people trapped inside the walls eventually became meals for the giants. Even those savage orcs were scary enough, but there are actually monsters like this in the forest. Are ogres even bigger than this? Effie had hidden behind Isaac at some point, clutching his arm tightly, her voice filled with fear. Even the brutally cruel orcs were nearly exterminated by Blackwood territory, let alone the even more powerful ogres? Yes. This forest is truly full of hidden dangers. Isaac lamented. The climate and vegetation of this forest were very peculiar, with economic crops like rubber trees, beets, and olive trees, as well as natural mineral deposits containing potassium nitrate, but it also housed various dangerous creatures. This was a wild land that humans had not yet fully conquered, and only Blackwood territory had the ability to survive and develop here. No, we are not bad giants. Seeing the panicked looks of the people, Hippo, who was walking at the front, hurriedly waved her hands to explain that she had no ill intent, but her explanation was clearly weak, because the people had been scared witless by the behemoth she was dragging behind her. An ogre. It was the corpse of an ogre, its chest and head riddled with bullet holes. Previously, Isaac had only seen ogre footprints and was already quite shocked. Seeing it with his own eyes now, he was even more amazed. The ogre's build was even taller than the giant race, and it was much more burly. You mean, you killed it in the forest? Isaac pointed at the ogre's corpse and confirmed with the centaur female warriors. Yes, Khan, it was truly a thrilling battle. If only you had been there, Khan. The scene was truly spectacular. Perse and Tamar puffed out their chests and replied proudly. Then they chattered excitedly to Isaac about the details, as if showing off their spoils of war. They used to be just weak prey in this forest, but since obtaining the weapons and equipment provided by Isaac, they no longer feared any enemy. Boom! Hippo threw the ogre's corpse below the city wall, letting out a loud bang. This corpse was so large that even the soldiers of Blackwood territory had to put in a lot of effort to move it to the base of the wall. This was killed by humans, it should belong to them. Hippo pointed at the behemoth and said to Isaac. Isaac looked at the trophy before him and calculated how to utilize it. The ogre's limbs were thick and powerful. If it charged into a crowd to trample, it could probably crush a large number of people to death. Previously, Queen Evergreen had mocked Isaac by calling him an ogre. Now it seemed she really didn't understand how terrifying an ogre was. This hide can be used to make armor, those huge tusks and eyeballs can be used to refine potions, the bones can be used to extract phosphates for fertilizer, and the fat can even, like an experienced chef, Isaac arranged every part of the ogre clearly. The ogre's hide was incredibly tough and was itself an excellent defensive material. Moreover, this ogre was massive, and the hide stripped from it would be enough to equip dozens of people. Isaac planned to use these hides to make a type of leather armor called a buff coat. This type of leather armor was very popular in the 17th century. It was light and flexible yet had excellent defensive power, capable of not only resisting sword slashes, but even defending against weaker musket bullets. At one point, it had even replaced heavy chainmail to become one of the most popular armors of the time. Previously, due to the high demand for carriage linings and shoes, the cattle hides in Blackwood territory had always been in short supply. Now, a substitute had finally been found. Thank you, I won't be formal then. Isaac accepted the gift and said to Hippo with a smile. To show his gratitude, he had people bring over a barrel of rum as a greeting gift for the giant race. Seeing the rum, Hippo's eyes immediately lit up, and she couldn't wait to open the barrel and gulp it down. Burp! Hippo drank half the barrel and couldn't help but let out a burp. The other giants saw this and gathered around, staring with their massive eyes in curiosity. Hippo, afraid someone would steal her wine, quickly lifted the barrel and gestured for the others not to approach. Agreement reach? Hahaha. I didn't expect you to actually be the chief of the giant race? Seeing the other members of the giant race obeying Hippo's every word, Isaac finally realized that this seemingly silly fellow was actually their leader. Does being tall mean one must be the chief? Hippo seemed to have a particular fondness for the word tall, As she was always saying it, Isaac curled his lips. It seemed this fellow was likely an outlier even among the giant race. Thud! At that moment, an elderly member of the giant race walked over. He was burly, bare-chested, and adorned with various decorations, looking quite majestic. I heard from my daughter Hippo that you said you could help us reclaim our holy land and homeland? He stroked his beard and bowed to Isaac while asking. Although his tone was relatively calm, his voice was like a great bell, deafening to the ears. To be precise, it's mutual aid, but that's the general idea. Isaac nodded and asked, and you are? I am the chief of the giant race. You can call me Long Fu. Hello, I am the Lord of Blackwood Territory, Isaac. Isaac and Long Fu introduced themselves, marking their formal acquaintance. It has been a long time since I've met a race like yours that isn't afraid of us and is willing to coexist in peace. From Hippo's behavior, it was clear that although the giant race was massive, they were very gentle and easy to communicate with. Chief Long Fu, I feel the same way, Isaac said with deep emotion. If everyone around is crazy, then the normal person becomes the outlier. He really just wanted to farm and make money, yet he was forced to build guns, cannons, and even warships. Although your proposal is tempting, as the chief, I must be cautious. Lord Isaac, though I heard from Hippo that you wiped out the ogres, I still find it hard to believe. After all, even we of the giant race find that difficult to achieve. Long Fu looked at Isaac, his tone still carrying a hint of doubt. It was no wonder. If someone told Isaac that a group of hamster-sized creatures could kill a wild boar, he would certainly be skeptical too. In that case, let me show you our strength with your own eyes. Rather than wasting words explaining, it was better to let the facts speak for themselves. Isaac made a gesture to the artilleryman unit below the city wall. A black flag on the wall waved a few times. The artillerymen understood the signal and aimed their cannons toward the magical beast forest. For this performance, he had specially prepared some custom shells instead of the usual solid shot. Fire! Boom! At Isaac's command, the cannons let out a deafening roar. Brilliant flames spat from the muzzles as shell after shell whistled through the air, crashing into the distant woods. Boom! 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 The shells exploded in the woods, kicking up clouds of dust. The massive shockwaves snapped surrounding trees in half, as if meteorites were falling, wantonly destroying everything. Haha, these are the weapons of Blackwood Territory. How's the power? Isaac asked with a smile as he looked at the stunned giant race. Even Hippo, who had witnessed the power of the Geyer rifle before, was dumbfounded by the scene. The members of the giant race were trembling with fear. They couldn't imagine the consequences if those shells were to land on them. I was rude. It seems you truly have the ability to eliminate the ogres. It's simply incredible. Long Fu exclaimed. Don't mention it. This was just a small demonstration, Isaac said with a smile. To facilitate this cooperation, such a display was quite necessary. Lord Isaac, you said you wanted to help each other, in return for helping us reclaim our holy land and homeland. What do we need to do? According to Hippo, the giant race's holy land was like their mother, and their homeland was like their father. Now that their parents were imprisoned by enemies, they were naturally anxious. I want you to help me open a path to the western continent and, as in the ancient legends, reconnect the two continents. At the same time, you'll be responsible for the security of this road, driving away dangerous magical beasts. Isaac stated his conditions. As long as the ogres are eliminated, other magical beasts are nothing to us. This won't be difficult. Long Fu thought about it and nodded in agreement. This was a win-win deal for both parties. The giant race could take this opportunity to reclaim their holy land and homeland, while Isaac could monopolize the land trade between the eastern and western continents. Deal. It's a pleasure doing business with you. Isaac and Long Fu shook hands on the city wall, reaching an agreement. Or rather, Long Fu extended a hand as large as a cattail leaf fan, and Isaac placed his small hand into it to seal the deal. Clap, clap, clap. Seeing the agreement reached, Hippo clapped her hands in excitement. Every time she clapped, it was as if a gale blew, causing the nearby tree branches to sway wildly. Hippo, I owe you one this time, Isaac said to Hippo with a smile. Hippo smiled shyly and extended her fist, gesturing for Isaac to fist bump her. Isaac then remembered that this was the giant race's way of greeting. Thud. Isaac and Hippo bumped fists. A massive force surged through, instantly making his arm go numb. He's so really strong. Isaac rubbed his arm and couldn't help but exclaim, sorry, I didn't mean to. Hippo lowered her head aggrievedly. Well, Isaac felt like he had said the wrong thing again, seemingly hurting the heart of this delicate little girl. Once more armor and rifle. The results of the naval battle of Calida shocked countless people. Among them, the most furious was none other than the Catkin King wearing a white turban. What? Wolfgang, you've squandered my entire fleet, my gold coins, and my griffins? His Majesty the King was incensed, not even bothering to use the title naval commander. That long-snouted kobold broke into a cold sweat from fear and hurriedly knelt down to beg for forgiveness. Why yes, His Majesty Nikaka, he never expected that he would be defeated so thoroughly. Nikaka looked at the kobold kneeling before him and asked, suppressing his rage, why? Did you encounter a sea monster? We did indeed encounter a sea monster attack midway and the enemy's strength also far exceeded our expectations. Is that your excuse for defeat? Damn it, someone come here. Drag this trash out and execute him. Nikaka roared. He had originally placed great hopes on Wolfgang, never expecting him to deliver such a huge surprise. Your Majesty, His Majesty Nikaka, please give me another chance. I will definitely redeem myself through service. Wolfgang was dragged out by the guards, wailing. Don't let me see that dog face of yours ever again. It sickens me. Nikaka covered his nose and said with disgust. He really couldn't understand why the fleet he had painstakingly built would lose to a group of merfolk, and even that precious griffin had been shot down by the opponent. Moreover, Wolfgang's description of the enemy felt inconceivable to him. Loud bangs, flashes of fire, overwhelming cannonballs, it was all utter nonsense. His Majesty Nikaka, the Kingdom of Hyde has sent a formal protest, demanding an explanation for this matter. Ignore them. The most important thing right now is how to deal with the Blackwood territory, Nikaka said, irritably scratching the armrest. Although Wolfgang was a piece of trash, the fact that the merfolk's fleet and queen were wiped out was undeniable. What if the Blackwood territory, seeking revenge, risked crossing the magical beast forest to attack the Kingdom of Kalida? Although Nikaka didn't think he would lose, he didn't want a direct confrontation with the Blackwood territory either. Just then, a member of the Sealkin stepped forward and said, His Majesty Nikaka, you need not worry about retaliation from the Blackwood territory. Nikaka looked at the Sealkin before him, raised an eyebrow, and asked, why? The Sealkin pulled a long flute from his robes and said, I bought this from a high elf. It's said to be able to control sea serpents. Although the Sealkin added that the flute required daily slave sacrifices, and that its control over sea serpents was limited in time and range, Nikaka's eyes still lit up. Oh, he stared intently at the flute as if seeing hope. With this treasure, he could further consolidate his dominance over the ocean. If handled correctly, he could even use the sea serpents to attack the merchant ships of other nations and then pin the blame on sea monsters. His Majesty Nikaka, please entrust this mission to me. I will surely do better than Wolfgang. I guarantee the Blackwood territory will not dare to act rashly, and even if they do come, I will make sure they never return. The Sealkin said confidently, as if already seeing a bright future of promotion and wealth. Nikaka nodded with satisfaction. Although the High Elf's invention requiring sacrifice made him feel somewhat uneasy, he clearly needed this flute more right now. I say, my lord, where did you get so much mithril? In the Blackwood territory's weapon workshop. Todlin stared dumbfounded at the mithril trident Isaac handed over. This? I seized it from a big shot. Help me melt it down and turn it into arm guards. Isaac said nonchalantly. Mithril was indeed a very precious metal. To obtain mithril of such high purity, one would probably have to rob the Imperial Emperor or the Merfolk Queen. Todlin, do you have any way to get more mithril? For example, is there anywhere it can be legally purchased? Isaac asked. You've already gotten so much mithril and you're still not satisfied? If you really want more mithril, you could try your luck in the Dwarven Kingdom. But the current situation there, Todlin sighed and said, although he had fled the Dwarven Kingdom, he couldn't help but feel sad thinking about what had happened to his homeland. Anyway, enough of that. You haven't told me yet. What do you plan to do with this iron plate? Todlin asked in confusion, looking at the blueprint Isaac handed him. Unlike previous precise blueprints, this one only featured a crudely shaped iron plate. In a few days, the blast furnace will produce a new batch of molten steel, right? Isaac asked, pointing at the blast furnace next to the workshop. Yeah, why? I want to cast a suit of armor using the molten steel. Right now, every soldier in the Blackwood territory has more than enough steel armor. What else do you want to do? Todlin asked, puzzled. This time is different. I only want one suit of armor. Isaac explained. His idea was simple. Cast a massive mold directly with molten steel, then process it while hot to shape it into a suit of armor. Although this method was crude and straightforward, and the resulting armor certainly wouldn't be pretty, it would definitely be the largest metal armor in the world. What on earth are you trying to do also? Why did you want me to dismantle the carriage of that cannon and modify it like this? This modification looks like a giant rifle. Todlin, truly an experienced weaponsmith, saw through Isaac's intentions at a glance. Exactly. I'm planning to change my approach. Who says a cannon can't become an individual weapon? Isaac said with a smile. It seemed Todlin had been so focused on researching the steam engine lately that he hadn't been paying attention to news from the outside world. My lord, your ideas are truly unrestrained. But who is going to carry such a large iron plate? And who is going to use such a heavy cannon? Todlin asked, scratching his head. Before he could finish his sentence, a member of the giant race curiously peeked into the workshop and walked in. Todlin looked at the giant before him, and with a clatter, the hammer in his hand dropped to the floor. Hello. Hippo stretched out her large head to look at Todlin and gave a simple, honest greeting. New armor. Deep in the magical beast forest, a group of ogres sat around a campfire, feasting heartily. Each of them had a hideous face with a massive hooked nose and protruding fangs, looking utterly malevolent. Their bodies were like century-old trees, radiating a chilling, murderous aura. There is plenty of food here. We defeated the giant race. Now, that entire forest is ours. Roar! Wutenka, the chieftain of the Bone Club tribe, was in a great mood. Since the orcs and trolls that used to be their food had vanished one after another, they were forced to migrate to a new territory. Fortunately, they found the settlement of the giant race. After a fierce battle, they not only occupied the giant's home, but also obtained a large amount of food and supplies. The tribe members beat their chests excitedly and cheered. Wutenka is the strongest. Wutenka is the most mighty. Defeating the giant race. How satisfying. Roar, roar, roar. This area was rich in resources, featuring not only large prey like mammoths and giant wolves, but also many tools and supplies left behind by the giant race. The giants had used some unknown method to fire clay into hard containers, which stored large quantities of air-dried or smoked meat. Wutenka had also snatched a stone axe from a fleeing female giant. In the past, they only needed to swing their fists and claws to get enough food, so they had never thought about using weapons. But this stone axe caught his eye. It was incredibly sharp and had even broken his bone club. Those giants not only built houses, but also crafted weapons, which truly surprised him. However, all that was over now. Wutenka raised the stone axe high and announced to his tribe members, "Enjoy yourselves. Turn all this food into our strength. Roar, king of the forest, giant smasher. Long live the ogres." They had no rivals now. They were the strongest overlords in this forest. Except for one elderly ogre, all the members were now immersed in the joy of victory. Wutenka, I'm still a bit worried. We saw many troll corpses on the way. There might be an even more powerful existence in this forest, the old ogre warned, his eyebrows furrowed like withered grass. But Wutenka dismissed it, turning to look at him with a cold sneer. Is there any creature stronger than us now? Have you seen any footprints larger than ours? That indeed, I haven't. Although the disappearance of those orcs and trolls was indeed suspicious, Wutenka wasn't worried. No matter what kind of monster it was, as long as it dared to appear before him, he would chop it to pieces with the giant axe in his hand without hesitation. Then there's nothing to fear. We ogres are the strongest. As long as they swung their fists or smashed down their bone clubs, any creature would be crushed to pieces. Now, in this forest, no creature could challenge their authority. Long live the ogres! Roar! Asterisk asterisk asterisk. In the weapon workshop of the Blackwood territory, the clanging and banging of hammers rose and fell. Toddlin was assembling 2 sets of armor. One was a delicate and compact set of mithril armor, while the other was a rugged and heavy set of steel armor. A female giant poked her head in, curiously observing the scene in the workshop. Suddenly she spoke up. That dwarf named Toddlin. His expression back then was really hilarious. Hippo remembered Toddlin's reaction when he saw her and couldn't help but laugh. It was the first time Isaac had ever heard someone describe Toddlin as cute. Did dwarfs look like hamsters in the eyes of the giant race? Really? I think he was just terrified at the time, Isaac said with a smile. Toddlin's expression at the time was as if he had been petrified. If Isaac hadn't seen the beard at the corner of his mouth trembling slightly, he would have thought Toddlin had died of fright. Oh, hearing Isaac's words, Hippo immediately became dejected, like a deflated ball. This girl always liked to suddenly appear in front of people without considering how much pressure her size would put on others. My lord, you really don't understand a woman's heart, Effie said while helping Isaac put on his breastplate. Knight Miller was busy assembling another set of armor today, so Effie had volunteered to help Isaac put on his. She carefully fastened the straps and buckles, her movements incredibly gentle, as if she were tending to a precious treasure. Although separated by the armor, Isaac could still feel Effie's gentleness and consideration. It felt like a wife tying a tie for her husband before he left for work in the morning. Who says? I think I understand women quite well, Isaac said indignantly, thinking back to the dozen gigabytes of study materials on his computer in his previous life. No, you don't understand at all, Effie said in a certain tone. Isaac suddenly felt a bit annoyed. As someone who had lived 2 lives, he believed he had done some research on women. What a woman needs isn't a cold evaluation, but a warm compliment. Effie looked at Isaac and said seriously. Her eyes were like emeralds in the forest, shining with a captivating light. But aren't men the same? How can they be so ordinary yet so confident? Sorry, it's because the person who loves me told me that in her eyes, I am the most perfect. Is that so? You look really beautiful today, Effie. Effie didn't expect Isaac to suddenly say something like that. Her face flushed red instantly, and she hurriedly tucked her golden hair behind her ear. Like this, is this okay? She asked while helping Isaac put on his mithril bracers. Yeah, that's about right. Effie finally helped Isaac put on his platinum gloves. Although she tried to remain calm, the corners of her mouth couldn't help but curl up into a happy smile. She looked happier now than when she had found treasure on a pirate ship. Isaac blinked. It seemed the return on this kind of investment was very high. He should invest like this more often in the future. Kleck. Isaac was fully equipped with the full plate armor and mithril components. Now, even if it were the sword kai of a sword saint, he would dare to block it with his hands. He pulled out the can opener from his back and swung it a few times. Whoosh! The heavy sound of it cutting through the air was terrifying. This warhammer felt very comfortable in his hand. It truly lived up to being the work of a dwarven master. My lord, you are truly amazing. I really can't believe you're a mage. Effie sighed as she watched Isaac's heroic posture while swinging the hammer. However, Isaac replied, I was a mage to begin with. I just happened to be quite strong. Isaac said with a laugh. Just happened to be quite strong? Effie looked at Isaac with an expression that said, You're just humoring a child. Actually, strictly speaking, it wasn't wrong. His strength was indeed obtained through hard training and magical reinforcement. My background is indeed a bit complicated, but part of my strength comes from magic, so you can temporarily consider me a magic swordsman. Isaac racked his brains and finally found a relatively reasonable explanation. My lord, someone who doesn't use a sword cannot be called a swordsman. Knight Miller walked over after assembling the other set of armor and added. Isaac was a bit speechless. Every time this old man talked about knights and swordsmanship, he sounded like a strict instructor. Alright, I'm ready now. What about you, Hippo? Stand up and try it out. Slay the cannibals. Alright, asterisk cough asterisk. I'm ready now. How about you, Hippo? Try standing up. Isaac said to Hippo. Hearing Isaac's words, Hippo quickly stood up. The dwarves and craftsmen who were installing rivets and leather straps on her scrambled down from her body. The scene looked just like a tank being repaired. Thud, thud. Wow, incredible. After Hippo stood up, the craftsmen let out gasps of admiration. She was like a steel fortress, radiating a suffocating sense of pressure, looking completely different from when she wore animal skins. Isaac felt that any creature in the forest seeing her like this would surely feel despair. Even the ogres would be no exception. How does it feel, Hippo? Isaac asked. A bit inconvenient, but hahaha, I can guarantee that its defense is definitely worth the price. Isaac laughed as he watched her fidgeting like a big goof. The emergence of plate armor changed the history of cold weapon warfare. Initially, Isaac wanted to arm Hippo with chainmail or scale armor, but the dwarves insisted on using plate armor. They even went as far as using all the molten steel in the blast furnace to cast a single set of armor and a weapon. In the end, Isaac had to compromise and had a massive mold built on the ground to cast the steel plates. To ensure Hippo's mobility, they abandoned complex joint designs and kept only the most basic range of motion, allowing her to swing that simple yet brutal steel warhammer. Thud, thud. Hippo curiously tapped her breastplate. Feeling the hardness of the steel, she said in surprise, it's much stronger than wood. Of course, this is steel, Isaac said with a smile. This was practically a real-life version of Tetsujin 28 Go. Invulnerable to blades and spears, combined with her massive size and strength, she could destroy a small town just by running a few steps. It seemed he could add some extra armor to her in the future. Although the surface of this armor was uneven and the craftsmanship crewed a world of difference compared to human plate armor, these flaws were completely offset by her massive size. After moving around for a bit, Hippo seemed to like the new armor, unconsciously grinning with a happy smile. Mimicking Isaac, she lowered the visor of her helmet and said, "Haha, I'm so strong now. It's time for our revenge." Asterisk. Birdsong, the rustling of leaves, various sounds intertwined to form a forest symphony. Led by the giant race, the expeditionary force of the Blackwood territory ventured deep into the heart of the magical beast forest. Previously, every time they entered the magical beast forest, they would be attacked by various magical beasts. But this time, their path was clear. Those ferocious magical beasts seemed intimidated by the aura of the giant race, steering clear of them and not daring to approach. The giant race was like a group of moving exorcism charms. Wherever they went, the magical beasts retreated. Although the army of the Blackwood territory also possessed powerful firepower, it could only truly be demonstrated in battle. The giant race, however, could intimidate those magical beasts just by standing there. In a way, it was a form of bloodline suppression. Thud, thud. Several giants carried heavy field guns, walking at the very front of the column. Like a heavy weapons squad, they carried M67 recoilless rifles, trudging along the rugged mountain paths. Looking at the giants, Isaac couldn't help but feel a bit of sympathy. Although the giants were very strong, carrying such heavy cannons was a strain, and their faces were somewhat pale. These field guns would be operated by the giants in teams of two. One would be responsible for loading the shells, while the other would handle aiming and firing. The giants possessed incredible arm strength, allowing them to easily shove the massive shells into the breach to complete the loading. It was the first time Isaac had seen anyone able to carry a cannon and fire while running. Furthermore, because the enemies were massive, the accuracy wouldn't be too low even with direct fire. We fought many enemies before, but, ogres? Despite having the giant race's support, the soldiers of the Blackwood territory were still a bit nervous. After all, their opponents were the legendary ogres. Are we really going to fight ogres? Can we win? We even breached the walls of the Saxon Empire. Is there anything we can't do? But, this time is different. If you're scared, just trust Lord Isaac. He'll definitely have a way. We are ready. Hippo lowered her helmet's visor, revealing her clear eyes, and stood straight like the Blackwood army as she reported to Isaac. The army of the Blackwood territory was ready for battle. They planned to use the terrain to their advantage, luring the ogres into a preset position, and then wiping them out with concentrated fire. Teske didn't expect the giant race to learn how to use cannons so quickly. Isaac had originally worried that the giants wouldn't adapt to operating cannons, but it seemed his concerns were unnecessary. To reclaim our holy land and home, we must learn to use these weapons, Hippo said earnestly. Well, Isaac couldn't argue with that. After all, his own venerable ancestors had once faced situations where their kin were slaughtered and their homes occupied. Back then, they too had shed countless blood to expel the invaders and defend their territory. Lord, we've found traces of the ogres. An elf ranger came galloping in on horseback. Using her elven powers to scout the forest, Effie finally found the ogre settlement, or rather, the former settlement of the giant race. Purse, Tamer, Effie, are you ready? Isaac asked as he mounted his horse. He was riding his beloved horse, Seber. We're going to challenge the legendary ogres? Khan, you're truly insane. Haha, I like that idea. Let's head out now, the centaur female warriors said excitedly. Clearly, they had gained enough confidence from the previous battle. Perhaps today, the ogres would witness what it means to be crushed by superior firepower. Gee, good luck. Hippo watched Isaac and pumped her massive steel fist, cheering him on. Isaac smiled and patted Hippo's fists. For victory, charge! For the Blackwood territory, kill! Led by Isaac, hundreds of cavalrymen armed with rifles and sabers charged toward the ogre settlement. The forest was suddenly filled with murderous intent. Dig! Seber reared up and whinnied, then shot forward like an arrow from a bow. Following close behind were hundreds of warhorses, their iron hooves thundering against the ground. The centaur female warriors and elf rangers also joined the charge, their loud shouts and soaring morale creating a black torrent that swept through the area. Rumble, *****. The ogre settlement had always been a place of peace and tranquility, but today that peace was shattered. Violent tremors came from the distance, startling the ogres who were enjoying their feast. Wutenko watched the billowing dust in the distance, his heart filled with confusion. When he saw the humans charging toward him, he was instantly dumbfounded. For the Blackwood territory, kill, rumble, these little runts, who usually only knew how to flee, actually dared to attack them. Initially, Wutenko thought they were crazy. But when he saw the humans nimbly dodging their attacks, he realized things weren't that simple. Rat-tat-tat-tat-tat. Long sticks were pointed at them, and countless attacks smelling of gunpowder flew from afar, striking their faces with piercing shrieks. The ogres were instantly battered and bloodied. Flying into a rage, they snatched up their weapons. Roar! With a roar from Wutenko, the war to decide the forest's overlord officially began. War! Exploring the unknown, developing the territory. This has been the long-cherished wish of the Blackwood family for generations. Now, this black war flag symbolizing the Blackwood territory is fluttering deep within the magical beast forest, on land where no human has ever set foot. Isaac, dressed in black plate armor and wielding the giant sword Can Opener, rode his warhorse Cyborg and led hundreds of cavalrymen in a charge toward the ogre's nest. For the Blackwood territory, kill, rumble, warhorses galloped and dust flew, as hundreds of cavalrymen surged forward like an unstoppable black torrent. Isaac's warhorse, Cyborg, neighed excitedly, its four hooves flying at lightning speed. Isaac felt the howling wind against his face and the immense pressure from behind, his heart filled with a mix of excitement and tension. Thump, thump, thump. Heavy footsteps, like an earthquake, came from behind. The ogres were chasing them. Lo Lord, I'm a bit scared. Effie rode beside Isaac, her face pale and her voice trembling, clearly intimidated by the ogre's presence. The centaur female warriors, however, were thrilled. They waved their weapons and shouted loudly, as if enjoying this game of pursuit. If you're scared, shout it out. We are the first army brave enough to challenge ogres. Opportunities like this don't come often, Isaac said with a smile. Perhaps because he had been through too many battles, his way of thinking was starting to align with that of the centaur female warriors. I don't want this kind of opportunity. Effie shook her head and said, she was clearly not mentally prepared yet. Bang! 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 Roar! Kill them! Kill them! The Blackwood territory cavalry retreated while firing at the ogres. Bullets from alt rifles, Claire rifles, revolver pistols, all sorts of firearms rained down on the ogres like a downpour. Those ogres were beaten until their flesh was torn and blood flowed, but they remained relentless in their pursuit, like a pack of crazed beasts. This was truly a thrilling kite tactic. Fortunately, the Blackwood territory's defensive positions were not far away. Just then, Perce suddenly shouted, Con, there are kobolds ahead. It turned out a group of kobolds was hunting in the forest right in their path. Those kobolds were also startled when they saw the Blackwood territory cavalry. When they saw the ogres chasing the cavalry, they were even more dumbfounded with fear. No time to go around. Charge straight through. Isaac made a split-second decision, pulling out his giant hammer Can Opener while releasing a bright light spell to guide the cavalry behind him. Don't be afraid. Follow my light. Charge. Kill. Rumble. The warhorses accelerated. The surroundings blurred as they sped past, and Isaac's warhorse Cyborg crashed through a patch of bushes. Kobolds, some Ooa? In almost a single breath, before the kobold leader could react, Isaac smashed his head with the hammer. The Blackwood territory cavalry were like a hot knife through butter, scattering the kobolds in all directions. Ow! Squeak! Before those kobolds could regroup, they were caught by the ogres behind and trampled into meat paste. Roar! Crunch! Crunch! Although kobolds were also magical beasts, in this grand battle of monsters, they were merely cannon fodder. The kobolds were instantly flattened into meat pies. The Blackwood territory cavalry watched with trepidation. If they were caught, their fate would be the same. Congratulations on discovering and eliminating a new magical beast. You have gained 1,000 achievement points. The goddess's voice echoed in Isaac's mind. Generally, eliminating ordinary magical beasts wouldn't grant achievement points. It seemed this battle was indeed extraordinary. Lord Isaac, your body is glowing. A wood elf suddenly pointed at Isaac and shouted loudly. Recently, Isaac had discovered that as his strength increased and a large amount of mana flooded his body, the runes that were supposed to be hidden within him began to emit light uncontrollably. To others, he looked like a human light bulb, his entire body radiating a strange glow. Strange writing has appeared on Lord Isaac's body. Those must be the legendary stigmata. Only those who have undergone ascetic discipline can obtain stigmata. The wood elves, who had been influenced by the recovery of the World Tree and had begun to worship goddess Iris, spoke one after another. They looked at the glowing runes on Isaac's body with eyes full of awe. They simply didn't know that those were just ordinary runes. He must be an envoy sent by the goddess. Long live Lord Isaac. Those devout believers immediately began to fanatically chant Isaac's name. Gradually, the surrounding soldiers joined in the cheering, their voices growing louder until they echoed throughout the entire forest. The goddess's envoy is with us. Inspired by faith, the soldiers who were previously a bit afraid were suddenly filled with morale, as if they had forgotten the terrifying ogres behind them. Although it was just a misunderstanding, Isaac couldn't be bothered to explain right now. The goddess is with us. Isaac raised the warhammer can opener high and shouted, "Kill!" On a hillside, a group of the giant race was watching the battle. Longfu had set up defensive positions in advance according to Isaac's suggestion. Now, as he watched the brave Blackwood Territory cavalry, his heart was full of admiration. The goddess tells us that Blackwood is the true master of this forest. Kill! Rumble! Even the ogres, whom the giant race feared, were being toyed with by these humans. The ogres were enraged. They chased the Blackwood Territory cavalry frantically but could never catch up. These humans are truly so brave. Longfu looked out at the battlefield ahead and couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Those humans not only possessed powerful weapons, but also had iron-like will and discipline. Their seamless cooperation and consistent actions, artful tactical coordination completely transformed his view of humanity. Today, the ogres would witness what the terror of human combat power truly meant. Let's begin. Longfu ordered. Battle between giants. Wutenka, the chief of the Bone Club tribe, was in a terrible mood right now. Khan, did you see that? I just hit an ogre's head using the Parthian shot. A cavalryman shouted excitedly, holding a revolver pistol that was emitting blue smoke. What's going on? Wutenka said in disbelief as he watched his clansmen being beaten into a steady retreat. Those little shorties actually dared to use ranged weapons to attack them? Although the power of those bullets wasn't lethal, they kept stinging them like mosquitoes, making them feel pain and irritation. Damned humans. I'm angry. Those ogres were enraged. They lost their reason and only knew to chase after the humans. Dun. They ran frantically, ignoring their surroundings. By the time they discovered the giant race hidden in the woods, it was already too late. Shua! Over a dozen members of the giant race suddenly stood up from the woods, revenge burning in their eyes, as they held strange metal spheres. Those giants hadn't been wiped out yet? Wutenka was instantly consumed by rage. Just as he was about to order an attack, a series of violent explosions rang out. Boom, boom, boom! In an instant, several ogres charging at the front were blown into a mess of flesh and blood that scattered everywhere right before his eyes. Roar! Those metal spheres had actually exploded inside their bodies. With just a single hit, those ogres were blown to pieces, a sight too gruesome to behold. Wutenka stared at the scene before him, completely stunned. What is that thing? Seeing the giant race reloading those metal spheres once again, Wutenka immediately realized those weapons were extremely dangerous, and roared while trembling all over. Quick, kill them! Roar! Though the ogres were already exhausted, they still followed their chief's command, each waving a bone club and charging toward the giant race again. Dun. Unlike the panicked ogres, the giant race was incredibly excited by the power of the cannons. In the past, whenever they fought ogres, they always had to pay a heavy price. But now, they only needed to pull the trigger to kill an ogre easily. The humans' weapons are amazing. Chief Longfu and Hippo's decision was truly wise. The field guns made by Toddlin and the craftsmen had finally earned the recognition of the giant race. This was definitely the most powerful individual weapon in the world. Retreat according to plan. It's the humans' turn to take the stage. Within optimal range, the giant race beat the ogres to a pulp. Generally speaking, because these cannons didn't have wheels, they were difficult to move and even harder to retreat with once fired. But today, the situation was different. Dun. Seeing the ogres charging, the giants shouldered the cannons, turned around, and bolted. They retreated rapidly before the ogres' disbelieving eyes. They displayed astonishing mobility, sprinting toward the pre-established positions. This was practically self-propelled artillery. The big guys are coming. We'll use big guys to deal with them too. The cavalry of the Blackwood Territory was also prepared for battle. Next, they would use even more powerful weapons to meet the ogres' challenge. Several massive cannons were pushed to the front lines. Siege cannons ready. Projectiles like clusters of grapes were stuffed into the barrels all at once. The Blackwood Territory soldiers used long ramrods to push the shells deep into the barrels. When the ogres charged within range, Isaac ordered without hesitation, "Fire!" Boom! The mess of cannons let out deafening roars as shells whistled through the air and slammed into the ogres. Bang! The ogres at the very front were blown to bits. Blood and shredded flesh splattered everywhere. Fire! The soldiers of the Blackwood Territory also began firing. Gunfire, cannon blasts, and battle cries echoed throughout the forest. The elf rangers worked in pairs, operating massive rifles and precisely sniping the ogres. The giants were busy reloading the cannons. They poured gunpowder into the barrels and used ramrods to pack the shells and powder tight. Isaac couldn't help but laugh at the sight. This wasn't just loading cannons, it was clearly loading handheld cannons. Boom, boom, boom! The violent recoil caused even the giants to lose their footing for a moment, making them stumble back. Although the ogres were covered in wounds, they continued to charge frantically like a pack of tireless beasts. Roar! Their massive feet slammed into the ground, creating deafening thuds. They knocked down trees and trampled shrubs, appearing unstoppable. The most ferocious among them was none other than Wutanka, the chief of the Bone Club tribe. He had already killed over a dozen giants, his eyes filled with hatred and fury. To stop Wutanka, a member of the giant race stepped forward. She was the daughter of the giant race's chief, Hippo. Revenge. Asterisk. Hippo swung a massive steel hammer and smashed it toward an ogre. Bam! An ogre's sternum was shattered by a single strike from Hippo's hammer. The massive corpse flew over a dozen meters, knocking down a swath of trees. Boom! Boom! This was practically a showdown between monsters. Hippo swung her giant hammer. Wherever she went, trees collapsed and the earth shook. An ogre swung a wooden mallet at Hippo, who raised her giant hammer to meet the attack head-on. Boom! Two massive forces collided, producing a deafening sound. Crack! The ogre's wooden club was smashed to splinters the moment it made contact with Hippo's steel hammer. Seeing this, Hippo immediately took the opportunity to swing her hammer again, striking hard. The ogre hurriedly raised its arms to block, but they were snapped with a crack and left hanging limp. Then she took another step forward, raised her hammer high, and swung it down with all her might, smashing the ogre's head on the spot. Bam! Blood and brains sprayed out like a crushed watermelon, instantly staining the surrounding trees red. Hippo was like a grim reaper from hell, mercilessly harvesting the ogres' lives. This was the power bestowed upon the giant race by the technology of the Blackwood territory. Bang! In one smooth motion, Hippo swung her giant hammer again, smashing it into another ogre's chest. In its panic, the ogre could only brace its body to take Hippo's attack. With a dull thud, the ogre's chest instantly caved in, and it vomited blood as it collapsed to the ground. You useless! Harder than stone. The surrounding ogres also snapped out of it and began attacking Hippo. But their wooden clubs couldn't damage Hippo's steel armor at all. Instead, their clubs and bodies were shattered by Hippo's giant hammer. Bam! Crack! Hippo had already killed 5 ogres. In the past, the giant race was always at a disadvantage in close combat due to their smaller size relative to ogres. But today, the situation was completely different. Roar! Seeing another companion killed, 2 ogres were enraged. They coordinated from the left and right to attack Hippo simultaneously. Hippo smashed one ogre's head with her hammer, but the other ogre took the chance to grab her waist and slammed her to the ground using brute force. Rumble! The 2 behemoths tumbled on the ground, knocking down trees and sending dust flying. Watching this from afar atop his horse, Isaac felt for a moment as if he were watching a prehistoric monster movie. Creepy dragon soldiers, I don't know what's going on with this platform. Is the order correct for you now? Chapter 289 was posted early yesterday. Check the table of contents and let me know if it's still wrong, and I'll try to fix it. Thud! The ogre that had tackled Hippo used its wooden club to smash Hippo's breastplate hard. But Hippo's breastplate didn't budge, showing no signs of denting or damage. After just a few attacks, the ogre's wooden club snapped. It then fiercely attacked Hippo with its fists and elbows, but like a slingshot hitting a tank, it still couldn't shake the armor on Hippo. In contrast, Hippo's attacks were very effective. She swung her giant hammer and broke the ogre's leg in one blow, then while the ogre was down, she punched it in the jaw. Rumble, crack, arg, roar, beautiful! Isaac looked at the ogre Hippo had sent flying and couldn't help but praise her. It was practically a live-action monster movie. Come, fight me. I am the giant butcher, Wutanka. Wutanka, the chief of the Bone Club tribe, was also fuming with rage upon seeing Hippo so brave, and he decided to step in personally. He brandished a stone axe and charged straight at Hippo. Boom! Wutanka used all his strength and chopped Hippo's arm with the axe. Hippo was caught by the sneak attack and let out a cry of pain, and the giant hammer in her hand dropped to the ground. Wutanka immediately realized that although Hippo's armor was hard, her strength was inferior to his. He instinctively stepped forward and grabbed Hippo, wanting to take the opportunity to strangle her to death. Hippo was held so tightly by Wutanka that she couldn't move. Isaac immediately realized things were bad. It would be hard for her to escape being entangled by an ogre at such close range. Whinny! He squeezed the horse's flanks with his legs, and the warhorse cyborg immediately charged out. Whinny! Khan, where are you going? The centaur female warriors saw Isaac charge into the battlefield and were instantly shocked, hurrying to follow him. Cyborg, can opener, let's charge together! Isaac roared. The wind howled and the warhorse galloped. The mana in Isaac's body surged wildly, and all the runes were activated as he transformed all his energy into immense power. His eyes flickered with a blue light. Rumble! Isaac soon reached the battlefield. Combining his body and horse into one, he concentrated the horse's speed and strength along with his own power into the warhammer can opener, swinging it to smash hard against Wutanka's ankle. *CK. So you're the one they call the giant butcher. Bam! Roar! Boom! Crack! Wutanka didn't expect someone to sneak attack him from behind. With his ankle shattered, he cried out in pain and fell to his knees. That massive body was like a 6-story building, collapsing with a crash. This is for my people. Hippo took the chance to pick up her giant hammer and aimed at the fallen Wutanka, smashing it down hard on his head. Splatter! With a loud bang, Wutanka's head was smashed to pieces by the giant hammer in Hippo's hand. Blood and brains splattered everywhere like a dropped egg, staining a large patch of ground red. Hippo lowered her helmet's visor and panted as she watched the scene, her eyes filled with shock and joy. Thank you. She looked at Isaac gratefully and excitedly extended a massive steel fist, wanting to fist bump him. Though she just wanted to express her gratitude, in Isaac's eyes, this huge iron fist swinging over was still a bit terrifying. Looking at the iron fist stopped in front of him, Isaac braved a smile and politely reached out to bump fists with Hippo. Hippo immediately smiled happily. Tamer, did the Khan just take down an ogre in one hit? You saw it, right? I told you, he's definitely the giant race half-blood. The centaur female warriors arrived at the battlefield then, chattering as they gathered around them. Isaac listened to them with a face full of dark lines. Unable to explain, he could only pretend not to hear and slipped away. In the land of other races, at the edge of the western continent, the people of the Draco Kingdom called this place the World's End. There was a frontline fortress here named Frostguard. Its sole purpose was to defend against the magical beast forest. Goblins, beastmen, and other magical beasts often came out of the magical beast forest to harass the Draco Kingdom, so the soldiers here were always on edge. Today, 2 dragon human race soldiers were standing guard on the city wall. Hey, tell me the story. There was nothing but grassland to see here, and it was still early for the shift change, so one dragon human soldier said boldly to the other. Oh, I heard that a while ago some thieves with stolen gems fled into the magical beast forest. The other dragon human soldier remembered a story he'd heard recently. After they fled into the forest, they never came out again. Only one person managed to escape, and he said he encountered a giant deep in the forest. How is that possible? How did they escape from a giant? Don't giants eat people? Huh, isn't that ogres? Is that so? Anyway, they must be bragging. They must have mistaken a troll for a giant. Although people said they'd seen giants in the magical beast forest a long time ago, it has since become a legend. If there really were giants that big, then what use would our fortress be? Thud, thud. A series of heavy footsteps suddenly came from the forest. The 2 dragon human soldiers immediately turned to look and saw the trees swaying like reeds. The 2 instantly became alert. Strange things often happened in the magical beast forest. At first, they thought it was just the wind, but as time passed, the direction the trees were swaying became closer and closer to the fortress. Suddenly, the entire fortress shook violently and the 2 saw a massive figure emerge from the forest. Roar! It was an elderly ogre. It looked battered and scarred, as if it were running for its life. It fled in a panic, not even noticing the dragon human soldiers on the wall running straight past the 2 dragon humans and heading into the distance. Thud thud thud! The dragon human soldiers on the wall watched the ogres receding back in stunned silence. They couldn't believe they had actually seen an ogre, and that ogre seemed to be running away. What is that? They looked in the direction the ogre had come from, wanting to know what on earth could make an ogre so terrified. The 2 dragon humans only felt a shiver down their spines as they stared intently at the magical beast forest ahead, feeling that a great, terrifying presence lurked within. The magical beast forest was still that same familiar forest, but today, it seemed exceptionally strange to get rich, build roads first. In geopolitics, geographical location is a factor of vital importance. A nation's economy, security, and diplomacy are all influenced by it. The situation of the Blackwood territory was actually not good. Although the kingdom had waived some taxes, military expenditures remained enormous, and the territory's finances had always been stretched thin. The territory's meager tax revenue was almost entirely used to maintain the standing army and build fortifications. By the generation of Art Blackwood, Isaac's father, they even had to borrow from the Hyde royal family. Successive lords of the Blackwood family had been frugal and diligent, but the territory's financial situation never improved, and even the family carriage remained in a dilapidated, semi-ruined state. While the Blackwood territory once possessed a powerful standing army, it was surrounded by strong enemies such as Viscount Albram, and had to constantly guard against invasions from magical beasts, preventing any outward expansion. However, this geopolitical curse was not unbreakable. If the starting point was too poor, then use powerful strength to change everything. The current Blackwood territory had not only successfully developed the magical beast forest, but had even opened a road through the forest. They were about to control the land trade route connecting the eastern and western continents, which was enough to make Isaac incredibly excited. Rumble! The ground rose in layers, like a giant python rolling underground. An elf was deep within the magical beast forest, directing earth elemental spirits to level the ground. Shafe and the earth elemental spirits were like an excavator rapidly digging through the soil. Wow, so amazing. Hippo squatted on the ground, extending her large head, watching Shafe and the earth elemental spirits with curiosity, her eyes filled with wonder. She personally liked small and cute things. Now she watched Shafe and the earth elemental spirits without blinking, as if admiring a fine piece of art. Ha ha ha. I feel it's amazing every time I see it too, Isaac said with a smile. The earth elemental spirits could dig pits of various shapes according to instructions and push rocks aside if they encountered them. They could even use the earth elemental spirits to search for underground mineral deposits, just as gold prospectors use a sieve to pan for gold. In his previous life, wouldn't they have been the chosen ones for civil engineering? Alright, the foundation is laid, let's start paving the road. Sigh back to this kind of hard labor again. My relative was right. Following Lord Isaac, you definitely won't starve. I should really consider settling down here. Experienced craftsmen had rushed here from the royal capital during this period to begin paving the road. They indeed didn't need to worry about going hungry, as large-scale projects like this didn't come around all the time. Of course, the reason Isaac was willing to invest was that he knew how massive the subsequent returns from this road would be. Is it really safe here? It should be safe. Look, isn't that giant race person protecting us? No, I'm afraid of giants. Lord Isaac is truly impressive. He can actually sit on the shoulder of a giant. Just moments ago, Hippo had smashed a boulder with her steel great hammer. Those stone fragments could be used to lay the roadbed. But the fierce image of her swinging the hammer made the craftsman feel somewhat terrified. Come to think of it, Lord Isaac is the first human male to ever sit on my shoulder. Hippo turned her head and spoke to Isaac with a smile. It was Isaac's first time observing a giant's eyes from such a close distance. Do you guys not like others sitting on your shoulders? Isaac asked curiously. While the giant race was not cruel, they didn't typically enjoy being too close to other races. But ever since Isaac saved Hippo with the can opener, she had been exceptionally warm toward him. Perhaps in her eyes, Isaac was no longer a weak human, but a peer worthy of respect. However, Patriarch Long Fu seemed somewhat displeased with Isaac sitting on Hippo's shoulder. Every time he saw them, he watched with a dark expression. Yes, the neck is a very important part and it hurts our dignity but I acknowledge Lord Isaac. You defeated the ogre. I was just lucky and happened to hit its vital spot. But even with the best luck, an ordinary human could never defeat an ogre, Hippo said in a low voice. Indeed, an ogre's size was not something an ordinary person could deal with. Khan is no ordinary human. He is a descendant of the giant race. Some powerful creature must have mixed into his ancestry. We just haven't discovered it yet. The centaur female warriors overheard their conversation and started that topic once again. Ever since Isaac defeated the troll, they had suspected he was a descendant of the giant race. Isaac felt helpless. He had gained his great strength through his own diligent training combined with magic reinforcement. This was power he had earned through hard work, yet they dismissed his efforts with a single word. Talent. Lord, you look very happy. Could you let me sit up there too? Effie looked at Isaac and Hippo and said with a smile. She didn't seem to mind the intimate gesture between Isaac and Hippo. She just thought sitting on a giant's shoulder would be fun. Probably alright, you come up too. Isaac didn't think much of it and agreed with a laugh. He stepped down, held Effie by the waist and jumped onto Hippo's shoulder in one move. You can actually fly without wings, Hippo said in surprise. You can do it too. You could throw those little guys into the sky in an instant, Isaac said with a smile. He had previously seen Hippo grab a medium-sized magical beast and toss it into the distance like a baseball. But if I did that, they would die. Yeah, that's the interesting part, Isaac said with a smile. He actually wished he possessed that kind of strength. He had always dreamed of being able to throw cannonballs barehanded like a giant. Still, the elf race is truly small and cute, Hippo said, looking at Effie standing on her shoulder. In her eyes, Effie was like an exquisite porcelain doll. I agree, golden hair and green eyes, truly beautiful. Yes, I think so too. Isaac and Hippo went back and forth praising Effie, which immediately made her face turn beet red. She hurriedly used her hair to cover her ears. Don't be like this, Lord Giant and Lord, hahaha. Isn't it good to be praised? Isaac said with a laugh, looking at her blushing face. Besides, they were on a giant's shoulder. Effie had nowhere to run. Human lord, I've always wanted to ask, why do you dig the ground and then fill it with stones? Hippo asked, pointing at the craftsman laying the roadbed. We need to develop the economy through trade, and the key to trade is logistics. Only by building roads can we facilitate the transport of goods. Isaac explained to her patiently. A stagnant pool of water eventually rots. Only by moving can the economy develop. Furthermore, this road would bring rich customs duties and tolls to the Blackwood territory, while also strengthening its influence over the eastern and western continents. McAdam, the founder of modern roads, made a fortune by building roads. After his turnpikes were built, countless merchants and travelers flocked to those smooth roads. Does this have to do with our agreement? You want us to protect the trade between the two continents. Exactly. This Blackwood Great Road connecting the western continent, the Blackwood territory, and the royal capital will become the most important industry of the Blackwood territory, Isaac said with a smile. Since they took such a big risk, they naturally had to get a rich reward. This was the cruel law of the forest. Risk and opportunity coexist. Isaac could almost foresee the Blackwood territory becoming the center of the world, enjoying the massive profits brought by a monopoly. Hippo, I want to take this time to scout the western continent. Would you be willing to accompany me? Isaac suddenly asked, looking at her. He wanted to see the cocoa bean production area discovered by the centaur race, and see the situation of the western continent with his own eyes. As a man of action who likes to do things himself, he didn't enjoy sitting in an office all day dealing with dull and tedious administrative affairs. The tragic dwarf kingdom, the western continent, is that? Is that outside the forest? That's right. Haven't you ever been outside? The giant race's combat power was truly formidable. Aside from that suicidal medium-sized magical beast, they didn't encounter any other magical beasts along the way. Even the enormous mammoth obediently scurried away after seeing the giant race. If it were other humans, they would definitely be chased and attacked by those magical beasts. Even if they won, it would consume a large amount of ammunition, equipment, and supplies and would also cause casualties. All things considered, it would definitely not be worth the loss. That's why Isaac signed an agreement with the giant race, entrusting them with the responsibility of securing the road. Human lord, we have never left the forest. We believe leaving the Holy Land is a sin. Haven't you been to Okenta before? That's because we lost our Holy Land and Okenta is on the edge of the forest. Isaac had already guessed that the giant race might have such thoughts. After all, there were no records of the giant race appearing outside the forest in the history of the Blackwood family. Can you make an exception? If you're willing to accompany me, I can give you a barrel of rum, plus another barrel of that sweet, dark, bubbly drink. Rum is a strong liquor that requires long aging, while cola is a drink made from syrup and water. On this continent, both beverages are very expensive. I also have something delicious. Would you like to try it? Isaac took out a donut and handed it to Hippo. She took it, pinched it, glanced at it, and then threw it directly into her mouth. So delicious. Hippo usually only ate raw or roasted meat. This was her first time tasting fried food, and the moment it entered her mouth, her eyes lit up, and she exclaimed how delicious it was. The donut was as big as Isaac's fist, but in Hippo's mouth, it was like a piece of cereal. If it's just to a nearby place, then that should be fine. Haha, you've made a wise decision, Hippo, Isaac said with a laugh. Clearly, this seemingly silly giant girl was also a foodie. Alright, let's set off now. Kun village had a very developed animal husbandry industry, so there were many leather craftsmen here. In the past, the work of leather craftsmen was very arduous. They had to manually scrape off grease and hair from the leather and use feces to soften it, so their workplaces were always foul-smelling and shunned. But now the situation was different. Ever since Isaac ordered the development of leather processing into a high value-added industry, the status of leather craftsmen had improved, and they, like shoemakers, became the most popular profession in the village. The demand for parchment had significantly decreased, while the demand for cowhide had greatly increased. The cattle in Kun village, fed with the silage provided by Isaac, grew fat and strong and their hides became smoother. The shoes made from cowhide, designed by Isaac and featuring golden embroidery and rubber soles, once became a best-selling export product of Blackwood. Master Kelvin! That day, an apprentice leather craftsman ran over in a panic. Kelvin was processing a batch of cowhides and was immediately displeased by his apprentice's flustered appearance. His business had been very good recently, with many merchants ordering leather every day. What's wrong? Why are you so flustered? What kind of behavior is that? Kelvin asked with a stern face, looking at his panicking apprentice. Master, what do you think this is? The apprentice pointed outside. A team of carriages, fully loaded with various leathers, was parked in front of Kelvin's workshop. What is this? Why are these leathers so hard? And what are these? Why do they look like smashed heads? Kelvin asked in confusion, looking at the leathers. He had processed cowhide, sheepskin, horsehide, and even the fur of magical beasts, but he had never seen this kind of leather before. These leathers felt very hard and emitted an instinctively chilling aura. Lord Charles said these are ogre skins. The apprentice said, his legs trembling. Oh, ogre? Kelvin stared dumbfounded at the cartload of leathers in front of him. He also said to use these leathers to make an armor called ogre coat. You mean these are all ogre skins? The apprentice nodded stiffly. Ogres are the most powerful magical beasts in the forest. Why yes, Lord Isaac actually killed so many ogres? Why yes. Oh my goodness. Kelvin's legs went weak and he nearly collapsed. I have also brought honor to my ancestors. These are ogre skins. This wasn't the first time. Last time, Isaac sent a batch of troll skins and he was so excited he couldn't sleep for days. Since Lord Isaac can kill so many ogres, will he soon be able to cross the magical beast forest and reach the western continent? If that's true, it would be incredible. In that case, what changes will the Hyde Kingdom undergo? No, the entire continent will change, Kelvin said, trembling with excitement. Just then Library also arrived at Kun village. She heard that Isaac wasn't in the territory and wanted to buy some rubber soles, but then she heard this news. What's going on? What ogres? What crossing the forest? Library asked in surprise. The Dwarven Kingdom, once known as the Continental Forge Stonebeard Fortress, was now desolate. Barrack Hall, once brightly lit and filled with song and dance, was now eerily silent, like an extinguished forge. The dwarves had lost their former enthusiasm and creativity. Their eyes were now filled with sorrow and despair. How could this happen? How could this happen? The dwarf king looked at the scene before him, his heart aching with grief. Since their defeat, Stonebeard Fortress had been occupied by the High Elves. They had lost their national sovereignty, their resources were plundered, and now the High Elves even intended to capture dwarves as slaves. They not only want to take our craftsmen, but also the first prince and second prince as hostages, the ministers reported to the king. The dwarf king instinctively raised his hand to stroke his beard. but stopped halfway. Due to an accident long ago he had lost his beloved beard. He lowered his hand and painfully closed his eyes. This world was terrible. He wanted to die. Those two princes were the future of the dwarven royal family. The once immensely powerful Stonebeard fortress had actually fallen to such a state. Perhaps those dwarven slaves sold to other countries were even luckier than them. Now, the dwarves here could only work like machines, manufacturing weapons for the high elves. Some dwarves were even captured for brutal human experiments to create magical weapons. These magical weapons, without exception, devoured souls and flesh, which was truly terrifying. Father, we cannot sit idly by. We must find a way to save our country. A dwarven princess stepped forward, her face filled with indignation and sorrow. The king looked at his daughter, his eyes filled with worry. His two sons had been captured, and now only this daughter remained by his side. What do you intend to do? What else can we do now? The king asked in pain. His daughter, like him, had no beard. The king lost his beard due to an accident, while his daughter was born without one. Female dwarves also have beards, you know. They look almost identical to male dwarves, which is why many people assume all dwarves are male. For dwarves, beards are even more important than hair. No, perhaps more important than life itself. Dwarves without beards are often considered ominous, so the king had always felt guilty about this daughter. Stonebeard Fortress has committed no crime. We should not be subjected to such punishment. We cannot sacrifice our souls to create those tools. Although the dwarven princess was small in stature, she possessed a strong heart. She clenched her fists and said to the king, "Father, please believe me. Many dwarves like me want to resist the high elves. We will unite and use our wisdom and courage to reclaim our freedom." Dwarves are natural warriors and craftsmen. They are born with unyielding perseverance, which is recognized by all races. The dwarven princess hoisted a huge warhammer onto her shoulder, looking at her equally beardless father, her eyes filled with determination. Cocoa beans found. Let's see how many people can finish reading this. Passing through the dense forest, the view suddenly opened up, and a vast plain stretched out before everyone. This was the western continent. Isaac's group, dressed in full gear, marched under the scorching sun, drenched in sweat. Who would have thought that just by passing through a forest, the climate would change so drastically? The western continent is a bit hot, human lord, Effie said, fanning herself with her hand. To prepare for attacks from magical beasts, she was wearing a sniper rifle, a military revolver pistol, ammunition, and a bulletproof vest. She was currently dripping with sweat. It's precisely because the climate here is hot that some precious crops can be grown. Isaac explained to her with a smile. For example, sugarcane, coffee, tobacco, cocoa, and so on. Another thing about making money. Effie couldn't help but complain upon hearing Isaac's words. She took off her heavy coat, threw it onto her horse's back, and then used Isaac's handkerchief to slowly wipe the sweat from her neck. This scene, one couldn't say it was erotic or anything, but it certainly had a very rustic charm. Effie was tall with blonde hair and blue eyes. Having taken off her coat and revealed her fair shoulders, the surrounding soldiers couldn't help but steal glances at her. "Human lord, aren't you hot? You're still wearing so much," Effie asked, looking at Isaac. Isaac was wearing a full set of plate armor, tightly wrapped up. Unlike the magical beast forest with its fickle climate, the western continent's climate was indeed quite hot. "Effie, a true warrior won't be defeated by mere high temperatures," Isaac said with a smile. "Really?" Effie asked curiously. In reality, Isaac was secretly using ice magic to cool down his armor. Don't forget, he was a tier 4 magician. Isn't it a bit much for you to enjoy the coolness of magic all by yourself? Cool us down too, human lord. However, the experienced Knight Miller saw through Isaac's secret actions at a glance. "Lord Isaac, I want to enjoy some ice magic too," and hands also spoke up one after another. Ultimately, to prevent the soldiers from getting heatstroke, Isaac had no choice but to cast ice magic on them to cool them down. "I want it too." Seeing Isaac cooling down the others, Effie couldn't help but look at Isaac pitifully. Isaac sighed helplessly, reached out his right hand which was emitting a chilly air, and gently stroked Effie's arm. A wave of coolness hit her, and Effie immediately squinted her eyes in comfort. At this moment, Isaac felt like a human air conditioner. It seemed that after returning to the Blackwood territory, he would have to enchant the soldier's armor with some cooling magic. He hadn't spent a fortune to bring the entire enchanting school under his wing just for show. They were meant to work for him. Probably only he would do such a prodigal thing. However, historically, high temperatures and extreme cold have had a huge impact on warfare. On the battlefield, heatstroke and frostbite are both very fatal conditions. Rumble. A rapid sound of horse hooves came from the distance. Purse came galloping over. Today she was wearing light clothing, revealing her bronze skin, looking heroic and spirited. "Khan, we found the cocoa you wanted." "That's right, we remembered correctly. Eru, Blank, and the Draco Kingdom all have plenty of cocoa trees." The centaur female warriors each carried a bag of cocoa beans and ran back joyfully. Those cocoa beans were dark brown, their surfaces covered in wrinkles, emitting a rich and enticing aroma. "Where did you find them? Are there cocoa trees near the forest?" Isaac's eyes lit up as he asked quickly. "Yes, Khan. We found a large number of cocoa trees in a dragon-human race village near the forest. To avoid being discovered, we secretly brought some back." Perse explained. It seemed the western continent also had villages similar to Okenta located on the edge of the magical beast forest. Then Perse continued, saying there was also a fortress to defend against magical beasts near that village. Clearly, the Draco Kingdom like the Blackwood territory, suffered from the troubles of the magical beast forest. If they continued forward, they would reach the capital of the Draco Kingdom, Taurus City. Then traveling south, they would reach their former home, the Henton Duchy, where there was a beautiful sapphire coast. Perse was truly a native of the western continent and knew the situation here like the back of her hand. However, Isaac also noticed that when they spoke of the Henton Duchy, a complex look appeared on their faces. It seemed they didn't actually want to return to the country that had abandoned them. You might not know yet, but I've reached an agreement with Duke Freya. Your tribe is now a part of the Blackwood territory. Isaac looked at them and said with a gentle smile. Perse and the others didn't know they had actually become subjects of the Blackwood territory without realizing it. In an instant, Perse and the others all opened their mouths wide, seemingly not having processed the news yet. Who, human lord, did you bring me to the western continent just for this kind of crop? Hippo didn't understand the matters regarding Perse and the Henton Duchy. She just looked at the bags of fruit and asked curiously. In a way, yes. Although this crop looks unremarkable, it can be used to make a very delicious food. Isaac picked up a cocoa bean and said happily. He gently broke the cocoa bean open, revealing the white pulp inside. Really? Is it even more delicious than that black drink and the donut? Oh, how is that possible? Hippo clearly didn't quite believe it. Of course. It melts in your mouth, sweet and delicious, with a lingering aftertaste. If you've tasted this food, you'll never forget its flavor. Hearing Isaac's description, Hippo couldn't help but swallow her saliva. Chocolate donuts were a classic flavor. That sensation of biting through the chocolate shell to reveal the soft bread would definitely make the people of this world unable to stop. Once you've made it, human lord, could I have a taste too? Effie was also a bit tempted. She had tasted all sorts of desserts to develop new products, and she was very interested in this dessert that was supposedly a good match for black tea. Of course you can, but don't be like a certain queen. If you eat too much, be careful about getting fat. Isaac said with a smile. He had heard a while ago that a certain queen was banned from buying them, because she loved the Blackwood territory's desserts too much. The combination of sugar and fried food is indeed very addictive, especially in this world where gourmet food is extremely scarce. It makes certain foodies hard to control themselves. Oh, why are they all things that make you fat? Effie complained huffily upon hearing him mention getting fat. But there was no helping it. Since the agricultural revolution and the invention of the Haber-Bosch process, humans have escaped the threat of hunger. Before that, human genes had already evolved a preference for high-calorie, high-fat, and high-carbohydrate foods, especially sweet treats like chocolate with added sugar, which swept the globe and became a representative of the calorie bomb. Alright, we've finally found traces of cocoa beans. Next, we need to find a way to get some cocoa beans from that village. Isaac clapped his hands to get everyone's attention and said, cocoa trees have a relatively long growth cycle. Even if planting starts now, it will take several years to harvest, so he had to find a way to obtain cocoa beans from elsewhere. Anyway, those dragon humans didn't know the value of cocoa beans. They only occasionally picked a few to try for freshness. Hippo, thanks for your hard work. We're going to visit that village. You wait for us in the forest. If he took Hippo to that village, it would definitely cause panic. It might even lead to a bloody conflict. So Isaac ultimately decided to let Hippo stay in the forest. I will wait for you in the forest. Hippo nodded and said, then I'll leave it to you. If anyone dares to damage the road we've built, no matter who they are, eliminate them. Isaac said, who, humans or other races, do I have to eliminate them too? Hippo tilted her head and asked with some difficulty. Of course. You just need to remember that anyone who wants to destroy our road is a bad person. Bad people must be eliminated. Show no mercy. Isaac said seriously. Magical beasts wouldn't pose a threat to this road. At most, they would just watch curiously. But those intelligent races might covet this road due to greed and malice. Isaac hoped the lord of that village would be sensible and coexist peacefully with him. After all, he wasn't some battle maniac. He was just an ordinary little duke who loved peace. But if the other party was ungrateful, then don't blame him for being unkind. Anyway, with the giant now, he could just place dozens of cannons at the gate of their city wall and fire a few rounds, and if they have any thoughts about his road they will encounter a merciless steel giant in the forest. Isaac said with a smile. His masterpiece Hippo No. 38 would show them the meaning of terror. P.S. Previously, a brother said he wanted to see the principles and chemical equations. I'm speechless about what's so interesting about this stuff, but I've brought it anyway. I don't know if that guy is still reading, but if you were read the whole thing for me. Japanese letter 1. As for the others, let's just disperse. The stuff following is extremely dry and boring. The Haber process, also known as the Haber-Bosch process, German, Haber-Bosch-Verfahren, English, Haber process, also called Haber-Bosch process or Fritz-Haber process, is a method of producing ammonia, NH3, from nitrogen and hydrogen. Nitrogen and hydrogen react chemically at 200 atmospheres of pressure and 400 degrees Celsius, using an iron compound catalyst Fe3+, to produce ammonia. In this case, the yield is generally 10-20%. N2G plus 3H2G2 NH3G. This reaction is reversible. Before the discovery of the Haber process, ammonia was difficult to produce on an industrial scale. Fertilizers produced from ammonia generated by the Haber process are estimated to be responsible for sustaining 1/3 of the Earth's population. As ammonia is a raw material for explosives, Germany previously needed to import sodium nitrate from Chile to make ammonia. The Haber process allowed Germany to overcome the difficulties of obtaining materials due to embargoes, which also led to the stalemate in World War I, and contributed significantly to the population explosion after the war. It is estimated that half of the nitrogen in human protein is initially fixed by this method, with the rest produced by nitrogen-fixing bacteria and archaea. This experiment was first conducted at Haber's. In 1910, Karl Bosch, while working at the German chemical company BASF, successfully commercialized this experiment, making it cost-effective. This experiment was first used by the German army in World War I in 1911. Previously, Germany needed to import sodium nitrate from Chile to make ammonia, but the supply became unstable due to the war. Ultimately, Haber was awarded the 1918 Nobel Prize in Chemistry for this invention. The nitrogen used as a raw material for synthetic ammonia comes from the air obtained by fractional distillation of liquid air, and the hydrogen comes from water and fuel. The raw material gas contains impurities, so they need to be removed before participating in the reaction, which is the purification of the raw material gas. The first step is to remove sulfides from the raw materials, because sulfides can poison the catalyst used in the Haber process. Catalytic hydrogenation can turn organic sulfides into hydrogen sulfide, H2 plus RSH right arrow RH plus H2's G. The resulting hydrogen sulfide is absorbed by zinc oxide, turning into water and zinc sulfide, H2's plus ZNO right arrow ZNS plus H2O. Under nickel catalysis, the desulfurized hydrocarbons such as methane react with water to transform into a mixture of hydrogen and carbon monoxide. CH4 plus H2O right arrow CO plus 3H2. Carbon monoxide reacts with water to convert into carbon dioxide and produce more hydrogen. CO plus H2O right arrow CO2 plus H2 reversible reaction. Next, carbon dioxide can be removed by absorption in a 2-aminophenol solution or by using pressure swing adsorption PSA, using a patented solid adsorption medium here. The final step in preparing hydrogen is to remove small amounts of residual carbon monoxide and carbon dioxide in the hydrogen using catalytic methanation. CO plus 3H2 right arrow, CH4 plus H2O, CO2 plus 4H2 right arrow, CH4 plus 2H2O. The steps of steam reforming, carbon monoxide shifting, carbon dioxide removal, and methanation are carried out at pressures of 25 to 35 bar 10 6 Pa. Due to the shortage of fossil fuels, the hydrogen for ammonia production could theoretically be obtained by electrolysis of water. Currently 4% of hydrogen is prepared by electrolysis or thermal chemical cracking, but currently, these methods are impractical. The thermal energy required for thermal cracking can be obtained from nuclear reactions, and excess electricity generated by wind, solar, and hydropower can be used to electrolyze water for hydrogen production. To date, alternatives to producing ammonia from air and fuel are uneconomical, and the environmental impact of these methods has yet to be determined. Process steps. The synthesis of ammonia is completed in a synthesis tower under a high-pressure environment. Nitrogen and hydrogen are mixed, compressed, and enter the synthesis tower from the top. After passing through the heat exchanger at the bottom of the synthesis tower, the temperature of the mixed gas rises, and it enters the contact chamber containing the catalyst. In the contact chamber, a portion of the nitrogen and hydrogen reacts to synthesize ammonia. The mixed gas containing nitrogen, hydrogen, and ammonia leaves the synthesis tower via the heat exchanger. The mixed gas must pass through a condenser to liquefy the ammonia, thereby separating it. The mixture of nitrogen and hydrogen gas is compressed and sent back to the synthesis tower, finally forming a cycle. This also saves raw materials and allows for recycling. In fact, there are similar applications in the sulfuric acid synthesis industry. Speculation from all sides. In the Mare Royal Palace, Queen Priscilla was reviewing documents. She picked up a cup of black tea and took a gentle sip. The bitterness of the tea always made her want to eat a piece of sweet bread from the Blackwood territory, but after fumbling around for a while, she only found a sugar-free cracker. Duke Passys had completely banned her from eating sweets for the sake of her health. Queen Priscilla pouted aggrievedly, finally let out a helpless sigh, and couldn't help but speak. Duke Passys, are you taking revenge on me? How could that be? I'm simply concerned about your health. Look closely, haven't you put on some weight recently? Duke Passys said with a smile. Queen Priscilla opened her mouth, wanting to argue that she had always controlled her diet and exercised frequently, but in the end, she held back. Sigh, what document are you reading, Your Majesty? Duke Passys suddenly changed the subject. I heard that Lord Isaac has mobilized a large army, and I don't know where they are going. It's truly puzzling. There shouldn't be any targets in the eastern continent worth him sending troops for now, right? Queen Priscilla frowned slightly in thought. The Blackwood territory had already quelled the internal rebellion in the kingdom, defeated the Holy Saxon Empire, and maintained friendly relations with the Durat Kingdom, while the Kirk Kingdom had closed its borders for some reason. So Lord Isaac should have no reason to mobilize troops anymore. Perhaps there is one more target, Your Majesty. What target? the arch-nemesis of the Blackwood family, the magical beast forest. Lord Isaac was still dedicated to developing the magical beast forest, which made Queen Priscilla feel somewhat confused. Although he had once brought back wood elves and the centaur race from the magical beast forest, it didn't change how dangerous the forest was. The depths of the magical beast forest are extremely dangerous. Many powerful magical beasts live there, especially ogres and the giant race, Duke Passy said with a solemn expression. Although the Blackwood territory's cannons were powerful, their loading speed was too slow. If they were closed in on by ogres, they would definitely suffer heavy losses. Perhaps Duke Isaac can create a miracle again? He might even have found a way to cross the magical beast forest by now, Duke Passy said slowly. Although it sounded incredible, considering Duke Isaac's past brilliant achievements, Queen Priscilla felt it wasn't impossible. If he really succeeds, wouldn't that mean the Blackwood territory will become the center connecting the eastern and western continents? Perhaps, Your Majesty. Becoming the center of the eastern and western continents, that was truly an unbelievable thought. For a moment, both Queen Priscilla and Duke Passy felt this possibility was simply a pipe dream. But just then, a halfling girl witnessed it all with her own eyes in the magical beast forest. The industrious library, in order to obtain first-hand intelligence, did not hesitate to personally venture into the magical beast forest. Then she saw, thump, 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 countless human craftsmen and the giant race were working together to build a road. No wonder she hadn't encountered any magical beasts along the way. But why? Why is the giant race building a road? Library looked at the scene before her in disbelief. But she knew there was only one person who could achieve this. I must go tell the Archduke immediately. Her Archduke had once warned her to pay close attention to Lord Isaac and maintain a friendly relationship with him. But now it seemed Lord Isaac was no longer just a simple duchy. He was attempting to change the entire landscape of the continent. Does he want to monopolize the trade routes? Library muttered blankly to herself. Isaac's plan in the magical beast forest had never been publicized, and until now, no outsider had received any news. Even the Hyde royal family knew nothing about it. Who exactly is he? Library looked at the road under construction, her heart filled with awe. If Lord Isaac really succeeded, the eastern and western continents would usher in a new era. At the Frost Guard Fortress, a group of dragon human race soldiers were chatting. The topic they were discussing was naturally the ogre that had escaped from the forest. I heard that ogre was caught? A dragon human race soldier asked. The Draco Kingdom has sent many soldiers and griffin knights, but it seems they haven't found that ogre yet. Another dragon human race soldier said. It's strange. How could such a large ogre suddenly run out of the forest? Maybe there was some infighting among the ogres, a dragon human race soldier speculated. But isn't the most powerful creature on land our ancestor, the giant dragon? A young dragon human race soldier asked curiously. Are you stupid? Dragons can fly. How could they be land creatures? But I've never seen a dragon. Are our ancestors really dragons? Of course they are. Besides dragons, who else could be the ancestors of us dragon human race? We are the last bloodline of the dragons. We must be as strong and brave as dragons, and not be scared out of our wits by an ogre like last time. Just then, a dragon human race soldier suddenly pointed toward the magical beast forest and shouted, "Look, what is that?" Rumble. A massive roaring sound came from the forest. An army of over 2,000 people slowly emerged from the forest. They were wearing shiny plate armor and each was riding a tall horse. It was clearly a well-trained army. Where did so many people come from? A dragon human race soldier asked in shock. Although they didn't show any hostility, the sudden appearance of such a large-scale army here still made the dragon human race soldiers feel very uneasy. I think I saw them coming out of the magical beast forest. Impossible. How could there be an army in the magical beast forest? The veteran also couldn't help but shout back in protest. Stop talking, go notify the Lord. Before long, the sound of alarms echoed throughout the fortress. In the castle of the Frost territory, the dragon human lord was handling government affairs. The sudden appearance of an ogre in his territory recently had left him overwhelmed with work, so he was now very averse to anyone interrupting him. What is it? Why are you in such a panic? He looked at the flustered messenger and scolded with a frown. My lord, an unidentified army of over 2,000 people has emerged from the magical beast forest. Without even taking a breath, the messenger immediately said anxiously, "What?" Kukuzenka's ambition. Kukuzenka was once a renowned mercenary captain on the western continent, but he was very dissatisfied with the treatment the Draco Kingdom had given him. During the Poikilothern War between the Naga race and the dragon human race, he had led his mercenary group to achieve great feats for the Draco Kingdom. However, after the war ended, the Draco Kingdom began to fear his military power. They only granted him a titular title of Lord Earl and dispatched him to this remote territory bordering the magical beast forest. In the end, Kukuzenka took his mercenary group and was exiled to this god-forsaken place. Although his territory was large, it was remote and frequently attacked by magical beasts, making it almost worthless. Fortunately, most of his mercenary group were of the dragon human race, so they were barely able to withstand the invasions of the magical beasts. But his current life was a far cry from the wealth and glory he had once dreamed of. It's truly unbelievable that those weak humans could actually cross the magical beast forest. Kukuzenka muttered to himself as he looked at the letter in his hand. The envelope was stamped with an unfamiliar emblem, a pattern of a sword and an axe crossed together. This was the letter left by the human envoy just now. Kukuzenka had seen human merchants in the ports of some coastal countries before. Those humans were indeed, as the rumors said, short in stature and fair-skinned. They had neither hard scales nor sharp claws and teeth. They looked extremely weak. Those damned weaklings actually think they can cross the magical beast forest? With their puny limbs, they want to conquer the magical beast forest? What a joke! I don't believe it for a second, Captain Kukuzenka. Groza, the deputy who had once fought alongside Kukuzenka, and was now the captain of the territorial guard, let out a disdainful sneer. That human envoy had proposed trading with them, and wanted their help to open a trade route to the eastern continent, calling it profit-sharing. Call me Lord Earl, Groza. Kukuzenka frowned and corrected him. What use is such a hollow title? Groza waved his hand dismissively. He truly couldn't understand why, as descendants of the dragon race, they would give up fighting to willingly farm that crappy land. He missed the thrilling life of living on the edge on the battlefield. You don't really believe them, do you? How could those puny humans conquer the magical beast forest? They even said that according to their kingdom's laws, the land they reclaim belongs to them? Ridiculous. Kukuzenka didn't refute him this time, but fell into deep thought. Captain, do you remember that ogre that escaped from the forest a while ago? Groza lowered his voice. Don't mention it. That incident nearly cost me my life. Those useless fools in the royal family are no help at all. They only know how to urge me to strengthen the management of the magical beast forest. Kukuzenka interrupted him irritably. I suspect something must have happened in the magical beast forest. Even the ogres fled. How could those humans possibly conquer the forest with their own strength? A sharp glint flashed in Groza's eyes. Kukuzenka fell silent again. Groza's words reminded him of that night when a massive black shadow had sprinted past his castle. The earth-shaking sound of those footsteps was still fresh in his memory. The next day, he had found giant footprints near the castle, something definitely not made by a human. Mere humans, how could they conquer the magical beast forest? Something must have changed in the forest, and that cunning human lord wants to take this chance to occupy the passage connecting the eastern and western continents. Groza exposed the secret in one breath. If those humans really have found a safe path that can connect the eastern and western continents, Kukuzenka muttered to himself, a glint of greed flashing in his eyes. Then why can't we replace them? Groza's voice became excited. The two dragon humans looked at each other, seeing the same ambition in each other's eyes. Although that human lord had brought 2,000 soldiers, their frost territory had 20,000 residents. The dragon-human race's powerful reproductive capacity and naturally warlike nature were enough for them to organize a powerful army in a short time. If we succeed, then our frost territory will no longer be a remote corner, but the center of the world. Kukuzenka could almost see himself standing at the top of the world, receiving the worship of 10,000 people. He breathed heavily with excitement, his eyes filled with a thirst for power. In the temporary camp in the forest, Isaac took off his helmet and gnawed on dry black bread. Suddenly, he saw a strange creature running toward them. Holy crap, a dinosaur? He exclaimed, pointing at a fast-running figure in the distance. The creature had a slender body, short forelimbs, a thick tail, and was covered in scales. Even though it was wearing metal armor, it could be recognized at a glance as a velociraptor. Khan, what are you saying? That is the mount of the Draco Kingdom, the velociraptor, Perse explained helplessly. But in Isaac's eyes, that was a dinosaur, even if it was not much bigger than a horse. Tess, I'd like to try riding one if I get the chance. Isaac looked at the vigorous figure with a bit of longing in his eyes. Snort! His warhorse, Seber, let out a dissatisfied snort, as if protesting its master's change of heart. Although Seber was also an excellent warhorse, the velociraptor seemed much cooler. It seems that Lord has sent someone. They are flying the banner of our Blackwood territory, Effie said, pointing into the distance. Isaac followed her gaze and saw a flag with a ferocious dragon head pattern fluttering in the wind. In this era of isolated information, news of other countries was usually only learned through word of mouth. So even though this was the territory closest to Blackwood territory, he knew nothing about it, and he estimated the other party hadn't heard of Blackwood territory either. Amidst the thundering footsteps, several velociraptors carrying dragon-human envoys arrived in front of the Blackwood territory camp. They looked at Isaac sitting in the main seat, their eyes full of curiosity. I hope we can have a rational and friendly dialogue. Isaac looked at the envoys before him and spoke slowly. In history, many first contacts between civilizations were accompanied by war, but this time, Isaac had already paid a huge price to open this road, so he was naturally unwilling to hand over his interests to others. Therefore, he hoped the other party would rationally accept his proposal. Who the hell put steel armor on the cannibal? We refuse your proposal. Please leave our territory immediately. Unfortunately, that lord chose to refuse. Moreover, his reply was full of arrogance and disdain. Bastard, how dare you be so disrespectful to our Khan? I'm going to pickle your head like a salted fish. Perse let out a roar, rushing forward and kicking the dragon-human race messenger flying with a single blow. Without the slightest chance to resist, the dragon-human race messenger screamed as he was sent tumbling through the air. Perse wanted to continue the attack, but Isaac stopped him with a wave of his hand. Perse, don't hit the messenger. Why, Khan? Perse asked, puzzled. Because the messengers we send out would receive the same treatment, Isaac explained patiently. Besides teaching him how to farm, Duke Freya had also taught him some diplomatic etiquette. Hearing this, Effie also silently put away her revolver pistol. Although she usually seemed rational, she would sometimes do impulsive things. But our messengers wouldn't be as disrespectful as him. Khan, we could break one of his legs as a warning, Tamar suggested. You want to kill someone's messenger in their own territory? That's a diplomatic incident. It could even trigger a war. Isaac shook his head faintly. You dare to look down on our dragon race like this? You will regret it. Just like the kingdom of Iru, the dragon human race messenger had scrambled to his feet while clutching his stomach, speaking through gritted teeth. You just told us to get out. Was that Lord Kukyuzanka's order? Isaac ignored his threat and instead asked calmly. Yes, it is. This forest belongs to the Draco Kingdom. We refuse your proposal. You have no right to occupy this forest. Please leave immediately. The dragon human race messenger, still clutching his stomach, spoke with a firm tone. Hearing the other party's words, Perse and Tamar were instantly fuming with rage. They had paid a huge price to open up this road, and the other party actually said this forest belonged to them? Fine, this is your territory. I'll let you go this time. But remember this. This magical beast forest was originally a no-man's land. It was our Blackwood territory that conquered it by force, and this is recognized by our kingdom's laws. Isaac said in a calm tone. The kingdom's laws recognized the principle of first occupation, and Blackwood territory had enough strength to protect its own interests. Furthermore, the Blackwood family's ancestral motto was to pioneer territories and develop agriculture. So, if you dare to step into my territory, don't blame me for being impolite. Just as you said, you will be the ones to regret it. Isaac looked at the dragon human, speaking in a calm voice. HMPH, the dragon human race messenger gave a cold snort, clearly not taking Isaac's warning to heart. Alright, you can get lost now. Isaac waved his hand impatiently. The dragon human race messenger gave Isaac and the others a harsh glare before riding off on his velociraptor in a huff. Khan, are you really going to let them off? Perse asked. Now is not the time. We have no reason to go to war with them. Isaac shook his head. No reason? Right now, the other party had only refused his proposal and hadn't taken any substantive action. Although the other party had been rude, it wasn't enough to make him mobilize his forces and start a war. You did the right thing, my lord. Knight Miller patted Isaac on the shoulder in agreement. If only we could wipe them all out like in the kingdom's civil war, Perse said resentfully. This isn't a civil war or a territorial war. If we start a war now, it would be an invasion. Isaac explained. On a strategic level, having a legitimate cause was very important. Let's retreat for now. But don't worry, I expect we'll be back very soon. Isaac looked at the distant forest, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. The other party had clearly paid no price, yet they refused his proposal. They even claimed the forest belonged to them. These dragon humans had clearly misunderstood something, or rather, they had developed an unwarranted greed. They must believe that Blackwood territory lacks the ability to conquer the magical beast forest. Khan, what did you say? Perse asked, confused. I said, we'll be back very soon, Isaac replied. He nodded, looking at the forest before him and speaking with a firm tone. Greed is boundless. They will always make the same mistakes. And next time, he would visit the Frost territory again with a much more substantial reason. Late at night, a team of 100 dragon human race soldiers entered the magical beast forest carrying torches. They were armed with weapons and accompanied by several large wyverns. Look, the magical beasts in the magical beast forest really have disappeared. Groza, walking at the front of the team, shouted excitedly. He was usually very cautious, but now he was recklessly waving his torch around to inspect the surroundings. He was certain that those humans also wanted to seize this trade route for free and then charge high tariffs and transit fees here. But now it was all over. The dragon human race were natural-born warriors, and they had already discovered the human scheme. Now, as long as they wiped out those humans, this trade route would belong to them. Thinking of this, Groza continued forward excitedly. Although he didn't know why those magical beasts had disappeared, the prospect of massive profits had already blinded him. Just as Groza was excitedly imagining the future massive metallic object blocked their path, he curiously raised his torch, and upon taking a closer look, he was instantly scared out of his wits. A massive steel giant was crouching on the ground, quietly watching them. Groza was momentarily rendered speechless by fear. That massive size instantly made all the dragon human race soldiers feel suffocated. Oh ogre, a dragon human race soldier shouted in terror. And no, I'm not an ogre. I'm from the giant race, the steel giant said in a booming, muffled voice. But those dragon human race soldiers were already overwhelmed by fear and couldn't listen at all. Shoot, quick shoot arrows. Wizard, quick breathe fire. Burn it to death. Countless arrows were shot at Hippo. Amidst the clanging sounds, those arrows were all deflected by Hippo's steel armor. Some dragon human race soldiers even tried to attack Hippo with axes and hammers, but their attacks only left a few scratches on Hippo's armor. Please leave. This is the arrow we built. Hippo warned again, but the dragon human race soldiers had completely lost their sanity from fear, and they all frantically attacked Hippo. A large wyvern lunged at Hippo, biting her thigh, but its teeth couldn't pierce Hippo's steel armor. Instead, several of them snapped off. Damned ogre. The forest is ours. The dragon-human race soldiers roared, launching an even more violent attack. Finally, Hippo reached the end of her patience. She slowly raised her massive steel hammer. I already warned you. Boom! The massive steel hammer, accompanied by the whistling sound of wind, smashed toward the dragon-human race soldiers. Ah! Crack! The dragon-human race soldiers screamed as they were sent flying. Hippo kicked several velociraptors away with one foot. Crack! A large wyvern's head was smashed to pieces by her hammer. The dragon-human race soldiers watching this scene were instantly scared out of their wits. Holy crap! Who the hell put steel armor on an ogre? Captive. On that day, those once arrogant dragon-human race soldiers finally understood why they could not set foot in the magical beast forest. They also witnessed the terrifying nature of the ogres, known as the strongest creatures, as well as an existence even more terrifying than ogres. Are you going to eat us? Deep in the forest, a group of bound dragon-human race soldiers asked tremblingly. They looked at the massive steel giant before them, their hearts filled with dread. Hippo looked at them through the observation holes in her helmet and said in a calm tone, I don't eat intelligent creatures. I am not an ogre. I am of the giant race. Though Hippo's voice was loud, it wasn't fierce. If she were an ogre, these dragon-human race soldiers would have been devoured long ago. By now, likely not even a scrap of bone would remain. After the dragon-human race soldiers calmed down, they realized something was off. They were currently captives of a giant, not an ogre. This made them feel somewhat fortunate, but also more confused. Giant race? Since you aren't eating us, why did you attack us? Groza truly could not understand why the giant race would help humans attack them. Hearing Groza's words, Hippo was suddenly filled with indignation. She pointed to the spot where she had been burned by the dragon-human wizard's fire magic and said, This is a road we built together with the humans. You barged in without a word and even attacked me. These dragon-human race soldiers had attacked her without warning, and now they had the nerve to ask why she attacked them. Simply preposterous. What? The giant race and humans have joined forces? Groza shouted in disbelief. He completely failed to comprehend why the giant race would cooperate with humans. Cooperation was supposed to be built on a foundation of equality and mutual benefit. Just as humans wouldn't cooperate with ants, the giant race were powerful magical beasts second only to ogres. Why would they join hands with weak humans? He suddenly remembered the set of steel armor on Hippo. Although the craftsmanship was crude, it used an immense amount of steel, one could tell, without even calculating that it could have made at least several hundred sets of plate armor. Even if those humans possessed superb smelting technology and could manufacture such massive steel plates, where did they get so much steel? Even the dwarves couldn't achieve this. Could those humans, who were shorter than them, actually arm the giant race? It seems they do have some skill after all. Groza finally understood why those humans could conquer the magical beast forest. They must have used wisdom and technology to compensate for their lack of strength, thereby winning the trust of the giant race. This matter was extremely dangerous. He had to tell his commander, Kukyuzanka. Although he didn't yet know if the giant race was only responsible for protecting the road or if they would participate in wars between other races, one thing was certain. Their plan had been wrong from the start. His commander actually thought they could easily annihilate those humans and occupy this trade route. He was too naive. He had severely underestimated the strength of those humans and the dangers of the magical beast forest. Giant woman, release me. I can give you more than the humans can. We can cooperate as well. Groza shouted loudly. He wanted to persuade Hippo to release him, but what he didn't know was that Hippo had already committed herself to Isaac. She would never betray Isaac no matter what. Hippo shook her head, flatly refusing Groza's proposal. Why you wanted to kill me while Lord Isaac saved me? Hippo thought of Isaac, her eyes filled with gratitude as she spoke. He is very strong. He defeated the ogres. I have never been saved by anyone else before. This feeling is very strange. Groza was dumbfounded by Hippo's words. Humans defeated ogres? And saved a giant? How is that possible? If this were true, then those humans were too terrifying. Not only did they possess powerful weapons, but they also had powerful magic. They could even win the trust of the giant race. They had clearly become a powerful force that could not be ignored. No matter what, he had to tell his commander about this. He had to let him know that the enemy they faced was far stronger than imagined. Why you are a captive? I am going to take you to Lord Isaac. But unfortunately, Hippo's words shattered his illusions of escape. No, don't. Let me go. Let me go. You ugly giant woman. Groza struggled desperately. He didn't want to become a captive or be dealt with by humans. He had to return to his commander's side now. I'm not ugly. Why you're the ugly one? Hippo hated it most when people called her ugly. She angrily hoisted Groza onto her shoulder and walked toward Isaac's direction. If I disappear, my kin will definitely come to save me. They will bring many large wyverns, even you. Groza threatened, hoping to scare Hippo into releasing him. But he didn't know that Hippo wasn't afraid of him at all, nor was she afraid of his kin. They can't come. There are many powerful human armies here. Hippo knew that Isaac was already prepared, just waiting for those dragon-human race soldiers to try and break through the Blackwood territory's defenses. No matter how many came, they would only be walking into a trap. And so, those dragon-human race soldiers were taken captive by Hippo. They became prisoners of Blackwood territory with an unknown fate awaiting them. Time to eat. In the central area of the magical beast forest, a man, who looked like a foreman, stuck his shovel into the ground and shouted loudly. The artisans working on the road put down their tools one after another and headed toward the canteen. They had been working all morning and were already hungry. Road construction was very hard work, especially in this world where they lacked modern mechanical equipment, so they needed to replenish a lot of energy to complete this arduous task. Inside the canteen, steaming stewed meat emitted an enticing aroma. The artisans and soldiers stood in line in an orderly fashion to receive their share of food. Hippo had already finished all the donuts Isaac brought. Now, the artisans and soldiers could only eat stewed meat, salted meat, and hard bread. Although these foods were simple, they provided the energy they needed. Effie used a handkerchief to wipe the sweat from Isaac's forehead. Watching Isaac eat the same simple food as everyone else, she suddenly felt a pang of sympathy in her heart. Isaac, like the other artisans and soldiers, was eating simple food. He hadn't eaten such coarse food in a long time and couldn't help but frown. That hard bread called bukumu was truly hard in every sense of the word. No wonder it was called plate armor biscuit and tooth crusher. Isaac tried soaking the bukumu in the stew for a while, but the taste was still terrible. Ugh, this is too unpalatable. The bukumu had turned into mush after being boiled, and the salted meat was too salty, like eating pure salt. Fortunately, the food supply in Blackwood territory was sufficient. It just didn't taste very good. Chewing on this food made Isaac miss the delicacies of Blackwood territory. "My lord, you don't have to eat these things with us," Effie said with some heartache. She believed that with Isaac's noble status, he shouldn't be eating such coarse food. The centaur female warriors also looked at Isaac, their eyes filled with confusion. They didn't understand why Isaac would eat this unpleasant food with them. Only Knight Miller took it as a matter of course. He knew Isaac's character and knew that Isaac wouldn't seek special treatment. He would always share joys and sorrows with his soldiers. He would fight alongside them and share the joy of victory with them. "As a commander, I must share hardships with my soldiers, Effie." Isaac looked at Effie and said with a smile, "Especially when making them do such hard labor. Those pampered nobles certainly wouldn't do this. They would only hide in the back and enjoy the fruits of victory that the soldiers bought with their blood and lives. Only by enduring hardships and fighting together with the soldiers can true friendship be established, and the soldiers' trust and respect be earned." Moreover, he could discover areas that needed improvement from this experience, such as the food issue. It turns out that even a construction site lunchbox is a luxury. Isaac thought of the construction site lunchboxes in modern society. They weren't actually that delicious, just large in portion and quite greasy, but by comparison, they were already gourmet delicacies. But in this world, even a standard construction site lunchbox was difficult to achieve, especially since they were now deep in the magical beast forest and couldn't get supplies from nearby villages. They could only eat food that could be preserved for a long time. "I have to find a way to improve the food," Isaac thought to himself. As they moved deeper into the Western continent, this problem would become increasingly serious. The Western continent was a multi-ethnic continent. Their dietary habits were completely different from the Eastern continent. Some things edible for humans were lethal poison to other races, and vice versa. So they had to be fully prepared to ensure the health of the soldiers. Only a well-fed and well-watered army can fight bravely. Morale has a huge impact on war. Even if soldiers have excellent weapons and equipment, it's useless if they have no fighting spirit. Currently, Blackwood territory didn't have the capacity to produce tin cans, so Isaac could only try making some bottled food using glass jars first. Bottled food was a food preservation method invented during the Napoleonic era to solve army food issues. They would place food in boiling water for sterilization, then pack it into glass bottles and seal them with corks and wax. This method could preserve fruits and vegetables, but the downsides were that glass bottles were heavy and easily broken, making them unsuitable for long-distance transport. Isaac planned to use enchantment magic to solve this problem. If he were alone, he certainly couldn't handle such a large workload. But now that he had acquired the entire enchanting school, it wasn't a problem for him. He really didn't know why those magic towers would give up on the enchanting school. It was a very valuable industry. Blackwood territory now had an abundance of soda ash and sand, which were the main raw materials for making glass. So before cans appeared, bottled food was a good choice. Thump, 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 hem. A series of earth-shaking footsteps came from the distance. Isaac looked up and saw Hippo walking toward them. Her massive size and gleaming steel armor made her recognizable at a glance. She looked very excited, as if she had encountered something good. Behind her followed a group of dejected dragon human race soldiers who were tied together, being escorted by Hippo toward Isaac. Lord Isaac, I caught some bad people," Hippo said in an excited tone as she threw those dragon human race soldiers before Isaac like pieces of trash. "Prepare to declare war. You're saying those dragon human race bit you and hit you? And then they're preparing to send a second batch of soldiers?" Isaac looked at the scars on Hippo's armor and asked in a serious tone. Hippo nodded with a face full of grievance. It seemed that Count Kukuzanka finally couldn't hold back. He wanted to retake that road to prevent Blackwood territory from entering the Western continent. They also called me big and ugly. Remember the domain of this site. To read Taiwan novels, visit Taiwan novel website, twcan.com. Super smooth experience, Hippo said with a belly full of grievance. Although she was huge, she was also a girl and loved beauty. It was one thing to call her big, but they actually called her ugly. Simply unforgivable. That's really too much. Daring to call Hippo ugly? Isaac looked at the blood on Hippo's giant hammer. It seemed she was truly angry. A and others were injured. Hippo continued, her tone somewhat sad. She didn't like war, didn't like seeing others get hurt, and she hoped everyone could live in peace, but she also knew it was impossible. This world was full of war and slaughter, and she couldn't stop it all by herself. She said that in order to find Groza, those dragon-human race even attacked the craftsmen and soldiers building the road. Several people were injured, and one craftsman was hit by an arrow and was now in critical condition. Moreover, Hippo herself had been burned by the fire magic of a dragon-human wizard. Those bastards. Isaac was furious. He hadn't expected those dragon-human race to dare attack his soldiers and craftsmen. Those dragon-human race had to be taught a lesson. They had to know that the wrath of Blackwood territory was not something just anyone could withstand. I'm fine, it's just a small injury. She didn't want Isaac to worry, she wanted to tell him she was strong enough to protect herself. But Isaac knew she couldn't face those dragon-human race alone. She needed his help. They're all bastards. I will give everyone an explanation, Isaac said firmly, his eyes full of anger and heartache as he looked at Hippo. They had worked hard to open the road, negotiated with the giant race, and eliminated the ogres, yet those dragon-human race wanted to reap the benefits without any effort? Simply outrageous. Ignorance is the most terrifying thing. That stupid dragon-human race count has finally crossed the line. He will pay the price for his stupidity. Miller, remember what I taught you last time. The plan has been moved forward. Go and run an errand for me now. A cold glint flashed in Isaac's eyes as he turned to speak to Miller. Sigh, Lord Blackwood, you really are sigh. These old bones of mine will be the death of me because of you. Can't you just ask Hans to go? Miller helplessly covered his face upon hearing this. Ha ha ha, I can't help it. I'm also afraid of your family line ending. Besides, Hans is too impulsive and not experienced enough. It has to be you. Isaac looked at the worried Miller and instead shrugged his shoulders with a relaxed expression as he explained. Fine, I'll go. Good. Get ready and set off now. Also, Effie, you get ready too. We'll take the hot air balloon in a bit. Asterisk. Inside the Lord's mansion of the Frost territory. So what do you mean by this? Kukuzenka looked gloomily at the armored Miller in front of him. It's nothing much. Our Lord said that if you go and compensate our injured Blackwood workers with tens of thousands of gold coins, and then cede the land in this forest area to my Blackwood territory, that will be enough. Miller spoke casually to Kukuzenka through his visor. He even imitated Isaac's mannerisms, shrugging his shoulders in a very punchable way. Ha, hee, this is what your Lord Blackwood means. Kukuzenka laughed out of extreme anger, staring intently at Miller's visor with a face as cold as frost. Oh, that's not it. Miller changed his tone, spread his hands, and plopped down onto a chair on the side. My Lord's actual meaning is for you to crawl over and kowtow to him a few times. That way, he might consider leaving your head on that deformed, bastard body of yours. To be honest, after saying those lines, Miller's back was already soaked in sweat. He was starting to suspect if Isaac really wanted him dead. He subconsciously wanted to pick up a teacup nearby for a sip, but just as he reached for it, he realized he hadn't opened his visor. He hesitated and eventually gave up. Haha, good. What guts? Kukuzenka laughed loudly. How many years had it been? He had almost forgotten how many years it had been since someone had called him a bastard. Ha ha ha, I'm starting to appreciate your lord a bit now. So, by the way, what was your lord's name again? Isaac, right? So where is Isaac now? Is that coward still in the magical beast forest? Kukuzenka narrowed his eyes, a trace of ferocity leaking out from his ugly face. Smack! A teacup struck Kukuzenka's large face with lightning speed. Kukuzenka, his face covered in tea, was full of shock and bewilderment. What happened? This weakling threw a teacup in my face? How dare he? How does a mere envoy dare? How bold? What are you? You're nothing but a bastard born from being poked by a reptile. How dare you insult my lord like that? Miller finished his final lines while Kukuzenka was in shock, then immediately jumped from his chair, performed a clumsy roll to gain distance, and bolted toward the door. Run after acting cool. Boom! The next moment, the table in front of Kukuzenka smashed toward Miller's previous spot with immense force. In an instant, fragments of the table and chairs flew everywhere, and the entire reception room was in a mess. Roar! Let's see where you can run. Capture this guy for me. I'm going to crush every single one of your bones bit by bit. Roar! Kukuzenka's body erupted with a violent aura, blue magic flashing in his eyes. Ignoring the trashed room, his figure blurred as he chased after Miller. Holy crap! Lord, if you don't show up soon, this old man is going to die here. Running outside, Miller looked at the dragon-human soldiers surrounding him and shouted in panic as he ran. Lord of Frost, you sent people to invade my territory, attack my workers, and hit my ally. Now you even want to kill my envoy who came to make peace. With all this, I see you want to provoke a war between kingdoms. Isaac shouted and leaped down from the hot air balloon. Taking advantage of Kukuzenka's lack of reaction due to the information bombardment, he grabbed Miller, cast flight technique again, and flew back onto the hot air balloon in front of everyone. Kukuzenka, watching the hot air balloon slowly drift away in the sky. At this moment, Kukuzenka suddenly felt that he might have done something very stupid. Huff, next time, this old man will never do this again. Miller, having survived the ordeal, plopped down inside the hot air balloon's basket, gasping for air. Haha, then next time I'll ask Hans to go. Just don't worry about it then. Isaac laughed and patted Miller's shoulder, He had actually calculated the timing long ago. Looking at Miller's unscathed armor, one could tell that this plan was entirely under his control. Lord Blackwood, please, have a heart. Haha. Effie, change direction. Target Mare Royal Capital. Let's go make this play a bit more lively, Isaac said with a cold smile as he looked down at the stunned Kukuzanka. He was going to directly declare war on the Draco Kingdom. Ever since the sugarcane incident, he had developed a grudge with the Western continent. Since the clouds of war had now shrouded the magical beast forest, then this great war, he, Blackwood, must make it exciting. Declare war. Inside the Mare Royal Palace, Queen Priscilla was buried under mountains of state affairs. Bam! With a loud crash and a burst of heat, Lord Isaac, riding a hot air balloon, abruptly landed in the royal palace courtyard. This sudden arrival greatly surprised Queen Priscilla. What happened? Why did he fly here in such a rush? Could the Blackwood territory have been invaded? Queen Priscilla pondered internally. The next second, Lord Isaac strode into the main hall, his expression solemn, and said in a serious tone, "Your Majesty, I have urgent matters to report. My territory has been invaded. Those damned fellows attacked my soldiers and citizens, and even my allies were not spared. They even sent a second batch of troops. This is a blatant provocation of war." Queen Priscilla was truly stunned. On the eastern continent, someone dared to invade the Blackwood territory? Invade your Blackwood territory, the one that defeated the Holy Saxon Empire? If you, the living ancestor, don't invade others, they should be burning incense in thanks. Seeing her look of disbelief, Isaac recounted the sequence of events to Queen Priscilla and immediately requested permission again to declare war on the Draco Kingdom. Wait, what did you say? You cooperated with the giant race to open up the magical beast forest and even reached the Draco Kingdom? Queen Priscilla was even more astonished after hearing everything. She had previously heard that Lord Isaac was mobilizing a large army and thought he was about to cause another earth-shattering event, but she never expected him to do something so incredible. So Isaac has now cleared the magical beast forest, connecting the eastern and western continents, and yet a country from the western continent, unaware of its doom, dared to slap-touch the Blackwood territory. This is simply courting death. Queen Priscilla couldn't understand. Are the countries of the western continent all this brave? This is blatant aggression and unwarranted provocation. Even the envoy I sent was severely wounded by them. Your Majesty, please grant me permission to seek revenge and declare war on them, Isaac said, his face filled with righteous indignation. Queen Priscilla was completely bewildered by Isaac now. She had never imagined encountering such a situation. What should she do? Should she refuse or agree? Isaac, the road you opened does indeed belong to your territory, as recognized by the kingdom's laws. The Draco Kingdom attacking your territory without cause is an undeniable act of war provocation, and the kingdom has an obligation to protect your interests. I agree to your declaration of war against the Draco Kingdom. Queen Priscilla ultimately agreed to Isaac's request. In reality, she absolutely could not refuse Isaac at this moment, nor could she stand idly by. She had to support Isaac. Otherwise, this living ancestor could use this as an excuse and, within a day, his Blackwood territory could declare independence. The key was that brainless Western Continent lord who gave Lord Isaac a perfect excuse. She had no way to refuse. However, now that the Blackwood territory has connected the eastern and western continents, the Hyde Kingdom can also get a piece of the pie later, even though this might trigger wars with other kingdoms. But Queen Priscilla believed that Lord Isaac would be able to handle everything. Thank you, Your Majesty. A flash of light crossed Lord Isaac's eyes. Although he came to request it, he knew very well that Queen Priscilla had no choice. This storm of war sweeping across the eastern and western continents was inevitable. Do you need the kingdom's help? I can mobilize the army and issue a mobilization order, calling on all lords to support you. Queen Priscilla asked, looking at Isaac. Your Majesty, thank you for your kindness, but this is my own affair and I will resolve it myself. If I truly need assistance, I will certainly ask you. Isaac shook his head, declining the Queen's offer. Alright, if that is the case, then I shall await your good news. Although Queen Priscilla was somewhat worried, she chose to trust Lord Isaac's capabilities. Rest assured, Your Majesty, I will bring a glorious victory to you and to the entire Hyde Kingdom. Isaac was full of confidence. He knew this war was not just for revenge, but for the future of the Blackwood territory and the future of the eastern and western continents. Then I leave it to you. Although Queen Priscilla felt a bit disappointed, she also knew that Lord Isaac had opened a door to a new world for the Hyde Kingdom. After her brief surprise, she had now thought things through. It was clear that as long as the Blackwood territory achieved victory, it would definitely bring huge benefits to the Hyde Kingdom. Don't worry, I will write a beautiful declaration of war. Queen Priscilla said that she would use the most magnificent rhetoric to condemn the aggressive actions of the Draco Kingdom, support the righteous cause of the Blackwood territory, and boost the morale of the Hyde Kingdom. After the dragon human race investigation teams vanished one after another, the Draco Kingdom received the declaration of war from the Hyde Kingdom. This news quickly spread across the entire western continent, shocking everyone. Subsequently, the president of a succubus merchant guild from a certain duchy informed everyone of the Hyde Kingdom's reason for declaring war. She told everyone how the Blackwood territory opened the road, how they cooperated with the giant race, how they eliminated the ogres, how they were attacked by the dragon-human race, and how the dragon-human race ignored reconciliation attempts and tried to kill the Blackwood envoy. She conveyed the grievances and anger of the Blackwood territory to others, mercilessly exposing the barbarity and shamelessness of the Draco Kingdom. The Eru Kingdom and the Blank Kingdom, two nations whose relations with the Draco Kingdom were strained, along with those nations uneasy about the rise of the Draco Kingdom, all showed immense interest in this war. They were very eager to see if the Blackwood territory could defeat the Draco Kingdom. Every one of them now wished they could pull up a stool and snack on melon seeds while watching the war between the Draco Kingdom and Blackwood. Kukuzenka successfully became the target of public criticism. Inside the Frost Territory Lord's residence, "My lord, this is terrible news. The Hyde Kingdom has declared war on our country." A messenger rushed frantically into the main hall, shouting loudly. "What?" Kukuzenka suddenly stood up and roared, "The Hyde Kingdom? Are they insane? How dare they declare war on our Draco Kingdom?" Soon, a declaration of war from the Hyde Kingdom was delivered to Kukuzenka. "The Hyde Kingdom strongly condemns your nation's invasion of the Blackwood territory and refusal to accept reconciliation. We have decided to counter your nation's act of war provocation, and hereby announce that the Hyde Kingdom and the Draco Kingdom are entering a state of war." Damn it! These despicable villains! Kukuzenka ripped the declaration of war to shreds, his fury soaring. This was all because of the attack on the Blackwood territory by the investigation team he sent, and the deliberate provocation by that envoy that day. Someone pass down the order, assemble the army and prepare for battle. Also, immediately send people to. Because of this declaration of war, he had to give up on seeking aid from the royal family, and instead promised benefits to the lords close to him, asking them to send troops to help him fight the Blackwood territory. Several days later, 7,000 dragon-human race soldiers had assembled in front of his castle. They wore armor, held weapons, and their eyes were determined and filled with killing intent. They were Kukuzenka's elite troops, the warriors of the dragon-human race. Kukuzenka believed they would surely defeat the Blackwood territory and win this war. He also prepared dozens of large wyverns. They were massive and magnificent, serving as the dragon-human race's aerial force, and would play a crucial role on the battlefield. To gain the support of these allies, he had to tell them about the road through the magical beast forest, and promise them generous rewards. After all, if he won this war, he would become the greatest beneficiary. He would instantly become the center of the eastern and western continents, undeniably gaining immense wealth and power. "I will make the Hyde Kingdom pay. I will make the entire eastern continent submit beneath the iron hooves of the Draco Kingdom." Soon, the Draco Kingdom's army was fully assembled and marched grandly toward the magical beast forest, each with their own thoughts. The Draco Kingdom, a realm located in the heart of the continent, had always had little interaction with the eastern continent, with only a few scattered human and halfling merchants coming for trade. However, an attack on humans by a border lord was like a stone thrown into a calm lake, stirring up massive waves and connecting the two continents in an incredibly violent way. War. Damn it! What kind of trouble has that fool Kukujoka caused now? King Farux of the Draco Kingdom angrily crumpled the declaration of war into a ball, his obese body trembling with rage. The jokes circulating privately in the court seemed incredibly harsh at this moment. Rather than a descendant of the dragon race, his bloated physique made him look more like a descendant of a lizard. To mobilize the kingdom's army just to save a mere human? At the thought of deploying troops for that fool Kukujoka, Farux burned with fury. Back then, he had only reluctantly granted this territory to that rootless mercenary who could do nothing but guard a forest. Who would have thought that this brat's wings would grow so strong now? Not only was he disobedient, but he had also brought upon him a mountain of trouble. "Your Majesty, please calm yourself. Regardless of the circumstances, the enemy has already invaded our territory, and we must send troops to counterattack." Duke Giles, a high-ranking court official and the king's advisor, flicked his long, thin tongue and said persuasively, "Besides, if the humans have truly opened a path connecting the two continents through the magical beast forest, we must nationalize it at all costs. The benefits to the kingdom would even exceed having a coastline." While Count Kukujoka's actions were certainly detestable, the immediate benefits were too tempting. Since who knows when, a clear and unobstructed trade route had actually appeared in the magical beast forest, which was once considered an impassable barrier. But to nationalize it, we must first deal with Count Kukujoka, right? Didn't he cause this whole mess just because he wanted to monopolize this forest trade route? The king pointed out the crux of the problem with sharp precision. "Your Majesty is wise. Therefore, while we assemble our forces, we should slow down our pace." Duke Giles replied respectfully. "It would be best for them to fight to a stalemate so that we can reap the benefits as the third party." Farux rubbed his chin, his eyes flashing with a sharp light. If the army from the Blackwood territory could fight to the death with the Pressed family's army, allowing him to gain the maximum benefit without lifting a finger, that would naturally be for the best. Then we shall assemble our forces slowly, using this opportunity to weaken Kukujoka's power. Once his standing army is exhausted, we will reclaim his territory on the grounds of dereliction of duty. A cold light flashed in Farux's eyes. "If it truly happens as you say, Giles, and they end up destroying each other, that would be even better." Asterisk. At this moment, the situation at the edge of the forest was very delicate. It was originally thought that the Kingdom of Hyde would assemble a massive army to pressure the border, but after waiting and waiting, only the single banner emerged from the forest, crossed swords and a logging axe on a black background. the coat of arms of the Blackwood family. Duke Giles, have you heard of this human family called Blackwood? They seem to have brought an army of less than 2,000 men. The king asked his most trusted advisor. I have heard a little. It is said they recently rose to fame after defeating merman pirates at sea. Duke Giles recalled the intelligence he had gathered. HMPH, those who show off their prowess at sea, what use can they be on land? Farrax was dismissive. In his view, an army that could defeat the fierce mermen who call the sea their home must be one specialized in naval warfare. Your Majesty is absolutely right. Land combat places more importance on individual strength and skill. These humans will be powerless against our might. Duke Giles bowed in agreement. Hyde's way of waging war is too much of a joke. Ignoring so many lords and sending just one family's army to their deaths. Could they be trying to use our hands to get rid of a thorn in their side? Perhaps, Your Majesty. But this is a good thing for us. We just need to wait and see how things play out, then deal with Count Kukujaka later. Despite the chaotic situation, the conversation with Duke Giles gradually calmed Farrax's heart. The Duke wanted to press further and persuade the king to take the opportunity to annex the kingdom of Hyde, but he was waved off by Farrax. Victory was indeed in sight, but one could not afford to get carried away. In any case, let's first wipe out those fellows under the black banner. The trade route they opened will naturally belong to us. Your Majesty is wise. Duke Giles' long, draconic mouth split open, revealing a greedy smile. They knew nothing of their enemies on the other side of the forest, yet they smugly mocked the human stupidity, full of confidence in the coming victory. They did not know what that black banner truly represented, nor what kind of storm it would bring upon the Masteriscus. To guard against magical beasts, the trees at the edge of the forest had been completely cleared, forming a wide, open plain. As a gentle breeze blew past, the two armies faced each other from a distance, their banners flapping in the wind. At the edge of the forest, a black banner fluttered in the wind, the pattern of a sword and an axe clearly visible. On the Draco side, it was an army composed of several lords joined together, with various banners gathering like a sea of colors. With 2,000 men defending the left wing, 2,000 guarding the center, and 3,000 deployed on the right, the Draco army numbered a full 7,000. They were well equipped, with over 30 massive Gorsa dragon cavalrymen interspersed among their ranks. At a single glance, the disparity in strength between the two sides was glaringly obvious. Some cautious lords had originally suggested defending from the fortress, but seeing the enemy had a mere 2,000 men, they quickly abandoned the idea, instead looking forward to the generous rewards promised by Count Kukujaka. Really only 2,000 men? Are they sending no more reinforcements? How dare they look down on our Draco race like this? So arrogant they simply don't take us seriously at all. At the thought of the wealth soon to be in their hands, the Draco lords could not help but show greedy smiles. Wait, those humans seem to be up to something fishy? A sharp-eyed lord noticed the Blackwood army's strange square formation and couldn't help but ask in confusion. They wore heavy plate armor and held long spears, forming walls of steel. Within the formation were also some strange metal constructs, like ballistae magnified countless times, emitting a dangerous aura. What are they doing? The lords buzzed with discussion. Count Kukugaka laughed confidently. Don't worry. Once our Gorsa dragons smash through their formation, these humans will be nothing but lambs to the slaughter. Below the horn of attack, the Draco people were full of confidence, as if victory were already within their grasp. They did not know what was waiting for them. Ignorance will surely lead to suffering. At the edge of the forest, Isaac stood on high ground, looking down at everything below. They really are acting without any fear, actually deploying such a formation to deal with us. Seeing the enemy choose to gather together to exploit their numerical advantage, Isaac couldn't help but let a cold sneer curl at the corner of his mouth. In an ordinary battle, such a dense formation might have some utility, but today, it was absolutely a fatal mistake. I really want to give them an explosive shell to taste. On the battlefields of the Saxon Empire, enemies would wish they could bury themselves in the dirt to avoid artillery fire. Of course, once they dispersed their formation to avoid the shelling, they would be torn to pieces by the Blackwood family's cavalry like a falcon preying on rabbits. However, those big guys do look a bit troublesome. The massive Gorsa dragons, carrying 3 Draco warriors armed with spears and bows on their backs, glinted coldly in the sunlight. The enemy actually had dozens of these giant beasts. Those are Gorsa dragons, Khan. The cavalry in the rear should be the pterodactyl knights mentioned before. A brown-skinned centaur female warrior spoke, lifting her head adorned with a winged hussar-style helmet. She was clad in full plate armor, holding a flintlock rifle and a revolver pistol, with several grenades tucked at her waist, fully armed and looking heroic. Gorsa dragons, although people always said they were wyverns, Isaac thought they looked like dinosaurs no matter how he viewed them. It seemed that in this world, besides giant dragons, other large reptiles existed. Watching those giant beasts baring their fangs and brandishing their claws while drooling toward his side, a sudden impulse surged in Isaac's heart. I really want to drop a meteor on them. What did you say? Nothing, right? How much do you know about that Count Kukuzunka? At this question, a fair-skinned girl raised her hand. She was a tamer from the east. I only know that he performed exceptionally in the war against the kingdom of Iru. He is a brave and battle-hardened general, and he is massive and extremely aggressive, Khan. As she spoke, she walked to Isaac's side and pointed at the most burly Draco in the enemy formation. The other party seemed to notice the gaze from this side as well, and their eyes met across the vast armies. Is there anything else to watch out for? It is said that in their capital, there are also dragon warriors who can condense mana into blades. They are very dangerous, Khan. Hearing her report, Isaac's eyes lit up. Warriors who can skillfully manipulate mana? Could they be something similar to sword saints? Additionally, there are priests among the Draco who also require extra caution. Hippo, who had fought the Draco before, seemed to have mentioned this as well. You mean those guys who use magic? Like spraying flames from their hands or something? No, they breathe fire from their mouths, similar to dragon breath. What kind of priest is that? Isn't that just simply utilizing their racial talent? They can also use spells to release fire, frost, and toxin attacks, though fire magic is the most common. It seemed she had witnessed such spells on the battlefield before. What a strange race, of course. The other side surely thought the humans were strange too. Whoa. Just as Isaac and the others were exchanging intelligence, noon arrived, and the Draco side blew the horn for the attack. The massive Gorsa dragons took the lead, guiding thousands of Draco warriors as they flanked from the left and right wings. Even if they saw the Blackwood army's strange formation and those metal creations, they should have split their forces to test the waters first. Yet they chose the most direct and foolish way, a frontal assault. Like moths to a flame, they charged forward recklessly. Oh, why are they attacking in such a dense formation? Because of ignorance, Isaac said flatly, a flash of mockery in his eyes. Oh, you're right. Beside Isaac, Effie, who was relaying orders through the elves, nodded as she adjusted the Claire rifle in her hands. On the battlefield, ignorance comes with a price. To prepare for this war, Isaac had specifically had the centaurs give him a crash course in military knowledge. My lord, shall we order a counterattack? This was a cruel battlefield, not child's play. The ignorant shall suffer. Isaac nodded. Are you ready? He turned to look behind him, where a colossal figure was hidden in the dense woods. A massive shadow bobbed up and down, seemingly nodding. To avoid bringing the war into the forest, Isaac had not included a participation clause in the contract. However, he promised the other party that the battlefield would be at the forest's edge and that he would pay a large amount of delicacies as compensation. Coupled with the fact that the other party seemed to hold great goodwill toward humans and hostility toward the Draco, they eventually agreed to the request to join the battle. Begin, Effie. Order all units to blow the horn for the counterattack. Someone once said that war is the cultural exchange that lets people understand each other most deeply. Then let this battle make up for the thousands of years of missing communication between both sides. Woo! Asterisk. The giant Holy Land, lost and then regained, was bathed in Sakura radiance as it welcomed the devout prayers of the clansmen. Figures like towering ancient trees gathered here one after another. The patriarch, Long Fu, solemnly placed the head of an ogre he had killed with a mace onto the altar, the muscles on his thick arms bulging, as if containing explosive power. While leading his people in devout prayer to the god of their race, Long Fu suddenly felt something was wrong. He realized someone seemed to be missing. Where's Hippo? Where did Hippo go? Long Fu looked around and asked in confusion. She said she was going to the edge of the forest and would be back soon. A female giant, who was placing the salt-baked nuts gifted by Isaac onto the altar, replied. She wouldn't have gone to find that human lord again, would she? Long Fu's brow furrowed immediately. Ever since witnessing Hippo's monstrous strength in killing an ogre with her bare hands, Long Fu had noticed that his daughter seemed to have developed a bit of a crush on that human lord, always liking to be by his side. Hearing that Hippo was also participating in this battle against the Draco, Long Fu scratched his messy beard irritably. Although she was now covered from head to toe in the steel armor gifted by Isaac, making her nearly invulnerable, Long Fu still couldn't feel at ease. Sigh, I just hope she doesn't cause any trouble. The giant patriarch, king of the forest, was like any ordinary father, feeling a headache over his daughter's willful behavior. That girl, Long Fu cursed softly under his breath, yet he couldn't hide the worry in his tone. A deluge of artillery fire. There is a tactic known as hammer and anvil. Although its specific form has changed through the ages, its core concept remains exactly the same. At this moment, the 30 Gorsa dragons charging toward the Blackwood army positions, shrouded in billowing dust, were an unstoppable hammer. If you've read this far, I hope readers will remember our domain name. To read Taiwan novels, visit Suishiken at any time. Moreover, it was a super standard hammer that could crush the enemy directly without needing an anvil to cooperate. Boom 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 boom. The earth was trembling. 30 Gorsa dragons charged toward the Blackwood army like a torrent of steel, carrying an aura of world-ending destruction. The Draconians firmly believed that this torrent of fierce beasts was enough to crush everything. However, what greeted them were the cold steel shells of the Blackwood army. Loading complete. Prepare to fire. To welcome these behemoths, the Blackwood army also brought out their own big guys. Cannons revealed their ferocious muzzles, their dark barrels filled with black gunpowder and explosive shells. Isaac raised his right hand high. Let the enemy taste the flavor of steel and fire. The first to fire were still the Blackwood army's artillerymen units, who held the advantage in range. In an instant, artillery fire roared from the Blackwood army's positions. Boom 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 boom. This time, they aimed their muzzles at the enemies on land, pouring out their pent-up fury. With deafening roars, dozens of shells tore through the air, carving perfect parabolas in the sky, trailing long plumes of fire as they screeched toward the enemy lines with the whistle of death. Thud! Bam! The first sound was the dull thud of metal striking flesh. A solid shot pierced through a draconian knight on a Gorsa dragon's back and embedded itself deep into the beast's spine. Following that, a dense rain of shells fell, accompanied by deafening explosions that tore open the beast's chests and shattered their heads. A shell fired from a siege cannon accurately hit a Gorsa dragon charging at the very front, blowing its massive body into a mist of blood. Boom 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 boom. Those explosive shells that hit their targets or fell into the enemy ranks also burst apart one after another. Roar! The heaven-shaking wails of the giant beasts echoed from afar. The Gorsa dragons' charging formation collapsed instantly, their wails echoing across the battlefield. The pack of Gorsa dragons, which had been aggressively trying to crush the enemy, was blown into a chaotic mess by the sudden artillery fire. Draconian knights torn apart by shrapnel fell screaming from the beasts' backs. Infantrymen swallowed by flames let out desperate wails before turning into ash in an instant. For a time, severed limbs flew through the air, and screams filled the sky. The draconian soldiers were instantly plunged into a living hell. Magic. This is magic. Seeing their indestructible behemoths blown to pieces by this terrifyingly powerful magic, an outcry erupted within the draconian army. Meanwhile, the Blackwood army took the opportunity to finish reloading. Artillery units reload. Distance is an advantage. The enemy's confusion and fear were also weapons to be utilized. Although the Gorsa dragons were massive, the Blackwood army also had many howitzers, and it was inevitable that some shells would miss. However, the shockwaves and shrapnel from those explosions still caused significant damage to the enemy. Loading complete. Fire. At Isaac's command, all the cannons fired simultaneously, creating a spectacular scene. Boom 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 boom. The heaven-shaking sound of cannons rang out once more. In the enemy ranks, soaring flames rose again. Screams, explosions, and the clashing of metal intertwined into a symphony of death. Accompanied by soaring flames and deafening explosions, the Draconians suffered heavy losses once again. Under the Blackwood army's fierce artillery strikes, the Draconians' hammer had been shattered. Thump 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 thump. To Isaac's surprise, however, the Draconians did not collapse. Instead, they erupted with an even more frenzied fighting spirit, launching a desperate charge toward the Blackwood army's positions. They seemed to want to use this method to stop the Blackwood army from conducting a third round of shelling. My lord, the enemy's pterodactyl knights are flanking us from both sides. Effie noticed the enemy's movements and quickly shouted a warning. Generally speaking, upon seeing their main force suffer heavy losses, a commander would choose to retreat. It seemed that Count Kukujakar really did have some skill. Spearmen, musketeers, advanced to meet the enemy. Facing the aggressive enemy, the Blackwood army reacted quickly, forming an indestructible defensive line. The strictly trained Blackwood army soldiers had already mastered the three-stage firing tactic to perfection, and Isaac did not give up on the third round of shelling. Then what should I do? A timid voice came from behind Isaac. Isaac turned around and saw a massive figure carefully poking its head out from between the woods and the supply wagons. Haha, go and crush them, of course. Isaac pointed toward the battlefield with a laugh. The next moment, a massive steel giant slowly stepped out from the woods. Like boiling lake water, the giant robot burst forth from the earth. What is that? It's huge! Thud, thud, thud. Every step produced a heavy sound like a giant beast treading, making the earth tremble. Its massive feet left deep footprints on the ground. Every step kicked up clouds of dust. An ogre! It's an ogre! Crazy! Where did this thing come from? The pressure brought by its size was far beyond imagination. It's a giant. A steel giant holding a massive iron hammer suddenly appeared on the battlefield. Whether it was the Draconians or the Gorsa dragons, everyone was stunned by this sudden turn of events. They stared wide-eyed, as if they had seen something unbelievable. That's right, this was Isaac's meat-eater. Watching the giant slaughtering everyone in the center of the battlefield, Count Kukujakka was completely dumbfounded. Damn it, why is the giant race helping the humans fight us? The two scouting parties sent out previously had both mysteriously disappeared. It seemed they had met an unfortunate end. Who could have imagined that the master of this forest would actually join forces with the weak humans? Don't panic. We still have our powerful priests. As the instigator of this war, Count Kukujakka had to step forward to stabilize morale. He had seen too many ally forces collapse due to fear. Boom boom boom. He immediately ordered the priests in the ranks to attack the giant. Several priests mixed among the pterodactyl knights opened their crocodile-like mouths and spat out streams of scorching fire. Whoosh whoosh. The steel giant was instantly surrounded by raging flames. Roar. The steel giant struggled in pain, swinging its massive iron hammer to try and repel the enemies. However, the pterodactyl knights used their flexible maneuverability to easily dodge the giant's attacks. They were like a pack of fierce wolves besieging a massive brown bear, constantly biting at its flesh. That's it. Do you see, everyone? The larger the size, the slower the movements. As long as we proceed according to plan. Seeing the giant surrounded by fire and its movements hindered, Count Kukujakka felt slightly relieved. However, before he could finish his sentence, he saw a unit of human cavalry appear on the distant horizon. Clatter clatter clatter. They didn't charge directly at the pterodactyl knights, but circled around in the distance before suddenly accelerating to launch a charge. Bang 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 bang. Accompanied by a series of gunshots, dozens of pterodactyl knights and priests fell screaming from the sky. Then, the human cavalry repeated the tactic, constantly circling the enemy and looking for opportunities to fire. What is that? Stop them. Our knights are almost all killed by them. Seeing their own knights being shot down one by one, the Draconians suddenly panicked. Just then, several round objects suddenly flew from the hands of the human cavalry, landing at the feet of the pterodactyl knights. Boom boom boom! Amidst the violent explosions were the screams of the pterodactyl knights. Before they could react, a massive shadow loomed over their heads. Boom! The enraged giant swung its massive iron hammer, swatting the panicked pterodactyl knights into the ground like flies. The draconian lords who witnessed all this were suddenly speechless. Long-range attacks could shoot down the knights, and melee attacks were blocked by explosions. The pterodactyl knights, in whom they had placed high hopes, were actually being toyed with by mere human cavalry. Damn it, what on earth are these things? Count Kukujaka roared, his eyes filled with terror. Asterisk. The slender and agile pterodactyls were swatted flying in all directions by the massive iron hammer in Hippo's hands, like flies. Roar! From the burn marks on her body, it was clear she had been taken care of quite a bit by the pterodactyl knights and priests earlier. Now she was fuming with rage, determined to tear these detestable fellows into pieces. Bang 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 bang. The Blackwood army cavalry circled the battlefield like a flock of hunting eagles, constantly looking for opportunities to strike. Bang 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 bang. Every time a trigger was pulled, a draconian knight or priest would fall screaming from the sky. Con, we're out of bullets. We're out of hand grenades too. Unfortunately, the depletion of ammunition is the fate of units using firearms. Tamer helplessly reported the bad news to Isaac. Although their ammunition was exhausted, their results were quite fruitful. The enemy's ace unit, the pterodactyl knights, had been mostly wiped out. However, the reloading speed of the revolvers on the battlefield was too slow. They had to return to the rear to reload. And seeing Hippo locked in a bitter struggle, how could Isaac bear to leave her alone on the battlefield? Charge! The dragon-human race lords stood frozen in place, like petrified sculptures. They watched helplessly, as the large wyverns they had painstakingly raised were torn apart by a sudden steel giant, as efficiently as a butcher chopping meat. Crack! Accompanied by the toothaking sound of bone cracking, a wyvern's head was smashed to pieces by the giant hammer in a steel giant's hand. Red and white matter bloomed like seductive, demonic flowers in the air, staining the surrounding earth a terrifying crimson. Taiwan novel website, twcan.com. Super practical for solving book droughts. The giant hammer in the steel giant's hand was crude and unrefined, like an unpolished boulder, but under its terrifying strength, it became a lethal weapon. Every strike carried the force of a thunderbolt, smashing the large wyverns until their bones broke and tendons snapped. They howled as they collapsed, struggling as they descended into the abyss of death. Besides the giant hammer, the steel giant also used its massive feet to trample and its steel-like fists to strike. Before it, the large wyverns were like lambs to the slaughter, completely powerless, only able to let out desperate wails. Lord Kukuzanka, what the hell is this? You never mentioned there was a monster like this. A dragon-human lord's voice trembled with obvious fear. Didn't you say the enemies were just weak humans? Another lord chimed in, his tone filled with anger and doubt. Why did a steel giant suddenly appear? The rest of the lords also began to clamor. What they had thought would be an easy battle of plunder had now become the start of a nightmare. The wyverns they had worked so hard to raise were being slaughtered, and the resentment and fear in their hearts gnawed at their sanity like venomous snakes. Count Kukuzanka's face turned ashen, his mind in a state of chaotic turmoil. He hadn't expected Blackwood territory to hide such a terrifying trump card. The intelligence he received previously hadn't mentioned this steel giant at all. Shut up, all of you. The enemy is at the end of their rope. Count Kukuzanka forced himself to remain calm, shouting at the top of his lungs. He knew he had to stabilize morale, or this battle would surely be lost. Isaac watched the enemy's collapsing morale with a cold sneer, knowing the decisive moment had arrived. He exchanged a look with Hippo and decided to crush the enemy's main force in one go to end the battle. Blackwood territory cavalry, draw your blades. Isaac raised the giant hammer can opener high, his voice booming like a bell, radiating murderous intent. Clang, clang, clang. The crisp sound of metal friction echoed across the battlefield as the Blackwood territory cavalrymen drew their sabers. The blades glinted coldly in the sunlight, like death warrants from hell. Charge! Isaac led the way, rushing out like a bolt of black lightning. The cavalry behind him followed closely, like a black torrent sweeping through the enemy positions. Rumble! Hippo was in the middle of a fierce battle with several large wyverns. The dragon-human cavalry tried to hold her back to buy time for their infantry, but Isaac's cavalry had already thrust into the enemy ranks like a sharp knife, causing their plan to fail completely. Crack, crack. Although the dragon-human soldiers had hard scales, they were still fragile under the iron hooves of the Blackwood cavalry. They were sent flying and trampled. Blood stained the earth, and a thick scent of gore filled the air. That is the human lord commanding the cavalry. Kill him! A dragon-human soldier pointed at Isaac, shouting hoarsely. Seeing Isaac, the dragon-human cavalrymen's eyes burned with the flames of revenge. They wanted to avenge their fallen comrades and tear this human lord into 10,000 pieces. Whoosh! A dragon-human wizard suddenly rushed out from the front lines, opening his mouth to spray a stream of scorching fire directly at Isaac. Isaac snorted coldly, his mana surging. As a level 4 mage, he was more than capable of handling an attack of this level. Shield! Isaac shouted low, and a spherical magic shield instantly appeared before him, firmly protecting both him and his steed, Seber. The dragon-human wizard's flames struck the magic shield like mud falling into the sea, failing to cause even a ripple. Whoosh! Before the dragon-human wizard could recover from his shock, Isaac had already burst through the seat of fire on his horse. The giant hammer can opener swung down toward him with the force of a thunderbolt. Bam! With a loud crash, the dragon-human wizard and his mount were sent flying, slamming heavily into the ground with broken bones, barely clinging to life. Bam! Crack! Crack! Isaac was like a human weapon, crashing through the enemy lines. Everywhere he went, dragon-human soldiers fell. The giant hammer can opener seemed to come alive in his hands, greedily harvesting the lives of the enemy. How is this possible? Is he really human? There must be something hidden inside his armor. The dragon-human soldiers were terrified. They couldn't understand how a human could possess such terrifying strength. They began to doubt if Isaac was a demon wearing human skin. Meanwhile, the Blackwood Territory cavalry saw Isaac's bravery and their morale soared. They shouted loudly, like tireless wolves, frantically tearing at the enemy's defensive lines. Do you see? That is our Khan. Follow the Lord, charge. A powerful leader can inspire infinite fighting spirit in soldiers, making them braver and more fearless. The Blackwood Territory cavalry was unstoppable, completely shattering the dragon-human defense and sending them into a chaotic rout. Rumble! Isaac charged through the enemy ranks and saw Hippo battling 3 large wyverns. The dragon-human cavalry tried to stall her, but Isaac's cavalry arrived, cutting them down and rescuing Hippo in one fell swoop. Bam! Bam! Roar! Isaac rushed to the side of the large wyverns, swinging can opener and breaking their legs. 2 large wyverns shrieked and collapsed, losing their ability to fight. Hippo seized the opportunity, smashing the head of the last large wyvern with her hammer, ending the fierce engagement. Thank you, Hippo said to Isaac gratefully. Though she was powerful, she was slow. Facing the agile large wyverns, it was difficult for her to gain an advantage. If Isaac hadn't arrived in time, she might have been injured. Haha, it's nothing. Let's go together. Isaac and Hippo finally joined forces. Like 2 sharp blades, they stabbed deep into the dragon-human army, invincible and unstoppable. Thump, thump, thump. Hippo took heavy strides, charging into the enemy ranks. She swung her giant hammer with a whistling wind, smashing and trampling the dragon-human soldiers in her path as easily as cutting vegetables. Without the cover of the large wyverns, the dragon-human cavalry completely collapsed. They discarded their armor and fled in all directions, trying to escape this terrifying battlefield. Kill! Rumble! The Blackwood Territory cavalry shouted as they pursued the fleeing dragon-human soldiers. They were immersed in the joy of victory, proving their strength and bravery with their weapons. Even in this western continent full of strange races, they were still the strongest. They were fearless and invincible. Charge! The shouts of the Blackwood Territory cavalry reached the clouds, striking fear into the hearts of the enemy. Knight Miller watched Isaac crush the enemy's cavalry and giant beasts, his heart filled with pride. He is becoming more and more reliable. I never expected to witness the birth of a legend. The Blackwood Territory soldiers and cavalry were cheering and celebrating their victory. They had won this battle with blood and life. They deserved this glory. Isaac, meanwhile, returned to the rear to replenish his ammunition. Though he was powerful, he was still flesh and blood, needing rest and energy replenishment. Their lord had not only expanded the gains of the battle, but also created a favorable opportunity for the Blackwood Territory infantry. Now, it was their turn to show their strength. Cannons loaded, target locked. The artillerymen shouted. They were ready for battle, prepared to fire at any moment. Now, it was their turn to show their skills. Fire! Ripples of Blackwood. Boom! 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 The roar of the cannons was deafening as massive tongues of fire spat out, plowing deep furrows into the ground. Shell after shell tore through the sky, landing in the dragon-human race infantry's formation, blowing them into pieces of flying flesh and blood. Boom! 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 Ah! Dragon-human soldiers screamed as they fell to the ground. They were dazed and bewildered by the cannon fire from Blackwood Territory. Not knowing what to do, Nighthounds commanded a siege cannon to fire a timed explosive shell. That shell exploded within the dragon-human infantry formation, sending hundreds of soldiers flying into the sky. Their bodies were torn apart in midair. A sight too gruesome to behold. Under the bombardment of Blackwood Territory's cannon fire and the charge of their cavalry, the dragon-human army began to waver. Their formation was disrupted, their morale plummeted instantly, and they began to doubt if they could still win this battle. But those blood-crazed dragon-human soldiers remained fearless of death, charging frantically like a pack of beasts that had lost all reason. They wanted to use their lives to prove their bravery and defend their glory. Isaac looked at the group of irrational dragon-human soldiers and shook his head silently. It seemed Hippo was right. Once the dragon-human race enters a combat state, it is very difficult for them to retreat. They will fight until the last moment, until they die on the battlefield. However, his charge just now had proven that he, Isaac, could make the dragon-human race feel fear, lose their will to fight, and be utterly routed. Musketeers, ready! Knight Miller shouted, his voice ringing across the entire battlefield, boosting the spirits of the Blackwood Territory soldiers. 800 musketeers aimed their dark muzzles at the charging dragon-human soldiers. Their eyes were firm, fingers resting on the triggers, ready to fire at any moment. Knight Miller had originally wanted to increase the number of spearmen, but Isaac suggested increasing the number of musketeers instead. Thus, the number of musketeers in Blackwood territory was almost equal to the spearmen. They were the main force of this battle. Fire! Knight Miller's voice was like a thunderclap exploding over the battlefield. Bam! 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 The roar of the muskets was deafening, and gunpowder smoke filled the air, blotting out the sky. The musketeers of Blackwood territory fired a volley. Hundreds of dragon human soldiers fell on their path of charge, their bodies torn by bullets as glaring blood stained the earth. Those bullets ignored shields and armor, riddling the dragon human soldiers with holes. This instantly cleared their blood-rushed minds, and they began to clearly feel the terror of death. The dragon human soldiers were terrified by the firepower of Blackwood territory, and their charge slowed down. They began to hesitate and feel afraid. One by one, they involuntarily thought of their wives and children at home. Looking at the gruesome corpses of their kin ahead, they didn't know if they could return home alive. Charge! Charge! The dragon human officers shouted loudly, trying to use their voices to dispel the fear in the soldiers' hearts. You useless trash! How can descendants of the dragon race be afraid? Do you want to be deserters? Charge for me! Ban! Ban! Ugh! Ah! The elf rangers raised their sniper rifles, picking off those shouting dragon human officers one by one. The dragon human officers fell to the ground, their voices cutting off abruptly. The Blackwood territory musketeers took the opportunity to reload, their movements skilled and lightning fast. Ready, aim, trust your comrades, block the enemy's charge. Knight Miller shouted. The spearmen formed a dense formation, pointing their sharp spears at the charging dragon human soldiers. Those spears were like a forest of steel, blocking the path of the dragon human soldiers and making it impossible for them to advance an inch. Having been baptized by the cannon fire and bullets of Blackwood territory, those dragon human soldiers had already lost their fighting spirit. They were merely being pushed forward by the soldiers behind them. In such a situation, they had become cannon fodder, sacrifices of this war. Charge! Don't push me, ugh. Hachai! 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 Crack! The dragon human soldiers at the very front were pierced by spears one by one and fell to the ground. Large patches of blood stained the earth as their lives came to an end. Fire! Ban! 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 The dragon human soldiers were in a dilemma, not knowing what to do. They were already surrounded by the army of Blackwood territory. There was no way to escape. Phalanx! Change formation! Knight Miller shouted. He commanded the Blackwood territory soldiers to shift their formation, encircling the dragon human soldiers, so they had nowhere to run. Blackwood territory's spear and musket tactic demonstrated its powerful might even on the western continent. It routed the dragon human army, making those soldiers who prided themselves as descendants of the dragon race feel the terror of death for the first time. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. What does it feel like for 7,000 people to be unable to beat 2,000? Kukuzenka felt as if he had encountered a cheater, damn it. Damn it all. Count Kukuzenka cursed through gritted teeth, his heart filled with rage and humiliation. He never imagined he would actually lose to a human army, especially one with far fewer numbers than his own. He had originally wanted to show off his strength in front of the other lords, but he hadn't expected to lose face so grandly. His reputation was completely ruined, and he had no idea how to account for this to King Farux. Lord Kukuzenka, our Wyvern and Velociraptor cavalry have been completely wiped out. A dragon human soldier came running over stumbling, shouting in a panicked tone. I know, Count Kukuzenka roared. Of course he knew his cavalry unit had been annihilated. He had seen with his own eyes the scene of those large wyverns having their heads smashed by steel giants, and the scene of those dragon human cavalrymen being cut down by the Blackwood territory cavalry. He knew he had lost this battle, lost completely. Lord Kukuzenka, we are in danger. The dragon human soldier continued, his voice full of fear. I know, stop the nonsense. Think of a way, quickly. Count Kukuzenka bellowed. What he needed now was a solution, not useless chatter. He knew very well his subordinates wanted him to retreat, but for the dragon human race who prided themselves as descendants of the dragon race, retreating was a very shameful thing. He would rather die on the battlefield than bear the infamy of being a deserter. Moreover, if he failed here, he would truly be finished. He would lose everything. Not only would he become the laughingstock of the Draco Kingdom, but he would also become the shame of the dragon human race. Just as he was at his wit's end, a voice reached his ears. Kukuzenka! He looked up in terror only to see the human lord charging out from the flank with the giant race and cavalry heading straight for his command post. The giant hammer can opener in his hand was stained with blood, looking like a hammer of the gods as it harvested dragon human lives. I, Isaac, have come to collect your debt, the human lord said in a cold tone. His voice was like a demon from hell, making Count Kukuzenka shudder. Kukuzenka had seen with his own eyes that giant hammer smash the heads of velociraptors and bring down large wyverns. He was well aware of the human lord's strength. He was simply not his match. Rumble! The human lord was getting closer and closer. Damn it! Retreat! All forces retreat! Count Kukuzenka shouted unwillingly. He gave up resistance and fled the battlefield with his remaining defeated troops. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The famous hero of the Draco Kingdom, Count Kukuzenka, had been defeated. This news quickly spread to the capital of the Draco Kingdom, throwing the entire royal family into a panic. The Draco royal family had originally thought Count Kukuzenka could easily wipe out Blackwood territory, but they hadn't expected him to be defeated so thoroughly. They couldn't believe an army of only 2,000 could defeat 7,000 dragon human soldiers. How was this possible? Are those humans really that powerful? 2,000 could defeat 7,000? No one could answer this question. They could only watch helplessly as the army of Blackwood territory drew closer to the capital of the Draco Kingdom step by step. For a moment, they all felt incredibly powerless and desperate. The Draco royal family had no choice but to urgently mobilize their army to prepare for Blackwood territory's offensive. They knew a great battle was coming, and they had to be fully prepared to defend their home and their kingdom. Meanwhile, the Iru kingdom also received the news. On the contrary, they were incredibly excited and moved by Blackwood territory's victory. For a moment, they saw the hope of revenge and the hope of escaping the Draco kingdom's oppression. Haha, those dragon humans finally got their retribution. The Naga Queen danced with joy upon hearing the news of the Draco Kingdom's defeat. She now wished she could immediately send troops to attack the Draco Kingdom and avenge past humiliations. At the same time, she was full of curiosity about Blackwood territory. What was the origin of this army that could defeat the Draco Kingdom? Why were they helping the Iru Kingdom? What did they want to gain from this war? A series of questions tumbled through her mind. That Blackwood territory, what kind of place is it? The Naga Queen asked. She wanted to know more information about Blackwood territory. She urgently wanted to know if they could become allies and fight the Draco Kingdom together. Thus, Blackwood territory was like a pebble cast into a lake on the western continent, stirring up layer upon layer of ripples. Its appearance broke the balance of the western continent and changed its landscape. It also caused those previously indifferent powers to start paying attention to this land and this mysterious army from the eastern continent. This news also reached the Kancha kingdom, leaving King Nikaka of Kancha incredibly shocked and terrified. What? They actually crossed the magical beast forest? King Nikaka of Kancha said in disbelief. He never imagined Blackwood territory would dare to take the initiative to attack the Draco Kingdom and even achieve victory. This made him feel incredibly uneasy. This Blackwood territory had clearly become a threat to the Kancha Kingdom, and he began to worry that Blackwood territory would turn around and retaliate against them. The situation in the western continent is very good. The western continent, known as the melting pot of races, is even more vast than the eastern continent. Remember this site's domain name. For Taiwan novels, look for Taiwan novel website twkan.com. Super effective. From the Naga race's kingdom of Iru, which borders the Draco Kingdom, to the Vampire Blank Kingdom, which has recently seen its population dwindle due to internal strife, as well as the numerous other racial nations in the heart of the continent, various ethnic groups flourish and multiply on this land. The frigid regions of the north are the territory of the Dwarven Kingdom, while far to the west lies the Kingdom of Kancha, which has had friction with the Blackwood territory. Within the Kingdom of Kancha, there is a river called the Komi River that runs through the entire country. This river is the lifeline of the Kingdom of Kancha and an important water source. Like the Nile on Earth, it floods periodically, bringing fertile silt and nutrients to the lands along its banks. The Kingdom of Kancha relies on this river to develop its agriculture and uses water power to drive those juicers, continuously producing cane sugar. I really want to use hot air balloons to spray some defoliant on them. Isaac chewed on bitter cocoa beans while plotting how to deal with the Kingdom of Kancha. If these sugarcane fields are ruined, the Blackwood territory can monopolize the sugar trade, completely shattering the pipe dreams of those fools in the Kingdom of Kancha. Of course, doing so would certainly trigger a war, but it was the Kingdom of Kancha that started the trouble first. They were the ones who instigated the merfolk to attack Blackwood territory's merchant ships behind the scenes, a fact Isaac had recorded in his little notebook. This score must be settled. Crack, crack. Isaac crunched the cocoa beans fiercely, the bitter taste spreading in his mouth, just like the fate that awaited the Kingdom of Kancha. My lord, what delicacy are you enjoying? Effie appeared beside Isaac at some unknown moment, like a hound catching the scent of blood. This little girl always manages to find him lately. Could she have a tracking magic circle installed on her? You try some too. The taste is not bad. Isaac forced a smile and handed Effie a handful of cocoa beans. Although they were only lightly roasted, the aroma of the cocoa beans was still rich, making one unable to resist wanting a taste. Effie curiously picked one up and put it in her mouth. Crack. Oh, she had originally expected a sweetness like a donut, but instead she was knocked back by the bitter taste. Her delicate eyebrows furrowed into a knot and her pointed ears drooped listlessly. To be honest, it's fine, Isaac said with a laugh, knowing that this wasn't something everyone could appreciate. This is the bitterest thing I've ever eaten, Effie said aggrievedly. That's right, the bitterness comes from a large amount of tannins and catechins, but if you add sugar, a wonderful chemical reaction occurs, turning it into delicious chocolate. I'll let her taste it then. Isaac, what good stuff are you secretly enjoying again? Knight Miller also approached. This guy's nose was sharper than a hound's. Isaac smiled and handed him a handful of cocoa beans. Try some, it's a specialty of the western continent. Isaac smiled and handed Knight Miller a handful of cocoa beans, saying, try some. This is a specialty brought from the western continent. Knight Miller took a bite and immediately frowned. What on earth is this? It's so bitter. It seems that after the chocolate is made, I'll have to let him experience the law of true fragrance. Knight Miller, how is the post-war reconstruction going? When can we attack again? Isaac asked. They could chat leisurely now, because they had already won the first battle. Those dragon human lords had fled like stray dogs, and their soldiers were naturally in total disarray. Not for the time being, those dragon humans are too large and fierce. Our casualties were greater than expected. Knight Miller's tone was grave. Those of the dragon human race were like a pack of frenzied beasts, unafraid of death, causing significant casualties to the Blackwood army. If it weren't for the Blackwood territory's more advanced weaponry and flexible tactics, the outcome of this battle would still be uncertain. Fortunately, Priest Designee and the priests are doing their best to treat the wounded, and we will soon recover our combat strength, Knight Miller continued. Isaac nodded. In every war, those clergy members were a huge help. He hoped the cathedral in the royal capital would be completed soon, so he could better repay their kindness. How is the security in the occupied areas? Isaac asked. He wasn't worried about the soldiers looting and pillaging. The regular army of the Blackwood territory had strict discipline, and the territorial defense forces were all devout believers. What he worried about was whether those dragon humans would riot due to racial differences. So far, there have been no signs of rioting. We hold the moral high ground, and that iron giant has been patrolling the city, so those dragon humans don't dare to act rashly, Knight Miller said with a smile. Isaac smiled too. It seemed an iron giant was more useful than several hundred soldiers. After all, anyone who dared to resist would have to face Hippo's iron fists. The thought alone was terrifying. It seemed that bringing Hippo to the western continent was indeed a wise decision. That's good, but it's a pity we didn't capture Earl Kukuzenka, Isaac said regretfully. Earl Kukuzenka was the culprit behind this war. He had not only invaded the Blackwood territory and killed its people, but even wanted to kill Blackwood's envoy. In short, Isaac would never let him go. This guy was very cunning. Knowing he was no match for the Blackwood territory, he decisively abandoned his castle and fled, and he also dispersed his troops, making it difficult for the Blackwood territory to pursue him. Fortunately, you arrived in time to crush the enemy's headquarters, which allowed us to win this battle and greatly reduced casualties, Knight Miller said. As long as the casualties aren't high, Isaac nodded. By the way, Hippo captured a dragon human named Groza, who said that we wiped out one of the most elite units of the Draco Kingdom, and their lord was a war hero who had defeated the Naga race. Knight Miller said in a surprised tone. So they had wiped out the enemy's main force right from the start? No wonder those dragon humans had so many large wyverns and cavalry. Why would a war hero like that be exiled to such a remote place? He had a powerful army and the ability, Isaac asked, puzzled. Perhaps he offended the royal family? Unlike you, who has a wise and brilliant strategist by your side, he must have been unable to sit still and made enemies everywhere to end up like this, Knight Miller said with a smile, his tone tinged with a hint of teasing. Isaac couldn't help but laugh. Are you talking about me? You misunderstand, my lord, Knight Miller quickly corrected himself. Is there any movement from the Draco Kingdom's army? They surely won't just stand by, right? Those dragon humans wouldn't just watch as their territory was occupied by the Blackwood territory. They would definitely counterattack. It was only a matter of time. It's strange, actually. Perhaps due to internal conflicts, the Draco Kingdom has ignored Earl Kukuzenka's requests for reinforcements. It's only now that they've started an emergency mobilization of their army, Knight Miller said, sounding puzzled. Perhaps they thought it impossible for 7,000 dragon humans to lose to 2,000 humans. After all, large-scale military operations require a lot of money, and they weren't willing to waste funds on an unfavored earl. In any case, this was good news for the Blackwood territory. The enemy's division was their opportunity. They could use this time to recuperate and build up their strength for the upcoming battles. If we move quickly, we might be able to defeat them one by one before they assemble their army. Knight Miller, where did you get this intelligence? Isaac asked curiously. From the merchants of the Duchy of Henton. They not only helped us promote the justice of the war, but are also very interested in our actions and that land trade route. Yeah, who wouldn't be interested in it? Isaac thought. He also somewhat envied the commercial network of the Duchy of Henton. The Blackwood territory should also establish its own commercial network in the western continent to gain more information and benefits. By the way, that gentleman has also accepted your invitation. He will arrive in the western continent soon, Knight Miller continued. That's good. It seems everyone is looking forward to this new trade route, Isaac said with a smile. He hadn't forced anyone to join his camp. That gentleman must have been watching from the sidelines, wanting a piece of the pie. So when Isaac invited him, he naturally accepted readily. His joining will be like giving wings to a tiger, Isaac thought. If the enemy has a sword saint, then use a sword saint to deal with them. Pay them back in their own coin. Isaac guessed that Marquis Arnold must be riding his horse with great interest through the magical beast forest right now, heading toward the western continent. He will become our most powerful combat force, Isaac said with a smile, his tone full of confidence. Foolish and fatal mistake. Count Kukuzenka watched the dragon human nobles mock and ridicule him, his heart filled with anger and humiliation. Count Kukuzenka, you started a war for your own benefit, only to be defeated by weak humans. What a disgrace. A dragon human duke sneered. The surrounding dragon human nobles chimed in, their voices thick with schadenfreude. A disgrace to the dragon human race. Did you cut off your tail and sell it? Count Kukuzenka clenched his teeth, suppressing his rage. If those guys had arrived at the battlefield in time, he wouldn't have lost so miserably. He had almost captured that steel giant. And those humans were not weak at all. They possessed powerful weapons, Every time they fired, they could kill dozens of dragon-human soldiers. His Majesty King Fardux. I know this sounds like an excuse, but I must tell you, those humans are very powerful. They have weapons we have never seen before. Their spear formations are like moving castles. I was powerless. Count Kukuzenka knelt on the ground, his voice filled with grief and indignation. You still dare to make excuses. You say those humans have magic to control the giant race, sticks that can penetrate steel, and iron lumps that can spit fire? Do you think we would believe such an absurd lie? Count Kukuzenka. King Fardux glared at Kukuzenka, his voice as cold as ice. He had long disliked Count Kukuzenka, and now that he finally had a chance to retaliate, how could he easily let this opportunity pass? Count Kukuzenka felt deeply wronged. Everything he said was the truth. Those humans indeed possessed those terrifying weapons, but he had no way to prove it, and could only watch as the dragon-human nobles mock him repeatedly. Everything you say is the nonsense of a loser. You must have been deluded by human mages to say such ridiculous things. You actually wasted so many dragon-human soldiers. How foolish, a dragon-human duke said disdainfully. They didn't believe humans could control the giant race. They thought Count Kukuzenka was being controlled by a human mage's magic to speak such absurd lies. But Count Kukuzenka was certain those weapons were not magic. Those weapons had no magical fluctuations, but their power was so great that it still left him with lingering fears. Everyone, how do you think we should punish this loser? Duke Giles spoke in a cold tone, his eyes flashing with a chilling light. Whip him, imprison him, confiscate his territory. The dragon-human nobles' eyes were filled with greed. They had long coveted Count Kukuzenka's territory. Now that Count Kukuzenka was defeated, they finally had the chance to carve up his land and wealth. Count Kukuzenka's territory was no longer a remote corner, it was a bridgehead connecting the eastern and western continents, and its value is immeasurable. How could those dragon-human nobles easily let this chance go? Count Kukuzenka looked at the dragon-human nobles before him, his heart filled with despair. They had no intention of helping him at all. They only wanted to divide his territory and wealth. Suddenly he understood. He was finished. At this moment, he had become a sacrificial lamb in this political struggle. They are all going to be finished, Count Kukuzenka thought despairingly. They would be defeated by those humans just like him, and eventually lose everything. Only those who had personally experienced the power of the Blackwood Territory's army would understand how terrifying Blackwood Territory was, and it was because of his own greed that he had brought this disaster to the western continent. Furthermore, he had very foolishly given Blackwood Territory a perfect reason to start a war. Dragon ancestors, what should I do? Count Kukuzenka thought in despair. He didn't know what his future held, but he knew that what awaited him was surely endless darkness and pain. Hundreds of cavalrymen galloped across the plains, wearing black armor and holding spears and muskets, their eyes resolute and murderous. They were the cavalry of Blackwood Territory, currently rushing to a new battlefield. Blackwood Territory had lost its intelligence advantage. They had to reach the battlefield as quickly as possible to seize the initiative, otherwise they would fall into a passive position and might even be surrounded by the enemy. Clack, clack. The Blackwood Territory cavalry charged into a dragon-human army that was assembling, slaughtering them completely. Those dragon-human soldiers were cut down before they could react, and in an instant, the dragon-human blood stained the earth red. Kill! Whoosh! A blue sword Kai flashed past, and 5 dragon-human cavalrymen were slain, their bodies torn apart by the ruthless sword Kai, blood gushing out like never before. A middle-aged man with blonde hair and blue eyes, holding a long sword, looked at the group of dragon-humans and laughed loudly. He was none other than Marquis Arnold, who had come to the western continent at Isaac's invitation. Haha! I can finally have a satisfying fight. I was suffocating. Thank you so much, Duke Isaac. Marquis Arnold's tone was exceptionally excited. Isaac was somewhat puzzled. What was wrong with this powerful sword saint? My mother has been nagging me late, Lucy said softly, her tone carrying a hint of helplessness. She held a longsword in one hand and a revolver pistol in the other. It was truly impressive that she could talk while fighting. Her sword shimmered with dazzling magical light. It seemed Marquis Arnold had brought her to the battlefield to help her break through her bottleneck. Thump, thump, thump. Within the Blackwood Territory cavalry, there was an even more powerful existence, the steel giant, Hippo. Isaac had gone to great lengths to convince her to join this battle. She didn't like war, but she disliked those who bullied Isaac even more. I've seen wood elves and the centaur race, but this is my first time seeing the giant race. Duke Isaac, how did you do this? Marquis Arnold looked at Hippo, his mouth slightly agape in surprise. He had been stunned by her steel armor the moment he saw her. He couldn't imagine what kind of power could forge such formidable armor. Haha, that's a trade secret, Isaac said with a smile. He naturally wouldn't tell Marquis Arnold the specific details. Whoosh! Several hot air balloons rose into the sky. They would provide aerial reconnaissance, sniping, and bombing support for the Blackwood Territory army. They were Blackwood Territory's secret weapons and the key to their ability to win against the odds. Marquis Arnold watched the scene and said with a laugh, Are you playing this trick again, Lord Isaac? This time it's Draco Kingdom's turn to taste the flavor of the Holy Saxon Empire? Exactly, Isaac said with a cold sneer as he watched the dragon-human soldiers struggling in the sea of fire. The Draco Kingdom's army was converging from all directions, but unfortunately, they had already missed the optimal timing. They had given Blackwood Territory a chance to invade them, and Blackwood Territory's cavalry and hot air balloons would give them an unforgettable lesson. Rumble, asterisk. In the capital of the Draco Kingdom, bad news was received. The army they sent out had not only failed to assemble, but had been picked off one by Blackwood Territory. The soldiers said they were attacked from the air, the ground, and by a steel giant. They also said the humans possessed sticks that could spit fire, their armor was completely unable to withstand bullets, and the enemy's artillery was incredibly powerful, killing dozens of dragon human soldiers with every shot. Upon hearing this news, King Farak's heart skipped a beat, and a sudden sense of unease rose within him. For some reason, he suddenly remembered what Count Kukuzenka had once said. Those humans are very dangerous, be careful of them. Although King Farak had ignored Count Kukuzenka's warning for certain reasons, he hadn't completely disregarded the testimonies of those dragon human lords. He just felt those testimonies were somewhat exaggerated. It was impossible for those humans to possess such powerful weapons. Could it be everything they said was true? King Farak thought with some unease. Only then did he suddenly realize he might have made a foolish and fatal mistake. It seemed she could do it too. Seeing an enemy suffer a setback is always heartwarming. Ever since the Blackwood army crossed the hellish place, the magical beast forest, Queen Lamia of the Iru Kingdom had spent every day, as if it were a festival, nearly celebrating with gongs and drums. The Iru Kingdom and the Draco Kingdom had long been archenemies, with constant friction between them. Eventually, the Iru Kingdom was crushed by the Draco Kingdom and forced to sign a humiliating treaty that surrendered their sovereignty. Now, the Draco Kingdom was being beaten senseless by a human army that had appeared out of nowhere, making Queen Lamia feel overjoyed. The feeling was like drinking a bottle of 10-year-old chilled vintage in the middle of summer, refreshing from head to toe. What made her even happier was hearing that the Naga race's arch-rival Count Kukuzenka, that old fossil, had not only been captured, but also stripped of his title and territory. It was truly gratifying. While listening to this heartening news, Queen Lamia drank the expensive red wine of the Blank Kingdom to her heart's content, saying cheerfully, "Ha ha, another glass. Today, this queen shall drink her fill." She brought out all the red wine that was originally intended for paying war reparations and shared the joy with her ministers. Just as the palace was filled with jubilation, a messenger came running in, stumbling and crawling. He plopped down on his knees before Queen Lamia and said, out of breath, "Report, Your Majesty, something terrible has happened." What? And another dragon knight is dead? Upon hearing the news, Queen Lamia almost threw the wine glass in her hand. This was way too exciting. "Yes, Your Majesty. The entire Draco Kingdom is now in complete chaos." Queen Lamia and the ministers were all dumbfounded upon hearing this. They had personally witnessed the prowess of dragon knights. They were practically human-shaped weapons. They couldn't believe a dragon knight would die in battle so easily. It sounded like a fairy tale. Furthermore, the Draco Kingdom's central army was also routed by those human cavalrymen, fleeing in total disarray. Queen Lamia had originally thought that after the Blackwood army occupied Count Kukuzenka's territory, they would hunker down and wait for reinforcements. She never expected that the Blackwood army would actually defy all logic and counterattack the Draco Kingdom, doing so with such brilliance. It was simply a miracle. "Oh, only 2,000 people? Are you sure you're not mistaken?" Queen Lamia asked, her eyes wide with disbelief. "It is absolutely true, Your Majesty." The messenger answered firmly. "You mean the Draco Kingdom's army was actually defeated by a mere 2,000 humans?" Queen Lamia still couldn't believe her ears. This was too absurd. "Yes, Your Majesty," the messenger confirmed once again. Queen Lamia was completely dazed. How was this possible? Was the Draco Kingdom's army really that useless? Or had they all become useless embroidered pillows after not fighting for a few years? Could it be that they only lost to the Blackwood territory because of bad luck? If this were true, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. A bold idea suddenly surged in Queen Lamia's heart. An idea powerful enough to change the fate of the Iru Kingdom. If 2,000 humans could beat the Draco Kingdom's army into the ground, why couldn't their Naga race do the same? In this situation, it seemed she could do it too. If she missed this chance, she would surely regret it for the rest of her life, and the Naga race would forever remember her cowardice and incompetence. She would never allow such a thing to happen. Queen Lamia excitedly slapped the ground with her snake tail and said to the ministers, "Finance Minister, how much more in war reparations do we still have to pay those idiots in the Draco Kingdom? We have to pay war reparations over 40 years. This year, we need to pay 1,480 gold coins." The finance minister replied cautiously, his tone filled with helplessness and resentment. To pay the war reparations, the people of the Iru Kingdom lived in misery. It was the ruthless exploitation of the losers by the victors. Queen Lamia had always wanted to tear up that unequal treaty, but she lacked the strength until now. Now the opportunity had come. Those useless dragon human race trash couldn't even beat 2,000 humans. "If we attack the Draco Kingdom now, can we win?" Queen Lamia asked excitedly, greed flickering in her eyes. "Well, we should be able to stop paying the war reparations. Perhaps we can even make them spit out everything they've taken." The finance minister hesitated for a moment before speaking decisively. International relations were determined by strength. It was the law of the jungle where only the fittest survived. Without the backing of strength, a treaty was nothing more than a scrap of paper, completely meaningless. Furthermore, we can seize their wealth and make them pay back double all the war reparations we paid before. one minister said greedily, as if already seeing mountains of gold and silver treasures. Your Majesty, you are truly wise and martial. The other ministers chimed in one after another, each as excited as if they had been injected with adrenaline. Queen Lamia saw hope. She wanted to reclaim lost territory and seek revenge, and even more, she wanted to completely throw off the Draco Kingdom's oppression of the Iru Kingdom. This was the goal she had always dreamed of. Good. Send out the order to summon all the lords. This time, I will let those dragon human race bastards know that the Naga race's wrath is not something they can withstand. Queen Lamia said firmly, the flames of revenge burning fiercely in her eyes. She would make the Draco Kingdom pay in blood. Supply. The thick scent of blood permeated the air of the Draco Palace, as if an invisible hand were choking everyone's throat. King Farux's face was as gloomy as the sky before a storm, and the fury in his eyes almost set the table before him ablaze. Damn it, humans again. Those lowly insects actually won again. The king's roar echoed through the great hall, carrying an irrepressible sense of fear and rage. Your Majesty, we are currently suffering heavy losses, a messenger reported while trembling, his voice as thin as a mosquito's buzz. One piece of bad news after another pierced Farux's heart like icicles. He regretted not listening to Earl Kukuzanka's warnings, and regretted easily believing slander and underestimating the strength of humans. Now the Draco Kingdom was sliding step by step into the abyss, and it was all his own doing. A bead of cold sweat slid down the king's forehead. At the very least, we found the Dragon Knight's body. Duke Giles's voice was low and sorrowful, attempting to break the suffocating silence. In that tragic battle, the Draco Kingdom's strongest Dragon Knight had died on the battlefield, which was undoubtedly a heavy blow to the already precarious kingdom. Now, we only have 2 Dragon Knights left, Duke Giles added, his tone filled with despair. Bam! King Farux slammed his fist onto the table with a loud thud. Damn it! His heart was filled with anger and helplessness. The lords who had answered the call were fighting a bloody battle against the Blackwood army, but the enemy's tactics were as persistent as maggots on a bone, always finding the royal army's weaknesses to strike a fatal blow. That damned human lord. Now he had to admit that the human lord was indeed very formidable. He was like a high elf from the eastern continent, using unheard-of weapons and tactics to gradually encroach upon the lands of the western continent. A strong sense of unease welled up in King Farux's heart. If humans had always been this powerful, how could they have known nothing about what was happening on the eastern continent? What exactly happened on the eastern continent? Report, Your Majesty. Something terrible has happened. A messenger rushed into the hall, crawling and stumbling, his terrified shout breaking the king's train of thought. Both King Farux and Duke Giles frowned instantly. King Farux and Duke Giles exchanged a look. They thought there couldn't be any worse news, but reality was always cruel. The Naga race. They've torn up the treaty. They've gathered their army and crossed the border. The messenger's voice trembled so much it was almost unintelligible. The Draco Kingdom was bleeding, and the Naga race was like hyenas smelling blood, jumping in impatiently to take advantage of the chaos and carve up the Draco Kingdom's territory and wealth. Lamia, you damned viper! King Farux roared, his voice echoing in the hall. For a moment, the entire hall was filled with King Farux's curses. An army must be well fed to fight. Without supplies, they cannot advance. As the saying goes, provisions should move before the troops. Therefore, whenever the Blackwood army discovered the enemy's supply lines, they would destroy them. This way, they could weaken the enemy's strength and buy more time for their cavalry. Later, those dragon human race soldiers would even drop their baggage and turn to run as soon as they saw the Blackwood army, which allowed the Blackwood army to obtain a large amount of supplies without any effort. The art of war says, to take advantage of the enemy is our advantage, thus doubling it. In addition to seizing enemy supplies, Isaac also placed great importance on his own army's supplies. A gunpowder-based army is highly dependent on logistics, and he would never allow supply issues to affect the battle. Supplies are here. The supplies from Blackwood territory have arrived. The soldiers' excited cheers reached the heavens as if they were seating their savior. Blackwood territory had sent a massive supply convoy. Under the escort of the giant race, they safely crossed the magical beast forest and arrived at the place where the Blackwood army was stationed. Clothes, ammunition, potions, food, and so on, all sorts of materials were piled up like mountains, small hills emitting an inviting fragrance. The soldiers cheered and jumped for joy, impatiently rushing forward to receive their share of the supplies. There were also barrels filled with black powder, which were carefully carried down and stacked together by the soldiers. Artillery were the true gold-consuming beasts. Not only did they consume a large amount of gunpowder, but they also required regular barrel replacements. If it weren't for the discovery of the saltpeter mine, Blackwood territory would never have been able to maintain such a massive artillery force. Currently, the population of Blackwood territory was not yet large enough to produce enough gunpowder by collecting manure, so the saltpeter mine was particularly important. Click! Isaac opened the visor of his helmet and grabbed a package from the swarming soldiers, which contained the soft bread he had specifically requested. It was made by the chefs of Blackwood territory according to his recipe, soft and sweet. It could be considered one of his favorite foods. There were also candies made of sugar, a handful of which he grabbed and put into his mouth. This is a true delicacy of the world, Isaac remarked while eating the candy. Sugar was an absolute luxury on the battlefield. It could replenish physical strength, relieve fatigue, and even boost morale. Wow, so sweet. Hippo also opened her helmet visor, picked up a huge wooden bucket, and drank with great gulps. It was cola, a drink made by mixing syrup and water, an excellent choice for relieving heat. In the wild, it was almost impossible to find sweet foods that could satisfy Hippo's taste buds. Therefore, Isaac had specially prepared a large amount of cola and rum for her. Isaac, is there more? I want more. Hippo's excitement made her tremble slightly. Drink slowly, Isaac couldn't help but remind her as he watched Hippo's heavy drinking. Hippo set down the wooden bucket with a loud thud. Her stomach was as massive as her body, capable of holding an amount of food and drink unimaginable to ordinary people. This time, I want to mix them. Hippo picked up 2 wooden buckets, one containing rum and the other containing cola. She mixed the 2 drinks together and then drank them down in gulps, a satisfied smile appearing on her face. Rum was a strong liquor that required long-term aging, while cola was also a drink made by mixing syrup and water. Both drinks were very expensive, but Hippo mixed them together and drank them bucket by bucket, which made Isaac feel quite pained. This is just too wasteful, Isaac complained inwardly, but seeing Hippo's satisfied look, he didn't feel right saying anything. After all, the giant race was like a heavy tank. Huge consumption was inevitable. Lord Isaac, long time no see. Just then, a charming voice came from nearby. Let's plant our flag on the western continent. Lord Isaac, it's been a long time. A seductive voice came. A succubus with an enchanting figure and revealing clothing approached Isaac. She had fiery red long hair, fair skin, delicate features, and cunning glints in her purple eyes. A pair of pointed ears peeked out from her hair, and a tail gently swayed behind her, exuding a deadly allure. Priestess Igni watched her warily, tightly gripping her staff, ready to fight at any moment. Your neighbor, the head of the Azazel Merchant Guild, has come to visit you, the woman said with a smile, her tone carrying a hint of seduction. She was the head of the Azazel Merchant Guild. Through her merchant network, she promoted the justice of the war for the Blackwood territory and provided intelligence about the Draco Kingdom. Head Azazel, you must be very busy, right? How do you have time to come to the battlefield? Isaac asked. The head of the Blackwood Merchant Guild, Miko, was extremely busy, responsible for the trade of the Blackwood territory with almost no time to rest. Since the Azazel Merchant Guild's business spanned the entire continent, she should be even busier than Miko. Of course I have time. Do you know? Since you opened this land trade route, all the merchants in the western continent have been in an uproar, Azazel said excitedly. Oh really? Isaac asked, somewhat surprised. Of course it's true. Do you know? Recently, there's a magical beast called the Sea Serpent that specifically attacks merchant ships not belonging to the Kanchi Kingdom, so the cost of sea transport has increased significantly. Those merchants who rely on sea transport have suffered heavy losses, Azazel said with a grave tone. She was also one of the victims. She said many ship owners now dare not set sail, and sea trade has almost come to a halt, which has also affected her business to some extent. Sea Serpent Isaac fell into deep thought upon hearing this news. First the merfolk, now the Sea Serpent. There must be some conspiracy behind this, and the biggest suspect is the Kanchi Kingdom. How ironic. The Kanchi Kingdom originally wanted to disrupt the trade of the Blackwood territory, but instead made the land trade route of the Blackwood territory even more important. They truly lifted a stone only to drop it on their own feet. Thank you for telling me this. By the way, the intelligence you provided last time was also very useful. Thank you. Isaac snapped back to reality and thanked Azazel. Azazel smiled and said, you're too kind. She certainly wouldn't make a losing deal. The intelligence and help she provided came at a cost, but it was undeniable that she had indeed helped the Blackwood territory greatly. This time, I've also brought some of the latest intelligence about the Draco Kingdom, Azazel said. A bat flew to her shoulder and handed her a note. She opened the note, read it carefully, and then told Isaac its contents. Why, you're saying the Naga Queen of the Iru Kingdom has dispatched troops? Isaac asked, somewhat surprised upon hearing this news. Yes, the Draco royal family is now in chaos. King Farax is very angry. He believes you colluded with the Naga race to carve up the Draco Kingdom. It is said that the Iru Kingdom and the Draco Kingdom once went to war. Now that the Blackwood army has invaded the Draco Kingdom, the Naga Queen saw an opportunity and dispatched troops to take advantage of the situation, seeking revenge. The Naga Queen was like a hyena smelling blood, ready to pounce and tear its prey at any moment. However, the reason the Draco Kingdom's army lost to the Blackwood army was because the cavalry of the Blackwood territory was highly mobile and very cunning. They always managed to find the weaknesses of the Draco royal army and then launch attacks, catching the Draco Kingdom off guard. If the Draco Kingdom's army could gather in time, the Blackwood army might not have been able to win. After all, those wyverns and velociraptors were also very powerful, and the Blackwood territory lost a hot air balloon. Fortunately, that hot air balloon was shot down in the air, and Sylph was not injured, which was a blessing in disguise. The enemy of my enemy is my friend, Isaac said with a smile. The Western continent also had its own international relations and grudges. It seemed the Blackwood territory could also take advantage of this opportunity to reap the benefits. There's another important piece of news. Azazel licked her lips. The Naga race's army is very powerful. They have already captured many territories of the Draco Kingdom. Now the Draco royal family is debating whether to acknowledge your occupation of the Frost territory. They want to negotiate peace with you. Her information was very well informed. It seemed her intelligence network had penetrated the Draco royal family. Otherwise, she couldn't have known so clearly. It seems they've encountered trouble. They want to give up the Frost territory in exchange for peace. Isaac thought to himself after hearing Azazel's words. Although the dragon-human race was warlike, they also knew that fighting on two fronts was very dangerous. Now that the Naga race was advancing fiercely, they had to seriously consider whether to continue fighting the Blackwood territory to the death or first deal with the Naga race, this major threat. The opportunity had come. Azazel, can you help me deliver a letter to Queen Priscilla? Isaac asked. Of course, but why do you want to write to Her Majesty the Queen? Azazel asked curiously. They always call us the human army, but we don't specifically distinguish which dragon-human race tribe they are, Isaac explained. Yes, Azazel nodded, indicating understanding. The eastern and western continents had long been isolated, lacking understanding of each other. Those dragon-human race people didn't know the difference between the Blackwood Territory's army and the Hyde Kingdom's army. They thought all humans used the same weapons and tactics. So, I want them to know that there are many humans, to make them afraid. That way we can take the initiative in negotiations. Isaac revealed his plan. He wanted to bluff, using the information gap to make the Draco Kingdom mistakenly believe that the Hyde Kingdom had dispatched a large army, thereby forcing them to compromise. The Blackwood territory had left a deep impression on those dragon-human race people. If they knew there were more armies like the Blackwood territory, they would surely feel fear and not dare to act rashly. I understand. You want to borrow the tiger's might. Those dragon-human race people have already been defeated by 2,000 men. If they know there are more human armies, they will definitely choose to compromise. Azazel suddenly realized. Exactly, that way we can gain more benefits. Isaac nodded. Then I'll leave it to you, Azazel. Leave it to me, Lord, Azazel said with a smile. She was becoming more and more interested in this war. She wanted to see how much benefit Isaac could ultimately get from the Draco Kingdom. Whoosh! A bat flew into the sky, heading towards the Hyde Kingdom. It would carry Isaac's letter, flying over mountains and rivers to deliver this message to Queen Priscilla. In the resplendent palace of the Hyde Kingdom, Queen Priscilla was buried in a mountain of administrative documents. Suddenly, a small black bat flew in silently, lightly landing on the queen's desk. It shook its wings and respectfully placed a letter in front of the queen. Queen Priscilla picked up the letter. After reading it, a meaningful smile curled at the corner of her mouth. Finally came to your senses? It seemed the expedition to the western continent was not going smoothly. Isaac, this newly appointed duke, had finally asked her for help. She had long anticipated this day and had always wanted to participate in this war. However, due to the opposition of the nobles and the continent's peace agreement, she could only suppress her desire and watch Isaac fight alone. Previously, Isaac only took Marquia Arnold and refused her goodwill, which made Queen Priscilla feel very helpless, but also understood his caution. After all, he was the first brave soul to set foot on the western continent and had to proceed step by step to protect the hard-won victory. Although Isaac's request was somewhat strange, it was still a request for help. She finally had the opportunity to participate in this war. She remembered Isaac once telling her that the magical beast forest was full of dangers, and to gain something, one must pay with blood and sacrifice. That trade route being built was also full of risks and challenges. This time, she must firmly seize the opportunity to make the Hyde Kingdom the biggest winner in this war. On the smoke-filled battlefield, after several fierce battles, Knight Miller excitedly ran into Isaac's military tent and said in an agitated tone, Lord, success! Her Majesty the Queen has dispatched an army. The Draco Kingdom has sent an envoy. They want to negotiate peace. Isaac put down the revolver pistol he was cleaning and let out a long sigh of relief. This war was finally about to end. The news that 4,000 Hyde Kingdom soldiers had crossed the magical beast forest and entered the territory of the Draco Kingdom exploded like thunder in the Draco royal family. They were afraid that the Hyde Kingdom and the Blackwood territory would join forces to completely destroy them. Under the fear of national destruction, they could only choose to seek peace. Bluffing often had a miraculous effect on opponents filled with fear. The Draco Kingdom had clearly been terrified by the formidable strength displayed by the Blackwood territory. Now Isaac only needed to negotiate with the Draco Kingdom, demand war reparations, and have them acknowledge his occupation of the Frost territory, and the task would be accomplished. He had finally gained a foothold in the western continent, opening up a new world for the future of the Blackwood territory. Lord, we haven't even waited for Her Majesty the Queen's army and we were already negotiating peace with the Draco Kingdom. What about the soldiers who came? Knight Miller asked with some concern. Isaac smiled. What else can we do? Send them back. Oh, and remember to give them some travel expenses. Isaac stood up, a smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Let's go. Now we can plant the flag in the western continent, negotiate, and squeeze them dry. After the war ends, the political games have only just begun. The division of territory and the distribution of interests all require long negotiations and compromises. At this moment, Isaac sat upright at the negotiating table, conducting final talks with the envoy from the Draco Kingdom. So, you're saying the Draco Kingdom is willing to recognize my occupation of the Frost territory, and pay war reparations as well as ransoms for the prisoners? Isaac's tone was calm, yet it carried an unquestionable majesty. Yes, Lord Blackwood. The dragon-human race envoy lowered his head, his tone respectful. Under the rule of King Fardux, the Draco Kingdom had never ceded territory, but now they were forced to bow to the Blackwood territory. This is our recognition of your strength and a manifestation of our sincerity. The dragon human race envoy spoke cautiously. Losers are always at a disadvantage at the negotiating table. This has been true since time immemorial. But these are things you ought to do. I am only willing to withdraw my troops because of your sincere attitude, so you should show even more sincerity. Isaac's fingers tapped the table unhurriedly, producing a crisp sound. If not for the invasion of the Naga race, he might have accepted the Draco Kingdom's terms, but the situation was different now. He had to secure greater interests for the Blackwood territory. But Lord, we have already made great concessions. The dragon human race envoy looked troubled. Is that so? Isaac replied non-committally. Click, click. Isaac absent-mindedly toyed with the revolver pistol in his hand, the crisp sounds echoing clearly in the silent tent. Seeing Isaac's movements, the dragon human race envoy felt a sudden surge of palpitations. In this war, many dragon human soldiers had died under the muzzles of the Blackwood territory. The fear brought by that weapon was still deeply etched in their minds. If you are unsatisfied with our sincerity, we can hand Count Kukuzanka over to you. The dragon human race envoy gritted his teeth and offered a condition that pained him to even mention. What use do I have for him? Isaac asked, puzzled. You can kill him to vent your anger. We dragon humans have a custom of crushing an enemy's skull with our teeth to truly satisfy a vendetta, the dragon human race envoy explained. Isaac only then noticed that the dragon human race possessed crocodile-like mouths and sharpness-filled teeth. He thought to himself, does Kukuzanka know you're doing this? I don't share your hobbies. Besides, you seem to have misunderstood. The sincerity I'm talking about refers to material compensation. Isaac raised an eyebrow and smilingly stated his conditions. Since he now had them where he wanted them, why not fleece them for all they were worth? For example, Count Kukuzanka's fief, as well as the fiefs of those lords who helped him attack me, like those of Dix and Gilead. Hearing Isaac's words, the dragon human race envoy jumped up and exclaimed, impossible. That's absolutely impossible. My lord, this is too much. The Frost Count's territory is already massive, but most of it is wasteland, Isaac said flatly. If he could obtain those fiefs, he would become the true hegemon of the Western continent, controlling the lifeblood of East-West trade. Even so, it won't do. You actually want 2 viscounties? You've only just arrived on the Western continent and you already want to plant your flag in our country? The dragon human race envoy spoke furiously. Bang! Isaac slammed the revolver pistol heavily onto the table with a loud bang, and said in a cold tone, I am right here. If you don't agree, then let's keep fighting. I'm sure you aren't afraid of a 2-front war against the Naga race as well. The dragon human race envoy was suddenly speechless. He had originally thought that as long as they stood united and threw enough bodies at the problem, they would eventually defeat the Blackwood territory. But now it seemed they were wrong, and more importantly, they were out of time. Lord, this is bad. The army of the Hyde Kingdom has arrived. Effie suddenly rushed into the tent, her tone anxious. What? They're here already? Isaac had originally thought it would take them a few more days to arrive. Whoosh! Isaac walked out of the tent and saw a massive army appearing on the horizon. They wore uniform attire and held sophisticated weapons, marching grandly toward the Frost territory. Those were the central army of the Hyde Kingdom, along with those lords who wanted a piece of the pie. Their banners fluttered in the wind as they approached ostentatiously. See that? At least several thousand people have come. It seems Her Majesty the Queen also wants a piece of the pie. Do you really want to keep fighting? Isaac turned to look at the dragon human race envoy, his tone laced with mockery. Whether human or dragon human, everyone believed that seeing was believing. The Hyde Kingdom's army was twice the size of the Blackwood territory's forces and came with aggressive momentum. They were clearly well prepared. Seeing the Hyde Kingdom's army, the dragon human race envoy's face turned ashen. He knew he no longer had any room for choice. We agree to your conditions. The dragon human race envoy finally agreed to Isaac's demands weakly, those few words seemingly draining all his strength. If they had known it would come to this, why bother in the first place? Isaac patted the dragon human race envoy's shoulder and said in a relaxed tone, You've made a wise decision. Just as he turned around, he suddenly saw the velociraptor the envoy had ridden in on. His heart stirred, and he immediately asked, By the way, I want some large wyverns, velociraptors, and griffons as part of the war reparations. And of course, I'll need some people who can tame them. Riding a dragon, that's a man's romance. Though they were dinosaurs, who said dinosaurs weren't dragons? In the future, he would become a dragon knight too. He had wanted those dinosaurs from the first moment he saw them, especially the griffons. They could serve as an air force and play a vital role in future wars. I will do my best to find tamers for you. The dragon human race envoy said feebly, head bowed. The two sides conducted further negotiations and finally reached an agreement. The Draco Kingdom promised not to sabotage the Blackwood territory's trade routes anymore and would provide convenience for Blackwood's merchant caravans. Isaac and the dragon human race envoy shook hands and made peace. The war had finally come to an end. Congratulations, you have obtained 2 bridgeheads connecting the eastern and western continents. You have gained 10,000 achievement points. You may now purge the evil forces of the western continent. You have gained 5,000 achievement points. Goddess Iris's voice echoed in Isaac's mind, her tone carrying a hint of solemnity. It seemed the situation on the western continent was even more complex than on the eastern continent. Evil forces had already begun to spread there, and he had to hurry to prevent disaster. Now let's go home. Isaac turned and shouted to the soldiers behind him, his tone weary yet filled with hope. The territory's newest power source and machine gun. Count Ruger was once Queen Priscilla's royal guard knight, later titled Count for his outstanding military achievements. Now, he led a massive army, marching toward the western continent with high spirits. Her Majesty the Queen had also entrusted her scepter to him, which filled him with immense honor and a deep sense of responsibility. On the way to the western continent, he witnessed firsthand the land trade route connecting the east and west. He saw the legendary giant race and even received their escort. He also saw the smooth roads built by the Blackwood territory and the merchant caravans traveling back and forth. He could no longer doubt Duke Blackwood's plan. Once this trade route was completed, it would bring immense wealth and power to the Blackwood territory, and the Kingdom of Hyde would also participate and share in the benefits. So this is the Western Continent? Count Ruger marveled. Born in the Eastern Continent, he had never imagined he would come to the Western Continent. He took a deep breath, feeling the hot and humid air of the Western Continent, his heart filled with curiosity and anticipation. His subordinates were the same, full of curiosity about this unfamiliar continent. But they suddenly discovered that the Blackwood territory's army was retreating. They were well trained, their steps in perfect unison, clearly not having experienced any hard-fought battles. They seem to be leaving? They are heading toward the Frost territory. No, this won't do. We've finally made it to the Western Continent. We have to do something before we can go back and report to Her Majesty, Count Ruger said with some anxiety. The Blackwood territory side also seemed to have noticed the Kingdom of Hyde's army, and they sent a messenger over. His Grace says you've worked hard. The war is over now, and you may return, the messenger said respectfully as he rode up to Count Ruger. The war is over? Count Ruger was stunned. He hadn't even had a chance to take the field. How could the war be over? He had traveled all this way, and they weren't even going to let him join in. Although Duke Blackwood said they would be compensated, Count Ruger could no longer listen. He felt played, his heart filled with anger and humiliation. Damn it, Count Ruger couldn't help but curse. Stonebeard Fortress was once the forge of the Western Continent, but now it had become a colony of the High Elves. A woman known as the Blue-Eyed Witch was ruling over Stonebeard Fortress. She was Governor Winterberg, and she ruled Stonebeard Fortress on behalf of Empress Savona. She forced the highly skilled dwarfs to manufacture weapons for the High Elves, turning the hall that once belonged to the Dwarf King into her office. As you can see, this is a type of repeating crossbow bolt. It draws from the principles of the Bow of Amas. We've installed these replicated magic cores onto the bolts. A male high elf was introducing a new weapon to Governor Winterberg. He installed a magic core the size of a fingernail onto the bolt, and then a red thread appeared on the previously empty crossbow string. He placed a bolt into the groove, and the red thread automatically pulled the bolt into a ready state. Swish! Thud! Thud! 2 bolts were fired, sinking deep into the target. Generally, such powerful crossbows require specialized tools to cock, and the process is very strenuous. But this crossbow uses a magic crossbow string, so cocking it is effortless, and its rate of fire is also very fast. Its power is as great as the steel crossbows of the Kingdom of Kantia, but its cocking speed is much faster. The male high elf's tone carried a hint of pride. This was a magic weapon that could be mass-produced. As long as there were enough bolts, it could fire them continuously. A single high elf using this crossbow could easily deal with 10 human soldiers. Its firepower and rate of fire far exceeded any previous individual weapon. Our high elf's magic technology is truly powerful. This weapon will help Her Majesty the Empress conquer the Western Continent, and even the Eastern Continent, the male high elf said fanatically. It was the Empress's most brilliant decision to have them conquer the Dwarven Kingdom first. Now the dwarves were manufacturing weapons for the high elves, and this place would become a bridgehead for the high elves to conquer the entire continent. However, our production progress has been lagging a bit lately. Those dwarfs seem to be intentionally stalling, the male high elf said with some concern. Governor Winterberg frowned upon hearing this news and summoned King Glend. Your Majesty Glend, did you hear that? Our production progress is too slow. Are your people intentionally slacking off? Governor Winterberg asked in a cold tone. King Glend looked into Governor Winterberg's cold blue eyes, gritted his teeth, and said, Dwarves need rest too. Your demands are too harsh. No race could endure them. Governor Winterberg gave a cold laugh. Fine, I'll believe you for now, but if you don't complete the tasks, you know the consequences. I know, King Glend said weakly. Ever since his 2 sons were taken away, he had become taciturn. His daughter's whereabouts were also unknown, but he knew that whatever they were planning, it was already too late, because there was now a gargoyle sent by the Empress in this hall. Governor Winterberg glanced back at the gargoyle. Since that gargoyle arrived at Stonebeard Fortress, the dwarves' resistance had decreased significantly. Even she felt a sense of awe toward it. It was said that the gargoyle was brought by the Empress from the Platinum Palace, and it wasn't even finished yet. Currently, it was only the size of a troll, but as the magic core was upgraded, it could become even larger. It would become a powerful weapon for the governor's office, and would crush the conspiracies of those dwarves who wanted to reclaim the Ether Stone. Your Majesty, you seem to have been looking at the seat I'm sitting in, Governor Winterberg said suddenly. She looked at King Glend and said with a smile, Do you miss this seat very much? Hee. She stroked the table and chair that once belonged to the Dwarf King, then pointed at the items on the table and asked, What are all these? Those are the first works made by my children and some souvenirs, King Glend said in a low voice. Ah, then what is this strange device? Is it also a souvenir? Governor Winterberg picked up a peculiarly shaped metal device and asked curiously. That is a steam engine. I kept it to commemorate the day my beard was burned off, King Glenn said sadly. After hearing King Glenn's explanation, Governor Winterberg nodded. Then with a sudden sweep of her hand, she knocked everything off the table onto the floor. HMPH, just useless junk. It's much cleaner now. When the master changes, the items must be new as well. Governor Winterberg glanced at King Glenn and said arrogantly. King Glenn clenched his fists and suppressed his rage, knowing it wasn't yet time to resist. Governor Winterberg wanted to give those dwarves who wanted to resist a warning, letting them know who the master here was. Just then, a messenger rushed in frantically. Seeing the scene in the hall, he hurried to Governor Winterberg's side and whispered something. Lord Blackwood crossed the forest, acknowledged his occupation. Governor Winterberg's eyes widened upon hearing the news, and she asked in disbelief, what? Asterisk. Blackwood territory had achieved victory once again. They had not only conquered the magical beast forest, but also defeated the dragon-human race of the western continent, even bringing back several large wyverns. The people of the Blackwood territory cheered and danced, everyone celebrating this hard-won victory. Hurrah! Blackwood territory! Blackwood territory! People waved flags and cheered loudly, their faces filled with joy and pride. The large wyverns, in particular, drew everyone's attention. They were massive and majestic, shimmering with a metallic luster in the sunlight, making people feel an instinctive sense of awe. Dinosaurs, no matter which world, are always very popular. Isaac brought those large wyverns to the Blackwood territory's workshop. My lord, I've seen many strange things, but I was still shocked today. Are these the wyverns of the Draco Kingdom? Todlin looked at the behemoths before him, his tone full of surprise and curiosity. He was the chief weapon artisan of the Blackwood territory and had spent the most time with Isaac, so he was the first to recover his composure. He actually recognized those wyverns. It seemed the distance between the Draco Kingdom and the Dwarven Kingdom wasn't that far. That's right, they are dinosaurs. No, they are descendants of dragons. They will become our new mounts. Isaac nodded and said calmly. In this war, he had witnessed the power of steel firsthand. He wanted to transform those wyverns into steel behemoths, making them the aerial fortresses of the Blackwood territory. Your ideas are always so bold, but I've also prepared a surprise for you, Todlin said with a smile, his tone carrying a hint of mystery. He and the other artisans led Isaac deep into the workshop, where a large curtain covered something. It's finally finished, the steam engine and the Gatling machine gun you told me about. Todlin pulled back the curtain with an excited tone. Oh? Isaac looked at these two epoch-making products before him and couldn't help but exclaim. Chocolate, his daughter, Hippo, had run away from home with the human lord and hadn't returned for several days, truly making him worry himself sick. I'm back. Seeing Hippo return with bags and bundles, looking relaxed and carefree, Patriarch Long Fu could only heave a long sigh. Hippo, where have you been all this time? What were you doing? Facing Long Fu's questioning, Hippo heavily set down the wooden barrel on her shoulder and replied with an innocent look. Adventuring. I went on a truly magnificent adventure. Note, at this point, I hope readers will remember our domain, Taiwan novel website, to accompany you in your leisure and wait for your discovery. Sigh. Long Fu shook his head helplessly. This girl didn't have the slightest intention of reflecting on her actions. Running off to the danger-filled outside world for an adventure was truly a headache. Perhaps it was because the stories of his own youthful travels abroad were used as lullabies for her, making her yearn so much for the outside world. However, when Long Fu noticed the scorch marks on Hippo's body, a sudden surge of nameless anger flared up. He raised his hand to give Hippo a flick on the forehead as a punishment. Bang! However, the patriarch immediately regretted throwing his punch. He clutched his hand, grimacing in pain. How could this girl's head be so hard? He had found it strange before. Just what kind of protective gear did the human lord give Hippo? Your hand must hurt. This is the armor Isaac gave me. It's really hard. Hippo didn't realize her father's anger at all. Instead, she giggled and showed concern for him. Then, surrounded by the clansmen who had rushed over upon hearing the news, she opened the bundles she brought like a street peddler. Inside the bundles were novelties from the outside world. Bubbly black sweet water and wooden barrels filled with a pale yellow liquid. Besides those, there was bread made from fermented and baked ground wheat flour, a bulging bag containing a considerable amount. What is this? This tastes really good. Oh tilde, it's even a bit intoxicating. These were all gifts from Lord Isaac when Hippo departed. She had brought everything back and was now generously sharing them all with the clansmen. Although the Lord had said something about influencing her with worldly temptations for the sake of the future words Hippo didn't understand, she simply felt that it was a pity to enjoy such delicious things alone. Why is the ground rising? Why have you become two people? Hippo enthusiastically encouraged her clansmen to eat and drink. The giants clinked their wooden barrels filled with the yellow liquid, and one by one, they began to sway, overcome by drunkenness. Witnessing all this, Long Fu shook his head helplessly. What kind of decorum was this? Asterisk. During the preparations for the new weapon demonstration, a platter full of crispy pastries was delivered to the Lord's room. The black tail of the Blackwood Merchant Guild's president swayed softly before his eyes like foxtail grass. She listened with great interest as Isaac recounted the long adventure involving the giants, gunpowder, and the dinosaurs of the western continent. But when Isaac inadvertently mentioned the succubus president, Her tail began to flick with obvious dissatisfaction. Isaac was describing how he received Azazel's help on the perilous battlefields of the western continent, and how she had worked tirelessly to ensure the logistics and supplies. Hearing this, Miko seemed to ignite a strange sense of competition, furrowing her brows and staring intently at Isaac. "Ah, of course I'm well aware of your hard work too. Very aware." Isaac was speechless inwardly. Igni and Effie were the same. Why was everyone so wary of Azazel? To change the subject, Isaac brought out a secret weapon. Among the crispy biscuits, a block of smooth, brown dessert emitting a rich fragrance was particularly eye-catching. Miko looked at the gold coin-shaped chocolate Isaac handed over with a puzzled expression. "Lord, what is this?" "Chocolate. It's made by fermenting, roasting, and grinding fruit from the western continent, then adding sugar and butter to solidify it. It's a very high-class dessert," Isaac explained with a smile. Snap. Miko bit off a piece of the dark brown chocolate with her teeth. The cocoa aroma was rich and intense, bittersweet, melting in her mouth like butter. Miko's eyes instantly widened. MMH, she stuck out her tender pink tongue and licked the brown chocolate from her full lips. Seeing her cat-like pupils slit, Isaac knew she had already smelled the scent of money from this crop called cocoa. "Come, try this too, hot chocolate." This time, Isaac handed her cocoa powder and sugar mixed into rich milk. Inside the white porcelain cup, the chocolate-colored milk swirled slowly. "Wow, TH this." The rich and mellow fragrance echoed in Miko's mouth. Seeing her cat ears perk up like butterflies, Isaac became even more certain of his judgment. "I thought you just went there to fight a war. Ha ha ha, isn't fighting just to claim more land, make more money, and sleep with more ahum? The western continent has many such rare and profitable crops. I'll continue to bring them back as I see them." Miko nodded vigorously, seemingly very satisfied with the Blackwood Merchant Guild's new trade product. And so, as a reward for victory, they leisurely tasted the unique flavors and aromas from the western continent while discussing the subsequent sale of chocolate. Just then, an elf ranger suddenly came to report that the demonstration preparations were complete. "Everything is ready. You may proceed to the plains near the armory." Miko hadn't seemed to hear the news yet. She was drinking her hot chocolate and asked in confusion upon hearing this. "Lord, what is ready?" It was, of course, the new weapon to protect the territory, along with the new power source that might drive it. Isaac smiled slightly and replied mysteriously, "The age of machinery has arrived. Gatling guns are used to save lives. Load the 100-round drum magazine." Click. A long, vertical gravity-fed drum magazine was mounted onto the 8-barreled Gatling machine gun with a crisp click. 100 brass-colored metal cartridges filled with black gunpowder were tightly pressed into the drum. Clatter. Cleaning rounds were interspersed among the bullets to clean the barrels. Each barrel had an integrated firing pin and bolt. Simply turning the crank would automatically complete the entire process of feeding, firing, and ejecting shells. "Lord, I was actually curious while we were making it. Why is it called a Gatling?" Todlin asked near the loading site, stroking his beard, which had become coarse from his intense focus on the work. Brumble and the surrounding craftsmen also seemed curious, turning their gazes toward Isaac. "Because it was invented by Gatling, of course," Isaac thought to himself. As the saying goes, the Gatling saves the dying and heals the wounded, while the Maxim brings the dead back to life. Who would have thought that Richard J. Gatling, an American doctor, originally invented the Gatling machine gun with the intention of reducing casualties among his own soldiers on the battlefield? One had to admit, this guy's logic was truly peculiar. But thinking about it, it seemed to make sense. Just look at whether the casualties of their own soldiers dropped or not. It was just unfortunate for the brothers on the other side. It was said that the first time this gun was deployed on the battlefield, it caused 60% of the opposing side's casualties. Richard J. Gatling actually invented many seeders and other mechanical devices that helped agriculture and made a lot of money, but he eventually created this brutal weapon to save the dying and heal the wounded, which to some extent changed future warfare. In that era, something like a machine gun could instantly widen the gap between industrial and non-industrial nations. It was an absolute weapon of mass destruction. Although it wasn't yet an automatic weapon operating on recoil or gas pressure and required manual operation, it was still effortless to deal with armies primarily using cold weapons. This was all the goddess whispering in my ear, giving me revelations, Isaac said. This goddess really knows a lot. I heard she is the goddess of harmony. How could she know about such a weapon? Only Bromville spoke up with some doubt. Isaac calmly looked up at the cloudless, azure sky. No lightning struck him. If he wasn't struck, then it was fine. Excellent. He could continue to use the goddess's name to fool people. Prepare to fire. Hans George gripped the crank tightly and gave a salute with his other hand, showing his pious faith and loyalty. The dark barrels reflected a soft glow under the sunlight. Can this thing really exert the firepower of 100 musketeers? Effie, who was participating in the test of the new weapon, asked Isaac while fiddling with her Claire rifle. Muzzle-loading rifles required using a ramrod to pack the lead ball and gunpowder, then attaching mercury fulminate and pulling the hammer to fire at a rate of one shot every few dozen seconds. Just as she asked, this rapid-fire weapon could spew firepower equivalent to 100 times that of such firearms. It was a true engine of destruction. Of course, you'll see for yourself in a moment. At Isaac's command, Hans carefully turned the crank. Bang! Flames erupted, and the slightly rotating barrel fired the first bullet. This was a single shot that both smoothbore guns and rifles could achieve. After a brief silence, Some people thought the shooting was over and lowered the hands they had used to cover their ears. But this was only the beginning. Hans George turned the crank vigorously again, and the Gatling machine gun, like an unbridled wild horse, displayed an astonishing rate of fire. Rat-tat-tat-tat-tat. The multi-barreled muzzle rotated, spitting out flames and projectiles. The crank drove the gears to rotate, automatically completing the entire firing process. It was a killing machine. Bang 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 bang. The rate of fire, approaching 300 rounds per minute, was like a rainstorm shredding withered leaves, smashing the upright wooden targets to pieces. Bullets dropped into the machine gun under the force of gravity. As long as the ammunition was continuous, the Gatling machine gun could pour out firepower endlessly. My God, it really does have the firepower of 100 men. The pungent smell of gunpowder spread, and the craftsmen and vassals were choked into coughing by the thick smoke, while simultaneously letting out bursts of amazement. For them, who had only ever seen smoothbore guns and revolver pistols, the impact of this weapon was undoubtedly massive. The concept of rapid fire and the boundaries of common sense were both expanded at this moment. Click click. The 100-round drum magazine was emptied in the blink of an eye. Hans George turned the idling crank and shouted to Isaac with a look of bewilderment, The bullets are all gone. Firing complete. The incredible firepower had poured onto the planes like a torrential rain. This firepower was truly terrifying. If it were loaded with a 400-round broadwell drum instead of this vertical drum, it would be a true massacre. Phew, with this thing, the Blackwood Army's long-standing problem of insufficient manpower can be solved. It's truly a great and ingenious design, my lord. Despite being the primary creator, Todlin was still extremely excited, speaking with a trembling voice. You have developed a weapon to protect the territory and the temple, and to crush evil. Achievement points plus 15,000. With the goddess's approval, the new weapon was registered in the armory. From now on, it could be mass-produced for 8,000 achievement points. The manufacturing process for this weapon was very complex, so mass production would alleviate a lot of the burden. Next, it only needed to be miniaturized and lightened. That way, the centaur female warriors could pull it to form a takanka, or it could be mounted on armored dinosaurs to be used as armored vehicles. Todlin, this is all thanks to your and the craftsman's hard work. You've worked hard. Tonight, there will be an unlimited supply of meat and wine. Although the skills of human craftsmen were excellent, they were still a step below a natural-born blacksmith blessed by the gods. Despite some twists and turns in the process, it was truly amazing that it could fire so smoothly after assembly, as expected of a master smith. Haha, I am honored to receive praise from the inventor, but let's postpone the banquet. We still have another mechanical device to test, don't we? Isaac and Todlin smiled at each other and bumped fists like Hippo. That was the steam external combustion engine that Isaac had long looked forward to, and Todlin had dreamed of. Of course Todlin, after investing a lot of time and materials, it was now time to reap the harvest. Steam engine. On a level road where wooden bicycle experiments similar to scooters had once been conducted. To test the workshop's latest steam engine, they came to this road, the pride of Blackwood, a flat and smooth path. Lord, if this thing explodes during the experiment, will Todlin have to become a road slave again? Bromwell asked with a laugh as he heated the boiler. Stop saying such unlucky things. Todlin seemed to recall past events, waving his hand with a somewhat lacking tone of confidence. Asterisk gurgle, gurgle asterisk. The experimental boiler finally began to make the sound of boiling water. It actually took a full 10 minutes to start. It's still a bit hard to believe, but in a moment, that carriage will move on its own like it's possessed, right? Claire looked at the steam carriage prototype and asked somewhat impatiently. She had been waiting for several minutes without any movement and was getting a bit bored. That's right. This is a steam vehicle that moves entirely on the power of steam. It was modeled after the world's first steam locomotive, Nicholas Joseph Cudnott's steam carriage. To be precise, it was an ordinary three-wheeled carriage fitted with a small boiler and a steam external combustion engine with cylinders. They had now reached the level of using the kinetic energy generated by steam to drive wheels. Almost ready, almost. They had successfully manufactured a Watt-style steam engine. They added eccentric wheels and slide valves to the steam engine to create a reciprocating engine, and combined it with gun-making technology, as well as rubber and sealing enchantments to achieve airtightness. It could be said that this condensed all the technical power of Blackwood. Asterisk chuff chuff asterisk. When the pressure reached a certain point, the pistons began to move slowly. It was just like turning a car key to start an engine. It moved! It moved! The carriage rubber tires seemed to sense something and vibrated slightly. Finally, when the pressure reached its limit, the steam engine began to operate violently, accompanied by its characteristic noise. Could it produce power exceeding its own weight? Asterisk hiss asterisk. Oh, it's moving, it's moving. No one is pushing it, it's moving on its own. The surrounding craftsmen waved their fists in excitement, cheering and jumping for joy. Asterisk creak, creak dot asterisk. Driven by steam, the carriage carrying the heavy boiler began to move forward. Although the speed was close to a walking pace, it was undoubtedly proof of a great step forward. Wait, brother. Isaac pulled Claire onto the commemorative first steam carriage, giving her a start. At first, she was a bit flustered, but since the speed wasn't fast, she gradually became playful and started manipulating the steering wheel to change the steam carriage direction. Wow, amazing! It was indeed novel, moving entirely on the vehicle's own power. You have obtained an advanced power source capable of driving the territory's development. Achievement points plus 10,000. Just as the goddess said, this was no longer a machine running in vain, but an engine that could become the driving force for the territory's development. They had surpassed the technical level required for simple repetitive commerce and industry. Coupled with the nearly complete cotton improvement, they would be able to trigger a light industrial revolution. If they could surpass Trevithick's horizontal cylinders and reach the level of the steam trains they knew railways, should I lay railways ahead of schedule? That would require even more wrought iron and steel. Railways were like greedy behemoths, devouring manpower and steel. But once built, the entire territory would be connected into a single living circle. Particularly if railways were laid on this newly opened intercontinental trade route, transporting goods by train would surely bring earth-shattering changes to the world. Then, first, there must be steelmaking innovations like the Bessemer converter. To meet the demand for laying railways, large-scale steelmaking was needed, such as the Bessemer converter, which required high-pressure air blasts provided by steam engines. The practical application of steam engines would drive the cotton textile industry, weaving, coal usage, the popularization of converters, and so on. Everything would be interconnected, spiraling upward. It took thousands of years from humans taming the first horse to the appearance of cavalry, and 200 years from the invention of the steam engine to the appearance of the train. From the Flyer 1 to the biplane took only a dozen years. Technology is like a snowball, the more it rolls, the bigger it gets. And their snowball had already gained momentum and begun to roll rapidly. Brother, this thing is interesting, but isn't it too slow? It's not very useful like this. Claire, who had initially been kicking her legs in excitement and shouting fun, began to complain slowly now that she had adapted. The power of the steam seemed to have weakened, and the speed had dropped to a walking pace. That's because this is a prototype. The speed problem is easily solved. Eh? How? With what? Claire blinked and asked curiously. With me, and the Isaac said, pointing at the craftsman. Ah? The craftsmen's faces turned pale instantly upon hearing Isaac's words. The first 5-year plan. The construction team has already begun laying the foundation for the territory's 5-year plan for revival, my lord. They are as swift as ever. Every time I see their excavation capabilities, I find myself in awe. At the Blackwood Territory's regular meeting, the administrator, finance officer, secretary officer, and others gathered together. As the ducal territory continued to expand, the territory's administrative staff grew along with it. Isaac rested his chin on his hand, listening to the administrative staff report on the situation in each territory. Due to the increasing number of operations, the administrator's hair was thinning by the day, so he had scouted almost every talent capable of simple calculation, reading, and writing. As a result, places needing to educate children and secretaries were complaining about manpower shortages, saying that Blackwood Territory had snatched everyone away. But what could be done? Blackwood Territory was wealthy and powerful, offering very generous treatment to talent.